The green plum cannot withstand the sudden storm. Qin Ran, after an arduous battle against fate, found himself unable to triumph over the scheming male best friend of his fiancée. On the day of the engagement banquet, this green tea male companion made a series of calls that whisked away his betrothed. Qin Ran, Fei is ill. Qin Ran, Fei has been in an accident. Qin Ran, Fei has harmed herself, time and again, until the day arrived when Lu Ruiying was absent even from the engagement banquet. Qin Ran experienced an epiphany. If granted the chance to relive his life, he would undoubtedly facilitate their union. Yet, to his astonishment, he truly found himself reborn. Upon his rebirth, the first course of action for Qin Ran was to confront the green tea male companion. Wang Fei, allow me to give you a thorough beating, and in return, I shall relinquish Lu Ruiying to you. What do you say? Following a vigorous thrashing, Qin Ran felt a sense of relief. From that moment forth, their lives and deaths were of no consequence to him. Qin Ran embarked on a new chapter of his life, encountering a girl who captured his heart. Yet Lu Ruiying wept, pleading, Qin Ran, please forgive me. I realize my mistakes. Chapter 1. Absent from the engagement banquet, I choose to start anew. Yin, why are you so kind to Qin Ran when he still gets angry daily? Unlike me, who is carefree and untroubled. Yin, I apologize. Last time I lost my balance, and Qin Ran merely helped me. Please do not misunderstand. Yin, Qin Ran is truly fortunate. I wish to find a girlfriend like you, but no one seems to fancy me. Crying emoji. Yin, I was hit by a car. It hurts so much. However, I can endure it. I just won't be able to attend your engagement banquet with Qin Ran. What a pity. At the Peninsula Hotel in Zhonghai City, in the banquet hall. Today marks the engagement of Qin Ran and Lu Ruiying. Even for an engagement banquet, they chose one of the finest hotels in the area. Within the opulent yet elegant banquet hall, the atmosphere was palpably awkward. Due to the bride's absence, all eyes were fixated on the young man clad in a dashing suit on stage. Despite his handsome visage and distinguished demeanor, the gaze of the crowd was laced with sympathy, pity, and schadenfreude. It was rumored that Lu Ruiying had been called away by her male best friend. Those familiar with the situation were unfazed, as similar occurrences had transpired numerous times before. This was not the first instance, nor was it likely to be the last. Who could say whether the bride would still be absent on their wedding day? If that were to happen, it would become a grand farce. Yet, it seemed that the moment was drawing near. The male's parents wore grim expressions, while the female's parents appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. Were it not for the consideration of their son's dignity, Qin Yushan would have already stormed out in absence at an engagement banquet. What kind of behavior is that? Lu Haichong forced a smile, saying, In-laws, it is my failure in upbringing. I shall certainly have a serious talk with Xiaoyan when we return. Qin Yushan let out a cold snort, remaining silent, yet his anger was evident. Li Anqin gazed anxiously at her precious son. Who could bear such a situation, especially considering how much her son adored Lu Ruiying? Perhaps it was precisely because of his deep affection that he could not let go, leading to today's predicament. The deeper the love, the more fearless the beloved becomes. Anqin felt a twinge of guilt. She was not particularly fond of Lu Ruiying, yet as long as her son was happy, she would not oppose and would even support him. Now, it seemed she had erred. Li Anqin ascended the stage and gently tugged at her son, who was engrossed in his phone. Xiaoran, if it becomes too difficult, shall we postpone? Qin Ran lifted his head, his expression an intricate tapestry of emotions. Sorrow, anger, self-mockery, despair, akin to a colorless television screen. Xiaoran, are you all right? Please do not frighten your mother. Qin Ran shook his head lightly, moving towards the host, who was now unable to salvage the situation, and took the microphone, addressing the assembly. He stowed his phone away, inhaled deeply, and donned a relieved smile. Thank you all for taking the time to attend the engagement banquet of Miss Lu and myself. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, the engagement banquet is hereby canceled. For those who are not in a hurry to leave, you may stay and enjoy a meal before departing. Thank you, everyone. Qin Ran returned the microphone to the host, approached his parents, and whispered, Dad, Mom, let us depart. Lu Haichong hastily interjected, Xiaoyan has an urgent matter. I will summon her immediately. No need. Just wait a moment. I will ensure she comes. This is simply too willful. Qin Ran shook his head. There is no need. Huh. Lu Haichong paused, bewildered. What do you mean? Literally what I said. Lu Ruiying's mother, Lu Qiulan, chimed in. Xiaoran, it is indeed wrong for Xiaoyan not to attend. But as a man, you should show more tolerance. Be silent. Lu Haichong rebuked. Xiaoyan has been spoiled by you. Lu Qiulan pouted, unconvinced. She was certain that in the end, Qin Ran would agree to postpone the engagement banquet. After all, having loved for over a decade, it was a bond too strong to sever. Yet, Qin Ran did not even cast a glance at Lu Qiulan. Uncle Lu, my relationship with Ruiying has come to an end. Please convey this to her. What? Lu Haichong stood in front of the trio, anxious. Xiaoran, do not act impulsively. It is entirely Xiaoyan's fault. I will have her come and apologize to you. We must hold the engagement banquet today, come what may. Qin Yushan spoke sternly, "Stand aside." The imposing presence of one accustomed to authority compelled Lu Haichong to refrain from arguing, obediently parting to create a path. Should they truly offend the Qin family, the Lu family's business would be irrevocably damaged. The annual procurement volume of Qin's company constituted a significant portion of Lu's total revenue. Lu Haichong intended to bring his daughter over to apologize later. However, he also believed that Qin Ran would certainly forgive his daughter. Qin Ran departed the banquet hall alongside his parents. What he had just said on stage was meant to preserve the final semblance of dignity for the Qin family. Engaging in a heated argument with Lu Haichong and Lu Qiulan would only serve to provide further amusement. Qin Ran reflected on how he had previously been so naive that, in pursuit of a so-called sincere love, he had created today's predicament. After seeing his parents off in the car, Qin Ran waved, "Dad, Mom, you head back first. I will see off my classmates and friends." Lian Qin grasped her son's hand. "Return home early. Do not do anything foolish. If there are any issues, your father and I will handle them." Qin Ran nodded. "I understand. I have been foolish for so many years. I shall not repeat the same mistakes. Dad, I will start working at the company next week, beginning from the ground up." Qin Yushan revealed a smile of contentment. "Very well. A true man knows when to seize and when to relinquish." After bidding farewell to his parents, Qin Ran did not linger to see off any classmates, but instead moved forward with the flow of the crowd. There was no need for further pleasantries. While outwardly offering him consolation, they began to share gossip with friends and colleagues before he had even returned home. Qin Ran resolved to live more freely henceforth, no longer ensnared by the shackles of love. He would facilitate the union of Lu Ruyan and Wang Feifei. From this point onward, Lu Ruyan, along with the Lu family, would bear no connection to him. Qin Ran understood that, given his father's temperament, he would not easily let the Lu family escape unscathed. Yet, he would not intervene. Even if Lu Ruyan came pleading at his door, he would not soften. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. The former Qin Ran was no more. From this day forth, he would embrace a new existence. It was merely a pity that so many years of youthful time had been squandered in vain. "If only I could reclaim my youth, a tale of gold and a breath of wind. In this world, there are always a few winds to fill my countless dreams." Before Qin Ran could fully contemplate these thoughts, he spotted an out-of-control black Jeep hurtling towards him. Bang! Qin Ran felt his body lighten, and a kaleidoscope of memories flashed before his eyes. Was heaven toying with him? Just as he had achieved sudden clarity, he was struck down. As the reel of memories in his mind paused at its initial frame, he contemplated. Death may not be the end. It could very well be a return to the beginning. Thus, Qin Ran was granted a chance to rewrite his narrative. Chapter 2. Departing from my world, never to entangle again. "Classmate, are you all right?" A voice called out, startling Qin Ran from his stupor. He blinked awake, abruptly sitting up, only to collide heads with someone else. "Ouch!" Qin Ran exclaimed in astonishment, clutching his forehead. Hadn't he just been knocked out? Was this merely a fleeting dream before his demise? Without further contemplation, he quickly helped the girl he had inadvertently knocked down to her feet. "I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" The girl, whose nose had been struck, had reddened eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners. "It hurts. Woo-woo. Apologies truly. I didn't mean to." As he finally recognized her features, Qin Ran gasped. Lin Wanbai. Lin Wanbai sniffled. "Why, you know me?" Gazing at the girl before him, whose bright eyes and flawless features were reminiscent of a painting. Qin Ran found himself momentarily entranced. Who at Zhonghai University was unfamiliar with Lin Wanbai? Panicking, Qin Ran rummaged through his pockets for his phone. September 1st, 2015, the day of university registration. Had he truly been reborn? Or was this just a figment of his imagination as he approached death? "Hey man, you don't have to go about asking for a girl's contact like this." Qin Ran looked up, noticing the peculiar stares directed at him. "Qin Ran, how could you be asking for another girl's number behind Yin Yan's back? That's quite the heartbreaker." A familiar, high-pitched voice chimed in, altering the perception of those around him. This was no mere flirtation. This was a model of our generation. Such audacity, how impressive. Qin Ran's gaze fell upon a nearby couple. A girl, statuesque with strikingly fair legs, and a boy, slightly hunched with a sickly pallor. Lu Ruyan and her friend. The green tea boy, Wang Feifei. In that moment, Qin Ran comprehended that he had indeed been reborn. What a blessing. He could reclaim the youth he had lost. He extended a hand to Lin Wanbai. "I truly apologize, classmate. I didn't mean to bump into you. I'm not even sure why I fainted. Forget it. I forgive you." Lin Wanbai rubbed her slightly reddened nose and resumed pushing her suitcase inside. Her initial intention to project an image of an aloof goddess in university had been thoroughly ruined. Where's the icy goddess who cried? Several freshmen hesitated to assist her with her suitcase, ultimately refraining from approaching. A bolder upperclassman inquired, but was promptly rejected. Lu Ruyan approached Qin Ran, her expression darkening. "Qin Ran, were you just asking that girl for her phone number?" "Absolutely not. Wang Feifei interjected sarcastically. Stop pretending. Qin Ran, we all saw you. Mind your own business. Shut it. Wang Feifei froze, her face flushing with indignation, suppressing her urge to retaliate, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Lu Ruyan frowned. Qin Ran, why are you snapping at Feifei? I saw it too. Saw what? Wang Feifei quickly chimed in. We all witnessed you pull out your phone to ask for her contact information. If you don't want your eyes, you could always donate them. Qin Ran, did you eat gunpowder today? You're in the wrong. Why not just admit it instead of venting your anger on Feifei? Just because she called you out in front of everyone? I really need to reconsider if I should continue seeing you. A pang hit Qin Ran's heart. How foolish he had been in the past. Wasn't it glaringly obvious? If only he had awakened sooner, he wouldn't have ended up in such a farcical engagement. Shaking his head, he dismissed the urge to defend himself. Think what you will. With that, Qin Ran dragged his suitcase inside, relieved he hadn't gotten entangled yet. It would have been quite troublesome. University, here I come again. This time, I shall truly savor the experience rather than squander my time on certain individuals. Yet, to commemorate his rebirth, he felt a need for a sense of ritual. Turning back, he smiled. Wang Feifei, wait up for me. I have something good to share. Wang Feifei felt a chill at his smile. What is it? You'll find out when you arrive. If you don't come, you'll surely regret it. Lu Ruyan, hands on her hips, warned. Qin Ran, are you really trying to provoke me? That's my suitcase. Let Feifei help you with it. With that, Qin Ran sauntered away with an air of nonchalance. Wang Feifei, frail and delicate since childhood, earned the nicknames Wang Fei, Princess, and Faint. To Qin Ran, she was as bothersome as a rash. In his previous life, he had tolerated her for Lu Ruyan's sake. Now, he chose to disregard Lu Ruyan entirely, making Wang Feifei all the more dispensable. Having truly let go, Qin Ran felt invigorated. He released Lu Ruyan and liberated himself. Standing by the bridge, he shouted, Heaven, thank you for granting me another chance. How about sending me a Lin sister as well? Lin Wanbai, standing under a willow and speaking on the phone to her family, slowly turned her head, regarding Qin Ran with a look akin to that reserved for the deranged. Hi, nice to see you again, Qin Ran stammered awkwardly. Lin Wanbai, seemingly deaf to his greeting, hastily pulled her suitcase away, her pace brisk. At this moment, Qin Ran felt as if he could kick down a cross-sea bridge. Yet, he quickly relaxed. Whatever, in this new life, why burden myself with such heaviness? A tree without bark must surely die. A person without skin is invincible. Let go of personal standards and relish a life of mischief. Reject mental exhaustion. If something troubles me, I'll simply explode. Qin Ran resolved to fully embrace his university years, deferring his inheritance for after graduation. Having lived so exhaustingly in his past life, this time, he aimed for ease. He retrieved his sunglasses from his pocket. Donning them, he declared, I care for no one. After completing the registration process, he was guided by a senior to the familiar dormitory building. As a gesture of gratitude, Qin Ran proactively displayed his QR code. The senior scanned it, smiling brightly. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, little brother. Would you like to grab a meal together later? I can show you around the campus. Thank you, senior, but perhaps another day? Huh. After a moment of hesitation, the senior replied, if it's a little brother asking, I suppose it wouldn't be out of the question. Nearby freshmen carrying bags upstairs looked on in astonishment. The senior made a phone gesture, winking, little brother. Remember to keep in touch. Definitely. Qin Ran turned to ascend the stairs, a bit intimidated by the senior's overt enthusiasm. Bro, are you also in dorm 502? A boy, having overheard an inappropriate conversation, asked with surprise. Yeah, let's get acquainted, Huang Zujia. Qin Ran, how did you manage to connect with that senior? Is there any need for flirting? Huang Zujia replied, dumbfounded. Qin Ran was aware that the casually dressed boy before him, wearing slippers, came from a wealthy family, owning an entire building. His post-graduation plan involved collecting rent and dealing with various tenants. If a gold digger discovered Huang Zujia's fortune, she would be even more forward than the senior from earlier. Yet, within this dormitory, he was undoubtedly the most attractive. It was no wonder that on the first day of school, a senior had already thrown herself at him. University life was indeed as delightful as the rumor suggested. Chapter 3. Hidden Talents in the Dormitory. Today's fate is at odds. As the two conversed, a burly man suddenly emerged from the bathroom, holding a rag, creating an odd juxtaposition. Hello, my name is Wen Long. You can call me Alone. In the days to come, we shall all reside in the same dormitory, caring for one another. One of my roommates, Fu Qingchuan, has gone out to dine with his parents. How about we gather this evening for a meal together? Wen Long, with his affable demeanor, took the initiative to propose a dormitory dinner. Qin Ran, upon seeing Wen Long, was filled with nostalgia. Throughout their 4 years of university, Wen Long had taken on a maternal role, looking after the entire dormitory. Whenever anyone faced bullying, it was always Wen Long who stood up first, fiercely protective of his friends. The muscles he bore were not mere embellishments, for the dumbbells scattered on the floor were brought by him. Yet, Wen Yonglong typically preferred reasoning over violence. In a previous life, Huang Zujie had once asked Wen Yonglong why he was so fond of reasoning while also being so muscular. With a smile, Wen Yonglong had replied, to encourage the other party to engage in reasoned discourse. However, should the other party refuse to reason, Wen Yonglong was not hesitant to resort to force. Unfortunately, barely 2 years post-graduation, Wen Yonglong found himself incarcerated for 10 years due to an incident involving his girlfriend and harassment from a superior. In this life, Qin Ran vowed to prevent such tragedies and ensure that the wicked are duly punished. As for Fu Qingchuan, he was not merely dining with his parents. To be precise, his parents were treating the counselor and the admissions office director to a meal. Fu Qingchuan, with his non-prescription gold-rimmed glasses, appeared refined, yet had an underlying flamboyance. After graduation, Fu Qingchuan embarked on a political career, marrying a woman of unremarkable appearance but with significant connections, thus swiftly ascending the social ladder. As for Qin Ran, he refrained from mentioning his own situation, as he had never held much interest in wealth. The 502 dormitory was indeed a hidden gem. From the very first day, Wen Yonglong exhibited the qualities of a big brother, guiding Qin Ran and Huang Zujie in purchasing the most cost-effective daily necessities. Qin Ran himself was not particularly concerned about the expenditure. His father had instilled in him the philosophy that true fortune lies not in petty savings but in the grander scheme of life. A small retreat could lead to a significant advance. Nonetheless, both he and Huang Zujie appreciated Wen Yonglong's goodwill and each procured a set of essentials. As they had only brought a few changes of clothing and personal items, including washing basins and toothbrushes. Along the way, they encountered vendors selling curtains and mats from senior students, albeit at rather steep prices. Do not inquire how Qin Ran was aware of this. It was Huang Zujie who had asked. Naturally, Qin Ran had no intention of purchasing such mats, as the presence of the senior student was acceptable. But the provenance of those sold by the senior male was dubious, and one could only wonder what had transpired upon them. The mats were purchased from a vendor recommended by Wen Yonglong, priced at a modest 20 yuan, offering reasonable quality. While Qin Ran's family was comfortably off, they preferred to maintain a low profile. The few affluent childhood friends he had were similarly unassuming, lacking the mentality of nouveau riches. Having possessed many material comforts from a young age, they harbored little desire for more and refrained from flaunting their wealth. Indeed, those who boast the most often lack in substance. For instance, Qin Ran would never claim to be as handsome or wealthy as his readers might imagine. He championed the virtue of humility. After tidying his bed in the dormitory, the clock approached midnight. The three friends ventured to the cafeteria for lunch, serendipitously encountering Lu Ruyan and Wang Feifei, the latter hauling a suitcase and wearing a rather unhealthy smile. Clearly, Wang Feifei had just assisted Lu Ruyan in moving her belongings. In a previous life, such tasks would have fallen to Qin Ran, but he was no longer inclined to take on such burdens. If Wang Feifei was eager, he could handle it all himself. Huang Zujie nudged Qin Ran's arm, saying, "That beautiful girl has been eyeing me. Is it possible she's actually looking at me? You do have a senior sister, don't you? Let us not compete over this one. I won't compete with you, and I'll even advise you to tread carefully. What else with the mouse-tailed juice?" Huang Zujie inquired, puzzled. As they conversed, Lu Rian deliberately brushed past Qin Ran, pointedly ignoring him. In the past, Lu Rian had been accustomed to having Qin Ran follow closely behind, offering apologies. Yet this time, Qin Ran did not pursue her, but instead accompanied his two roommates to the cafeteria upstairs. As Qin Ran passed Wang Feifei, he reminded her, "Remember to come find me later. Once this opportunity passes, it won't return." Wang Feifei was perplexed by Qin Ran's unusual demeanor today. He had seemingly distanced himself from Lu Ruyan and adopted a notably cool attitude, even neglecting to apologize after upsetting her. Nevertheless, this shift was beneficial for him. Casting a glance at Qin Ran's departing figure, Wang Feifei resolved to seek him out later, as now was the prime moment to win Lu Ruyan's favor. "Hey Ruyan, what do you feel like eating? My treat. Afterward, we can buy some fruit." Huang Zujie inquired, curious about Qin Ran's apparent discontent with Lu Ruyan. "Are you at odds with that girl?" Wen Yonglong interjected, placing an arm around Qin Ran's shoulders. "We shouldn't fear her. She has an unpleasant aura. If anything arises, come to me." Qin Ran chuckled and shook his head. "We indeed have a discord, but I owe her gratitude. Otherwise, I would have other complications. I'm bringing you two upstairs not out of fear, but because the second cafeteria offers better value and a wider variety of food." "How do you know that?" Huang Zujie asked, astonished. "From a senior," Qin Ran winked. "We need not concern ourselves with her any longer." Huang Zujie and Wen Yonglong walked alongside him, and Huang Zujie exclaimed, "Look, there's another beautiful girl, even more stunning than the last." Following Huang Zujie's gaze, Qin Ran recognized her as Lin Wanbai. Though Lu Rian possessed a somewhat prickly demeanor, her beauty was undeniable, ranking among the top 3 in their freshman cohort. Only Lin Wanbai, who appeared ethereal even without makeup, could rival her. Qin Ran hesitated, contemplating whether to approach Lin Wanbai for a meal, not out of ulterior motives, but merely to apologize for inadvertently upsetting her earlier. Yet, fate had different plans. As the moment Lin Wanbai spotted him, her eyes widened in shock, and she hurriedly departed. Qin Ran, it seems that beautiful girl has been frightened away by you. Why is it that this time you can't deny it's your fault? It's painfully obvious. Qin Ran rubbed his nose. Huang Zujia had hit the nail on the head. Never mind, there's always next time. Perhaps today is simply not meant to be. He had other matters to attend to after his meal. After all, one must be nourished to have the strength to confront challenges. Wang Feifei, are you prepared to accept the grand gift I shall bestow upon you in this new life? Yet, all gifts in life come with a hidden price. Surely, you would be willing, for how else could you endure being the green tea friend for over a decade? Chapter 4. So you want to steal a girlfriend? Let's settle this with a fight first. After finishing lunch, Qin Ran departed alone, returning to the familiar yet alien campus. The dappled shadows of trees, the lively basketball courts, the verdant grass, and the youthful faces strolling in pairs all conveyed to Qin Ran that he had indeed been reborn, and this was no mere dream. Seated in the tranquil corridor, the memories buried within the river of youth were illuminated once more. Throughout his university years, countless memories and stories unfolded. Qin Ran had always believed that university was the most splendid chapter of youth. It is not merely the presence of Lu Ruyan that has brought about this change, but rather the fact that he has not experienced such carefree moments in a long time. He has harbored feelings for Lu Ruyan for many years and has pursued her relentlessly. However, once they were truly together, happiness eluded them. The frequency of their conflicts increased. Not only did he have to placate Lu Ruyan, but Wang Feifei also stirred trouble, attempting to manipulate Lu Ruyan's thoughts. Even before their engagement, Qin Ran was already weary, deeply fatigued. Yet the greater the sunk cost, the harder it is to extricate oneself. In matters of love, the one who feels more deeply is invariably the most passive. It was only on the day of the engagement banquet, when Lu Rian was absent due to Wang Feifei's interference, that Qin Ran truly awakened to the realization. Lu Rian did not love him as he had believed. His standing in her heart was not as significant as he had imagined. In his previous life, he had come to this realization far too late, but fortunately, fate granted him a chance to start anew. This time, Qin Ran vowed not to invest all his emotions only to find himself alone in his feelings. In this lifetime, he would live for himself. As for Lu Ruyan, he would let her go. Their past love was sufficient. He would not repeat the same mistakes. Although Wang Feifei was insufferable, at least he was earnest regarding Lu Ruyan. Qin Ran chose to facilitate their relationship. As he observed Wang Feifei approaching from afar, Qin Ran waved and smiled. Qin Ran, what do you want? Yin Yin is very upset right now. Yin Yin, Yin Yin, Qin Ran chuckled. What gave you the right to call her by that name? Wang Feifei's expression soured. Qin Ran, I grew up alongside Yin Yin. We have been close since childhood. What is wrong with calling her Yin Yin? Do you remember what she said before graduating high school? Yes, she mentioned considering being with you once she entered college. Then will you bless us? Wang Feifei fell silent for a moment. Even if Yin Yin chooses you, I will not leave her side. Do you love her? Didn't you already know? Why ask? Then how deeply do you love her? More than you do. Qin Ran nodded and continued. Are you willing to give everything for her? Wang Feifei frowned. Qin Ran, what is wrong with you today? Just answer me. I would. Since you love her so much, I can make that happen for you. Wang Feifei was taken aback. He could not believe that Qin Ran would say such a thing. He understood better than anyone how deeply Qin Ran cared for Lu Ruyan. Although he claimed to love her more, he had to concede that Qin Ran was far more devoted in cherishing Lu Ruyan. Upon hearing Qin Ran's willingness to facilitate his relationship with Lu Ruyan, Wang Feifei's first reaction was disbelief. Qin Ran, what has gotten into you today? Have you fallen for that girl you mentioned earlier? Is this fair to Yin Yin? Qin Ran waved dismissively. This has nothing to do with anyone else. I've simply come to terms with it, and you need not pretend in front of me. It's unnecessary. What do you mean? As long as you allow me to give you a good beating, you can do whatever you wish with Lu Ruyan. It's no longer my concern. How about that? Wang Feifei was left dumbfounded. What did you say? You heard me correctly. Qin Ran, now rather impatient, noted that Wang Feifei remained the same insufferable green tea type. However, from this point on, it was of little consequence. Qin Ran clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. Don't move. If you do, you can forget about ever having Lu Ruyan. I mean what I say. Qin Ran stepped back, then sprinted forward. Are you serious? Wang Feifei fought against the urge to flee. No, otherwise I would have stepped outside to get hit by a car again. The distance between them closed rapidly. Just as they were 3 meters apart, Wang Feifei took off running, narrowly avoiding Qin Ran's flying kick. Qin Ran, don't think you can deceive me. You were just upset because I spoke ill of you in front of Yin Yin, and now you want to vent your frustrations on me. I'll tell Yin Yin what you're like. You're simply too petty. As Wang Feifei ran, his frail body exhibited an unprecedented speed. Suddenly, a stunning girl in revealing attire, showcasing her toned abdomen, appeared in their line of sight. Help me, senior. Stop that thief. Wang Feifei opened his mouth to respond, but tripped, falling hard. Ouch. What are you doing? Qin Ran restrained Wang Feifei and turned to the girl who had intervened. Thank you. You can leave now. I'll handle the rest. But the girl merely raised an eyebrow, showing no intention of departing. What did he steal? He is stealing my girlfriend. Wang Feifei struggled. You're talking nonsense. Qin Ran. Yin Yin hasn't officially accepted you yet. Smack. Smack. Qin Ran delivered a fierce kick, then crouched down to slap the back of Wang Feifei's head. I've tolerated you for long enough. Blabbering away like a coward. Don't pretend to be a good friend. Do you think I'm unaware of your intentions? Just say you wanted to give you a beating and stop running. Qin Ran looked up at the girl. Senior, can you please step aside? I have some personal grievances to resolve with him. Wang Feifei, unable to get up due to his weak constitution, pleaded, no, don't go, senior. He has gone mad. Help me. You can't leave. That hurts. Qin Ran delivered another slap, but Wang Feifei's cry of pain made him feel nauseated. Magical attacks ignore physical defenses. A chill ran down Qin Ran's spine. Today, he was determined to teach Wang Feifei a lesson. However, the beautiful senior beside him remained, preventing him from going all out. In truth, he recognized the stunning girl with the toned abdomen. She was Li Luo, the captain of the school cheerleading team and the student council president. You two continue. I want to interfere. Huh? Wang Feifei was stunned. Chapter 5. A thorough beating for the green tea boy, feeling completely refreshed. You two continue. I want to interfere. Is this even human? Wang Feifei gazed at the angelic face and devilish figure of Li Luo, momentarily forgetting his pain. He suddenly felt that the smile gracing the face of the breathtaking girl was far more terrifying than Qin Ran, who was about to unleash his wrath. Encountering boys fighting? Fine, he was merely on the receiving end, so it didn't count as a fair fight. But witnessing a boy assault another without flinching, standing there with a smile, was beyond his comprehension. Wang Feifei felt that not only had Qin Ran lost his mind, but everyone else had too. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Ran conversed with the girl, Wang Feifei scrambled forward, desperate to escape the madness of the two. He intended to find Lu Ruyan to report the incident. Yet, he hadn't crawled far before Qin Ran kicked him down once more. Still trying to run? You said you'd let me beat you, and I'm offering you that chance. Didn't you claim you'd do anything for her? Why are you so reluctant to take a beating? How does that honor her? As Qin Ran spoke, his fist fell like rain. Wang Feifei cried out in pain. He sobbed uncontrollably, both from the pain and the indignation. Once Qin Ran finished, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had longed to beat Wang Feifei, this green tea boy, for ages. Today, he had finally let it all out. One word, exhilarating. Two words, truly exhilarating. It was simply too satisfying. Qin Ran clapped his hands and stood up, only to suddenly realize that Li Luo was still standing behind him, not having left. Thank you, senior. Goodbye. Qin Ran said with a smile before preparing to depart. Wait a moment. Is there something else, senior? You're Qin Ran, right? A freshman? Yes. Li Luo suddenly broke into a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. A sense of foreboding washed over Qin Ran. Junior, I suppose you wouldn't want anyone to know about this incident, would you? Qin Ran's mouth fell slightly agape. This was not at all what he had anticipated. In fact, while he was beating Wang Feifei, he had been cursing half-heartedly, partly for Li Luo's benefit. Surely, anyone who heard it would harbor disdain for Wang Feifei. Li Luo had merely let him continue without interference. Qin Ran thought the matter had concluded, yet Li Luo's sudden remark caught him off guard. On the ground, Wang Feifei could not help but sob. Qin Ran, you're finished. I'm not only going to tell Yin Yin, but I'll also report you to the teacher. You'll receive a serious punishment. Shut up. Keep annoying me, and I swear I'll hit you again. Wang Feifei shrank back, wiped her tears, and fled. Qin Ran called after her. Wang Feifei, I'm letting you have Lu Ruyan, but if you say anything you shouldn't, you'll never have a chance with her. I mean it. Wang Feifei, who was turning to leave with a hasty gait, paused and turned back. You mean it? You're really letting me have Yin Yin? Of course, but you must help me with one last thing. You're deceiving me. No. Qin Ran smiled. From now on, keep your distance from Lu Ruyan, and don't bother me. Do you understand? Wang Feifei was momentarily stunned, trying to discern whether Qin Ran was serious. He couldn't believe that the Qin Ran, who had cherished Lu Ruyan for so many years, would truly give up so easily. However, seeing the cold smile on Qin Ran's face made him feel that he was not jesting. He found himself at a loss to determine the veracity of the situation. Yet, the pain radiating from his body was undeniably real. He decided to wait and see if Qin Ran's words held any truth. If they did, he could genuinely pursue a relationship with Lu Ruyan, free from the looming shadow of Qin Ran. As Wang Feifei limped away, only Qin Ran and Li Luo remained. Their gazes locked, and Qin Ran was the first to fold. "Senior, if there is nothing else, I'll be taking my leave." "Nothing else? You've gotten yourself into quite a predicament. You don't think the matter of hitting someone will just be brushed aside, do you?" Qin Ran was taken aback. She hadn't intervened earlier, but was now holding him accountable? He felt Li Luo was not quite as she was rumored to be, perhaps a bit unconventional. "Qin Ran, right? Take a look at this." Li Luo raised her phone, revealing a video that was playing. Qin Ran's expression fell. It seemed he was indeed in trouble. He had been too absorbed in his satisfaction from beating Wang Feifei to notice that Li Luo had recorded the entire incident. Confusion swirled in Qin Ran's mind regarding Li Luo's intentions. First, she had helped him trip Wang Feifei, then stood back as he dealt the blows. And now she had captured it all on video, seemingly as a means of coercion? Was she a scheming girl, or did she possess some peculiar proclivity? At that moment, all Qin Ran wanted was to distance himself from Li Luo. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have arranged to meet Wang Feifei elsewhere. Unfortunately, time could not be reversed, and he found it hard to suppress his urge to strike Wang Feifei. On the day of the engagement banquet, after Lu Ruyan had left, Wang Feifei had sent him a chat record filled with insipid green tea remarks that could infuriate anyone. After the fight, he finally felt a sense of release. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ran asked, "Senior, what do you want? Unlock your phone and hand it over. Quickly." With his secrets now exposed, Qin Ran had no choice but to comply. "Not locked," Li Luo remarked, slightly surprised, before dialing a number and adding contact. "From now on, when I call you, you must answer, understood?" "But, Senior, what exactly do you want?" Li Luo narrowed her eyes. "I'll be keeping an eye on you, Qin Ran. If you hit anyone again, it won't just end like today." Qin Ran nodded. "It won't happen again. That was my first and last time. Unless I can help myself." "You're hoping for a second time?" Li Luo's eyes widened. "But did that girl really steal your girlfriend?" "I wanted to, but it didn't work out. I just wanted to be her male confidant." Li Luo nodded. "If that is the case, good job. But please don't do that again. Understood?" It was only then that Qin Ran comprehended Li Luo's intentions. He let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Li Luo also despised green tea types. Her earlier warning had caught him off guard. "Senior, could you possibly delete that video?" "No. But as long as you behave, I won't share it indiscriminately, and I will delete it in the future." "All right. Thank you for your help earlier. I'll take my leave now." Qin Ran walked back in the direction he had come from, sensing that Li Luo's gaze remained fixed on his retreating figure without faltering. He quickened his pace as he returned to his dormitory, hoping Wang Feifei would be wise enough not to stir trouble again. As for Lu Ruyan, he chose to let her go in this lifetime. Both would be at ease, unburdened. As soon as Qin Ran returned to his dormitory, he received a message. "Bring me breakfast tomorrow morning, room 7. At first glance, Qin Ran thought it was from Lu Ruyan for throughout high school. He had brought her breakfast countless times. However, it was not. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the sender's nickname was Lady Luo. Moreover, they had only added him as a friend less than half an hour ago. Qin Ran was dumbfounded. Wasn't he this Li Luo? Qin Ran was at a loss for words. He had previously devoted himself to bringing Lu Ruyan breakfast, and now that he had finally relinquished that role, how could he possibly revert to being a sycophant? Some people were like sponges. The more you pamper them, the harder they become. Others might have a case of princess syndrome, demanding breakfast delivery. Qin Ran refused to indulge in any delusions, believing that Li Luo was merely using the breakfast as a pretext for something more. This felt less like a budding romance, and more like a fixation on him. He tucked his phone back into his pocket. Just 2 minutes later, another message pinged. "Qin Ran, you wouldn't want that incident to be known, would you?" Smile emoji. "It's up to you." Qin Ran chose to ignore it. He would no longer indulge anyone. Did she really think that a single video could dictate his entire university experience? He was confident that he could spin the narrative so that Wang Feifei would claim they were merely playing around, even if it reached the academic affairs office. It would pose a problem. Qin Ran felt that Li Luo was somewhat unhinged mentally. Not insane, but there was a hint of abnormality in her personality. Of course, it was also possible that he was overthinking it. Perhaps Li Luo was just bold and overly familiar. In any case, Qin Ran felt it best to minimize their interactions. He had no desire for a Yandere type of girlfriend during his university years, no matter how stunning Li Luo might be. With her alluring features and captivating aura, at noon, Fu Qingchuan returned from lunch with the class advisor and the director. As soon as he walked in, he lit a cigarette, and not just any cigarette, but a rather expensive one. "Hey guys, want to smoke? My dad brought this for me." Huang Zujie unceremoniously accepted a cigarette, lifting it to his nose for a sniff. revealing himself to be quite the seasoned smoker. When Yonglong waved his hand dismissively, indicating his disinterest in smoking, Qin Ran casually took the cigarette but refrained from lighting it. He was not particularly addicted to tobacco, indulging only occasionally when feeling down. He had always found Fu Qingchuan to be a rather intriguing individual. Coming from a comfortable background and possessing decent looks, he sported gold-rimmed glasses that added a touch of charm. Yet, he spoke with a surprising humility, not shying away from his more reserved nature. He had a penchant for voluptuous women and enjoyed boasting, yet ultimately married a woman of ordinary appearance but with a formidable background. Upon further reflection, Qin Ran realized that Fu Qingchuan led a rather enlightened life, exhibiting a clear perspective. In stark contrast, when Yonglong had a more straightforward disposition, kind-hearted yet stubborn, which ultimately led him to prison. Huang Zuji, on the other hand, epitomized the carefree spirit, having dated few girls during university but unleashing his wild side post-graduation, accumulating a plethora of stories with various tenets. With the presence of these three, Qin Ran felt assured that university life would be anything but dull. In his previous life, he had squandered too much time and energy on Lu Ryuan. This time around, he vowed to do differently. The joyful university experience commenced with an evening gathering in their dormitory. Since it was a gathering, they naturally opted not to dine in the cafeteria. Just outside the school lay a quaint street filled with food stalls. From iron-grilled tofu and whole roasted chicken to milk tea, scallion pancakes, roasted sweet potatoes, spicy squid, and barbecues. It was the favored haunt of the four friends throughout their university years. Ultimately, they settled on a barbecue joint, which served as both dinner and a late-night snack. Beer paired with grilled skewers had promised a delightful evening, with garlic eggplant, roasted chicken wings, beef skewers, lamb skewers, and enoki mushrooms wrapped in tender beef. They gathered around a small, square table laden with 2 large platters of skewers and 8 cans of Qingdao beer. They began to eat and drink, clinking their glasses together as the golden liquid spilled onto the skewers, bubbling and sizzling in delight. What a thrill! When Yonglong wiped his mouth and remarked, "Actually, we prefer to drink wuchang, laozhang back home. Many just buy in bags. This drink is so low in alcohol content that it hardly qualifies as liquor, more like a beverage." Huang Zujia exclaimed in surprise. "In bags?" "Yes, in plastic bags. Then we buy some seafood and prepare it ourselves," when Yonglong explained. "I must visit your place and give it a try sometime." "No problem. During the winter or summer break, I'll treat you." "No need to mention it. The drinks will be plentiful." Fu Qingchuan interjected. "I heard there is something called 3 companions in your area." Huang Zujia's eyes lit up with interest. "Indeed, and there is even A4 companions." One Yonglong elaborated. "The main companion offers a cup of white liquor, followed by the secondary companion with another cup. Then the third companion pours for the main guest and the secondary guest. However, nowadays, many have become less particular about it. This is all knowledge imparted by my father." Huang Zujia felt a tinge of disappointment upon discovering the true meaning of 3 companions. Qin Ran smirked, fully aware that Fu Qingchuan had intentionally led the conversation astray for amusement. Indeed, that reserved nature behind the gold-rimmed glasses remained unchanged. As they continued to eat and drink, the atmosphere grew more relaxed. The camaraderie among the boys blossomed swiftly. Such is the nature of male friendships. Much like playing a game on the court, even strangers could quickly bond over shared interests. If someone needed a ball, they could simply ask to borrow it or join in directly. Unlike female dormitories, where cliques could multiply endlessly, male dorms were straightforward and uncomplicated. Minor disputes were quickly forgotten. Rarely did one encounter someone as petty as Wang Feifei, who not only held grudges but also delighted in reporting others. As the 4 friends chatted merrily, a cigarette but suddenly flew through the air, landing on Fu Qingchuan's shoe before bouncing off and igniting sparks on the ground. Fu Qingchuan frowned and turned to the neighboring table, where 4 boys were laughing uproariously. "Hey buddy, don't toss your cigarette butts around. You might hurt someone," Fu Qingchuan admonished, giving a gentle pat on the back of the offending boy. The boy, caught off guard while drinking, choked and spilled his drink all over himself, resembling a rather unfortunate accident. "Who the hell are you to call me buddy? You're crazy. You just made me choke on my drink." Feeling that it wasn't his intention to provoke, Fu Qingchuan held back his retort. After all, it was the boy's fault for carelessly discarding the cigarette, and having such a foul mouth. Huang Zujia couldn't hold back his irritation, exclaiming, "You absolute fool. Tossing your butts carelessly and then getting defensive? With a mouth like yours, you might as well have eaten shit." The cigarette but boy sprang to his feet, brimming with indignation. When Yonglong stepped in front of Fu Qingchuan, addressing the boy, "Let us speak civilly. Reason must prevail. You were the one who carelessly discarded the cigarette, but who saw it?" The boy retorted, "Anyone can make accusations. I could just as easily say it was you who threw it," when Yonglong replied with a smirk, shedding his jacket to reveal his muscular physique. "I saw it. he asserted, causing the cigarette butt boy to wilt under the pressure. All right, Ahui, a well-built, slightly shorter boy with striking features, stood up. We all share some blame here. Ahui threw the cigarette butt, and that S's fault. I apologize on his behalf. However, you intentionally caused him to choke. Shouldn't you also apologize? His tone was calm and measured, his demeanor amicable, garnering admiration from those around. Qin Ran recognized the boy as his rival from a past life, Ji Buqing. The childhood sweetheart had succumbed to the unforeseen arrival of a rival in his previous life. Qin Ran had barely managed to outshine the renowned campus heartthrob Ji Buqing in their freshman year. Now, aside from him, it seemed no one was aware of the true nature of the seemingly courteous and well-mannered Ji Buqing, who was, in fact, a despicable scoundrel. Ji Buqing was even more repugnant than Wang Feifei. In this life, he had chosen to let go. Whether Lu Riyuan liked Ji Buqing or not was no longer his concern. In his previous life, he had expended countless efforts to make Lu Riyuan see Ji Buqing's true colors, exhausting himself in the process. What pained him the most was that despite his efforts, he received neither understanding nor gratitude from Lu Riyuan. Love was exhausting. It was high time he relinquished it. However, the unfolding situation demanded Qin Ran's intervention. While one could eat indiscriminately, words should not be carelessly tossed about. My friend merely offered a friendly reminder not to litter with cigarette butts. If he wasn't corrected today, he would surely face consequences in the real world later on. Besides, does he not have a mouth of his own? Does he need you to speak for him? A flicker of darkness crossed Ji Buqing's eyes as he furrowed his brow at Qin Ran. Though the cigarette butt boy appeared somewhat intimidated by the imposing figure of Wen Yonglong, he did not shy away from the seemingly less threatening Qin Ran. And you are? He sneered. Who gave you the right to speak? You look like you're the one in need of a lesson. With a soft chuckle, Qin Ran replied, I'm nobody, just here to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Don't throw your cigarette butts around. How dare you? The cigarette butt boy spat, his anger boiling over. What is your name? What is your major? Are you brave enough to share? What is there to fear? I'm a freshman in business management. And I'm Wang Feifei. Wang Feifei, is it? The man with the cigarette butt nodded. All right, I remember you. Just wait. Ji Buqing cast a deep glance at Qin Ran before tossing down a red note, preparing to leave with the remaining two. Wait, Qin Ran interjected. Ji Buqing's expression darkened. What now? Trying to act generous? Is the money sufficient for you to just walk away? The shopkeeper waved his hand dismissively. That's enough, let us go. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the shopkeeper truly believed the money was inadequate. Ji Buqing inhaled deeply and tossed another red note. No need for change. We're leaving. Qin Ran turned to the shopkeeper. Boss, this should suffice, right? How about treating us to 4 skewers of beef? The taste is exquisite, and it's simply not enough. Ji Buqing stumbled slightly, nearly toppling over. The others gazed at Qin Ran in disbelief. What a bold move, buddy. Is this really necessary? The tattooed boss scratched his buzz cut. All right, I'll get you 4 skewers. The boss was generous. We'll definitely come back next time. Fu Qingchuan and the others glanced at Qin Ran with peculiar expressions, akin to how one might regard a newly met roommate. Though, indeed, it was their first day. However, compared to their earlier impressions of Qin Ran, he was now entirely unexpected. Is it really possible to behave this way? Fu Qingchuan gave Qin Ran a thumbs up. Thanks, brother. Huang Zuji couldn't help but punch Qin Ran lightly on the shoulder. Dude, I'm truly impressed. When Yonglong chuckled, Qin Ran, who is Wang Feifei, the one we ran into at the cafeteria this noon. Oh, when Yonglong exclaimed, so it's him. Huang Zuji grinned. That guy is in for a rough time. Qin Ran, you're quite the troublemaker. Fu Qingchuan, who had yet to encounter Wang Feifei, looked a bit perplexed. Wait, who is this guy? A real sissy? A sissy? Yes, you'll understand when you meet him next time. All right. Fu Qingchuan curiously asked, Qin Ran, do you have a grudge with that sissy? Just a minor conflict. Resolved today. When Yonglong inquired in astonishment, how did you settle it? Did you go find him? Huang Zujia caught on a moment later. You handled it this afternoon? So quickly. It was no big deal. Qin Ran waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to delve into the issues concerning Wang Feifei and Lu Ruyan. The four continued to eat and drink, completely disregarding the earlier incident with the cigarette butt man, not uttering a single word about it again. However, Qin Ran knew that Wen Yonglong had likely etched it into his memory. Despite Wen Yonglong's rugged exterior, he possessed a sensitive and meticulous heart. Qin Ran was not particularly worried about retaliation from the cigarette butt man, as he had discerned earlier that the man's bravado was merely a fade, a coward who feared the strong. In contrast, it was the hypocrite Ji Buqing he needed to be wary of. Such individuals are more troublesome and far more repugnant than petty villains. After enjoying the skewers, Huang Zujia offered to pay, and Fu Qingchuan rushed to take the bill. In the end, Qin Ran suggested splitting the cost, stating they could take turns treating one another. No rush. Following the earlier events, Qin Ran's standing in dorm 502 had risen considerably. He was now the most handsome, academically gifted, daring, and a tad cunning, especially with Huang Zujia's boastful praises. Qin Ran was now seen as the Casanova who could charm even the most alluring senior girls. While Qin Ran claimed it was a misunderstanding, the other three wore expressions that clearly indicated their understanding. Thus, Qin Ran chose to refrain from further explanations, knowing it would only complicate matters. No one could have anticipated that prior to this, he had been quite the romantic, and to say he was deeply affectionate would not be an exaggeration. Truly, for 10 years, he had been a lovesick fool, unnoticed until one day he became the talk of the town. The four of them strolled back to the school, shoulders linked. Wen Yonglong's expression remained unchanged, betraying no signs of having consumed alcohol. Fu Qingchuan wore a smile, slightly tipsy but clear-headed. Huang Zujia's face was flushed, clearly the lightest drinker among them. As they approached the dormitory, Huang Zujia suddenly exclaimed, "Look, look, a stunning beauty. What a figure." The other three instinctively turned to look. Their actions and gazes synchronized. The girl was particularly tall, but her figure was nothing short of sensational. An A4 waist, a perky backside, a golden waist-to-hip ratio. As the girl turned, she revealed two alluring assets that were hard to ignore. From a side, she was absolutely breathtaking. Viewed from various angles, she was a true pinnacle of beauty. Yet, Qin Ran only stole a glance before his expression shifted. "Brothers, I'm going to the cafeteria for a quick bathroom break. Y'all head back first." Fu Qingchuan questioned in confusion. "We're almost at the dorm. Why take a detour?" This time, Huang Zujia's mind was sharp. Why else? It must have something to do with the beauty. Fu Qingchuan looked at Qin Ran. "Really? With such a beauty, why are you running away? Don't listen to his nonsense. I don't even know that girl. I just really need to go." Without further ado, he turned to leave. Go on, go on. Nature calls." At that moment, the girl with the captivating figure turned around. She had just heard someone call her a beauty and instinctively looked over. Then she saw Qin Ran, who seemed to be trying to escape. "Qin Ran, where are you going? I've been waiting for you for ages." Fu Qingchuan stared at Qin Ran, stunned. "Didn't you say you didn't know her?" Qin Ran's expression soured. His ominous premonition seemed to materialize. Could it be that Li Luo was truly some deranged senior? "Please don't come over." Chapter 8. Wishing you happiness, block and delete. Li Luo did not approach. Instead, Qin Ran found himself being ushered right in front of her. What happened to the brotherly bond? All was rendered meaningless. In the face of love, one could easily stab a brother in the back. Huang Zujia had already voiced his hope that Qin Ran would arrange a dormitory meetup with the beautiful senior. The happiness of all in dorm 502 rested solely on Qin Ran's shoulders. However, it was evident that Qin Ran had no intentions in that regard. He wished nothing more than to distance himself from the captivating senior before him. Senior, is there something you need from me?" Li Luo arched her brows playfully, inquiring with a smile. "How did you know my surname is Li? I never mentioned it." Qin Ran feigned ignorance. "I was actually trying to greet you, senior. By the way, what do you need from me?" "Your ID card." "Oh, what's going on?" Huang Zujia and the other's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your ID card? What do you need it for? Could it be for something illicit?" Yet, it seemed Qin Ran didn't even know the girl's surname. So how could this be? The trio's worldview shattered. Huang Zujia's heart crumbled. Earlier, he had heard a senior say it wasn't impossible to give Qin Ran her number. Good heavens. It turned out Qin Ran wasn't disinterested but rather dismissive of that long-legged, seductive senior. Indeed, there was no comparison to the beauty before him. Qin Ran was oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of his companions. He was equally taken aback. "How did my ID card end up in your possession? You got a bit too excited during our last encounter and dropped it. You left in such a hurry that I couldn't return it to you." "Dropped it? What do you mean? Did you perhaps lose it while riding a bike too fast? But was it really that urgent? Were your pants only half off when it happened?" The three of them's imaginations ran wild. However, Qin Ran understood precisely when it had fallen, most likely during the altercation with Wang Feifei. "Thank you, senior. Is that it? Not even a meal to show some gratitude?" Qin Ran finally grasped why Li Luo had messaged him, offering to bring breakfast the next morning. It turns out it was neither a case of the spoiled young lady syndrome nor an attempt to monopolize him throughout his university life with secrets. Why not clarify things from the outset? Had he been informed earlier, he certainly would not have responded in such a manner. Replacing an identification card is indeed quite a hassle. It's not just about missing breakfast for a day. One could easily forego an entire week's worth of breakfasts. As Qin Ran received his identification card back, he asked the senior what she would like to eat, promising to bring it the following day. "How about soybean milk and fried dough sticks, along with a boiled egg?" "No problem," he replied. After Li Luo departed, Qin Ran felt considerably lighter. Whenever Li Luo looked at him with a beaming smile, he always felt as if he were being scrutinized. Thankfully, it was merely an illusion. Li Luo was quite normal. Perhaps just someone who enjoyed teasing others. Additionally, her words often led to misunderstandings. Fu Qingchuan raised an eyebrow and teased. Qin Ran, when did you two hit it off? That senior is a gem. No, it was just a chance encounter. She found my ID and returned it to me. Huh, I believe you sure. Huang Zujia chimed in. You were clearly trying to escape just now. Didn't you want to deny everything later? That is quite shallow. Qin Ran stared blankly. What do you mean? Deny everything later? Stop making wild assumptions. Oh, still pretending. The three of them simultaneously raised their middle fingers. Huang Zujia couldn't help but whisper, hey, can you teach me a thing or two? How do you manage to be surrounded by so many beautiful girls every day? Qin Ran was speechless, as if he were being portrayed as a playboy and a master of time management all at once. Upon returning to the dorm, he received a message from Wang Feifei. Qin Ran, do you mean what you say? I stand by my word. Let's not contact each other anymore. I wish you both happiness. Qin Ran replied and promptly blocked and deleted Wang Feifei. The confrontation had occurred, and he had moved on, no longer wishing to deal with Wang Feifei. The green tea boy. Wang Feifei messaged back, are you serious? Only to be met with a glaring red exclamation mark. You're not her friend. Please send a friend verification request first. Only after the other party approves can you chat. Send friend verification. Wang Feifei was taken aback for a moment, realizing that Qin Ran seemed serious. Yet, inexplicably, he felt no excitement as he had anticipated. Logically, without Qin Ran around, he could pursue Lu Ruyun openly. Yet, it felt as if something was missing. It seemed to him that Qin Ran had relinquished his interest in Lu Ruyun, handing her over to him rather than him having won her over. Was it true that stolen goods tasted sweeter? Wang Feifei suddenly fell into a state of confusion. Today, Qin Ran was acting strangely, almost as if he were a different person. Wang Feifei rubbed his aching back. After all, Qin Ran had never been violent. Yet, he had indeed given him a beating that day, and it was clear he had held nothing back. There were several bruises on his back. Initially, he thought trading a beating for Lu Ruyun was a good deal. However, staring at the screen which read, I wish you both happiness, it became increasingly irksome. Not all pleasant. Unable to contain himself, Wang Feifei messaged Lu Ruyun. Yin Yin, did Qin Ran apologize to you? Lu Ruyun replied instantly, as if she had been waiting for the message. No, he is infuriating. That wretched Qin Ran. He hasn't sent me a single message. Feifei, did he message you? Wang Feifei fell silent. He had indeed messaged, but he had already blocked her. How could he explain this? Wang Feifei tentatively suggested. Why don't you message him first? In truth, Wang Feifei wanted to see if Qin Ran had also blocked Lu Ruyun. If he had similarly blocked and deleted her, that would indicate Qin Ran was indeed serious. But Lu Ruyun would not do that. I want to message him first. He is the one in the wrong. Why should I reach out first? If he doesn't apologize, I want to forgive him. Oomph. From her replies, it was clear that Lu Ruyun was quite angry. In reality, she had been seething all day, waiting for Qin Ran to apologize. Yet, no message had come from him. At lunchtime, Qin Ran had not even acknowledged her, simply leaving with his roommates. Lu Ruyun was furious. Just yesterday, she had expressed her hopes for their first day at university, wishing to be his girlfriend. And now this? Lu Ruyun resolved that even if Qin Ran apologized now, she would not be quick to forgive him. Even if asking for a girl's contact information was a misunderstanding, there was no need for such a poor attitude. Lu Ruyun was well aware that Qin Ran would not behave that way. Yet, even she had to admit that the girl was indeed stunning. And she lived in the dormitory next door. Lu Ruyun chatted with her new roommates while clutching her phone, awaiting a response. There was no girl in the dormitory more beautiful than her, and the conversation revolved around her. Lu Ruyun was accustomed to such scenes and handled them with ease. However, she was not at all accustomed to the silence from Qin Ran. Just before going to bed, she thought that she would surely see Qin Ran waiting downstairs with breakfast the next morning, as always. In her dreams, it was the same. Qin Ran's demeanor was more humble than usual, presenting her with a large bouquet of flowers, all to seek her forgiveness. But dreams inevitably come to an end. Morning broke. Lu Ruyun climbed out of bed and rushed to the balcony to glance downstairs, her eyes lighting up instantly. As she had anticipated, Qin Ran was waiting below with breakfast. However, she noticed that he hadn't sent her any messages. Since that was the case, she decided to make him wait a little longer as punishment for ignoring her and failing to apologize yesterday. A victorious smile played on her lips. Chapter 9. Self-Delusion. Refusing to believe. Lu Ruyun had waited for a long time last night, but had not received an apology from Qin Ran. Upon waking up in the morning, she checked her phone, only to find nothing. However, seeing Qin Ran waiting downstairs with breakfast eased her anger somewhat. Yet, she was still quite upset. What irked her most was that Qin Ran, fully aware of her anger, had chosen not to appease her, causing her to lose sleep the previous night. After all, it was the first day of university, and this new chapter in life had just begun. things couldn't continue like this. Lu Riyun hadn't entirely made up her mind about becoming Qin Ran's girlfriend. Yet, he was undoubtedly the person she felt closest to, and he treated her well. He was good-looking and came from a decent family, but there was something missing. Lu Riyun herself couldn't articulate it. She envisioned her ideal boyfriend as someone dashing with a hint of mischief, rather than just a shadow trailing behind her. Thus, she had been stalling. If she couldn't find someone more suitable, she would consider being with Qin Ran. If she couldn't discover her true love, she certainly wanted to find someone who genuinely loved her. Buzz. The sound of her phone vibrating broke her thoughts. Lu Riyun smiled and unlocked her screen. Already knowing who it was, besides Qin Ran downstairs, no one else would message her. In the end, he was still willing to admit his mistake. Yin, what do you want for breakfast? I'm in the cafeteria, and I can bring it to you. However, upon seeing the sender's name, Lu Riyun was taken aback. It was not Qin Ran, but her male best friend, Wang Feifei. No thanks, Feifei. Qin Ran is buying me breakfast. Wang Feifei, who was currently taking over Qin Ran's usual duties in the cafeteria, froze upon reading Lu Riyun's reply. His expression swiftly darkened. Oh, you're good, Qin Ran. You beat me up yesterday and claimed to hand Yin over to me. Today, I brought breakfast for Yin, only to find myself the subject of a cruel jest. I am determined to expose your vile, true nature to her. Wang Feifei, neglecting his own breakfast, dashed straight to the dormitory where Lu Riyun resided. From a distance, he spotted Qin Ran's figure. Infuriated, Wang Feifei rapidly approached Qin Ran. Qin Ran, you deceived me. Startled by Wang Feifei's sudden appearance, Qin Ran exclaimed, What on earth? You are utterly untrustworthy. You assaulted me and then bought breakfast for Yin. Huh? Who said I bought her breakfast? Then what is that in your hand? It's breakfast. But not for her. I don't even know which dormitory she resides in. Do you think you can fool me? Wang Feifei pointed toward the building. That is where Yin lives, and she told me you bought her breakfast, so I needn't do so. Furrowing his brow, Qin Ran replied. She told you that? Wang Feifei pulled out his phone. See for yourself. No need, Feifei. Qin Ran bought me breakfast. Indeed. Qin Ran glanced up at the building, scanning the area until he spotted a girl retreating her head from the balcony. Who else could it be but Lu Riyun? Qin Ran was speechless. He hadn't spoken. Yet Lu Riyun had misconstrued the situation. I didn't buy it for her. Do you think I would still believe you? Wang Feifei retorted. Once Yin comes down, I will tell her you deliberately assaulted me. Just wait. Yammering on. Do you really believe I want to give you another beating? Wang Feifei shrank his neck but felt justified, defiantly stating, Go ahead. Let Yin see your true colors. You think I wouldn't dare? Qin Ran, having raised his hand, lowered it once more and turned to Li Luo. Senior, why are you only just coming down? What's wrong? Have you been waiting too long and are feeling resentful? I waited for you 2 or 3 hours last night. No, I was just worried the breakfast would get cold. Qin Ran internally scolded himself for being so cowardly. Wang Feifei, astonished, exclaimed, Qin Ran, you bought breakfast for her, not for Yin? I already said it wasn't tea. Furthermore, I told you to keep your distance during university and to stop jumping around in front of me. Wang Feifei was taken aback, but did not retort this time. Instead, he smiled. Qin Ran, you've truly given up on Yin, haven't you? Indeed, if you don't vanish from my sight soon, I might just change my mind. I'm going. Wang Feifei chuckled foolishly as he dashed toward the cafeteria to buy breakfast. He actually knew what Lu Riyun liked to eat. Li Luo watched the scene unfold, finding it quite amusing. Who is this Yin? An irrelevant person. Qin Ran handed the breakfast to Li Luo. Senior, I have repaid you for the favor of finding my ID. Just for one breakfast? Then how about an additional lunch? Just for a lunch? Qin Ran was indifferent to the cost of 1 or 2 meals. His monthly allowance was in the 5 figures, with living expenses being separate. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Senior, I appreciate your help in retrieving my ID. Let me send you a red envelope. Do you think I'm trying to extort you? Of course not. Then why do you want to pay me off with money? There is no sincerity in that. Qin Ran fell silent. If money could resolve the issue, that would be ideal. His act of purchasing breakfast was his gesture of goodwill. However, he did not wish to buy breakfast for Li Luo every day. Once or twice was fine, but daily? That would make him a sycophant, and he refused to revert to his former self. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Li Luo suddenly broke into laughter. A dinner invitation wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? That is acceptable. Fine, I'll let you know the time and place after I think it over. Thank you for the breakfast. Li Luo lifted the bag, waved, and returned to her dormitory. Qin Ran shook his head and went back to his dorm, preparing to head to class with his roommate. Meanwhile, Lu Riyun, who had been hiding upstairs for a while, received no messages and peeked out again, only to find Qin Ran's figure absent. She hurried down the stairs, still not seeing Qin Ran, only to spot Wang Feifei jogging toward her. Yin, I bought you your favorite pumpkin cakes and millet porridge. Wang Feifei beamed as he held up the breakfast. Where's Qin Ran? Wang Feifei's smile faltered. He must have left after delivering breakfast. I didn't receive any breakfast from him. Where did he put it? Lu Ruyan glanced around, even checking the direction of the trash can. Qin Ran. Wang Feifei hesitated. I just saw him delivering breakfast to someone else, not to you. Lu Ruyan felt as though she had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. What did you say? The breakfast Qin Ran bought. It wasn't tea for me, but for someone else? Wang Feifei, that joke is far from funny. Where's Qin Ran? Bring him out to see me. Wang Feifei felt a surge of joy internally while feigning concern. He truly left. I didn't lie to you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. Lu Ruyan repeated, adamantly unconvinced, before running off in search of Qin Ran. Wang Feifei, holding the now cold breakfast, stood there like a clown. Chapter 10. The clown Feifei becomes a sycophant. The princess Lu Ruyan the sovereign. Yen Yen, Qin Ran truly left. He didn't hide. Yen Yen, do you still not believe me? I would never deceive you. Qin Ran really delivered breakfast to another girl and then left. Stop searching. Wang Feifei trailed Lu Ruyan as she circled the dormitory twice. Lu Ruyan remained unwilling to accept this as reality. Qin Ran wouldn't do such a thing. We've only just arrived. How could he possibly know other girls and deliver breakfast to them? Really, I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, just message him and see how he responds. I want to message him, you do it. Summon him out. I want to hear him explain in person. Lu Ruyan's eyes brimmed with tears of anger. Wang Feifei's expression soured. I can't message him. Why not? He blocked me. What? Qin Ran blocked you? Why? I'm not sure. It might be because I mentioned him asking for a girl's contact information yesterday. Just for that? Qin Ran is so petty. Lu Ruyan frowned. Yin Yin, don't be angry. It's possible there was a misunderstanding. This morning, the girl I saw Qin Ran delivering breakfast to wasn't the same one from yesterday. Another one. Lu Ruyan's anger escalated. Yin Yin, perhaps we misjudged Qin Ran. He might have had a reason for delivering breakfast to another girl. That's still unacceptable. He can only deliver breakfast to me. He cannot do so for other girls. Honestly, I feel the same way. Yin Yin, you're so wonderful. Qin Ran doesn't even realize how to cherish you. Oomph. That insufferable Qin Ran. Just wait. If he doesn't come to apologize proactively, I want to acknowledge him for 3 days. No, an entire week. Wang Feifei felt elated at this prospect. Yin Yin, skipping breakfast isn't good for your health. You should eat something. Lu Ruyan declined. Thank you, but you're the best, Feifei. However, I'm running out of time. You eat. Where are you going? I'm heading to class for roll call. Right? I almost forgot. Let us hurry. Wait, I need to go upstairs to change clothes. You go ahead. Lu Ruyan hurried back upstairs, intent on changing into something more presentable and applying a subtle makeup touch. In room 308, upon seeing Lu Ruyan return, Fong Man immediately inquired, Ruyan, was it your boyfriend just now? Li Hui chimed in, indeed, he brought you breakfast this morning. Was he also the one who bought you fruit yesterday? Lu Ruyan waved her hand dismissively, responding, he's my close friend. I do not have a boyfriend yet. You don't have a boyfriend? Li Hui exclaimed, astonished. That can't be true. Ruyan, you should have many admirers. Fong Man chuckled, suggesting, perhaps Ruyan's standards are simply too high. No, it's just that I haven't found someone I fancy. Lu Ruyan replied with a faint smile as she began to select her attire. The previously silent Lu Fei interjected, what about Qin Ran? Lu Ruyan paused. You know Qin Ran? I happened to see you both at the school gate yesterday, though I didn't recognize you then. Lu Fei, whose striking beauty rivaled that of Lu Ruyan, caught attention with her long, slender legs. Lu Ruyan smiled. Qin Ran is a classmate from high school, a very good friend. He is pursuing me, but I have yet to give him my answer. Oh, Lu Fei exclaimed. All right, enough of that. I need to change, otherwise I shall be late. Yafei, could you please close the door? Lu Yafei raised an eyebrow. I'm a bit hungry. I'll go grab some breakfast first. See you in class. With that, she stepped out of the dormitory, closing the door behind her. Fong Man and Li Hui exchanged glances, but said nothing. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan remained blissfully unaware of the atmosphere, cheerfully sifting through her clothes. At this moment, Qin Ran and his 3 roommates had already made their way to class. The day's agenda primarily involved introductions, learning who the homeroom teacher was, electing temporary class leaders, and recording sizes for military training uniforms, with the afternoon reserved for collecting books and uniforms. Formal classes would commence after the military training, which varied in duration across different institutions. Some schools began as early as August, while others postponed it until October to avoid the sweltering heat. Zhonghai University of Finance and Economics scheduled theirs for early September, lasting a total of 2 weeks. Qin Ran had undergone military training once before and was now facing it again, which was somewhat irksome, but he resolved to view it as a means of strengthening his physique. Drawing from prior experience, Qin Ran decided to register for uniforms 2 sizes smaller this time. pondering what criteria manufacturers use for mass-producing military uniforms. He confidently led his 3 companions toward the academic building. Qin Ran, how do you know your way around so well? When Yonglong questioned, astonished. I strolled around a couple of times yesterday afternoon. My memory serves me well, Qin Ran replied. Noting. Everything looks quite similar. Qin Ran mused to himself that he had spent nearly 4 years in this place in a previous life, so familiarity was inevitable. University classrooms were generally not fixed, with numerous large lectures. However, class meetings typically took place in designated classrooms. As they entered, they found nearly half the seats occupied and proceeded to the back. Naturally, Qin Ran chose a spot in the second-to-last row by the window, a true king's domain. Huangzu Jie sat beside him, eager to follow the lead of the Sea King, learning the art of juggling multiple pursuits. Suddenly, a girl entered the classroom, bringing an abrupt silence. With rosy lips and pearly teeth, her skin rivaled the snow, her eyes like water, and devoid of makeup, she remained strikingly beautiful. Both boys and girls in the class cast astonished glances toward her. Although she had arrived with her roommates, all eyes converged on her. Some boys were already smitten. She is a goddess. So beautiful, but she seems rather aloof. Huangzu Jie nudged Qin Ran. Isn't that the stunning girl you scared off yesterday? What a coincidence that she is in our class. Indeed, quite the coincidence, Qin Ran replied nonchalantly, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the enchanting Lin Wanbai. Their eyes met briefly. Qin Ran offered a slight smile as a form of greeting. In Lin Wanbai's eyes, however, there was a flicker of disquiet and fear as she turned away, no longer meeting his gaze. Qin Ran shifted his focus elsewhere, internally lamenting that he must have startled her yesterday. It seemed Lin Wanbai exhibited signs of social anxiety, which was unexpected. Reflecting on their past interactions, he realized he had spoken to her only a handful of times and was hardly familiar with her. In his previous life, his affections were solely for Lu Ruyan, who had disapproved of any closeness with Lin Wanbai. He recalled that Lin Wanbai had maintained an air of aloofness, often rejecting many suitors. They had never exchanged friend requests, and after graduation, contact had ceased entirely. As Qin Ran reminisced, Huangzu Jie nudged him again. Look, Pu Guy's also in our class. Check it out. Huangzu Jie turned to Fu Qin Quan, exclaiming, That is Pu Guy. Fu Qin Quan initially looked puzzled, but upon spotting the boy at the doorway, realization dawned on him. It's him. Upon seeing Wang Fei, Fu Qin Quan recognized him instantly, understanding why they could identify him at a glance. He was indeed quite effeminate. Not only was his appearance delicate, but his demeanor and even his gait exuded a certain softness. Their conversation had caught the attention of several nearby students, and soon everyone was aware that the newly arrived Wang Fei was indeed quite effeminate. Moreover, Wang Fei had come alone, unlike the other boys who typically arrived in groups. This only heightened his uniqueness. He was particularly effeminate, often preferring the company of girls, which only accentuated the perception. Wang Fei had earned the nicknames Wang Fei and Fei Zi during high school for these reasons. At that moment, Wang Fei, carrying breakfast, spotted Qin Ran. However, after a brief hesitation, he chose to sit by the window along the corridor, thoughtfully reserving a spot for Lu Ruyan. New classmates continued to stream into the classroom. Shortly afterward, Lu Ruyan arrived, drawing the attention of many. Her striking appearance and figure consistently set her apart. However, today was slightly different, as there was another captivating presence among the crowd. The first person Lu Ruyan noticed wasn't Qin Ran, but Lin Wanbai. Her previously joyful expression dimmed considerably. She had not anticipated that Lin Wanbai would also be in her class. Having seen Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai together yesterday only fueled her unease. Yin, over here. Wang Fei's call instantly captured the attention of the entire class. Li Hui and Fong Man teased Lu Ruyan. Yin, look over there. Glancing at the gazes directed her way, Lu Ruyan felt a twinge of discomfort but ultimately approached. Reassured that she and Wang Fei were not in a romantic relationship and that she had her own concerns. Here, Yin, this is for you, Wang Fei said with a smile. Thank you. We're lucky to have you. Yin, Fong Man replied, emphasizing the name Yin. Wang Fei smiled bashfully but maintained a warm expression, gazing affectionately at Lu Ruyan. Yet, Lu Ruyan's thoughts were elsewhere as she quietly asked, Did Qin Ran bring breakfast for that girl? No, it was someone else, came the reply. Lu Ruyan sighed in relief, though a sense of unease lingered. She glanced at Qin Ran, who had not shifted his gaze toward her. That insufferable Qin Ran. Let's see who can hold out longer without reaching out to the other. He didn't accompany me to complete my enrollment procedures. Yet he dares to bring breakfast for other girls. Without an apology from him, I shall not forgive. Lu Ruyan, harboring her grievances, ceased to regard Qin Ran and instead engaged in conversation with her roommate while discreetly observing her classmates. Among the girls, only one was relatively attractive. Yet among the boys, Qin Ran remained the most handsome. Lu Ruyan felt that university life differed markedly from her expectations. She had worked diligently to gain admission to this esteemed institution, where it was said that the better the university, the higher the quality of its students. However, it seemed otherwise. The majority appeared rather dull, akin to bookworms. In contrast, Qin Ran exuded a carefree demeanor that was previously absent, his aura distinct from that of other boys. Lu Ruyan suddenly pondered that perhaps agreeing to Qin Ran earlier would have been wise, for she noticed several girls covertly stealing glances at him. This reminded her of the beginning of her first year in high school, but there was a significant difference. Back then, Qin Ran would sit behind her, his eyes solely on her. While other girls covertly admired him, they would cast envious looks in her direction. Yet today, Qin Ran had not glanced at her even once. She had been observant for quite some time, and truly, not a single look. Lu Ruyan's frustration mounted. She was nearly unable to resist the urge to message Qin Ran first. However, she held back, knowing that she must not allow a first time. Once a first time occurred, a second would inevitably follow. The initiative must remain in her hands. She could not lower her head. For doing so would relinquish her dominant position in love. The class bell rang. A bespectacled man, slightly balding, entered the classroom. "Hello everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Guo Fuping, your homeroom teacher. If all goes as planned, we shall spend the next 4 years together." Guo Fuping wrote his name and a series of numbers on the blackboard. "Here is my phone number. Feel free to jot it down. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. You may call me Brother Guo or simply Lao Guo." Laughter erupted from the classroom. The atmosphere at university was considerably more relaxed than that of high school. Qin Ran chuckled as well, aware that despite his appearance suggesting he was in his 30s, Guo Fuping was, in reality, only 26 or 27. His mature visage, coupled with his checkered shirt and thick black glasses, made him seem older. Guo Fuping's mindset was quite youthful. He had spent his time in school, surrounded by young people. His only drawback was perhaps his tendency to be talkative and his concern for students' romantic affairs. Unlike other classes where psychological counselors were students themselves, Guo Fuping took a hands-on approach. From time to time, he would inquire whether any students were unhappy with their campus life or had family conflicts. He would then engage in private conversations with troubled students, offering guidance. As for the results, one could not say there were none. At the very least, he could alleviate their worries, if only slightly. However, Lao Guo was indeed a good person. In his previous life, he had even tried to counsel Qin Ran, though Qin Ran had not heeded his advice and insisted on pursuing a futile endeavor. Now, back in his first year of university, Qin Ran found Guo Fuping rather endearing and approachable. Once Guo Fuping finished his introduction, he smiled warmly at everyone. "Now, let us proceed with self-introductions. Who would like to go first? If no one volunteers, we shall begin with the student nearest the door." As no one was particularly outgoing, they began introducing themselves in order. "Hello everyone. My name is Lin Tong from Anhui Province." "Hello, I am Wang Qing from Luqing." "Hello," Guo Fuping interrupted. "Let's not keep it so brief. Share a bit more. For instance, your hobbies or your aspirations for university." "Greetings, classmates." The boy with the buzz cut in the second row stood up. "I am Lu Ping from Hangzhou. I love women and enjoy playing basketball. If there are any fellow basketball enthusiasts, feel free to reach out." Laughter erupted once more. Loving women was not entirely inaccurate. However, if he had stated he loved men, that would have been even more amusing. When it was Lu Ruyan's turn to introduce herself, several boys straightened up in their seats. "Hello, classmates. My name is Lu Ruyan." Ruyan is derived from the phrase peach blossoms smiling in the garden. A few boys nodded, mistakenly believing it referred to the character for Smoke, as there were many named Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan smiled gracefully. "I enjoy singing, dancing, and traveling. I hope to become good friend with all of you during these 4 years." Many boys' eyes brightened at her mention of dancing. Lu Ruyan smiled demurely as she took her seat, her elegant posture captivating the hearts of countless boys in the class. Then came Wang Feifei's introduction, which proved to be quite intriguing. Wang Feifei sat alone at a table. When he stood to introduce himself, he first offered a slightly bashful smile. Then, casting a lingering gaze at Lu Ruyan, he said, "My name is Wang Feifei, and I attended the same high school as Ruyan. Just like her, I hope to become friends with everyone. I also hope you will take good care of our dear Ruyan." An uproar of teasing ensued. In just a few sentences, he could not help but mention Ruyan repeatedly. It was clear to everyone that Wang Feifei harbored feelings for Lu Ruyan. The glances exchanged among the others subtly shifted. Many presumed the two were a couple. Otherwise, such affectionate terms would not be used. Wang Feifei's introduction resembled a declaration of ownership. Lu Ruyan, noticing the attention they garnered, felt anxious and wished to explain. However, she feared hurting Wang Feifei's sensitive heart. She understood that Wang Feifei had always struggled to make friends, having only her and Qin Ran from middle school through high school. To be precise, He had only one true friend, as Wang Feifei and Qin Ran were not particularly close. Lu Ruyan's flustered demeanor seemed to validate the assumptions of those around them. This, of course, was precisely the effect Wang Feifei desired. He was well aware of Lu Ruyan's charm. With Qin Ran now out of the picture, he felt compelled to assert his claim before someone else might begin to pursue her. Fortunately, it appeared that no boy in the class was more handsome than Qin Ran. After Wang Feifei sat down, the girls from the first row of the second group began their introductions. Their introductions were swift, many speaking in hushed tones, making it difficult to discern their words. The adjacent class erupted in cheers, creating a lively atmosphere. However, as soon as it was Lin Wanbai's turn, all attention shifted toward her. When Lin Wanbai stood, everyone's gaze was drawn to her. "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Wanbai." Her introduction was succinct, formal, and rather aloof. Yet, many boys remained captivated, remembering the name Lin Wanbai. Without a doubt, this name would become the focal point of discussion for several dormitories that evening. Despite her somewhat frosty demeanor, her voice was melodious and pleasant. Her pure and exquisite visage undoubtedly embodied the quintessential image of first love. And many boys had already designated Lin Wanbai as their goddess, their ultimate aspiration. The reason why she is not the primary target is that everyone is acutely aware that a girl as stunning as Lin Wanbai likely has a boyfriend. Even if she does not, the line of suitors hoping to pursue her could stretch from the north gate to the south gate of the school. Moreover, Lin Wanbai's standards are undoubtedly high. She would not settle for an ordinary boy for a romantic relationship. Thus, she remains a goddess in their hearts, an object of distant admiration, but never be trifled with. In comparison, Lu Ruyan appears to be a more attainable pursuit. Lu Ping, who has a penchant for basketball, has already resolved to make his move on Lu Ruyan. With an appealing appearance, commendable academic performance, and basketball prowess, Lu Ping has enjoyed considerable popularity since high school. He firmly believes he possesses a significant chance to win Lu Ruyan's affections. However, he faces a formidable rival, the recently risen Qin Ran. "Hello everyone, I am Qin Ran." He introduces himself in a monotone voice with succinct phrases, which sounds oddly familiar. Lin Wanbai, seated in the front row, glances over at Qin Ran and realizes his introduction mirrors her own, save for their names. Yet, once Qin Ran takes his seat, Guofuping interjects, making things more peculiar. Qin Ran has the highest score in our class for the college entrance examination. Even though we are now in university, let us not underestimate the importance of academic performance. Excelling academically not only opens doors to scholarships, but also presents greater opportunities in the future. Currently, Zhonghai is actively recruiting talent with generous subsidies. Those aspiring to pursue graduate studies should begin their preparations by the end of their sophomore year. Qin Ran, please lend a hand to your classmates so we can all improve together. Qin Ran finds it difficult to refuse, muttering, "Right." The eager gazes directed at him feel like a weight on his back. After all, how many of those who gained admission to Zhonghai University are not top-tier students? Moreover, he has long forgotten everything he learned in high school. The thought of being thrust back into the throes of his senior year is nothing short of a nightmare. It would be preferable to perish outright, given his current knowledge base. Even obtaining an undergraduate degree seems a daunting task, typical of someone who merely returns the material to the teacher after the exam. However, university is not high school. While the competition for graduate school may be fierce, the day-to-day learning is comparatively less intense. No one will deliberately approach him with academic inquiries. At most, a few female classmates may wish to engage him in discussions under the pretext of exploring a topic. Qin Ran senses a gaze fixed upon him and turns to find only the back of Lin Wanbai's head. Was it merely an illusion? It seems not. As the last student completes their introduction, Guofuping speaks again. Now that everyone has introduced themselves, many may not remember each name, but that is of little consequence. We will gradually grow familiar with one another. Presently, we have a wonderful opportunity. Does anyone wish to self-nominate for the position of class monitor? It not only allows for personal growth, but also enables one to assist their classmates. Guofuping scans the room. Anyone? Teacher, I would like to give it a try. A confident female voice resounds. It's Lu Ruyan. Applause erupts, but it is not a chorus of hands. Rather, it is the singular applause of Wang Feifei, who sits at a table behind her, clapping enthusiastically. Guofuping, unfazed, remarks that university is teeming with admirers. All right, please come to the stage and introduce yourself, along with your reasons for wanting to be class monitor. We will elect a primary monitor and 1 or 2 deputies. For now, we are selecting a temporary class monitor. Anyone else interested may also step forward. Do not be shy. Life is about embracing challenges. Lu Ruyan strides confidently to the center of the stage, her posture poised and elegant, her gaze brimming with self-assurance. Having held the position of class monitor since elementary school, she is well-versed in the role. As the leader of the class, The monitor directly influences the class's image, necessitating a high level of overall competence. Huang Zujia nudges Qin Ran's arm and gestures toward Lu Ruyan. How does she insult others? Qin Ran, perplexed, inquires, who did she insult? She implied that our entire class is filled with fools. No, you misheard. She was referring to herself. Huang Zujia gasps, casting a bewildered look at Lu Ruyan. Could it be that her mind is unhinged? On stage, Lu Ruyan has kept her peripheral vision fixed on Qin Ran. Noticing that Qin Ran and his deskmate are whispering to each other, particularly with his deskmate wearing a shocked expression, Lu Ruyan's smile widens. She presumes Qin Ran is likely discussing their relationship with his deskmate. However, she has yet to agree to be Qin Ran's girlfriend. After delivering her meticulously prepared speech, Lu Ruyan smiles and steps down, only to be met with a resounding round of applause. Huang Zujia, applauding while shaking his head, is filled with admiration. Nonetheless, he has no intention of casting his vote for Lu Ruyan. Once the applause subsides, Guo Fuping asks, is there anyone else who would like to give it a shot? Silence envelopes the room. It is evident that Lu Ruyan's beauty and eloquence have captivated many classmates. Some who had mustered the courage to step forward have been dissuaded from pursuing the role of class monitor after witnessing Lu Ruyan's campaign speech. Observing this, Guo Fuping states, then Lu Ruyan shall temporarily assume the role of class monitor. After military training, we will conduct a formal election for class officers. The monitor will assist classmates in collecting their books, and the boys in the class will lend a hand. Please record your height and size. We will also collect the military training uniforms. Lu Ruyan nods, affirming her understanding. Guo Fuping continues, by the way, as the new semester commences. We will be collecting 50 yuan as class fees. Any future activities or expenses will be deducted from these funds. The class monitor will collect them today, and once we elect the class officers, they will hand them over to the life committee. Monitor, please take some time to record sizes, and then proceed to collect the items. I have other matters to attend to, and will take my leave now. With that, Guo Fuping exits. Lu Ruyan rises, confidently and gracefully making her way to the podium. Wang Feifei raises her hand. Yin Yin, let me help you with the registrations. However, Lu Ruyan does not pause. The onlookers shift their gazes to Wang Feifei, confirming that it is not a romantic relationship, but rather that of a devoted admirer in the campus belle. Lu Ruyan takes the paper and pen, stating, let us first record the sizes for the military training uniforms. You may submit the class fees to me later. She begins to take down the sizes one by one. Soon, she encounters issues. Some say they wear a standard size and are unsure of what size to choose for the military training uniform, while others mention that their parents buy their clothes, leaving them clueless about sizing. After nearly half an hour, she has only recorded a handful of students, and the others are starting to grow impatient. The calm demeanor that once adorned Lu Ruyan's face fades, replaced by a sense of urgency as her tone becomes slightly irritable. How can you not know your size? Just check the label on your collar, and you'll find out. It must be there. The remaining classmates, please clarify your sizes. This way, we can expedite the process. We still need to collect our books. Lu Ruyan finished speaking, yet no one paid her any heed, and the efficiency remained dismally low. Wang Feifei, attempting to assist, nearly escalated the situation into an argument. The initial aura surrounding them gradually faded, and the classmates' perception of the two began to decline. In her previous life, this had not been the case, as Qin Ran had lent a helping hand. However, Qin Ran was no longer inclined to assist. He merely reminded his roommates to request a size smaller when registering. Frustrated by the sluggish pace, Lu Ruyan requested Wang Feifei to begin the registration from the last group. Wang Feifei eagerly complied, carefully tearing 2 pages from Lu Ruyan's notebook and proceeding to group 4 for registration. Name size. Chen Shuwen, one size fits all. No one size fits all here. With your petite frame, you should be a size S. Who is petite? I meant your height. Are you out of your mind? Chen Shuwen was not one to remain composed. She was a veritable firecracker, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Furthermore, she harbored a particular disdain for green tea boys and had earned a reputation in high school as an expert in identifying insincere individuals. The sight of Wang Feifei, who appeared both delicate and tea-like, irked her immensely, especially since Wang Feifei was being dismissive and failing to communicate properly. Enraged, Wang Feifei shot back. You are the one with issues. I didn't insult you. Am I not stating the truth? Hearing the commotion, Lu Ruyan approached. What is happening? Wang Feifei's fury dissipated as she waved her hand with a smile. It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. This classmate is unsure of her size. Chen Shuwen stood up. Could you speak properly? It sounds as if I've done something wrong. Suppressing her anger, Wang Feifei jested. I was just joking. No need to be so upset. Do we know each other? If you can't gauge my temperament, refrain from making jokes. Lu Ruyan felt somewhat dissatisfied with Wang Feifei. They had only just started the registration, and already there was conflict with a classmate. However, Loyalty to friends prevailed. Wang Fei was her close companion, and given her good intentions, Lu Ruyin decided to side with her friend. All right, classmate, please refrain from getting agitated. Once registration is complete, we can move on to the next person. Everyone, let us be swift and not waste time. Chen Shuwen grew increasingly irritable. Initially, she had thought Wang Fei was the only problematic one, but now it seemed the acting class leader was equally troublesome. What brand of plastic bag are you? Lu Ruyin was taken aback. What? I asked what brand of plastic bag you are. So, capable of holding so much. Realizing the implication, Lu Ruyin's expression turned icy. Classmate, please be mindful of your words and actions. Such behavior is quite uncouth. Wang Fei fired back immediately. What is wrong with you? Why are you so ill-tempered? We were merely trying to assist you with your registration, and you repay kindness with malice. Could you not be more gracious with your words? Chen Shuwen narrowed her eyes. Repaying kindness with malice? Is simply recording my size considered a favor? How laughable. You're clearly no different from those brazen harlots, merely a shameless one. Wang Fei was incensed, her face alternating between shades of green and white. Laughter erupted from the surrounding students, evidently amused by Chen Shuwen's brazen remarks. Huang Zujie's gaze lingered on Chen Shuwen's face as he remarked to Qin Ran. I quite like this little firecracker. Qin Ran raised an eyebrow. Your tastes are rather peculiar. Don't you think she is charming for not being pretentious or flirtatious? Indeed. However, if you were to pursue her, I fear you might end up as a henpecked husband. Henchman? What is that? A husband under strict control. Huang Zujie hesitated. Then I shall reconsider. Fuqin Quanti's don't. I find her quite suitable for you. Really? Absolutely. And with her around, our dormitory won't lose any arguments in the future. Huang Zujie raised his middle finger in disdain. Qin Ran observed the trio's quarrel, shaking his head before turning his attention to the window, unbothered and leisurely enjoying the clouds. Chapter 14. Just one day as class leader, Qin Ran unwittingly becomes the target of criticism. On Lu Ruyin's first day as class leader, trouble ensued. Guofu Ping hurried back. What's going on? Why the commotion? Class leader, class leader. Lu Ruyin emerged with a grim expression. Class instructor, what's the issue? Guofu Ping had been the class instructor since the beginning of the semester and had guided several cohorts of students, yet none had encountered trouble on their first day. Why the argument? We were registering, but some classmates were uncooperative. It's my fault. Yin, it's not your fault. Wang Fei, having lost her earlier bravado, spoke plaintively. It's all my fault. I failed to communicate effectively with my classmates. Class instructor, please do not blame Yin. If anyone is at fault, it is I. I spoke too quickly and too bluntly, leading Chun's classmate to misunderstand. Ugh. Chen Shuwen made a gagging noise. Wang Fei, right? Could you stop the theatrics? It's nauseating. You weren't acting so innocent earlier when you were disparaging me. I don't need to know your troubles. Could you not flaunt them so overtly? Wang Fei clenched her fists, itching to retaliate. Yet she restrained herself, maintaining a facade of innocence. It's my fault. This has nothing to do with Chun's classmate. It's all on me. Enough. Guofu Ping frowned. Everyone, cease speaking. Return to your seats promptly. Qin Ran, you will be responsible for recording the remaining students. Qin Ran, who had been observing the spectacle, found himself unwittingly implicated. However, with Guofu Ping's decree, he had no choice but to rise. Classmates, may I borrow a pen and some paper? Sure. A rather unremarkable girl's face flushed bright red. Qin Ran borrowed paper and a pen from female classmate and began registering the remaining students. Approaching the first desk, he discreetly gave Chen Shuwen a thumbs up. Classmate, please write down your name and size. The previously explosive Chen Shuwen smiled, readily taking the pen and swiftly jotting down her name and size on the paper before passing it to her deskmate, saving Qin Ran from repeating himself. One after another, the process flowed smoothly, far more efficiently than Wang Fei and Lu Ruyin had managed. Guofu Ping observed this, nodding to himself in approval. Interactions and handling matters revealed themselves through the details. He was unaware of the specifics of the earlier altercation, yet could surmise the general circumstances. Had everyone approached things as Qin Ran had, such disputes would have been avoided. Within minutes, it was time for the middle desk. Qin Ran looked at Lin Wanbai and smiled normally. However, Lin Wanbai did not respond and continued writing. Her handwriting was elegant and displayed a standard script, reflecting her character. Yet, Qin Ran noticed that Lin Wanbai's delicate fingers seemed to be gripping the pen a bit too tightly. After finishing, Lin Wanbai extended both hands to Qin Ran. Wanbai, I haven't written yet. Oh. Lin Wanbai quickly retracted her hands and passed the paper to her neighbor, Li Xiaoko. Qin Ran found it amusing. The usually aloof Lin Wanbai had red ears. It seemed her cool demeanor was merely a facade. However, when considering her striking looks, it was reasonable, otherwise. With Lin Wanbai's beauty, countless boys would flock to her without pause. After Li Xiaoko completed her entry, she directly passed it to the next desk. Qin Ran was relieved, ready to bypass Lin Wanbai and continue his task. But then he noticed her shoelace had come undone and called out, "Ji!" Lin Wanbai abruptly stood, her chair scraping against the floor with an ear-piercing sound, causing the entire class to turn their attention. Yet, Lin Wanbai merely fixed her gaze on Qin Ran, her body tense as if startled like a frightened rabbit. I was just kindly reminding you that your shoelace is undone." Lin Wanbai quickly lowered her head for a glance, only to realize that she had misunderstood, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Subsequently, she sat down to tie her shoelaces, burying her apple-like face deep within her knees. When Qin Ran approached from behind, Li Xiaoko whispered, "Wanbai, do you know him?" Lin Wanbai shook her head, indicating she did not. "Then why do you seem a bit afraid of him?" Lin Wanbai hesitated, but refrained from recounting her encounter with Qin Ran from the previous day. She had seen him faint and, out of kindness, had approached him, only to have him accidentally bump his nose against hers, bringing tears to her eyes. Shortly thereafter, while reporting her safety to her mother by the small bridge, she witnessed Qin Ran shouting and hollering by the river, which led her to genuinely believe he was unwell, both physically and mentally. She never expected that she would end up as his classmate. When she saw Qin Ran upon entering the classroom, she was utterly astonished. Her earlier actions of standing up had merely been instinctive. Lin Wanbai quietly observed Qin Ran, who appeared quite ordinary. Yet she was uncertain when he might succumb to his ailments or what exactly those ailments entailed. A sudden wave of guilt washed over her. She realized she ought not to view a patient through a distorted lens. Qin Ran's fainting spell might have been indicative of some hidden illness. Her previous behavior had been somewhat disrespectful. Lin Wanbai resolved to seek an opportunity to apologize to Qin Ran, vowing not to act that way again. Should Qin Ran require assistance, she would indeed extend her hand. Thus, she made her decision. After registering, Qin Ran handed the notebook to Lu Ruyan. "You take care of it." Lu Ruyan was sulking, muttering that the class monitor had instructed her to handle it. In a fit of pique, she slapped her notebook into Qin Ran's hands, causing both notebooks to tumble to the ground. Witnessing this display, Wang Feifei's mood shifted from gloomy to bright. "Qin Ran, you should have." As Qin Ran bent down to retrieve the notebooks, he cast a calm glance at Wang Feifei, silencing her words instantly. Wang Feifei swallowed hard, feeling a chill creep over her. Guo Fuping, still present in the classroom, frowned upon observing Lu Ruyan's behavior. He had already resolved that Lu Ruyan would not continue as class monitor after military training. Her decision-making was lacking, as she displayed insufficient poise. Such a person in a leadership position would only incite further issues. In contrast, Qin Ran seemed far more suitable. Guo Fuping addressed Qin Ran. "You take the boys to collect the books and military uniforms." "All right," Qin Ran replied, surveying the room. "Boys, follow me." Upon realizing that Qin Ran intended to leave her behind to lead the others in fetching the books, Lu Ruyan's anger flared anew. "Qin Ran, do you know where to collect the books?" However, the boys' raucous laughter drowned out her voice, prompting her to stomp her feet in frustration. Wang Feifei interjected, "Ruyan, don't be upset." Lu Yifei, seated in front, turned to ask, "Aren't you going?" Wang Feifei paused, pointing to herself. "Me? Yes, aren't you a boy?" Lu Ruyan explained. "Feifei isn't well. She shouldn't be doing heavy labor." "Oh, I see," Lu Yifei remarked, her eyes filled with curiosity. "No, I can manage. I was just about to go." "Ruyan, don't underestimate me. I'm quite manly." Wang Feifei flexed her biceps. Yet, the sight was rather comical, eliciting laughter from the nearby girls. Wang Feifei, feeling embarrassed, hurried away to catch up with the main group, unaware of what awaited her. Chapter 15. You're so bad, I really like it. Without Lu Ruyan's prompting, Qin Ran was already aware of where to collect the books. This was not his first time. He confidently led the group of boys to the warehouse adjacent to the first-floor library, where two long queues snaked out from the entrance. "There seems to be quite a crowd," Fu Qingchuan remarked. Huang Zujie shrugged. "Let's wait." "Everyone, hold on a minute," Qin Ran said, striding towards the warehouse entrance. Within 3 minutes, Fu Qingchuan spotted Qin Ran waving. "Is he signaling for us to go?" "We'll find out if we go." Huang Zujie, clad in flip-flops, strode forward. The other boys exchanged glances. "Aren't we supposed to queue?" "I don't know. I suppose we should be in line." "It seems like Qin Ran is letting us through to collect the books." "No way. Are we really skipping the line?" "Let's go. What are we waiting for? Let's move." The group of boys raced towards Qin Ran. Meanwhile, the boys who were already queuing began to murmur amongst themselves. "Brother Kuan, what's going on with them?" "Don't call me Brother Ji," Ji Buqing replied, scowling. "Call me Qingge." "All right, Qingge, should we go too?" Another boy suggested. "Why not? Let's check it out. We might not have to wait." Ji Buqing nodded. "Then let's go take a look." During the previous class meeting, Ji Buqing had subtly emerged as the leader among the boys of class 152. Now, it was only natural for him to take the lead. Moreover, he recognized Qin Ran as the one who had embarrassed him yesterday and had even swindled him out of 100 yuan, shamelessly using his money for a free barbecue. The money was trivial, but the loss of face was significant. Had it not been for the new semester, he would not have let it slide so easily. Though humiliated, he had chosen to endure it quietly. As Ji Buqing approached the warehouse entrance, he exchanged glances with Qin Ran, both recognizing the mutual disdain in each other's eyes. Ji Buqing turned to the senior responsible for the registration and distribution, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth reminiscent of the Nike logo. "Senior, we are from class 152. May we collect our books now?" "Not yet," the senior replied, her smile fading. "Why not?" Ji Buqing inquired, taken aback. "It's not your turn yet. But why can they go? It's their class S turn. We arrived first. You were at the back of the line just now. Weren't you? Queue up. If you cause any more trouble, your class will be the last to collect their books." Ji Buqing cast a glance at Qin Ran, who wore a bemused smile, gritting his teeth. "Let us go." The group left in a hasty retreat, their earlier enthusiasm dissipating. Ji Buqing's status as a leader had been shaken. Once the bothersome boys departed, the previously aloof senior turned to Qin Ran with a flirtatious smile. "Junior, don't forget to fulfill your promise to the senior." Huang Zujia, who had just exited with an armful of books, instantly recognized the girl before him. She was the same senior who had remarked to Qin Ran yesterday that if he were a junior, it wouldn't be out of the question. His gaze toward Qin Ran transformed entirely. "Brother, you're making quite a sacrifice." But Huang Zujia quickly realized, wait, this isn't a sacrifice. It's clearly a reward. He too could make sacrifices if necessary. However, the senior's gaze never lingered on him for more than a second. Huang Zujia huffed as he carried the books away, suddenly understanding that he could never emulate Qin Ran. Such an innate charm seemed to continuously attract girls in his vicinity. Among boys, some were referred to as handsome, others as scruffy. The most infuriating were those like Qin Ran, who were dubbed heartthrobs. Qin Ran nodded in acknowledgement. He had not engaged in any transactional dealings with the senior. He merely assisted with a small task within her jurisdiction. Upon noticing the tardy arrival of Wang Feifei, he turned to Fu Qingchuan and said, "Give him a bit more." Fu Qingchuan let out a sinister chuckle. "No problem." Just then, the newly arrived Wang Feifei found himself burdened by a hefty stack of principles of economics resting heavily on his shoulder. Fu Qingchuan gave the books a firm pat. "No need to thank me." Bewildered, Wang Feifei bent under the weight, muttering, "Why should I thank you, you old hag? Can my frail frame handle all these books?" Yet, recalling how he had been mocked by the girls moments ago, he gritted his teeth and bore the load. However, his already weak back felt as if it might snap. The tall senior observed this with amusement, gazing at Qin Ran. "Junior, you're quite the rascal." "I like it." Fu Qingchuan stared in astonishment as the senior playfully nudged Qin Ran. "Is it truly the case that women only love wicked men?" He wished to exclaim, "Senior, I can be wicked too." However, the memory of Ji Buqing being coldly dismissed by the tall senior lingered in his mind. Fu Qingchuan quashed his thoughts. It seemed only Qin Ran could enjoy such affection. "Old Huang, wait for me." Huang Zujia turned around, bewildered. "Did you just call me what?" "Old Huang. Or should I call you Old Jia? Or perhaps Old Sister?" No, you can call me Old Ancestor instead." "Old Ancestor isn't too bad, just a bit odd." Fu Qingchuan soon realized, hey, you're taking advantage of me, you ungrateful wretch. Thus commenced the fierce competition for the title of foster father over the next 4 years of university. In truth, not many people were needed to carry the books. Noticing that 3 boys were left empty-handed, Qin Ran bid farewell to the senior and prepared to take them to collect their military training uniforms. Shortly after they exited, Qin Ran heard someone calling him. Turning around, he was surprised to see Chan Shuan approaching with 6 or 7 girls, Lin Wanbai among them. "Qin Ran, have you finished collecting your books? Do you need help?" "It's all done. We're heading to get our military uniforms now. Let us go together." The class monitor said we should also collect brooms and dustpans. "You will find it difficult to carry everything." "All right, thank you. No need for politeness. We're all classmates." The group proceeded to the logistics department. The 3 boys swiftly grabbed all the military uniforms, feeling awkward about leaving the girls to walk back slowly. Qin Ran needed to register the class and sign, which took a bit longer. As he turned around after finishing the registration, he was startled by Lin Wanbai standing right behind him. "Lin, do you need something?" Lin Wanbai fidgeted. "I'm sorry, Qin Ran." He was taken aback. "Why are you apologizing to me? I should be the one apologizing for bumping into you yesterday and making you cry. I truly regret it. And about the bridge incident, I was just shouting randomly. I hope I didn't frighten you." Lin Wanbai murmured. "You did scare me." "What did you say?" "Nothing, I misunderstood. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Qin Ran felt somewhat perplexed, sensing that Lin Wanbai's gaze towards him was rather unusual. It wasn't the gaze of someone infatuated, but rather one filled with concern for a special group of individuals. Hesitantly, Qin Ran said, I'm not ill. Lin Wanbai appeared to have confirmed a certain suspicion. I know, I won't tell anyone. Chapter 16. A collective rebirth? This is absolutely impossible. Qin Ran was dumbfounded. Clearly, Lin Wanbai had taken him for someone from a special group. He couldn't tell if she thought he was mentally ill or neurotic, or perhaps both. Lin, I assure you, I won't say a word. Lin Wanbai pressed her lips together, her eyes resolute. If you need help, feel free to ask me. With that, she picked up the dustpan that Qin Ran was supposed to take and began to walk back. Qin Ran gaped. Could it be that Lin Wanbai had been possessed? He didn't recall her being like this. However, in his previous life, he had very little interaction with Lin Wanbai. For 4 years of university, they hardly spoke, not just with her, but with other girls in the class as well. His heart had belonged to Lu Ruyan, who was fond of him mingling with other girls, especially Lin Wanbai. As Qin Ran observed Lin Wanbai's retreating figure, he contemplated. She seemed quite easy to deceive. He stepped outside with his notebook when Chen Shuwen suddenly appeared. What were you doing in there with Lin Wanbai? Just grabbing something. What's the matter? Taking so long just to grab something. Do you want me to help you? Help me with what? Create an opportunity for you. Qin Ran was astonished. It wasn't just Lin Wanbai who had changed. Even Chen Shuwen seemed different from his previous life. Could it be that everyone had been reborn? Impossible. Qin Ran quickly dismissed this thought. If everyone had truly been reborn, Lu Rian wouldn't still be so proud. The favored ones knew no fear, and Lu Rian epitomized this phrase. Moreover, given Chen Shuwen's straightforward nature, her words were hardly surprising. Qin Ran shook his head. You've misunderstood. Chen Shuwen frowned. You can't possibly like that plastic girl, can you? Plastic girl? Lu Rian, the one who puts on such airs. Qin Ran couldn't help but marvel at how clearly Chen Shuwen expressed her likes and dislikes. In the past, he might have been displeased with her remarks about Lu Ruyan, but now it didn't bother him. Let us go. Everyone else has returned to class. Chen Shuwen caught up to Qin Ran. You haven't told me yet. I don't like her. Really? Really? You're quite something. Qin Ran found himself struggling to keep up with Chen Shuwen's thought process. However, he quickly realized that for her, the distinction between liking and disliking was stark and uncomplicated. He appreciated Chen Shuwen's personality. She was a likable little firecracker. But as for a girlfriend, he would prefer someone different. Chen Shuwen was more suited to being a buddy. Upon returning to class, Qin Ran asked his 3 good roommates to join him on stage to distribute the books. Chen Shuwen, meanwhile, proactively helped Qin Ran hand out the military uniforms. The deputy class monitor had become entirely superfluous. Guofuping had already left, evidently trusting Qin Ran completely. Once they finished distributing the books and uniforms, the bell rang. Perfect. There was no need to return in the afternoon. They had accomplished everything in just one morning. Tomorrow would be dedicated to preparing for military training. Qin Ran sent a message to Guofuping, signaling that everything was taken care of. To his surprise, Guofuping assigned him another task, to create a class group chat, add him, and keep the roster safe. Additionally, he was to contact him promptly in case of any unexpected situations during military training. Qin Ran realized he had been roped into Guofuping's plans. Thankfully, he and suggested Guofuping take the position of class monitor. Otherwise, he would have certainly refused. Qin Ran took Wen Yonglong and the others to buy supplies. However, since he had committed, he would do it well. Not for Lu Rian, but as a principle of his own work ethic. After the class meeting adjourned, Lu Rian stormed out, not waiting for her roommates. She was waiting for Qin Ran to catch up and offer an explanation. But the only one following her was Wang Feifei. Whereas Qin Ran? Qin Ran? I just saw him heading the other way, Wang Feifei replied. Where'd he go? I have no idea. He didn't say? That annoying Qin Ran. I can't stand him. Lu Rian lamented. Feifei, don't you agree? Absolutely. Qin Ran is so annoying. But what? Yin Yin, I'm not sure if I should tell you. Spit it out. Did he go to see that girl again? No. Then what was it? Did we not just go to move the books? Wang Feifei feigned hesitation and continued. I saw him playfully pushing back and forth with a senior. What? Are you serious? Indeed, many classmates in our class witnessed it. Yin Yin, I feel that Qin Ran has changed. It seems he no longer likes you and has turned into scoundrel. That's impossible, Lu Rianyan exclaimed. Qin Ran only has eyes for me. Calm down, Yin Yin. Perhaps I misjudged the situation, Wang Feifei whispered. But I'm not the only one who saw it. I refuse to believe it. You should find Qin Ran and tell him to come see me. But he has deleted me from his contacts. How can Qin Ran be like this? We are clearly good friends. That is why I said I hardly know him anymore. He has completely transformed, don't you think, Yin Yin? Lu Rianyan froze, reflecting on Qin Ran's recent behavior, which indeed seemed abnormal. In the past, he would have been attentive, escorting her to her dorm and ensuring everything was in order. Today, he would never have turned a blind eye to her being bullied. The more she thought about it, the angrier and more wrong she felt. I will seek him out. Don't. Wang Feifei quickly interjected. He would not allow Lu Rianyan to confront Qin Ran. What if Qin Ran's heart softened again? He knew that few could resist Lu Rianyan's charm. Although he was unclear about the reasons behind Qin Ran's drastic change, it had only been a few days. If Lu Rianyan played her cards right, Qin Ran might revert to his former self, rendering Wang Feifei's efforts in vain. Wang Feifei's thoughts raced. Yin, it would be inappropriate for you to seek out Qin Ran right now. Why? He might be intentionally flirting with other girls to provoke a sense of urgency in you, hoping to persuade you to be his girlfriend. Lu Rianyan was taken aback. Upon further contemplation, this indeed seemed plausible. What should I do then? Seeing that Lu Rianyan was receptive to his advice, Wang Feifei felt a sense of relief. You should refrain from seeking him out for the time being and observe who becomes anxious first. Qin Ran adores you. He will undoubtedly come looking for you. It's only been a day, not even two. Yin, don't rush. I assure you, Qin Ran will succumb to the urge to apologize, seek your forgiveness, and want you to be his girlfriend. However, when that time comes, do not acquiesce too readily. The easier something is to obtain, the less it is cherished. Moreover, if you give in once, who has to say he won T repeat the same behavior? You must not indulge him. Yin, I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Rianyan nodded slightly. I understand. Thank you, Feifei. You're the best. Of course, we're the best of friends, Wang Feifei replied with a smile. Best of friends. Wang Feifei's smile faltered. He thought, I don't want to be just your friend. Lu Rianyan, feeling relieved, happily returned to her dorm. As she approached the door, she overheard her roommates chatting and paused in her tracks. Yin probably won't be class president anymore, right? Most likely, she shouldn't have assisted Wang Feifei. Wang Feifei really is something. He talks like a rogue, saying things are small there. You heard that too? He was so loud, the entire class must have heard. If I were Chen Shuwen, I would definitely be angry. But Chen Shuwen is quite a temper. I was startled. Indeed, I was taken aback too. But seeing Chen Shuwen confront Wang Feifei was rather satisfying. I felt the same. But it seems like Yin and Wang Feifei have a close relationship. Regardless, I'm not particularly fond of Wang Feifei. He seems too much like green tea, right? I feel the same. He really is quite pretentious. The discussions had always revolved around Lu Rianyan, eliciting admiration, envy, and affection, all of which she was well aware of and accustomed to. However, she had never felt as pained as she did today. The conversations in the dorm pierced her heart like needles. She couldn't comprehend what she had done wrong. Did they all believe being class president was easy? When she took attendance, her classmates not only failed to cooperate, but also intentionally delayed her. Lu Rianyan had faced hostility from girls long before, but she never anticipated that on the very first day of school, she would be collectively targeted by the girls in her class. Even her roommates did not stand by her side. Furthermore, the very Wang Feifei who claimed to assist her was not truly supportive. Previously, Wang Feifei had struggled to integrate with either the boys or the girls, having no friends apart from Lu Rianyan. Yet, she believed that people merely needed to understand Wang Feifei better to accept him. After all, Wang Feifei was rather pitiable. His father was indifferent, his health was frail, he had battled depression, and he lacked friends. However, Wang Feifei insisted that she refrain from discussing these matters with others, claiming that having just him and Qin Ran was sufficient. But Qin Ran didn't seem to like Wang Feifei much, leaving him with only Lu Rianyan as a friend. The more Lu Rianyan listened, the angrier she became. She felt justified in her actions earlier. It was her classmates who had failed to cooperate. Moreover, they barely knew Wang Feifei, yet labeled him as a green tea boy, speaking in a sarcastic manner. Lu Rianyan burst through the door, startling Fong Man and Li Huihui. Yin, you're back. Uh-huh. Lu Rianyan responded indifferently, returning to her seat without sparing them a glance. Fong Man and Li Huihui exchanged glances, aware that Lu Rianyan had likely overheard their conversation. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. The three of them were not particularly close, and Lu Rianyan's haughty demeanor made them swallow the words they had almost spoken. In truth, they disliked Wang Feifei, not Lu Rianyan. Yet, with the atmosphere so tense, any utterance seemed inappropriate. As mealtime approached, Li Huihui finally asked, Yin, would you like to join us for dinner? I won't be going. I have plans with a friend. Lu Rianyan emphasized the word friend, making it particularly pronounced. It was a clear implication that Wang Feifei was her friend, and they should refrain from speaking ill of him behind his back. Li Huihui was uncertain if she caught on, but she and Fong Man left for dinner. The room was left with a simmering Lu Rianyan and the quiet Yu Yafei, who was listening to music through her headphones. After waiting nearly half an hour, Lu Rianyan had yet to receive a message from Qin Ran. He hadn't joined her for dinner the previous day, had brought breakfast to other girls that morning, and now, he didn't even reach out to her at noon. Lu Rianyan's anger escalated. She could no longer resist the urge to message Qin Ran, demanding to know why he was behaving this way. But then she recalled Wang Feifei's words, it was very likely that Qin Ran was doing this intentionally. Ultimately, Lu Rianyan refrained from messaging Qin Ran. As she prepared to summon Wang Feifei to accompany her for a meal, she suddenly noticed that Yu Yifei was still in the dorm. Lu Rianyan had just vented her frustrations about Qin Ran and the classmates, unaware if the headphone-wearing Yu Yifei had overheard her. Yifei, Yifei? Lu Rianyan tentatively called out a few times. Seeing that Yu Yifei remained unresponsive, Lu Rianyan approached her bed and lightly tapped the bed frame. Yu Yifei removed her headphones. What's up? Are you going to eat? I'm not hungry. You go ahead. Then I shall take my leave. Lu Rianyan stepped outside, sending a message to Wang Feifei. Grateful that she still had a close friend. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, when Lu Ping had asked for her contact information, Lu Riyun let out a soft huff. Qin Ran, you will come to regret this. Many pursue me. You are but one among them. If you do not apologize, playing this game of push and pull, I shall make you envious too. HM. In the dormitory, Lu Yifei removed her silent headphones, gently shaking her head with a smirk. Finally, she could concentrate on her artwork in peace. If Lu Riyun were to see what she was painting, she would undoubtedly be astonished. However, at this moment, she encountered her crush. The boy of her dreams appeared a bit rebellious, radiating both sunshine and carefree charm. Wang Feifei, seated across from Lu Riyun, sensed trouble as he noticed the gleam in her eyes. It was the first time he had seen her display such a bashful yet joyful expression. Following Lu Riyun's gaze, he spotted a handsome young man surrounded by several others, heading towards the food counter. Oh no, the childhood friend is gone, and now a new contender arrives? Wang Feifei felt tears welling up, fearing this newcomer might be even more formidable than Qin Ran. Yin Yin, this chicken nugget tastes delightful. You should give it a try. Wang Feifei attempted to divert Lu Riyun's attention. Yet, Lu Riyun's gaze remained fixated on the boy, completely oblivious to Wang Feifei's words. Yin Yin, huh? Lu Riyun snapped back to reality. What is it? Try this chicken nugget. No need, you eat it. As Lu Riyun glanced back, she discovered the boy was also looking at her, causing her heart to race wildly. She quickly lowered her head, fiddling with her hair while eating. Ji Buoqing's gaze lingered on Lu Riyun for a moment before he averted his eyes, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Brother, that pretty girl seems to have been watching you. Qingge, I've told you not to call me Jigu. Your Mandarin is atrocious. Huh, I believe my Mandarin is quite precise. Forget it. Order for yourself. Today, I shall treat you. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Thank you, Qingge. Ji Buoqing deliberately positioned himself with several boys at a diagonal from Lu Riyun. Their glances occasionally met. Ji Buoqing maintained a natural demeanor, even offering Lu Riyun a slight smile in greeting, yet refrained from asking for contact details. Lu Riyun's ears turned crimson, and her pace of eating slowed considerably. Just then, four individuals entered the doorway, immediately capturing the attention of Lu Riyun and Ji Buoqing. Qingge, it's those boys. Ji Buoqing turned his head, his smile evaporating. Chapter 18. Setting aside the facts, let us discuss the terms. Ji Buoqing fixed his gaze on Qin Ran, appearing calm, yet a flicker of coldness danced in his eyes. Throughout his life, he had never faced defeat except for that one minor setback at the hands of Qin Ran, which had left him feeling disgusted. He had already learned that Qin Ran was from the class next door, and they would inevitably cross paths in large lectures. He had no intention of letting yesterday's incident slide. Ji Buoqing discreetly signaled to Chun Hui beside him. The cigarette-smoking Chun Hui understood, pretending to eat while deliberately extending a foot to trip Qin Ran. However, Fu Qingchuan, walking behind, suddenly quickened his pace, wrapping an arm around Qin Ran's shoulder. You made us do the heavy lifting. Today, it's your turn to treat. Watch out, Wen Yonglong suddenly shouted. Holy crap. Fu Qingchuan stumbled, letting out a gasp. With no time to think, he instinctively wrapped his arms around something. Bang! Clatter. Chun Hui was thrust directly into the food tray, broth splattering everywhere, drenching Ji Buoqing and the other two at the same table. The already conspicuous Chun Hui's yellow hair drew even more attention. Damn it! Bang! Chun Hui slammed his hands on the table, rising to throw a punch at Fu Qingchuan. Boom! Before anyone could react, Chun Hui was slammed back onto the table with a resounding thud. Wen Yonglong pressed down on Chun Hui's head with one hand. Looking for trouble? I can't breathe. Wen Yonglong exerted pressure, rendering Chun Hui unable to utter a coherent word, resembling a grotesque clown, impotently shouting. Ji Buoqing sprang to his feet, reaching for Wen Yonglong's wrist. Let go. But Wen Yonglong blocked with his left hand, causing Ji Buoqing's right arm to swing uncontrollably. Slap. In his attempt to help, Ji Buoqing inadvertently struck Chun Hui across the face, the sound echoing loudly. The scene fell silent. Ji Buoqing's face darkened. He realized he was up against a true adversary. He had trained in Taekwondo, yet he was no match for Wen Yonglong. Within moments of their encounter, he discerned that Wen Yonglong was not merely large and muscular, but had indeed undergone training. Ji Buqing spoke again, his voice barely concealing his fury. Let go. Otherwise, I assure you, you will regret it. Afraid of you? When Yonglong met his gaze unflinchingly, calmly retorting, you resort to underhanded tactics. Very well, you will regret this. Ji Buqing laughed. Qin Ran stepped forward. Is that all you could do, talk big? You won't escape. Humph. Get a grip, clean your eyes, and see me clearly. Your father wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Ji Buqing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Qin Ran's background. Who are you? I am your father. PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. I have no child like you. Ji Buqing quickly realized he had been played. Damn it, you're seeking death. Along. Qin Ran retreated a step. Deal with him. I'll take the blame. Qin Ran, what are you doing? A sharp voice rang out. Lu Ruyun rushed into the fray. Qin Ran, why are you hitting people? And Yuan, let him go. When Yonglong frowned, this trash who littered cigarette butts attempted to trip Qin Ran. He was instigated. Lu Ruyun turned to Ji Buqing, who shook his head. I have no idea what he is talking about. We were eating, and suddenly his people slammed my friend into the food tray. Ag. No one can understand that. Lu Ruyun furrowed her brows. Regardless, let him go first. If I let him go, he'll start biting people. I must hold him down, Ji Buqing declared. Ahui, calm down. We are reasonable people. Lu Ruyun cast a grateful glance at Ji Buqing. Let him go, this isn't right. Do you know what happened? Qin Ran frowned. I saw it. Lu Ruyun raised her chin, setting aside the facts. You all are in the wrong. Bang. Qin Ran kicked Chun Hui's food tray away. No, it's not Chun Hui's tray. Shut up. If you don't know, step aside. Setting aside the facts. What is there left to discuss? No matter what, Qin Ran could never side with Lu Ruyun. He would surely stand in front of his roommate who defended him. Qin Ran had completely discerned Lu Ruyun's character. Love-struck, willfully obstinate, and foolish. He couldn't believe that someone he had known since childhood would trust Ji Buqing, someone he barely knew. Indeed, childhood friends were no match for a sudden arrival. Moreover, as the class monitor, she did not support her classmates but opposed them. Qin Ran was utterly exasperated. Lu Ruyun was clearly taken aback by Qin Ran's actions. After a moment, she regained her composure, her eyes brimming with tears. Qin Ran, do you dare to threaten me? Wang Feifei approached, only to be met with an icy retort from Qin Ran. Get lost. Wang Feifei quickly retreated, fully aware that Qin Ran was capable of violence, and he harbored a disdain for Ji Buqing as well. The situation escalated, and the crowd of onlookers grew ever larger. What are you all doing here? Disperse. A thunderous voice rang out. With a serious expression, Li Luo strode forward. You lot, follow me. Wang Feifei shrank back, vividly recalling Li Luo's unwavering demeanor when he had been beaten by Qin Ran the day before. She had merely watched, unafraid, and appeared to find it amusing. However, Ji Buqing and his companions were unfamiliar with Li Luo. The yellow-haired one wiped remnants of food from his face and exclaimed, Why should I listen to you? You filthy slap. In a moment of disbelief from the onlookers, Li Luo delivered a resounding slap to the yellow-haired boy. Stunned, he exclaimed, What the hell? You filthy bitch, slap. A smooth backhand echoed once more. Li Luo coldly stated, Mind your language. Chun Hui was utterly bewildered. Then, fury surged within him. It was one thing to be bested by Wen Yonglong, but to be humiliated by a woman? Ji Buqing restrained Chun Hui, urging him not to retaliate. The crowd was too large, and Ji Buqing knew they had the moral high ground. If Chun Hui struck this assertive girl, they would lose their justification. Li Luo cast a glance at Ji Buqing, instructing him, Clean up your trays and tables, then come to the student council office. If you fail to comply, you will face the consequences. Ji Buqing suddenly chuckled, realizing that she was merely a student council member, assuming herself to be of great significance. While others might fear the student council, he felt no trepidation at all. They wielded little real power, merely brandishing authority like a feather. Nevertheless, to maintain his facade, Ji Buqing complied and tidied his tray. Pretending to be the good guy allowed him to engage in more nefarious deeds from behind the scenes. He had long since learned to don a protective layer of disguise. As university life was just beginning, he had no desire to tarnish his reputation. He chose to endure once more. Yet, he had firmly resolved to deal with Qin Ran and his companions. However, he remained oblivious to the other side of Qin Ran as personality, and he was equally ignorant of why Li Luo dared to slap Chun Hui in front of everyone. Chapter 19. Who is the villain, and who is the savior? Chun Hui washed his face clean in the mop sink, rinsing off his hair. Brother Chung, why did you stop me just now? That bitch dared to hit me. I must make her pay. Ji Buqing frowned. Use your brain. In that situation, if you acted, it would have been us at fault. Chun Hui was taken aback by Ji Buqing's unexpected reproach, feeling further infuriated. However, Ji Buqing realized that such remarks were unwise. The expressions of the two bystanders were not right. Ahui, don't act impulsively. Have I ever mistreated you during our time together? Whenever you face trouble in high school, did I not come to your aid? Rest assured, this time will be no different. I will ensure they pay the price. Trust me. Chun Hui gradually calmed down. Indeed, without Ji Buqing's assistance, he would not have gained admission to this university under the guise of adult education. I understand. Brother Chung, I will listen to you. Ji Buqing smiled slightly, patting Chun Hui's shoulder. Come, let us see what tricks they can still conjure. Brother Chung, that girl had a nice figure. Haha. Ji Buqing nodded with a grin. Don't worry, she won't escape. The two exchanged a knowing smile. This was not their first encounter with such antics. Back in high school, it had merely cost them some money. Meanwhile, Qin Ran had gone to the student council office with Li Luo, instructing Wen Yonglong and the others to wait outside. Senior, she corrected him, call me President. President Senior. This was indeed instigated by them. Li Luo leaned against the desk, her long, slender legs crossed, arms crossed over her chest. This is merely your side of the story. I will conduct an investigation. The cafeteria has cameras, and numerous witnesses were present. Uncovering the truth will not be difficult. However, what if that individual claims it was unintentional? Qin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Li Luo was not like Lu Ruyan, who could not discern right from wrong. Well, we were not intentional either. He attempted to strike, and my roommate intervened. This matter would likely devolve into a war of words. However, Qin Ran did not wish for Wen Yonglong to receive any disciplinary action. On the way there, he had heard Wen Yonglong mention having seen Ji Buqing give Chun Hui a signal. But by the time the warning reached them, Fu Qingchuan had already been tripped. Qin Ran trusted Wen Yonglong's judgment, knowing it would not lead him astray. He was well aware of what kind of scoundrel Ji Buqing was. He simply disguised himself better than others. Unmasking Ji Buqing's true nature was not an insurmountable challenge. After more than half an hour, Ji Buqing and his group arrived late. Upon seeing only Qin Ran and Li Luo present, Ji Buqing narrowed his eyes and asked, where are the other three? Especially the tall one. Ji Buqing, why are you so late? Li Luo inquired. My friend's hair got dirty and needed washing. Ji Buqing pulled out a chair and sat down, scrutinizing the two. You two know each other, don't you? Does it matter whether we know each other? Not really. Ji Buqing shook his phone with a smile. The director of the admissions office will be here shortly. Ji Buqing felt secure, having summoned reinforcements. A mere student council president was nothing before the director. Although the student council claimed independence, it was essentially all an illusion. Ji Buqing was well aware of this. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open. A balding, rotund, middle-aged man entered, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, with a few stubborn strands of hair clinging to his scalp. Director Wu. Ji Buqing greeted him with a smile, stealing a glance at Qin Ran. He thought they were still playing childish games. University was a microcosm of society. Today, he would show them what reality entailed. Director Wu, I apologize for troubling you to come in person. However, Director Wu paid no heed to Ji Buqing. The moment he laid eyes on Li Luo, his already hunched back seemed to bend even further. I heard there was a disturbance in the cafeteria. Were you bullied? Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Ji Buqing was taken aback. Chen Hui, who had just been slapped, was dumbfounded. It was he who had received 2 slaps. How had it turned into Li Luo being the victim? Was he to blame for having too thick a skin, injuring her delicate palm? Chen Hui could hardly contain his fury. Are you kidding? She hit me. Wu Jiang frowned, fixing his gaze on Chen Hui. So was you causing trouble in the cafeteria? Who caused trouble? I already told you, are you deaf? Ivy, you buchim kbarket. Brother Chung. They are clearly in cahoots. Chen Hui felt aggrieved. Previously, he had relished playing the role of the villain. Yet today, he had been humiliated repeatedly in front of so many people. Now he was being blamed, while his older brother silenced him, causing his mental state to crumble. Ji Buqing coldly stated, I will handle this. Enough. Unlike Chen Hui, Ji Buqing had already sensed that something was amiss. No wonder when he had called Wu Jiang earlier. The latter's attitude had been dismissive, hanging up shortly thereafter. Ji Buqing cast a glance at Li Luo, who evidently harbored an identity unknown to him. Otherwise, Wu Jiang would not have been so anxious. Ji Buqing was not foolish. Though his family possessed a modest fortune, they could hardly be considered true heirs of wealth. His ability to navigate his way through life thus far was attributed to his keen perception and adaptability. He was adept at exploiting impoverished students with no substantial backgrounds. Should any troubles arise, he could simply resolve them with money. However, should he encounter formidable opposition, the repercussions could extend beyond himself, potentially ensnaring his family as well. In high school, he had once harassed a girl of considerable standing, and before the situation escalated, his father had given him a stern reprimand. It was from that point onward that he learned the art of disguise and the wisdom of discerning when to act. Yet, if Li Luo's background were not formidable, he would not let the matter rest. Conversely, should it prove substantial, Ji Buqing found himself captivated by Li Luo's exquisite beauty and striking figure. His family had little to offer him now. to indulge in more extravagant pursuits. He required a more robust backing. Ji Buqing had no qualms about leveraging a girl's status for his own ascent. Li Luo frowned, sensing the unsettling gaze of Ji Buqing upon her. What a repugnant look. What are you staring at? Ji Buqing flashed his signature smile. I believe we may have a misunderstanding. Li Luo scoffed. Scoundrel. Utterly revolting. Ji Buqing's expression darkened at once. Have I done anything wrong? Do you think those vile deeds you committed in high school remain unknown now that you are in university? Ji Buqing's demeanor shifted. He had indeed harbored such a belief, and his family had previously expended resources to hush up the past. Even the records had been expunged. Ji Buqing abruptly turned to Qin Ran, who had remained silent. It's you. He had sensed something amiss. Qin Ran not only dismissed his roommate, but also exuded an air of unshakable confidence. Clearly, he possessed leverage over Ji Buqing, emboldening him to act so brazenly. Ji Buqing's anger simmered, yet panic began to creep in. If the unsavory events from high school were to be unveiled, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Chapter 20. Foolishness unrecognized. One by one they are disposed of. Qin Ran had never harbored any fondness for Ji Buqing. Moments ago, he had utilized his family connections to swiftly uncover Ji Buqing's past misdeeds from high school. In truth, he had investigated Ji Buqing in a previous life, thus acquiring his historical records with ease. Ji Buqing believed the records had been obliterated, but in reality, only those pertaining to his transition from high school to university had been erased. In a previous life, Qin Ran had informed Lu Ruyan about Ji Buqing's exploitative behavior towards girls, including a case where he had left a girl pregnant, leading her to leap from a building, resulting in a broken leg and hospitalization. Ultimately, the girl had to drop out of school, unable to bear children, and succumb to depression. However, Lu Ruyan had dismissed these claims, even suspecting them to be fabrications. Had it not been for Qin Ran's insistence, Ji Buqing's debauched nocturnal escapades would have remained concealed, as Lu Ruyan was still inclined to believe in Ji Buqing. This time, however, Qin Ran was indifferent to Lu Ruyan's beliefs. Ji Buqing had wronged him, and he sought to retaliate against Ji Buqing's roommate. He would not let such a scoundrel escape unscathed. As for whether Lu Ruyan would continue to harbor feelings for Ji Buqing, that was no longer his concern. Regarding Ji Buqing's predicament, Qin Ran merely remarked, to wish for secrecy, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Ji Buqing, now engulfed in uncertainty, realized that Qin Ran had indeed uncovered his sordid past. Though he was unsure of the extent of Qin Ran's knowledge, Ji Buqing recognized that he had underestimated Qin Ran. He had assumed that Qin Ran had begun his investigation only after their conflict the previous day. Such capabilities were not common among ordinary individuals. Ji Buqing had initially believed he had encountered an impasse with Li Luo, only to discover an even more formidable barrier nearby. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Ji Buqing had learned this lesson early from his father. The high school incidents were merely misunderstandings, not as scandalous as rumored. Moreover, humans are prone to mistakes, are they not? To err is human. My friend was impulsive. I apologize on his behalf. Ji Buqing feigned composure, bowing his head. Yet, a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes, unseen by the others. Though he bowed his head now, he would surely seek to reclaim his dignity in the future. This matter would not end here. However, Qin Ran had no intention of letting him off lightly. You wish to place the blame on your friend? What a true comrade you are, Qin Ran scoffed, then turned to the blonde-haired boy. Chunhui, is it? Yes. It is I. If you have the guts, come at me. If you can't kill me, I will make sure you regret it. Wu Jiang frowned. Shut up. I am here, and you dare to threaten people? Which class are you from? Do you not know which class I belong to, you fat fool? You weren't so bold when handing over money. Wu Jiang's expression changed dramatically. What nonsense are you spouting? I detest people like you. Be careful walking alone at night in the future. Spit. Chunhui spat a thick glob of phlegm at Wu Jiang's feet. He had never wanted to attend university in the first place, and now he was even less inclined to endure such humiliation. If you have the guts, come find me. Chunhui, this has nothing to do with Brother Chung. Qin Ran's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Truly foolish and oblivious. Chunhui believed himself to be quite impressive. A true friend, taking all the blame, yet he failed to realize that Ji Buqing had fallen silent. Qin Ran perceived the situation clearly. Ji Buqing was evidently attempting to shift the blame onto Chunhui. Moreover, Chunhui's previous comments were quite revealing, suggesting that he had only gained admission to university after delivering gifts to Wu Jiang. Otherwise, he would not have been eligible to stand there. However, it was no surprise. Chunhui's foul language, explosive temper, and bizarrely styled blonde hair hardly painted him as a diligent student. Qin Ran regarded Wu Jiang with a knowing look. Chunhui had bought his way in, and should any trouble arise, Wu Jiang would also face consequences. At this moment, Wu Jiang was drenched in sweat. The father of the girl before him was the deputy director of the education bureau in Zhonghai City, and rumors swirled that today he would be stripped of that title. If Li Luo reported him to her father, it would spell disaster for him. All he could do now was attempt to make amends. Wu Jiang stepped forward, intending to take Chen Hui away, but the latter resisted. "Don't touch me. You're asking for it." Wu Jiang, incensed, called for security to forcibly escort Chen Hui away. Before departing, he assured Li Luo that he would provide her with a satisfactory resolution. However, Wu Jiang retained Ji Buqing. The cafeteria incident was pinned on Chen Hui, leaving Ji Buqing with no further involvement. As for the high school matters, from a certain perspective, the records received were unblemished, having no bearing on university affairs. Moreover, Wu Jiang had indeed accepted favors from Ji Buqing's parents, making it difficult to forcibly remove him. Should Ji Buqing expose him, he would find himself in a precarious position. Wu Jiang could only hope that Li Luo would not inform her father, allowing him to escape this predicament by the skin of his teeth. Li Luo indeed would not disclose anything to her father, who was often absent. Yet she would still report Wu Jiang to the Education Bureau. The only outcome awaiting Wu Jiang was to regurgitate what he had consumed, only to then feast upon the public's fare. As for Ji Buqing, he now found himself utterly alone. Chen Hui had been taken away, and his two new roommates had also fled. The odds had shifted from 4 against 2 to 2 against 1. Ji Buqing managed a forced smile. "May I take my leave now?" "Get lost," Li Luo replied coldly. Ji Buqing's temples throbbed as he suppressed his rage, slamming the door as he departed. Upon reaching the corner, he immediately dialed his father, inquiring whether the issues at school arose from a poorly handled situation. Otherwise, Qin Ran could not have uncovered it in such a brief span of time. The voice on the other end of the line erupted with Ji Shiming's furious outburst. "You little rascal, have you stirred up trouble again?" Ji Buqing shrank his neck, glancing around nervously, and lowered his voice. "No, Dad. I truly did not instigate anything this time. What on earth is going on? Speak." It took over 20 minutes for Ji Buqing to finally end the call. In truth, his conversation lasted no more than 5 minutes, the remainder consumed by scolding. However, fearing the repercussions at home and the inability to mitigate the aftermath, he felt compelled to make the call. Ji Buqing then dialed his mother, briefly sharing a few words before hanging up. His mother had always doted on him, and since he believed he had done nothing wrong, she would undoubtedly intervene on his behalf with his father. Finally, he reached out to Chen Hui, suggesting they dine together. "If you play with me, I will ruin you all." Of course, Ji Buqing would not take matters into his own hands. The reason he tolerated the volatile temperament and abysmal character of Chen Hui was precisely from moments like these. Who did he intend to ruin? A voice interjected, causing Ji Buqing to lose his balance and tumble down the stairs. Chapter 21. All I desire is to live far away and embrace my own life. Qin Ran stared in astonishment as Ji Buqing rolled down the steps. Was he attempting to feign an accident? He hadn't even touched Ji Buqing. Qin Ran turned to Li Luo beside him. "Senior, if he tries to extort me, you must testify on my behalf. That scoundrel deserves to be injured." Moments before, the two had listened intently at the corner, hearing Ji Buqing twist the truth, portraying himself as the victim. Had Qin Ran not held him back, Li Luo would have leapt out to kick Ji Buqing. Yet, Ji Buqing had ominously stated he would ruin them. Who were they? Indeed, it was self-evident. Qin Ran stepped forward, unafraid of Ji Buqing's overt or covert tactics. He merely did not anticipate Ji Buqing to be so timid. The moment he spoke, Ji Buqing was startled into falling down the stairs. Fortunately, the staircase was not steep, comprising only 8 or 9 steps. As Ji Buqing fell, he scraped his arm and calf, leaving them red and swollen, with a trickle of blood seeping out. "Ouch!" Ji Buqing grimaced in pain, frowning. "It's you again, trying to feign an accident?" "Who is feigning?" Qin Ran chuckled. "We came when you called." "Speak." Ji Buqing replied sternly. "I have nothing to discuss with you. From now on, let us maintain our distance. However, should you trouble me, consider the consequences carefully. After all, it's uncertain who will encounter trouble." Did he truly believe that the trifles of high school could intimidate him? "You better watch yourselves. Don't think for a moment that I am afraid of you." After speaking with his parents, Ji Buqing felt emboldened. He had caused some trouble, yet his family had smoothed things over. Just now, he had merely conceded a point to avoid having the trivialities of high school broadcasted everywhere. Yet, Qin Ran's audacity irked him greatly. Previously, he had been the one to act arrogantly. How dare anyone else point fingers at him, hurling insults and mockery? Although Ji Buqing publicly proclaimed to maintain distance, he was already plotting to investigate the backgrounds of the two. He was determined to take down Qin Ran. As for Li Luo, if she knew her place, he would grant her a chance. However, if she continued to show him disrespect, he would tarnish her reputation. Ruining a girl's reputation was all too simple. With just a couple of scandalous clips, a face swap, and a little promotion on the campus forum, he could easily obliterate Li Luo's image. Even if it was false, it would still sow seeds of doubt. Many would cast her in a suspicious light, and some boys might even inquire anonymously. Ji Buqing had numerous underhanded schemes at his disposal. He would not confront anyone directly. Those who crossed him would never have a favorable outcome. Beautiful girls deserve another chance. Ji Buqing cast a glance at Li Luo's stunning visage and exquisite figure, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Today's events were far from over. Supporting his injured waist, Ji Buqing descended the stairs, convinced that the two would eventually pay for his injuries. His recent tumble was indeed a result of his own carelessness. He would endure once more. Qin Ran turned to Li Luo. Ji Buqing is wicked to the core. Be cautious. That scoundrel. I'll deal with him. Heaven will take care of him. Do you believe in such things? Of course, Qin Ran replied with a slight smile. Evil will be repaid in kind. Li Luo paused. Then after a moment said, if you can't handle it, I shall step in. Is there truly no one that heaven cannot deal with? Junior, you're rather conceited. I never claimed to be heaven. Thank you for today, Senior. I must take my leave now. You owe me 2 favors. Next time, treat me to a meal. Another day, Qin Ran waved his hand as he returned to the dormitory. Just as he descended the stairs, he was surrounded by Wen Yonglong and his companions. Are you all right? Qin Ran shook his head. I'm fine. Why did it take so long? Fu Qing Quan inquired. We saw that guy limping away. Did you do that? No. Qin Ran chuckled. He fell by himself. Ha ha ha. What a fool. The group erupted in laughter. Wen Yonglong draped an arm around Qin Ran's shoulder. Thank you. No need for pleasantries. If anyone should be grateful, it's me Ansao Quan thanking you. Qin Ran accidentally let slip Fu Qingquan's nickname from his past life. However, it was only the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. Fu Qingquan gaped. Sa Quan can't be me, right? Huang Zujia chimed in. I think it fits. You are quite the restrained flirt, I've noticed. You are the one who is restrained. Not me. I'm openly flirtatious. You win. The 4 bantered jovially as they headed to the second cafeteria. By this time, mealtime had long passed, and only the second cafeteria remained open. Dishes like spicy hot pot, beef noodles, grilled meat rice, and bone soup rice were available. Although their meal had been delayed and their mood slightly affected, the 4 still enjoyed their food and lively conversation. From a certain perspective, Wang Feifei and Ji Buqing united the 502 dormitory in a mere 2 days. However, just as they were finishing their meal, an unexpected visitor arrived. Qin Ran. Yin has been crying all afternoon. You must comfort her. Qin Ran set down his chopsticks and addressed the 3. You all head back first. I need to speak with her. Need any help? Fu Qingquan asked. No, she is just a waste of paper. Subsequently, Qin Ran grabbed Wang Feifei by the head and led him around the corner. Have I not mentioned that your affairs are no longer my concern? Qin Ran's tone was calm, exuding an air of distant rejection. Wang Feifei rubbed his neck. I don't wish to either, but Yin insisted I find you. What does she want with me? To apologize? Wang Feifei hesitated. It's always the same. Qin Ran shook his head. Just pass on a message for me. What message? From now on, let us just be ordinary classmates. If there is something, don't come to me. If there is nothing, don't come to me either. If you don't explain it to Yin in person, she won't listen to me. Would it matter if I said it? Wang Feifei paused, quickly grasping Qin Ran's implication. Indeed, even though he liked Lu Ruyan, he knew she often failed to comprehend. She lived in her own world. Wang Feifei remained silent for a moment, as Yin insisted that I seek you out. Why doesn't she reach out to me? It is not that she cannot let go of me. Rather, she cannot relinquish her prideful arrogance. Do not speak ill of her. And what of you? You cannot possibly be suggesting that I should reconcile with her. I am not. Then what is your purpose here? Qin Ran's expression turned icy. Stop pretending. It's rather tiresome. I truly believe you now. Wang Feifei concealed her anxious demeanor. This is a one-time occurrence. Do not trouble me again. Qin Ran turned and walked away. In his previous life, he had spent nearly 2 decades with Lu Ruyun and Wang Feifei. He had long discerned the true nature of both. The pretentious Wang Feifei's visit left him feeling repulsed. Thus, he issued a warning to her. All he desired now was for both to maintain their distance from him. He had no inclination to placate Lu Ruyun, nor did he wish to engage further. They were no longer children. Some matters should be understood without words. Moreover, with a good friend by her side, even if he remained silent, Wang Feifei would exert herself to assist. The former Qin Ran had perished in a tragic accident, and in this new life, he merely wished to live for himself and relish a university experience that belonged solely to him, whether it be the haughty Lu Ruyun or the duplicitous Wang Feifei. Along with the deceitful Ji Buqing, he wished for them all to vanish from his life. Chapter 22. Who is the true prey? This instructor is rather fierce. As Qin Ran left the dining hall and made his way back to the dormitory, his phone vibrated incessantly. Upon seeing the caller ID, he swiftly answered. Ayu, Unklali. A steady voice resonated from the other end. Xiao Ran, I have sent you the information you requested. Feel free to reach out to Uncle Li if you need anything. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Li. There is no need for formality with Uncle Li. Just remember not to act impulsively. I am aware I want to be reckless. Do make an effort to spend more time with your father. His health isn't what it used to be. Qin Ran was taken aback. Isn't my father in good health? Well, in any case, do visit home more often. Don't fixate solely on that girl from the Liu family. Enough said. I know you don't want to hear it, so I want to elaborate further. That will be all. After hanging up, Qin Ran reflected carefully. He recalled that his father had remained quite vigorous years later. Occasionally, he might catch a cold or fever, but he had never suffered from any serious ailments. Qin Ran planned to return home for a visit soon. The group had established a high-end health checkup center in collaboration with several top-tier hospitals, and the Qin family underwent annual health examinations. If there were any issues with his father's health, even if his parents did not disclose it, the checkup center would certainly reveal the truth. As the sole heir of the conglomerate, while he had yet to take the reins, he held a certain degree of authority. The Uncle Li he had just spoken with, full namely Hua Chuan, was the assistant to Qin Yushan and a veteran of the company. His swift acquisition of Ji Buqing's dossier was due to Li Hua Chuan arranging for his subordinates to handle it. Additionally, Qin Ran received a detailed investigation report on Ji Buqing's family background. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. When dealing with scum like Ji Buqing, Qin Ran had no intention of showing mercy, nor did he plan to engage in trivial games. If he were to act, it must be without reservation, ensuring Ji Buqing received the most severe repercussions, leaving him with no chance of recovery. Qin Ran understood that Ji Buqing's audacity stemmed from his family always cleaning up after him. A crooked beam cannot support a straight roof. After reviewing the materials, Qin Ran discerned that the Ji family was far from virtuous. Ji Buqing's father, Ji Shiming, had amassed a fortune of hundreds of millions, a significant portion of which was derived from forced relocations. The large sum he received was due to Ji Shiming's unscrupulous tactics in swindling the local residents. Eventually, when someone confronted Ji Shiming at his residence, he was beaten and paid a few tens of thousands to settle the matter. Subsequently, Ji Shiming opened a factory, transforming into a factory owner, purchasing luxurious villas and cars, and becoming a so-called winner in life. In reality, it was all at the expense of others' hard-earned money, leaving many families displaced, now forced to live in rentals. In his previous life, Qin Ran had only investigated Ji Buqing, unaware that Ji Shiming was equally despicable. Now, he had the opportunity to deal with both simultaneously. Qin Ran had no intention of starting from scratch to rectify the Ji family's wrongdoings. For the Qin family, the Ji family was akin to a rat scavenging in the sewers. No matter how fat the rat before the colossal Qin family, it was merely a matter of a single stomp. While Ji Shiming plotted in the shadows, he remained oblivious to the fact that both he and his entire clan were under scrutiny. Upon returning to the dormitory, the three of them gathered around once more. I'm fine. There's no need for concern. What's the situation with Lu Ruyan? Fu Qing Quan inquired. There's nothing between us. We're merely high school classmates. What of it? Surely it's more than that. Huang Zujia raised an eyebrow. She was just looking for you. Looking for me? What for? Who knows? She didn't come to us. Did she say anything? She did. Fu Qingchuan mimicked Lu Ruyun's demeanor. You all better send Qin Ran to find me, or I will ignore him forever. Dead Qin Ran. Stinky Qin Ran. How annoying. After finishing, Fu Qingchuan playfully stomped her foot. Qin Ran shuddered, feeling goosebumps rise all over. Qingchuan, please don't act like that. I might just lose my temper. When Yonglong chimed in, I feel the same. Fu Qingchuan returned to her normal self. I was just imitating, albeit a bit exaggerated, but she truly behaves like that. Just ask Alung and Zujia. Indeed, Huang Zujia raised his hand. I can attest to that. Qin Ran shook his head. It was best to let her be, simply a case of princess syndrome flaring up. You're high school classmates. Don't you have any close friends? Deleted. Fu Qingchuan gave a thumbs up. You're impressive. To delete such a beautiful girl. High school classmates are at an advantage, after all. Do you like her? I prefer someone like Tong Xian. Tong Xian? Qin Ran recalled briefly before quickly remembering her. A bespectacled girl in their class, petite and delicate. Childish beauty. She's still a kid. She's already of age upon entering university. All right? Fu Qingchuan looked at the three of them. Just so we're clear, don't compete with me. Li Yafei is also quite lovely. When Yonglong queried, how do you remember all their names? This is a skill you cannot learn. Huang Zujia envied. Your memory is truly remarkable. Don't be deceived. He only remembers the girls he finds interesting. Nonsense. I remember Chen Shuwen too. Fu Qingchuan grinned. Zujia, don't worry. I want to compete with you. The scene of Chen Shuwen berating Wang Feifei and Lu Ruyun suddenly flashed in their minds. Qin Ran gazed at Huang Zujia. You are a true warrior. No, I haven't made up my mind yet. What are you afraid of? Just go for it. Yes, just do it. Damn, don't give me ridiculous suggestions. Fu Qingchuan suddenly asked, by the way, military training starts tomorrow. Should we buy a box of sanitary pads? The next day, military training commenced. The boys and girls were separated into different formations. The boys from classes 1 and 2 of the management department were in the same squad. Qin Ran encountered Ji Buqing once more. The two acted as if they were strangers, exchanging no greetings, not even a glance. Qin Ran regarded the latter as a mere ghost. Ji Buqing, on the other hand, resembled a sinister snake, contemplating how to undermine Qin Ran and Li Luo. Yet, the two were not of the same caliber. The commanding officer, Shi Pinglin, was diminutive in stature, yet possessed a booming voice and a stern demeanor. Standing before the disordered ranks in his heavy black combat boots, he barked, "Silence. Attention, you have 3 minutes to line up according to height. Begin." The crowd erupted into a chaotic scramble. As the 3 minutes elapsed, the disorder persisted. Shi Pinglin's expression darkened. "Quiet. You, and you step forward. And you, can't you see you're significantly shorter than the others on either side? Move." One bewildered young man inquired, "Where should I go? If you wish to speak, you must first report to the officer." "Report, officer." I louder. "Report, officer. Where should I position myself?" Shi Pinglin's face darkened further. "What is so amusing? Those who laughed, step out. 20 push-ups. Quick." The crowd quickly grasped that this seemingly small commander was not one to be trifled with. However, there was one exception. Chapter 23. Lu Rian was alarmed. This was not the Qin Ran she knew. Many boys were intimidated by Shi Pinglin's serious demeanor. Yet, Qin Ran was aware of Shi Pinglin's more playful side. He could joke, and, when he smiled, seemed much like his peers. In truth, Shi Pinglin was only 20, even younger than some in the class who had repeated grades. However, most military training instructors shared a similar approach, establishing their authority from the outset to facilitate management. Having grown accustomed to the strict discipline of the military and disliking disorder, 9 individuals stepped forward, having laughed, among them Fu Qingchuan. They lined up at the front of the ranks to commence their push-ups. 20 push-ups may not seem excessive, yet for the majority of fresh graduates, it was quite a challenge. Only one individual could perform the standard 20 push-ups, Ji Buqing. Qin Ran squinted as he scrutinized Ji Buqing, who had not laughed but had intentionally stepped out. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular forearms as he executed his push-ups. "What a show-off. Who laughed? Step out." Huang Zujia, flushed crimson, reporting, "It was me, officer." 20 push-ups. Huang Zujia shot a glare at Fu Qingchuan, who had provoked his laughter, unable to contain himself. Soon, the 20 push-ups were completed. Shi Pinglin commanded, "All present, commence counting. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He then slightly adjusted the order of the ranks. Wen Yonglong, the tallest, stood beside Qin Ran, while Ji Buqing stood directly in front of Wen Yonglong, deliberately straightening his posture. Shi Pinglin initiated the training for the formation. At ease. Stand firm. Right turn about face. Align right. At ease, stand firm. All eyes on me. Observe how to squat." Shi Pinglin demonstrated a perfect squat position. His left foot flat on the ground, left leg naturally bent at about 30 degrees. Right foot's toes touching the ground while the heel lifted, shifting his weight onto the right foot. His hands rested flat on his thighs, fingers aligned with his knees. Elbows tightly against his sides, torso straight, head held high, and gaze fixed ahead. This singular movement exemplified Shi Pinglin's exemplary military training. Standard. Shi Pinglin raised his chin. "All present, squat down." As the group attempted to squat, they swayed and bumped into each other. Shi Pinglin's expression darkened further. "Straighten your backs, stop fidgeting. The squat is challenging, but maintaining proper standing posture is even more arduous. The military stance is an inescapable ordeal during university training. Chest out, tuck in your stomach. No moving. Anyone who shifts will add a minute for the entire group." Leaning forward, Shi Pinglin patrolled the ranks, correcting those who did not adhere to the standards. He was nearing the end of his patience. This was the worst group he had ever trained. Yet, he noticed 3 promising candidates within the ranks, worthy of consideration for becoming role models. You, and you step forward. Stand at the front and assume the military posture." Qin Ran and Wen Yonglong exchanged a glance before stepping forward alongside Ji Buqing. "No fidgeting. Thumbs pressed against the second joint of your index fingers. Let your arms hang naturally, close to your pant seam." Shi Pinglin occasionally adjusted their positions, inspecting who was merely pretending to comply without truly achieving the correct form. The others groaned under the strain. Nearby groups had already begun to rest, while theirs remained standing. Some boys began to voice their grievances, questioning the necessity of such rigorous training. At the front, Qin Ran felt his legs growing numb but endured. Beside him, Ji Buqing, despite his athletic prowess from playing basketball, found the lack of professional training equally taxing. The most comfortable of the trio was undoubtedly Wen Yonglong, whose robust muscles were genuinely formidable. Not a single bead of sweat graced his forehead. All present, take a 10-minute break. Dismissed on the spot. The boys who had been denied bathroom breaks ambled slowly toward the facilities, not due to reluctance, but rather because their legs ached, hindering their speed. Some, having held it for too long, had lost the urge to relieve themselves and simply sat on the ground to rest. Qin Ran approached Fu Qingquan. Can you bring a box of water for the boys in our class? Remember to grab a bottle for the officer. Sure, give me a hand. Qin Ran assisted Fu Qingquan, and the three of them headed towards the convenience store. After the class meeting the previous day, Qin Ran had taken a few classmates to the small supermarket to purchase several boxes of water, temporarily storing them in a quiet shop at the entrepreneurship park. A small sum was given as a token for electricity. The supermarket's fridge lacked sufficient boxes of mineral water, and they were not allowed to store them. Furthermore, today, the number of customers seeking cold water was unusually high. Those who arrived later would surely find none available or only the newly stocked, tepid bottles. In this sweltering heat, lacking a bottle of cold water was truly tormenting. Room temperature water would warm up quickly, and consuming it could lead to stomach aches. Qin Ran and Wen Yonglong each carried a box towards the line of girls in their class. Before Qin Ran could speak, Chun Shuwen and several girls approached eagerly. Qin Ran, is this for us? Qin Ran nodded, of course. This box is chilled, and that one is room temperature. Feel free to take what you want. No need to be polite. Wow, Qin Ran, you're so kind. Love you, class leader. You're so handsome, so thoughtful, so generous. Qin Ran waved his hand dismissively. The money came from the class fund, and we four from the dorm bought the water together. Oh, don't be shy. Why are you blushing? The group of girls erupted into giggles. Qin Ran felt somewhat exasperated. He was not blushing from shyness, but rather from the heat. He couldn't fathom why Wen Yonglong appeared unfazed. Not even a hint of redness or fatigue. Turning to Qin Shuwen, Qin Ran said, all right, we'll take our leave now. Thank you. Thank you, handsome. Wen Yonglong scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed, and turned to leave first. Qin Ran followed closely behind, leaving an unforgettable impression in their wake. The girls from the other classes in the team were immensely envious. Who wouldn't desire such a dashing and considerate male classmate? If only he could develop into a boyfriend, that would be even better. In no time, the conversation within the group shifted to discussions about Qin Ran, his name, whether he had a girlfriend, and the type of girl he preferred. As university had just commenced, even classmates were still strangers to one another. However, there was one person who was familiar, Lu Ryuan. Yet, at this moment, Lu Ryuan felt that Qin Ran was quite a stranger. She had initially thought he was there to deliver water to her, the class leader, and assist in distributing it to their classmates. But Qin Ran didn't spare her a glance the entire time. After delivering the water, he simply departed, and he hadn't contacted her since last night. Lu Ryuan had never perceived Qin Ran as such a stranger. A sudden wave of panic washed over her. Previously, it was evident that Qin Ran's gaze had been solely fixed on her. This was not the Qin Ran she knew. Moreover, several girls around her seemed to have developed an interest in him. By the time Lu Ryuan regained her composure, Qin Ran had long since vanished from sight. Although he hadn't looked at her even once, she found it hard to believe that he hadn't noticed her. With her beauty and stature, she was undeniably prominent amidst the crowd. Even clad in military training uniforms, which made everyone appear somewhat similar, Lu Ryuan felt like a standout. Qin Ran must have seen her, but was deliberately ignoring her. The thought of it made her fume. The events of the class meeting yesterday had already vexed her. Initially, she had heeded Wang Feifei's words and refrained from seeking out Qin Ran. However, the conflict in the cafeteria had gnawed at her, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. How dare Qin Ran express his anger towards her and kick things? Eventually, she mustered the courage to send him a message, only to discover that she had been blocked. She stood there, stunned for quite a while before regaining her senses. Yet Lu Ryuan still couldn't fathom that Qin Ran, who had harbored feelings for her for so many years, would actually block her. Throughout elementary, middle, and high school, no one was unaware of Qin Ran's affection for her. Moreover, she had already promised to consider being his girlfriend in university. Her first instinct was to assume that his account had been hacked. But upon recalling that Wang Feifei had also been blocked by Qin Ran, she realized the grim truth. Otherwise, whether he had changed his phone number or if his account had been compromised, he would have informed her immediately. She messaged Wang Feifei about the situation, urging her to confront Qin Ran. The response she received was that they should consider each other ordinary classmates, no longer even friends. Lu Ryuan was reluctant to believe it and rushed to the boys' dormitory to find Qin Ran. Wang Feifei assisted her in going upstairs to call for him, and while she waited downstairs, she happened to encounter 3 of Qin Ran's roommates returning. Yet, there was still no sign of Qin Ran. Retaining her pride, she asked the 3 to convey a message, If Qin Ran did not approach her soon, she would never forgive him again. She had waited a long time last night, but he never showed up. She presumed he must have returned to his dorm and contemplated whether to visit him again. However, she had already been once, and a second visit would feel as though she were begging for reconciliation. Ultimately, she refrained from going, unable to relinquish her pride. During military training that morning, she finally caught a glimpse of Qin Ran, who was seen carrying water with his roommates to distribute to their group. Just moments ago, Lu Riyuan had felt elated, but to her dismay, Qin Ran merely exchanged a few words with Chun Shuan before leaving. Her eyes brimmed with tears once more. In rebellion, she refused to drink the water he brought, having grown quite upset. Yet, she had grown accustomed to Qin Ran's meticulous care and had not even brought her own water bottle. Having not purchased any water, her lips felt parched and slightly cracked. After a while, Lu Riyuan's eyes brightened. Her best friend had come to bring her water. Yin Yin, you must be thirsty. Wang Feifei cheerfully handed her a bottle of water. Here, have a sip. Lu Riyuan took the water, her anticipation evident as she asked, Feifei, did Qin Ran send you? Wang Feifei's smile faltered. No, I bought it. Oh, I see. Lu Riyuan's face fell with disappointment. Fall in. Their instructor suddenly called out. Lu Riyuan turned to glance back, hastily setting the water down on the nearby steps. We're falling in, Feifei. You should go rest. It's fine. I'll just sit over there. Call me if you need anything. No worries. I can manage on my own. As Lu Riyuan returned to her place in line, she overheard classmates softly discussing. Why isn't Wang Feifei participating in military training? I don't know. She's been sitting there for quite some time. Maybe she's not feeling well. Perhaps she has relatives visiting. Haha, she's not a girl. Don't say such things. Just joking. But she looks quite lively, doesn't seem ill. Who knows? Let's not worry about her. Just as Lu Riyuan felt compelled to defend Wang Feifei, their instructor barked. Silence. No talking. After a grueling morning of military training, everyone was utterly exhausted. The girls fared somewhat better, enjoying more breaks, yet many were still struggling, seeking refuge in the shade of trees. Particularly conspicuous was Wang Feifei, who had been seated playing on her phone, and she was questioned a few times by the supervising officer, eventually leaving in embarrassment. At last, mealtime arrived, and each squad departed the training ground in turn. A lack of enthusiasm for food indicated a troubling mindset. Once the boys left the line, they took off running, their green uniforms fluttering like willows in the wind, brimming with vitality. Every year at this time, the new students were the most spirited, but it wouldn't take long before they settled into routine. For now, however, they were still charming, their youthful innocence not yet faded. As Qin Ran moved with the crowd, he felt a genuine sense of returning to university life. Leaving Lu Riyuan behind and confronting Wang Feifei, everything seemed so splendid. After getting his meal, Qin Ran noticed Fu Qingchuan had already secured a spot and walked over. Upon closer inspection, he realized the seating arrangement was not arbitrary. The table next to them was occupied by Tong Xian and her 3 roommates, one of whom was Lin Wanbai. Qin Ran had thought Fu Qingchuan had finally shed his introverted nature, daring to take the initiative. But it turned out he still timidly sat at the edge, leaving the center space for himself and Huang Zujia. Only one seat remained, forcing Qin Ran to sit next to Lin Wanbai. Fortunately, Lin, who had previously thought he was peculiar, was now less apprehensive of him. Qin Ran. Thank you for this morning, the girl beside him said. Qin Ran looked at her, feeling her face was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall her name. Yet, that was inconsequential. He would learn her name in due time. No need for thanks. The water was actually purchased by the 4 of us together. Li Xiaoke interjected in surprise. Wasn't it class funds? What I meant was we all helped carry it. The cost will be deducted from the class funds later, he clarified. So you all paid up front? Huang Zuji chimed in. Qin Ran's contribution was his idea. We merely assisted in carrying the water. Then thank you all. It was truly hot this morning, Tong Xian remarked. Fu Qingchuan immediately responded, no need for thanks. As boys, it is our duty to care for the girls in our class. The other 2 boys beamed with pride, their faces alight with joy. One could scarcely resist the urge to transport a few more boxes, eager to showcase the muscles that lay hidden beneath the surface. Qin Ran and Wen Yonglong maintained the most tranquil expressions. As the meal concluded, Lin Wanbai remained silent. On the way back, Huang Zhuojie remarked, that beautiful girl didn't utter a word. How aloof. You ought to ask Qin Ran about that. What does it have to do with me? Just the other day in the cafeteria, Lin Wanbai saw you and fled. Exactly, Huang Zhuojie exclaimed. I recall now. Qin Ran, what transpired between you 2? Nothing at all. TCH. If you're not going to speak, then never mind. Suddenly, Fu Qingchuan interjected, Qin Ran, let me and Zhuojie handle the water delivery duty this afternoon. We could take turns. It was evident to all that Fu Qingchuan's eagerness to deliver water was motivated by something more. Qin Ran had anticipated this moment while dining in the cafeteria. Having assistance in delivering water was undoubtedly a boon. In this sweltering weather, he could hardly muster the energy to go himself. However, he couldn't agree so readily. Along, are you thirsty? A can of ice-cold cola would be delightful. I happen to be thirsty as well. Fu Qingchuan promptly replied, I'll go buy the drinks. It's on me. Qin Ran smiled and nodded, appreciating the thoughtfulness of his surrogate son. Chapter 25. The Love Strategist? Once a teacher, always a father. At 2:30 in the afternoon, military training resumed. Huang Zuojia and Fu Qingchuan nearly arrived late due to their struggles with folding blankets. Tidying up one's quarters was also part of the military training assessment. Ultimately, it was when Yonglong who lent a hand in folding. Meanwhile, the astute Qin Ran chose to forego lying on the blanket during his afternoon nap. He had a thin quilt to cover himself at night, which sufficed. Given the warm weather, sleeping on a cooling mat posed no risk of catching a chill. Fu Qingchuan, taking a cue from him, planned to emulate Qin Ran throughout the training, as folding blankets was a rather cumbersome task. After all the effort, the result was akin to a disheveled mess rather than a neatly folded blanket. The afternoon military training proved even more arduous than the morning session. Several female students had already fainted. A few instructors had even faced reprimands. After all, these students were untrained, and with the education system prioritizing academic subjects. A staggering 95% of them lacked physical fitness. The primary aim remained the enhancement of discipline, without being overly stringent. Shi Pinglin also received notification. Yet the intensity of training showed no signs of abating. Standing at attention, marching in formation, executing high steps, everything was to be maintained with elevated standards. This was particularly taxing for the boys in the formation. A few of the more hot-tempered individuals had begun to curse in frustration. What is the big deal about a mere private acting as a temporary instructor? As if they're so impressive. An undercut young man's face betrayed his defiance, and he was spouting obscenities. The instructor from the adjacent formation rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Shi Pinglin spoke in a low voice. Not satisfied? What would it take for you to be satisfied? I'll practice. If I lose, I won't utter a single word from now on. If you lose, the rest of the afternoon is free time. Deal. The instructor from a neighboring formation was not there to mediate, but rather to witness the spectacle. Shi Pinglin shouted, everyone, sit down. You, come with me. I won't bully you just one hand. The defiant young man retorted, I don't need your charity. Let us go. The three made their way to the equipment room behind the audience area. Seeing when Yonglong prepared to step forward, Qin Ran gently grasped his arm and shook his head. He didn't need to look. He already knew the outcome. Within 10 minutes, the defiant young man would emerge with red eyes, wiping away tears. When strength and physique were not vastly disparate, amateur boxing could not contend with military boxing. It wouldn't even require military boxing. Shi Pinglin's simple grappling technique would compel the young man to surrender obediently. Every year, there are always a few rebellious spirits during military training. However, reality seldom mirrors the tales of valiant warriors where a single punch sends the instructor flying, leaving everyone in awe and winning the admiration of the girls. Such scenarios were destined to remain mere fantasies. Nonetheless, Qin Ran surmised that when Yonglong might indeed possess the capability to best Shi Pinglin. Just yesterday, when Yonglong's swift strikes belied his imposing stature, and his movements were sharp and decisive, suggesting prior training. Yet, without restrictions, the outcome remained uncertain. 7 or 8 minutes passed, and, as anticipated, the young man emerged from the equipment room, now accompanied by another instructor, an arm draped around his shoulders. The once tough figure had transformed into a pitiable girl. What a bully. Qin Ran could only think, well done. The former tough girl returned to the formation, and military training resumed. Qin Ran felt a twinge of regret that Ji Buqing had not made an appearance. It would have surely added an entertaining twist. After an interminable 10 minutes of slow marching, a much-needed break finally arrived. Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zuojia helped each other to fetch water. Qin Ran shook his head in disapproval. With such a frail appearance, their chances of winning the hearts of the girls in the adjacent formation were dubious at best. Simply being tolerated would be a significant achievement. One Yonglong carried a box of ice water, while Qin Ran rested beneath the shade of a tree, covering his face with his hat. The heat was oppressive, and this was only the first day. Military training was set to last a full 2 weeks, which promised to be quite the ordeal. Qin Ran. Upon hearing someone call his name, Qin Ran removed his hat, surprised to see his classmate Lu Ping before him. Is there something you need? I heard you and Lu Ruyan are childhood friends? Who said that? Utter nonsense. Lu Ping was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Qin Ran. Calm down. I was merely inquiring. Was it Wang Feifei who mentioned it? I happened to overhear Lu Ruyan chatting with Wang Feifei. Do you like Lu Ruyan? Lu Ping scratched the back of his head, momentarily unable to keep pace with Qin Ran's rapid-fire responses. Qin Ran's silence seemed to indicate tacit agreement. I'm rooting for you. Go pursue her. Wishing you success and happiness. Thank you. Lu Ping departed with a peculiar expression, having entirely forgotten what he originally intended to discuss with Qin Ran. Thrown off course by the latter's comments. Oh right. Lu Ping recalled that he had wanted to ask Qin Ran if he and Lu Ruyan were a couple. If not, there would be a fair competition. He had heard Wang Feifei mention that Lu Ruyan was considering becoming Qin Ran's girlfriend, which had prompted him to confront Qin Ran. However, the development of events had completely taken an unexpected turn. Qin Ran seemed genuinely furious at this revelation. Yes, furious. As Lu Ping reflected on Qin Ran's expression and tone from earlier, it appeared as though he had been wronged in a most grievous manner. It was somewhat exaggerated, yet not entirely fabricated. Lu Ping couldn't help but wonder if he had misheard or if Lu Ruyan had indeed expressed interest in Qin Ran, feigning otherwise. As Qin Ran watched Lu Ping's retreating figure, he shook his head. Young man, tu navi. Your rival is Ji Buoqing from the adjacent class, along with the manipulative Wang Feifei. You come to the wrong person. After a while, Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zhuojie returned, both drenched in sweat and looking pale. When Yonglong inquired, what on earth happened to you two? Don't even mention it. We want to fetch water. And you both look like this from just one box each? It wasn't one box. It was a staggering 30 boxes. The school distributed them temporarily, citing the extreme heat and the rising number of heat stroke cases. They provided free water for us to collect. Huang Zhuojie sighed. We were caught and forced into labor. What bad luck. One cannot carve the rotten wood. The two paused, puzzled. What does that mean? Are you coming back after you finish moving? Of course, why wouldn't we? Aren't you going to stand there and help distribute water? Shouldn't those girls express their gratitude towards you? Damn it. Fu Qingchuan's eyes widened. Is it still possible for us to return in time? I fear it may be too late. The instructor has returned. Prepare to assemble. How infuriating. Why didn't I think of that? Qin Ran, you must accompany us next time. If Qin Ran goes, do we still have a chance? Huang Zhuojie inquired. Indeed, Qin Ran. You should be our strategist, our romantic tactician. Huang Zhuojie's eyes lit up at this prospect. It wouldn't be inappropriate to call you father in this context, would it? The two exchanged glances. Fu Qingchuan gritted his teeth and declared, Qingchuan has been single for half his life, lamenting the absence of a wise mentor. If the master would not abandon him, Qingchuan would gladly kneel in homage, for once a teacher, always a father. Oh, noble father, I bow to you. With that, Fu Qingchuan performed a deep bow. Get up, you big child. Huang Zhuojie was taken aback, hesitating over whether he should continue this charade. He hadn't quite grasped everything Fu Qingchuan had said, only understanding the phrases once a teacher, always a father and noble father. Qin Ran glanced at Huang Zhuojie, who clasped his hands and whispered, noble father. Very well, all of you are my good children. Fu Qingchuan said through gritted teeth, if this doesn't come to fruition, you must return these two calls of noble father. Return what? Noble father. What? Noble father. All right, I've heard you. Chapter 26. Afflicted but kind-hearted, mistaking a boyfriend. As their noble father, Qin Ran agreed to assist with strategies. Fu Qingchuan pursued Tong Xian, while Huang Zhuojie tentatively aimed for Chen Shuan. The tentative nature stemmed from Huang Zhuojie's own uncertainty about whether he could handle Chen Shuan. As for Wen Yonglong, he had yet to find someone of interest. In truth, Qin Ran was aware that Wen Yonglong had a childhood sweetheart, though they had yet to acknowledge their mutual feelings. Qin Ran did not forget the task assigned by Guo Fuping, establishing a class group and adding a ladder to it. He also transferred the group leadership to Guo Fuping. He undertook these responsibilities reluctantly, knowing he would withdraw into the shadows after military training, concealing his contributions and accolades. Qin Ran then facilitated the addition of Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zhuojie to their respective crush's friend lists. Meanwhile, he accepted numerous friend requests from classmates. The students were exceedingly enthusiastic, with some even referring to him as class monitor, to which Qin Ran firmly corrected them, stating it was Lu Ruyan who held that title. Nevertheless, a considerable number still handed their class funds directly to him. To be precise, over 80% of the class transferred their funds to him, while 10% simply forgot about it, and the remaining 10%, including Wang Feifei, handed their contributions to Lu Ruyan. Gradually, an increasing number of peers began addressing Qin Ran as class monitor. On the fourth day of military training, most of the freshmen had tan skin, yet they appeared more spirited. They marched in unison, executing precise movements, no longer the disoriented participants they had once been, even managing to lead the instructor at times. Today, it was Qin Ran's turn to deliver water. After Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zhuojie had transported dozens of boxes of water on the first afternoon, they had not returned. The fundamental reason being both had found their targets and added them as friends, thus no longer needing to cast a wide net. Given the number of individuals who had fainted in recent days, the school had distributed bottled water. However, the sweltering heat rendered even the bottles placed in shade lukewarm soon after being retrieved. Therefore, the ice water that Qin Ran brought remained a hot commodity, and the dashing Qin Ran continued to receive a warm reception. Class monitor, you have finally arrived. We've been waiting for you. If you hadn't come, we would have perished from thirst. Thank you, class monitor. You look even more handsome today. A swarm of girls encircled Qin Ran, their intentions seemingly more about quenching their thirst for his presence than for the water itself. Surrounded, Qin Ran felt somewhat suffocated, sensing that some were taking advantage of his proximity. Not good. Wanbai has fainted. Class monitor, come quickly. Hurry. The crowd parted instantly, granting Qin Ran a clear path. He spotted Lin Wanbai lying on the ground, her complexion alarmingly pale, beads of sweat trickling down her face, her eyes tightly shut. Without hesitation, Qin Ran crouched beside her. Help me lift her. I'll carry her to the infirmary. Tong Xian and Xiao Shuwen assisted in raising Lin Wanbai. Qin Ran hoisted her slightly, breaking into a steady jog towards the infirmary, well aware of the quickest shortcuts through the campus. As Lin Wanbai regained consciousness, she realized she was being carried along a narrow path flanked by bamboo, her face paling further. Let me down. Do not speak. Ow. Qin Ran. Why are you twisting my ear? Let me down. Just hold on. We'll be at the infirmary shortly. Lin Wanbai paused, her muddled mind recalling that she had indeed fainted moments ago. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were having another episode. Qin Ran was at a loss for words. You're the one who is unwell, right? I'm not. I just feel unwell. Let me help you massage your ear. Her cool little hands began to knead Qin Ran's ear, the earlobe experiencing a level of comfort previously unmatched. At that moment, Qin Ran felt as if he were in the film The Intouchables, where the caregiver brought the employer to a massage parlor. A gentle breath wafted into Qin Ran's ear, causing him to halt abruptly, a shiver coursing through him, not from the cold, but from an indescribable sensation. No. Oh, do you feel better? Yes. Qin Ran's previously flushed ear now matched in color with the other, both radiating warmth. Who could withstand this? 10 minutes later, Lin Wanbai lay on a pristine hospital bed, her pallor replaced with a hint of color. Today, she was exempt from military training, as the school nurse had just issued her a note. She had a low-grade fever, plus her menstrual cycle had begun, and she was slightly overheated. The school nurse reprimanded Qin Ran for being an incompetent boyfriend, stating he should have ensured Lin Wanbai took a break earlier. Lin Wanbai waved her hands to explain that it wasn't tea like that, but the nurse misconstrued it as her defending Qin Ran. After the nurse provided a list of precautions for the two, she departed. Qin Ran poured a cup of warm water. You should rest well. I'll take my leave now. Wait. What is it? Could you buy me something? Certainly. What do you need? Just that, Lin Wanbai stammered, her fair cheeks growing increasingly flushed. The previous vibrations while on Qin Ran's back had resulted in a bit of an overflow. Qin Ran paused for a moment, quickly catching on, as he had been present when the nurse had mentioned it. All right, I'll go buy it. Which brand do you prefer? What size? Chidu space. 275, the regular kind will do. Understood, you lie down for a bit. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Ran returned. Nature calls. But he understood the urgency of the matter. If it were to be exposed, it would be troublesome. Not only did Qin Ran purchase the sanitary pads, but he also acquired several other items. He was now an adult, and his decision to buy additional products was not out of embarrassment over the sanitary pads. As Lin Wanbai gradually made her way back from the bathroom, she was met with the sight of Qin Ran preparing some brown sugar water. Unable to resist, she paused to observe him for a while. I'm back. Just in time for a drink, she said. Qin Ran helped Lin Wanbai lean against the headboard of the bed, and as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, Lin Wanbai felt a surge of gratitude. Despite his illness, this young man possessed a heart of gold. She regretted her earlier decision to twist his ear so forcefully. Lin Wanbai resolved that once she recovered, she would find an opportunity to repay Qin Ran. A little kindness should be met with great gratitude, as her parents had taught her. Qin Ran, thank you. It's nothing. We're classmates. It's only right, Qin Ran replied with a smile. You should rest well. I'll be around. Just message me if you need anything. Okay, she replied softly. Shortly after Qin Ran left, the school nurse returned. Upon seeing the assortment of food on the table, along with 2 packages of sanitary pads, she couldn't help but smile like an ant. Your boyfriend is quite considerate, carrying you here without complaint. And he listens attentively to my advice. He seems like a fine young man. For some reason, Lin Wanbai chose not to deny it this time. Chapter 27. A Debt of Gratitude? Dormitory Socializing. Lin Wanbai, feeling quite weak, soon lay down and fell into a deep sleep, only awakening during the lunch break. Tong Xian and her friends arrived at the infirmary to visit her. Wanbai, how are you? Feeling any better? Yes, much improved. We were thinking of bringing you lunch. But it seems that one tea be necessary, Tong Xian said with a smile. Li Xiaoke chimed in. Indeed, our class leader is very thoughtful towards Wanbai. providing her with food and drink. Faced with their teasing, Lin Wanbai felt relieved that she had tucked the sanitary pads into her pocket upon waking, avoiding an even more awkward situation. "I'll join you for lunch," she announced. "Aren't you going to rest a bit longer?" "I've rested enough. I feel much better now. I'll head back to the dorm after lunch." Tong Xian grabbed a plastic bag. "Then let us go." As they reached the door, the school nurse, dressed in her white coat, looked surprised and asked, "I sent to your boyfriend coming to pick you up?" "Boyfriend?" the three exclaimed in unison, gazing at Lin Wanbai in disbelief. This caused Lin Wanbai to blush profusely. "No, it's not like that." "All right then." The nurse assumed Lin Wanbai was just shy. "You should really rest well. I want to say goodbye." Upon arriving at the cafeteria, even after Lin Wanbai explained, Tong Xian remained unconvinced and took on the role of a matchmaker. "Wanbai, the class leader, is actually quite nice. You might want to consider him." "Yes," Li Xiaoka added. "I've heard there is someone in the adjacent dorm who has a crush on Qin Ran. You need to act fast." Only the unremarkable Chiu Shuwan remained silent, quietly eating her meal. Lin Wanbai reiterated, "It's really not what you think." The nurse misunderstood. "Well, for your sake, Qin Ran was even punished to run 10 laps. Tong Xian mentioned. "Punished to run?" Lin Wanbai gasped, feeling a deeper sense of guilt. "Why didn't Qin Ran mention he took you to the infirmary? If he had, the instructor probably wouldn't have punished him." Tong Xian wondered aloud. "He likely didn't want the news of you fainting to spread," Li Xiaoka explained. "Is that so? Qin Ran is truly a good person. Wanbai, you really ought to reconsider," they urged her. I'm not ready for a relationship," she stammered. "In college, you can lack many things, but love is not one of them," Tong Xian insisted, straightening her posture. "Now that I'm in college, no one calls me a child anymore." "Huh, Tong Xian, you're so amusing. Who said you were a child?" I sighed. "Just yesterday, the lady serving food asked me, 'Little one, what would you like?' It made me feel down for half the day." The group erupted in laughter. As Lin Wanbai ate, a vivid scene played in her mind. While she rested on the hospital bed, Qin Ran was on the playground, running lap after lap, his clothes soaked with sweat. Meanwhile, in another cafeteria, Qin Ran was facing similar inquiries. "Qin Ran, just confess. What is the status between you and Lin Wanbai?" "What status?" Qin Ran replied with exasperation. "I merely took her to the infirmary. Nothing happened." "Then why are you labeled as her boyfriend?" "Who said that?" "I wasn't aware of it. Tong Xian mentioned it." "Is that true?" "Why would I lie? She even sent me a message." "It's probably a misunderstanding. Stop guessing wildly," Qin Ran retorted. "Do you not have even the slightest interest in Lin Wanbai?" Qin Ran hesitated for a moment. See, Fu Qingguan exclaimed excitedly. "I knew it. You definitely have feelings for Lin Wanbai. I support you." "I don't. Stop spreading rumors." Fu Qingguan placed a chicken leg from his plate into Qin Ran's bowl. Qin Ran looked bewildered at the chicken leg. "Why are you giving me a chicken leg?" Fu Qingguan replied earnestly, "There's a very important event in college called dormitory socializing. I'm not going. Come on, please. Just for me. Will you mention the dormitory socializing to Lin Wanbai? Why don't you ask her yourself?" "I did. What if she refuses?" "That would be so awkward." "Fine. I want to be awkward, right? You carried Lin Wanbai to the infirmary while she was fainting. With such a debt of gratitude, she won to refuse you. Just ask her." "I want to ask. 3 breakfasts. Am I someone who repays favors? 1 week of breakfasts. I'm not that kind of person. You've misjudged me. Add another week of socks. What if Lin Wanbai misinterprets it? My reputation would be ruined. 2 weeks. Deal." Fu Qingchuan felt he had been tricked. "In reality, you were ready to agree just now, weren't you? For the sake of love, would you not sacrifice a bit of yourself? Just think, you would be the first in our dorm to have a partner." However, Fu Qingchuan felt something was amiss. Dormitory socializing meant 2 dorms coming together. If he and Tong Xian had a chance, others would too. Along. "Don't you think that girl from the other dorm is quite nice?" "No. I haven't even said who she is." "What is her name again?" "I don't have anyone I like. Don't think you can make me wash socks with you." "Zhu Jia. ISNT that bro code?" Huang Zhu Jia swiftly devoured the remaining half of the chicken leg. Chen Shu and ISNT from their dorm. "If I go, she might misunderstand as well. Just eat your chicken leg." After finishing their meal, Qin Ran returned to the dorm to shower. After his refreshing rinse, he lay comfortably on his bed, buzzing. The sound of his phone vibrating startled him. It was a message from Lin Wanbai. "Qin Ran, thank you for taking me to the infirmary. Thank you for buying me things. Transferring 5,000 yuan. Sorry for getting you punished." Qin Ran was surprised that Lin Wanbai would use emoticons. It was quite adorable, contrasting sharply with her usually aloof demeanor. He certainly wasn't one to repay favors. No need for such formality. If you wish to express your gratitude, just treat me to a meal. From our dorm, Fu Qingchuan. Before Qin Ran could finish typing, Lin Wanbai's reply came swiftly. "Sure." Qin Ran paused momentarily before continuing to type the remaining words. "Fu Qingchuan from our dormitory wishes to connect with your dormitory for a meal, and he requested me to inquire about it. Let me check with the others. Please hold on for a moment." Lin Wanbai turned her head, asking Tong Xian Xiao Ku and Shu Wen if they wanted to join the gathering proposed by Fu Qingchuan from their dormitory. What? A gathering? Absolutely. Wanbai. It seems he is interested in pursuing you. We should go. Lin Wanbai pondered for a moment and clarified. It is Fu Qingchuan from their dormitory who wants to invite us, not Qin Ran. Oh, Li Xiaoke glanced at Tong Xian. So is Fu Qingchuan. Tong Xian's cheeks flushed slightly. Why are you looking at me? Weren't you just chatting with him? I believe he has feelings for you. No. He said Qin Ran is interested in Wanbai. Really? Indeed. Chapter 28. The strategist enters. Who is in love? As night descended, the lights in the dormitory were extinguished. In the darkness, from mobile screens emitted a soft glow, one accompanied by the increasingly rapid sound of typing. Li Xiaoke propped herself up. Wanbai, are you still chatting with Qin Ran? After waiting a while without a response, she called out again. Wanbai? Ah. Lin Wanbai, whose lips had curved into a slight smile, finally snapped back to reality. Are you still conversing with Qin Ran? Yes, Lin Wanbai replied, while typing. You've been chatting all evening, and you're still at it? Yes. Wanbai. Something seems off with you. Tong Xian turned towards her. I've said it before, those two have issues. Not at all, Lin Wanbai quickly refuted. I'm just discussing the dormitory gathering. We've already decided on dinner and karaoke. What else is there? Just chatting about food. It dawned on Lin Wanbai that she had been discussing their favorite dishes and least favorite snacks with Qin Ran. It appeared to have little relevance to the dormitory gathering. She had sent several hundred messages that night, totaling over 1,000 between the two. She and T realized how long they had been engaged in conversation. Nor did she notice that she had stayed up past lights out, a time when she would typically be asleep. In fact, she felt hardly any discomfort. Her focus was solely on the conversation. Upon this realization, Lin Wanbai felt a slight twinge of unease in her stomach. Lin Wanbai typed a reply. I'm going to sleep now, good night. Are we still going to military training tomorrow? Yes, I took a nap this afternoon, feeling much better. Did you take any cold medicine? No, you should take some medicine before sleeping. Crying, frowning JPG. Good medicine is often bitter. All right, pouting JPG. Be good night. Good night. In dormitory 502, Qin Ran exited the chat interface, his phone battery precariously low. He had become a bridge of communication between the two dormitories, though it seemed to have evolved into a dialogue exclusively between himself and Lin Wanbai. A subtle smile crept onto Qin Ran's lips after their conversation. He found Lin Wanbai to be entirely different from his initial impression. She seemed somewhat naive, and her thought process appeared remarkably straightforward, a stark contrast to her aloof exterior. In other words, she was somewhat easy to deceive. Yet, he could sense that Lin Wanbai harbored a sunlit spirit within, her innocence akin to a crystal-clear spring. Regardless of the murky chaos of the outside world, she maintained an unwavering clarity of mind, evoking a desire to protect the purity and beauty of this spring. The following day, Friday, marked the day before the dormitory gathering. Yet Fu Qingchuan was already brimming with excitement. He arose early, fussing with his hair. If he refrained from speaking, concealing his introverted nature, Fu Qingchuan could be considered a dapper young man in his stylish glasses. With a mask, he could easily capture the hearts of numerous young ladies. However, his current fidgeting and whistling while fixing his hair might prompt girls to roll their eyes at him. Nevertheless, after 2 years since graduation, Fu Qingchuan had changed significantly. He had matured, and the carefree smile that once adorned his face was now absent. Unless among close friends, he typically refrained from making crude jokes. Otherwise, he would have married a girl with such high standards and a formidable background. Yet now, Fu Qingchuan had just taken Qin Ran as his mentor, learning the art of courting women. Although Qin Ran's words were few, they resonated deeply with Fu Qingchuan, akin to a sudden enlightenment. He regretted not consulting Qin Ran sooner. However, the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. Thus, Fu Qingchuan's request for Qin Ran to be a strategist was not too late. After all, university had just begun, and there was ample time ahead. As Fu Qingchuan finished styling his hair and stepped out, he was promptly met with Qin Ran's blunt assessment. Wait, we have military training. Your hair will be flattened under the cap and mixed with sweat. Do you not realize this? Well, I'll just wear the cap the whole time. Qin Ran shook his head, exasperated by his naivety. When Yonglong interjected succinctly, then why bother styling your hair at all? This struck a chord with Fu Qingchuan. Should I wash it off then? Let us go. We're running late, and you haven't eaten breakfast yet. At least for now, you won't have to wear a cap. That is true. Fu Qingchuan folded his cap and stuffed it into his pocket. The four friends set off to the cafeteria for breakfast. While waiting in line for food, Fu Qingchuan asked, Qin Ran, do you think I should buy breakfast for Tong Xian? What kind of breakfast? Only a sycophant would do that. A girl won't develop feelings for you simply because you buy her a meal or a cup of milk tea. Fu Qingchuan nodded, finding this advice sensible. At the back of the line, Wang Feifei, who was preparing to buy breakfast for Lu Rian, paused at this remark, feeling as if it was directed at him. Should he still buy breakfast for Lu Ruyan? He hesitated. Yet, he recalled that during high school, Qin Ran often bought breakfast for Lu Ruyan. Why was he now saying the complete opposite? Could it be that he intended this as advice for Wang Feifei, hoping to deter him from buying breakfast for Lu Ruyan? Wang Feifei considered this possibility, though he deemed it unlikely. He was already aware that Qin Ran had blocked Lu Ruyan. This was no jest. It had been several days, and he doubted it was a mere game of hard to get. There was no need for him to be so indirect in warning Wang Feifei against buying breakfast for Lu Ruyan. This was the first time Wang Feifei had heard the term sycophant, yet he understood it immediately. The literal meaning was quite clear. He realized he might indeed fit the description of the sycophant Qin Ran referred to, a loyal follower trailing behind Lu Ruyan. Qin Ran's words prompted deep contemplation. Lu Ruyan would surely not agree to be his girlfriend simply because he bought her breakfast or milk tea. Otherwise, Qin Ran would have succeeded long ago. What then? Could genuinely capture Lu Ruyan's heart? Lu Ping from their class had already taken the initiative to add Lu Ruyan as a friend. And there was also a handsome and cool guy from the neighboring class who had exchanged glances with Lu Ruyan, which left Wang Feifei feeling a sense of impending crisis. If he did not take action soon, his beloved Ruyan might be snatched away by someone else. Although he had managed to carve out a place beside Lu Ruyan as her close friend, this identity also confined him, preventing him from caring for her as a boyfriend should. Many of his actions and words were, in essence, expressions of affection typical of a boyfriend. Yet he has now come to realize that no matter what he does, Lu Ruyan will always interpret his actions from the perspective of a close friend. This notion vexes him greatly. With a group of onlookers keenly observing, Wang Feifei finds himself reminiscing about Qin Ran's presence beside Lu Ruyan. At least with Qin Ran's handsome visage, affluent background, and admirable demeanor, he could keep the self-aware boys at bay. However, now Qin Ran is not even by Lu Ruyan's side, but instead has taken to circumventing her, and the dynamics have shifted dramatically. No one seems to regard him as a threat, and he is hardly perceived as a boy at all. After some contemplation, Wang Feifei becomes increasingly resolute that he must take action. Regardless of the circumstances, he must first keep the outsiders at bay. Chapter 29. Military Training Individual Performances. Priority in Mate Selection Rights. Wang Feifei is self-aware enough to understand the chasm between himself and Qin Ran. Over the years, Lu Ruyan has consistently held Qin Ran in high regard. Simply put, Qin Ran has always been the most outstanding boy in every conceivable aspect. Wang Feifei, his thoughts racing, gathers his meal and takes a seat at the table beside Qin Ran. Qin Ran raises an eyebrow, as if questioning whether Wang Feifei takes his words lightly. The glances from the other two in the dormitory turn decidedly unfriendly towards Wang Feifei. They too harbor a dislike for this effeminate boy and are thoroughly put off by his sarcastic demeanor. Wang Feifei first glances at Qin Ran, then at the imposing figure of Wen Yonglong. Just days prior, he had witnessed Wen Yonglong forcefully submerging a blonde boy's head into a plate. Quite a terrifying sight. Yet, in comparison, he fears Qin Ran far more. The latter has actually laid hands on him before, and the bruises on his body have yet to fade. Were it not for Qin Ran as promised to relinquish Lu Ruyan to him, Wang Feifei would undoubtedly have had to report him and face consequences. Wang Feifei recalls the image of Qin Ran kicking away a plate and ultimately shifts to a diagonal position. Should Qin Ran erupt in anger, he would at least have time to escape with his plate in hand. Qin Ran, he begins, I must mention that Ruyan has been crying frequently during the nights lately. Qin Ran continues to eat, seemingly unperturbed. He had made his stance abundantly clear from the very first day of school. Wang Feifei and Lu Ruyan were no longer his concern. Qin Ran suspects that Wang Feifei has forgotten the pain after healing, as this marks the second time he has approached him with matters concerning Lu Ruyan. The last time was a test. What is it this time? Does he truly believe he is simply speaking idly? Casting a glance at Wang Feifei, Qin Ran surmises that he will soon have the opportunity to teach him a lesson again. The previous encounter had been too lenient. It seems he has not learned his lesson. Wang Feifei trembles slightly, instinctively rising onto his toes, ready to flee at a moment's notice. He perceives the impatience and disdain in Qin Ran's eyes, as well as the unmistakable desire to strike him. Wang Feifei carefully considers his words to avoid incurring Qin Ran's wrath. Qin Ran, Ruyan has told others that she is your high school classmate, and that they share a good relationship. However, many in the class now refer to you as the class monitor, not her. Some are even speculating whether there is discord between you and Ruyan. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to clarify this? It will be beneficial for both you and Ruyan. Qin Ran sets down his spoon and smiles faintly. I will count to 3. 1, 2, smack. Wang Feifei drops his metal spoon and bolts, making a wide detour to hand his plate to the cafeteria lady before fleeing through the door farthest from Qin Ran. Ha ha ha. Fu Qingchuan bursts into laughter. This coward is hilarious. Qin Ran, what did you do to him? Nothing much, just gave him a beating, Qin Ran replies nonchalantly. The other two are taken aback. You really hit him? Indeed. Awesome. Fu Qingchuan exclaims, giving a thumbs up. Huang Zujia chimes in, next time, let me join on the fun. Just don't go around throwing punches without reason. When Yonglong advises, though his bulging muscles lend little credibility to his words. With the distraction of flies eliminated, the four of them finish their breakfast and head towards the training ground. Tomorrow is a day of rest, making today's military training feel considerably less arduous. However, it proves that even while standing at attention, no amount of positive thinking can alleviate the fatigue. It remains exhausting. Aside from standing at attention, their marching and high-stepping have improved significantly. They nearly faltered during the emergency assembly, but it ultimately proved unnecessary for the final performance. Another highlight is the military song segment, arguably the most entertaining part of the day. During the afternoon break, each squad sits in their designated places, watching the instructor demonstrate military body movements, lead military songs, and showcase personal talents. The instructor's military movements elicit a chorus of cheers. The subsequent call and response military songs provoke uproarious laughter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've been waiting so long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're so anxious. When you're told to sing, just sing. Don't be shy and awkward. What do you look like? Like a girl. The red flag waves, the green flag waves. Boys who don't sing are useless. The military songs must be performed with vigor, as the volume is paramount. Overpowering the opposing team's voices is essential. I am a soldier. Unity is strength. Green flowers in the army. Familiar tunes echo across the playground. Following the military songs, the personal talent performance segment commences. This is the optimal moment to secure priority in mate selection rights and is a favorite among the new students. The first boy to take the stage performs a popping dance, garnering a decent amount of applause, though he unfortunately lacks the charisma. The second act features a duo performing a Latin dance. Without a doubt, their spirited energy and movements evoke thunderous applause. Gradually, the more popular new students are ushered to the center of the clearing. Lu Rian had mentioned in class that she enjoys singing and dancing, so her name is soon called. Lu Rian has long awaited this moment. She steps forward without hesitation, handing her hat to Li Hui and letting her hair cascade down as she enters the spotlight. With striking beauty and an elegant figure, she immediately elicits whistles and cheers from the crowd. Instead of singing, Lu Rian has prepared a dance, having practiced diligently over the past few nights to an old song, Girls' Generation's G. This song, beloved by countless boys, loses its essence without the accompanying music video. As the melody begins to play, the atmosphere ignites with excitement. Though the song is dated, its influence is undeniable. Upon hearing it, one cannot help but feel the energy. G, 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 baby, 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 G, 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 B, 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 B. B as Lu Ruyan begins to sing and dance, rhythmic clapping and humming resonate around her. Lu Ping and Wang Feifei cheer enthusiastically, their hands turning red from applause. Ji Buqing's gaze on Lu Rian grows increasingly bright, a glimmer of infatuation flashing in his eyes. He has set his sights on her as his first target. In terms of beauty, Lu Rian ranks among the top 3 of the most stunning girls he has encountered. Her figure is commendable, and though she appears innocent, she possesses an innate charm that captivates the heart. Ji Buqing has already inquired about Li Luo's background. She is the daughter of a deputy director and is also among his targets. As the new semester commenced, he found himself exhilarated by the abundance of potential conquests. He possessed the knowledge to ensnare a girl's heart and was adept at juggling multiple affections. Following Lu Rian's captivating dance, the boys erupted in fervent cheers, while many discreetly recorded videos, ensuring that tonight's campus forum would be flooded with footage of Lu Rian's performance. It was inevitable that she would become the focal point of discussion among the freshmen this year. As Lu Rian descended from the stage, Ji Buqing immediately rose and stepped outside, exchanging a fleeting glance with her. He flashed a confident smile, hoping to establish a silent connection through their gaze. However, he soon realized that Lu Rian's eyes seemed to gaze right through him. After pausing to observe the direction of Lu Rian's attention, his expression darkened. There sat someone who had frequently antagonized him and made him uncomfortable on multiple occasions. Taking a deep breath, Ji Buqing could hardly believe that, after performing his signature song, he would still be overshadowed by Qin Ran, who sat in the audience. Chapter 30, a half-baked performance, dreading unexpected mishaps. Ji Buqing had already set his sights on Lu Rian when their gazes locked in the cafeteria. Had it not been for the ensuing conflict with Qin Ran that caused him to lose face, he would have likely befriended Lu Rian by now. Lu Rian's acquaintance with Qin Ran was not a favorable development for him. Even he, who prided himself on his looks, had to concede that Qin Ran's attractiveness was on par with his own. Nonetheless, Ji Buqing was quite pleased with Lu Ruyan's stance during the cafeteria incident, as she had sided with him, and Qin Ran had lost composure before her. His confidence in winning Lu Ruyan's heart surged. The vibrant energy of Lu Ruyan's recent dance had stirred him, and the enthusiasm of the boys in attendance only solidified his resolve to pursue her. It would be a matter of pride to have such a beautiful, graceful, and talented girlfriend by his side. Moreover, he discovered that the naturally enchanting Lu Ruyan was still inexperienced, making her a true gem. Thus, as soon as Lu Ruyan concluded her performance, he eagerly took to the stage, not only to engage in an exchange of glances with her, but also to assert his claim. Ji Buqing, a self-proclaimed karaoke enthusiast, had spent considerable time in KTV during high school, participating in group singing sessions. Now, all he needed to do was showcase his vocal prowess and charm, and it would be effortless to capture the hearts of many girls, including Lu Ruyan. While she was his primary target, she was by no means his only one. He had already surveyed the freshman girls and found several of them quite appealing. Even clad in the most unremarkable military training uniforms, they still radiated brilliance. Among Lu Ruyan's squad, there was a girl who eclipsed even her beauty. With microphone in hand, Ji Buqing turned his back to the boy squad and directed a subtle smile towards the girl's side, focusing on Lu Ruyan and the other stunning girl. He refrained from launching into his performance immediately and instead posed a question. Did everyone enjoy the previous performance? The crowd erupted with enthusiastic shouts of affirmation. I enjoyed it too, Ji Buqing replied, his words layered with double meaning. The response was met with a cacophony of whistles and cheers. As the earlier performance had been nothing short of spectacular, I was pushed onto the stage, and the pressure is a bit overwhelming. Now, I shall present to you all a song titled Reverse the Earth, and I hope you enjoy it. The dynamic introduction began to play, and Ji Buqing gestured for the audience to amplify their applause and cheers, instantly igniting a fervent atmosphere. He even executed a Thomas spin, eliciting an even louder response. With the ambience reaching a crescendo, Ji Buqing commenced his singing. Although he was not adept at street dancing, he knew a few flashy moves. Relying on his charming demeanor and good looks, he had often found himself dancing closely with girls in nightclubs, with hundreds, if not thousands, cheering for him. Ji Buqing's smile radiated with the brilliance of the sun. After a mischievous grin, he began to sing the challenging Reverse the Earth. Bow wow wow, let me see your hands. Defy gravity and reverse the earth. Bow wow wow. Now is not the time for trivialities. Only the fittest survive, otherwise, please exit this rhythm. It must be said that Ji Buqing's vocal abilities were commendable, enhanced by diligent practice, making him sound quite impressive. However, being neither a professional rap artist nor particularly gifted, he struggled with breath control during the rap section, rendering his delivery somewhat muddled and lacking precision. Yet, it sufficed to dazzle the audience. The atmosphere reached its zenith. Lu Ruyan's attention had fully shifted to the dazzling Ji Buqing. Bow wow wow. Let me see you nod. Dance along to my music. You won't be disappointed. Bow wow wow. Now is not the time to retreat. Face on. Watch me reverse the earth. Suddenly, the accompanying music came to an abrupt halt. A chorus of bewildered wow sounds echoed across the vast playground, as the cheers from the audience seemed to vanish in an instant. This was soon followed by an awkward laughter. Without the resounding background music, Ji Buqing's true capabilities were laid bare for all to see. Embarrassed, he ceased singing, acutely aware of the residual wow sounds reverberating in the air. Ahem, where's the accompaniment? Ji Buqing coughed lightly, his tone tinged with barely contained anger. He was in the midst of showcasing his vocal talent. What was happening? He yearned to try again, but the crowd's cheers had transformed into jeers. Among the loudest were Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zujia, their derisive shouts echoing through the air. Get off the stage. Fu Qingchuan crouched low, blending into the crowd as he yelled for Ji Buqing to exit. Some of the boys began to echo the demand. Ji Buqing's expression darkened, and he descended the stage with a frown. Even if he were to try once more, he doubted he could perform well, and having already suffered humiliation, there was no need to attempt a forced recovery of his pride. However, Ji Buqing had made up his mind. Starting tomorrow, he would practice diligently in secret, preparing to astound everyone with his performance at the welcome party. As he returned, he noticed Fu Qingchuan, who had been most vocal in the crowd, and his anger flared. Fu Qingchuan feigned innocence, cupping his hands to shout, Qin Ran. Qin Ran. Within mere moments, the girl squad began to chant Qin Ran's name as well. It seemed that Qin Ran was the first to elicit such fervent admiration from so many girls. Curiosity piqued. The crowd clamored to understand the source of Qin Ran's allure. As the chorus of his name grew louder, several boys hoisted Qin Ran into the air, a cacophony of applause and cheers erupting in anticipation of his appearance on stage. Ji Buqing's countenance darkened with envy. He had not experienced such adoration just moments ago. All eyes were now riveted on Qin Ran. Lu Ruyan joined the applause, her eyes sparkling with excitement. In the distance, Wang Feifei stood alone, filled with envy and resentment. He already knew what the outcome would be. While others were oblivious, he was acutely aware of Qin Ran's extraordinary musical talent, which far surpassed Ji Buqing's half-hearted attempts. Previously, his least favorite activity was singing alongside Qin Ran and Lu Ruyan. Whenever Qin Ran opened his mouth, he was completely overshadowed. The same was true for school reunions, where everyone was captivated by Qin Ran's melodious voice. If one were to inquire what Lu Ruyan cherished most about Qin Ran, it would not be his striking features, comparable to that of a distinguished reader, but rather his voice, touched by the kiss of an angel. Most people yearn for a mere morsel of talent, while a select few, such as Qin Ran, seem to be pursued by divine providence, nourished by it. Chapter 31. A musical prodigy favored by the heavens. Unlike Ji Buqing, who made a concerted effort to invigorate the atmosphere, Qin Ran simply stood in the center, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic screams. His ethereal aura, coupled with his starry eyes, statuesque figure, and an impeccably handsome face, ensnared a throng of female admirers even before he commenced his performance. With a microphone in hand, Qin Ran raised his left hand, and the crowd gradually quieted down. He dedicated a rendition of In the Name of the Father to everyone. The previously tranquil audience erupted into exuberance once more. In the Name of the Father was a composition by Jay Cho that had earned the title of an unassailable masterpiece. On the day of its release, it garnered an astonishing 800 million listens, achieving unprecedented influence. July 16th was even designated as Jay Cho Day. The song was memorable, particularly due to its unique prelude that left listeners in awe. However, it was seldom heard being hummed, for the reason was simple. Few could deliver the emotional resonance it demanded. When Ji Buqing heard that Qin Ran would sing In the Name of the Father, he couldn't help but chuckle. He had certainly heard the song and had attempted to sing it himself, considering its explosive popularity at the time. Yet, he couldn't do it justice, and even his friends, who were quite good at singing, typically avoided this piece at karaoke. They feared that attempting to showcase their skills would only result in greater embarrassment than his. Ji Buqing's smile quickly faltered. Ave Maria, grazia ricevuta per la mia famiglia. Con risentito con un amorevole divino. Amen. A deep, captivating voice resonated as Qin Ran recited in Italian, followed by a hauntingly long prelude. Ji Buqing felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that Qin Ran truly possessed the talent. The cool morning dew dampened his black attire, while the mist enveloped the cobblestone path, and a father's whisper echoed softly. The harsh realization dawned upon Ji Buqing that it could only grow more brutal, all in pursuit of the path leading to the sanctuary. The thousands of new students were utterly astonished. Qin Ran effortlessly drew the audience into song, classical piano, opera, and rap melded together. Ji Buqing was drenched in sweat. If one lacked sufficient imagination and innate talent for music, they would struggle to sing this song. Moreover, without deep comprehension, one could not convey the song's profound meaning. Ji Buqing swallowed hard. At that moment, he conceded defeat, utterly defeated. Even if he practiced diligently for another decade, he would not reach even half of Qin Ran's current prowess. Father, holding my hands, gently walks along the tranquil cobblestone path of the morning. Ah ya ya, tick it, ah ya. As the song reached its conclusion, it was lengthy, but even longer was the silence that followed Qin Ran's performance. After a prolonged silence, the applause erupted, echoing across the entire playground and wafting through the campus of the university. Many were aware that Lu Ruyan would soon achieve fame on campus forums and among the new students. Although Ji Buqing's initial rap was commendable, it paled in comparison to Qin Ran's current brilliance. It was an undeniable chasm. Few in attendance were professionals, yet they had grown up immersed in music, possessing discernment. Qin Ran's vocal prowess and technique were undoubtedly the finest they had witnessed in real life. Without exception, high school vocal competitions, where singers like Ji Buqing thrived, were rendered insignificant in the presence of Qin Ran. As the final note lingered in the air, Qin Ran amassed a legion of admirers. The shrieks of girls were ear-splitting. Those who usually sang confidently fell into silence. Ji Buqing's silence was equally thunderous. Encore, encore, another song, another song. Thousands clamored for more, creating a spectacle of extraordinary proportions. Today, Qin Ran had achieved renown with a single performance. Yet, he chose not to continue. While he adored music, he had no intention of pursuing it as a lifelong endeavor. This decision had often left his music teachers lamenting in dismay. As he returned the microphone to the instructor, the audience was left with a sense of disappointment. They longed to hear more. Not only would they have welcomed another rendition, but even 10 more would not have worn out their welcome. If Qin Ran were to hold a concert on campus, It would have been the ultimate experience. Regrettably, he did not continue, leaving them yearning for more auditory delight. Fortunately, many had recorded videos, allowing them to savor Qin Ran's voice and visage at leisure. For a moment, no one dared to take the stage again. The monumental performance by Qin Ran had set a standard that was nearly unattainable. Thus, the personal performances concluded. Qin Ran had elevated this event to heights beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, inadvertently marking the end of today's showcase. As the group reassembled and prepared to disperse, Qin Ran received the highest accolades. Fu Qingchuan, who had initially urged Qin Ran to take the stage, stood in disbelief. Qin Ran, you were phenomenal. You must tell me, are you a music major? With such talent, you didn't take the initiative to perform? If I were in your position, I would have been the first to step up. Qin Ran cast a sidelong glance at the overly excited Fu Qingchuan, still harboring grievances about being called to the stage without reason. Wow, Fu Qingchuan boldly stated, you should be grateful to me. If it weren't for my encouragement, you wouldn't have had the courage to go up there. Trust me, after today, you will be famous in our college, no, in our entire school. You've earned VIP priority in dating. Do you understand? The line of girls wishing to pursue you would stretch to the school gate. Qin Ran shook his head, dismissing the notion. Unlike others who would have been ecstatic, he had long since grown indifferent to such matters. It would be disingenuous to claim he harbored no vanity whatsoever. Yet, he did not allow the recent uproar to inflate his ego. If he truly desired, he could have already been at Berkeley. To him, music was more akin to a companion than an ultimate goal. In the past, his aspirations were simple, and his desired lifestyle uncomplicated. However, he had failed. Fortunately, he had awakened to this truth and been granted a second chance at life. Qin Ran stood before Lu Ruyan, who was radiantly positioned in front of him. Yet, as he faced what had once been his pursuit, his heart remained unperturbed. Lu Ruyan, who had just caused quite a stir, was undeniably captivating. However, what truly captures attention is the sight of Lu Ruyan and Qin Ran standing side by side. Both possess an extraordinary level of beauty, handsome men and stunning women. One's singing rivals that of a professional vocalist, while the other's allure lies in her captivating looks and graceful movements. Together, they resemble a pair of celestial beings, evoking envy from onlookers. Such scenes have transpired many times before. Whenever Qin Ran and Lu Ruyan are together, they invariably become the focal point of the crowd. Yet, this moment is markedly different from the past. Qin Ran does not linger due to Lu Ruyan. He merely drifts past her as though she were invisible. Chapter 32. A grand performance. The Green Tea Queen's acting skills shine. To love someone, it seems, possesses an expiration date. Not to mention the fleeting nature of a few months of passionate romance. Even the so-called 7-year itch is considered brief. Qin Ran's capacity for love far exceeds that of the average person, lasting long enough to baffle those around him. In a previous life, he concealed his brilliance for Lu Ruyan, sacrificing his dignity without receiving the appreciation he deserved. In this life, even if love never arrives, he shall not cast a single glance back at Lu Ruyan. Qin Ran no longer wishes to love someone who exhausts him, even if she cannot provide him with motivation. At the very least, companionship would suffice. Lu Ruyan, her smile frozen in place, stands in shock as Qin Ran floats past her, as if she were a mere figment of his imagination. At such close proximity, she cannot fathom how he could possibly fail to hear or see her. Lu Ruyan cannot believe that this is the same boy who once traversed great distances just to see her. The boy who adored her to the utmost, willing to sacrifice everything, has seemingly vanished without a trace. With tears brimming in her eyes, Lu Ruyan rushes to block Qin Ran's path. Qin Ran, why are you ignoring me? This scene instantly piques the curiosity of onlookers. What a scandal! The girl who just shone in her solo performance turns out to be the object of the male idol's affections. Moreover, her reddened eyes, threatening to spill tears, resemble those of someone heartbroken after a romance. Some young men feel a pang of jealousy. If such a beautiful girl were to become his girlfriend, he would surely berate himself after every quarrel. Yet, alas, the girl does not reciprocate his feelings, condemning him to remain an envious bystander. Fu Qingchuan nudges Qin Ran's arm. Let us go. Please grab me a meal. I'll be there shortly. Before they even begin conversing, Qin Ran has already set the tone for their discussion, succinct and to the point. Let us move over there. Don't block the path. With that, he strides ahead. Lu Ruyan takes a deep breath, trailing silently behind him. Not far away, Ji Buqing watches with a dark expression, feeling as though he is about to be cast aside. He had believed Lu Ruyan held an interest in him, but it seems that was merely an illusion. Nevertheless, he is not inclined to relinquish his pursuit. His chosen prey has rarely escaped his grasp, save for one unfortunate encounter. Ji Buqing instructs his roommate to return home, then follows after them, hoping for an opportunity. The atmosphere between the two is palpably tense. Perhaps he might seize his chance. At that moment, he could deal with Qin Ran and win over Lu Rian's heart, achieving both goals simultaneously. Ji Buqing's intentions are commendable, but unbeknownst to him, another young man, not dressed for military training, is also tailing them. This individual is Wang Feifei, who is consumed by the fear of losing Lu Rian. Should someone glance down from above, they would witness a peculiar tableau. At the forefront are a man and a woman, the woman meticulously following in the man's wake. Behind them is a young man feigning to pass by, his gaze fixed on the pair ahead. Lastly, there lurks a shadowy, effeminate figure, fixated on the trio. For those fond of romantic tales, this could very well unfold into an exquisite drama. Qin Ran reaches a corner a little past the intersection, stopping as he notices the furtive duo trailing behind him, raising an eyebrow in bemusement. They truly are persistent. However, he understands that both are ultimately headed toward Lu Rian. Thus, he need only resolve matters with her. What is the matter? You apologize. Apologize for what? Lu Rian enumerates her grievances with precision. You didn't help me with my luggage, ignored me. Didn't assist me in class, causing me to be reprimanded by the teacher. You bought breakfast for other girls, but not for me. You even blocked me and deleted me from your friends. You were rude to me in the cafeteria, kicked the plates, and threw tantrums. Do you realize your mistakes? Qin Ran chuckles. Had you not mentioned it, I would have remained blissfully unaware of my numerous transgressions. Now, if you apologize to me and rectify your behavior, I might still grant you my forgiveness. Otherwise, I shall cease to acknowledge you. Lu Rian crosses her arms, reverting to her former haughty demeanor. So, if I don't apologize, you won't forgive me and will ignore me for eternity? Precisely. Lu Rian lifts her chin, embodying a spoiled little princess. Fine. Qin Ran replies curtly, turning to leave. This catches Lu Rian off guard. In the past, if she displayed even a hint of displeasure, Qin Ran would rush to cheer her up. If she were to throw a tantrum, regardless of fault, he would apologize without hesitation. He would never have ignored her for days on end. Today, she had even taken the initiative to offer him an olive branch. Had he simply apologized, she would have readily forgiven his many faults. Yet, not only did Qin Ran fail to apologize, he walked away without a backward glance. Lu Rian stands stunned for a moment, finally coming to her senses as she calls out, "Where are you going?" "To eat." Lu Rian finally comprehends Qin Ran's sentiment. He refuses to apologize, preferring to dine with his friends rather than remain with her for even a moment longer. But she has already declared that without an apology, he should not expect her forgiveness. Watching Qin Ran's figure grow more distant until he fades into the crowd, Lu Rian's proud demeanor crumbles, and she sinks to the ground in tears. The boy who once gazed at her with adoration has turned away, not even casting a glance in her direction. Hidden behind a tree, Ji Buqing realizes that the opportunity has arrived. This is his moment to strike. Just as he prepares to advance, he is suddenly blocked by Wang Feifei. He shifts to the right, intending to circumvent him, but Wang Feifei mirrors his movements. Ji Buqing's expression darkens. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Why does it concern you? Let me pass. If you intend to go after Rian, then it definitely concerns me." Ji Buqing sizes up Wang Feifei, suddenly recalling that he was the boy who dined with Lu Rian in the cafeteria. Ji Buqing smirks. "What are you laughing at? You like her, don't you?" Without waiting for Wang Feifei's response, Ji Buqing sneers. "You should take a good look in the mirror. What a pathetic sight you are." Wang Feifei detests being called pathetic. "Who is pathetic? You are the one who is pathetic. Your whole family is pathetic. Are you looking for a fight?" Wang Feifei shrinks back, suddenly struck by a bold notion. "Do you dare to lay a finger on me? Why not?" "Je Buqing's Wang Feifei." However, the latter flies back several meters as if kicked, letting out a shriek. "Ah!" Wang Feifei's cry is so mournful it seems he's been grievously wronged. Instantly, the attention of everyone within 100 meters is drawn to the commotion. Even the severely paralyzed individual residing in the dormitory above managed to roll out of bed and onto the balcony to witness the commotion. Lost in her sorrow and indignation, Lu Rian lifted her gaze and immediately rushed towards the wailing Wang Feifei, sprawled on the ground. "Feifei, what happened? Are you all right?" Ji Buqing stood there dumbfounded as he beheld the anguished Wang Feifei. He had merely pushed her without even throwing a punch. How could that possibly send her flying so far? He was neither a scion nor a one-punch man. The peculiar stares from those around him pricked at him like needles, and Ji Buqing's expression darkened. Curse it, he had been deceived by that pathetic, wretched man on the ground feigning pain. Chapter 33. Hypocrites and true villains both suffer. "Feifei, are you all right?" "Yin Yin. It hurts so much." "What? What happened? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Wang Feifei pointed at Ji Buqing and exclaimed, "I wanted to find you." And he suddenly hit me. "Do you know him?" Lu Rian regarded Ji Buqing with a slight frown. "What were you thinking, hitting someone?" "I didn't hit her. Yebuchengis lips tvitchet. Forget it, Yin Yin, I'm fine. No, it can't just end like this. Lu Rian stood resolutely. Why did you want to hit Qin Ran? Both Ji Buqing and Wang Feifei were momentarily taken aback. Why was Qin Ran suddenly being brought into this? Lu Rian's eyes widened. I'm asking you. At the cafeteria, was it intentional? It was a misunderstanding. Ji Buqing endeavored to explain in a soothing tone. I don't even know your friend, Qin Ran. Why would I oppose him? Lu Rian shook her head. No, that blonde guy who carelessly tossed his cigarette but while dining off campus. You know him. It turned out the villain had struck first. Chen Hui was not at fault. It was all a misunderstanding. Qin Ran had sought trouble. Qin Ran isn't that kind of person, Feifei, right? Wang Feifei was taken aback, realizing she had to defend Qin Ran. However, when faced with a common enemy, it was indeed necessary to unite against it. Exactly. Qin Ran is gentle and would never resort to violence. Wang Feifei hesitated, recalling how Qin Ran had recently given her a thorough beating. It was possible he had acted out of character. Nevertheless, the former Qin Ran had always been courteous, never raising his voice, which endeared him to many. Yin Yin, we should leave, otherwise, he might hit someone again. Ji Buqing's forehead throbbed with veins. At this moment, he truly felt the urge to strike. Lu Rian stood protectively in front of Wang Feifei. What are you doing? Do you want to hit someone again? This is a school. I'm not. Wang Feifei hid behind Lu Rian. Yin Yin, let's just go. He really looks fierce. His gaze feels like it could devour someone whole. Let's leave. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Ji Buqing clenched his fists, taking deep breaths to restrain himself. If he acted out in front of everyone, he would be unable to explain himself. But damn it, he was truly reaching his limit. In a sudden feint, Ji Buqing sidestepped Lu Rian and delivered a kick to Wang Feifei's waist. Damn it, you pathetic coward. I can't stand you any longer. Didn't you say I hit you? Well, here I am. How disgusting. Ji Buqing's fists, as large as sandbags, rained down on Wang Feifei. Wang Feifei howled in agony, feeling as if he were dying. The cost of this confrontation was indeed steep. Lu Rian was startled and screamed, "Ah, stop, don't hit him." Two passing instructors heard the scream and rushed over. One of them was Shi Pinglin, who immediately intervened, pulling Ji Buqing away. "Stop it. Let go." Ji Buqing attempted to resist, but Shi Pinglin expertly restrained him on the ground, rendering him immobile. Gone was the composure he once had. Ji Buqing glared fiercely at Wang Feifei. "Just you wait, you pathetic coward." Wang Feifei, truly frightened, crawled backward. This time, his fear was genuine. He felt a large bump forming on the back of his head, and his back felt as if it were breaking apart. "Feifei, are you okay?" "Ah, blood." Lu Rian stepped back. "Feifei, you're bleeding profusely." Shi Pinglin spoke in a grave tone. "Take him to the infirmary." As he tightened his grip, Ji Buqing winced in pain. In less than half a day, the video of Ji Buqing assaulting Wang Feifei rapidly spread across the campus. A post appeared in the campus forum detailing the incident, complete with high-definition images of Wang Feifei covered in bruises and blood. However, it was swiftly deleted. Nonetheless, many partially censored images circulated among students, with numerous girls too afraid to even look. Qin Ran, however, found the entire situation quite entertaining. He had not anticipated such a spectacular drama unfolding in his absence. If only he had been present, he would have inevitably jumped in to lend a kicking hand. Qin Ran could easily deduce the chain of events and who had leaked those images. There was no other possibility. It was undoubtedly Wang Feifei. While others might not understand, he was well aware of Wang Feifei's true nature. Ji Buqing was a hypocrite, while Wang Feifei was a true scoundrel. When the two clashed, they were bound to suffer mutually. However, Ji Buqing faced greater troubles. He was certain to receive a significant reprimand. Whether he would be expelled depended on the school's decision. Informing his parents was a foregone conclusion, and Ji Buqing would undergo an evaluation. Yet, since Qin Ran had already targeted the Ji family, the beleaguered Ji Shiming likely wouldn't have time to clean up Ji Buqing's mess. The files he had previously requested were now perfectly timed for use. Ji Buqing was not only a violent offender, but also a thoroughly despicable person. Qin Ran intended to subtly push things in the background. Allowing Ji Buqing to remain in school would only sow the seeds of future trouble. It would be better to take this opportunity to send Ji Buqing away directly. Chen Hui had already been expelled, and Wu Jiang was under investigation. Qin Ran knew these were all orchestrated by Li Luo. Thus, he communicated with her. "Senior, Ji Buqing's file can be exposed now. Be careful." Qin Ran was momentarily taken aback by Li Luo's response. "Huh, Wang Feifei's injuries." Suddenly, it dawned on Qin Ran that many of Wang Feifei's back injuries were indeed inflicted by him. The video of his brutal beating of Wang Feifei was still in Li Luo's possession. Professionals could discern the difference between new and old injuries. Li Luo sent another message. "Junior, you wouldn't want this matter to become public, would you?" Qin Ran's eye twitched. That phrase again. If news of his own violent behavior were to surface now, he would undoubtedly encounter trouble. However, he didn't interact much with Li Luo, yet he understood a bit of her character. What about breakfast? How considerate. Tomorrow is Saturday. Monday. Okay. Qin Ran resignedly tucked away his phone, hoping the storm would pass soon. Otherwise, being constantly manipulated by Li Luo over this matter felt quite uncomfortable. However, there was an even more pressing issue tomorrow. Fu Qingchuan had been nagging him for quite some time. Qin Ran, could you dress casually for tomorrow's dormitory gathering? Also, do you really need to go to karaoke? Otherwise, what will we have left? Qin Ran's eyes brightened. Then you all go ahead. I shall not join. Don't, adoptive father. I was wrong. Fu Qingchuan exclaimed anxiously. If you don't go, won't the excitement of tomorrow be halved? Besides, who else can hold their own against the icy demeanor of Lin Wanbai? Qin Ran shook his head. Lin Wanbai is not as cold as you all imagine. In fact, she's quite easy to get along with. A situation arises. There's a significant issue. Chapter 34. 1,000 flowers bloom. Each unique. Fu Qingchuan leaned in. Qin Ran, have you struck up a conversation with Lin Wanbai? Indeed. Did you not ask me to discuss the dormitory gathering with her? She truly is easy to engage with? Huang Zujie scoffed. You actually believe what he says? Which girl would turn him down? Even if she doesn't fancy him, she wouldn't harbor any disdain. I must have been naive to trust his words. If you don't believe it, so be it. I'm off to sleep. Wait, let me take a look. How does this outfit fare? Quite dashing. You haven't even looked. I know without seeing. If only I could articulate as you do. Even a casual remark would bring comfort. The following day, in the girls' dormitory building, room 309, Tong Xian gazed at her reflection in the fitting mirror. Her face marred by sorrow. How can I face others? I look as if I've aged a decade. Li Xiaoke consoled her. At least you look better than I do. I appear to have lost a decade. Qiu Shuan sighed quietly. Alas, I look as though I've been dead for 10 years. Shuan, you possess quite the humor. That is just my honest sentiment. I wish my skin could be as smooth as a peeled egg. Li Xiaoke replied with utmost seriousness. It does resemble that now. Really? Yes, like a peeled tea egg. Qiu Shuan drooped her head in dejection. I knew it. Oh, I was merely jesting. Don't take it to heart. I'm in the same boat. Tong Xian's gaze shifted to the serene, yet striking Lin Wanbai. If only I were as tall as Wanbai. Li Xiaoke concealed her hair parting. If only I had Wanbai's hair. If only I were as fair as Wanbai. Qiu Shuan remarked enviously. Lin Wanbai gently shook her head. 1,000 flowers bloom, each unique. Do not magnify your flaws while overlooking your own beauty. Wanbai, you truly make me want to weep. If I were a boy, I'd certainly pursue you. I second that. In the afternoon, before 4 o'clock, Qin Ran was pulled out the door by Fu Qingchuan. Qin Ran, I checked during lunch. It seems university gatherings involve different classes, across majors and even schools. That is because rabbits do not consume grass at their doorstep. Otherwise, if couples started in the first semester, they would break up by the next, making the following 3 years unbearable. Huang Zujie replied cleverly, you can switch majors in the second year. Fu Qingchuan puffed out his chest. Then I shall have a relationship that does not end. They're coming down, when Yonglong reminded. Are they here? Fu Qingchuan asked nervously, smoothing his hair. Check if my hairstyle is in disarray. It's not. Qin Ran, pushed forward by Fu Qingchuan, greeted them without hesitation. They then walked together towards the school gate. Not yet familiar, the 4 girls walked ahead while Qin Ran and the others trailed behind. Halfway, Li Xiaoke turned back and asked, how are we getting there? Qingchuan and I are taking a taxi. You all take one, and we take another. Such a thoughtful arrangement, class leader. I'm not the class leader. Everyone in class thinks you'd make a suitable class leader, don't they, Wanbai? Indeed. Fu Qingchuan gave a thumbs up, winking. All right, class leader. After military training, we will support your candidacy. Qin Ran swatted Fu Qingchuan's hand away. Stop it. I don't want to be class leader. If you become class leader, you can better look after us. If anyone should be class leader, it should be Yonglong. When Yonglong waved his hand, I'm fine being the dorm leader. Qin Ran followed the thread of conversation. Who is your dorm leader? Xiaoke. Then we must toast to that. Huh? Toast to what? Alcohol? Juice or wine will suffice. The 8 of them took a taxi to a restaurant located slightly away from the city center. Since it was a gathering, both the ambience and the cuisine were crucial considerations. The environment should not be overly noisy, yet a vacant establishment with waitstaff gossiping would be equally undesirable. The dishes needed to be visually appealing, convenient for photographs, and capable of enhancing the atmosphere with a satisfactory taste. Qin Ran selected one from the 3 restaurants chosen by Fu Qingchuan, Old Man Mao's restaurant. Tong Xian tilted her head. What a peculiar name. Fu Qing Quan Gaimding. Though the name is odd, it has quite a good reputation and is cost-effective. Welcome, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation? The host instinctively addressed the most handsome, Qin Ran. We reserved a private room, 203, yesterday. Very well, please turn right and head upstairs. Once seated, Qin Ran confirmed, I just want to double check. No one has any dietary restrictions, right? The others shook their heads. Qin Ran turned to the waiter pouring water. Please bring the dishes directly. Thank you. Certainly. Please hold on. Li Xiaoke surveyed the private room. This restaurant is quite well decorated. A good first impression often makes the food taste better. Qin Ran smiled in response. Having gained a general understanding of the four girls' personalities, Li Xiaoke was quite generous, often initiating conversations and occasionally cracking jokes. Embodying the role of the elder sister in the dormitory, Tong Xian was a lively spirit, likely the type to chatter once she became more familiar. Xiao Shuwen, whom he had just learned the name of, appeared to harbor insecurities, perhaps due to her appearance, remaining reticent. Occasionally, she would wish to join the conversation, but words would fail her, leading to further silence and feelings of embarrassment. As for Lin Wanbai, who spoke the least yet always drew attention, she presented a stark contrast. While awaiting the dishes, Li Xiaoke inquired, Qin Ran, did you reserve the private room yesterday and also order the dishes? Yes, Wanbai mentioned you all had no dietary restrictions. Shu Wen can handle spicy food, but she might find it slightly unconventional, as our local cuisine tends to be on the sweeter side. Though there are two dishes that are quite spicy. The often overlooked Xiao Shuwen was taken aback by Qin Ran's concern. I want tea treat chili peppers as a staple. Fu Qingchuan asked curiously, where are you from? How can you handle spicy food? Guizhou, Qin Ran questioned. Is it true that in your region, different types of peppers are not to be mixed? Each has its own use. Do peppers have different uses? Huang Zuji exclaimed. We rarely eat spicy food. You're from eastern Guangdong, right? Yes. Good-looking girl, how did you know? Good-looking boy. Your accent gave you away. Laughter erupted among the group. Qiao Shuwen hesitated to speak. Lin Wanbai leaned in, her voice barely audible, asking Qiao Shuwen, do you not use chili peppers in your cooking? Not quite. We just use oil chili for noodles and dry chili for stir-frying. ISNT that's similar to other regions? We also use fermented chili to mix with vegetables and fried rice. Fermented chili? Yes, it's not overly spicy, but quite fragrant. I would love to try it. If you like, I can bring some after the winter break. Would that be too much trouble? Not all. A hint of a smile graced Qiao Shuwen's face. Chapter 35. Alone together, no longer keeping dogs. Before long, the dishes began to arrive in succession. The restaurant's signature dish, truffle braised pork, is a revamped classic of the renowned Huaiyang cuisine. The three-line braised pork boasts a glossy, enticing sauce that beckons one to take a bite. Topped with truffles, it exudes an intense, savory aroma. The rich braising sauce is perfect for mixing with rice, creating an exquisite flavor that is simply divine. The second dish is salted egg yolk fried ribs, encrusted in a golden layer of salted egg yolk, with a batter that is perfectly proportioned, plump without overshadowing the tender succulence of the ribs. Next is eggplant braised with rice cakes, a dish that many had never encountered before. The rice cakes are delightfully soft and chewy, complemented by the robust flavor of the eggplant, a truly magical combination. For dessert, there are molten egg custard shrimp balls, encased in a crispy shrimp meat wrapper, revealing a golden runny yolk within, visually stunning. Each dish is a feast for the eyes. Tong Xian and Li Xiaoke eagerly stood up to snap photos. Considering that not everyone favors sweet flavors, Qin Ran also ordered a dual-flavor hot pot, with one side featuring a clear broth and the other a spicy concoction. The table was filled with an abundance of delicacies, yellow beef, fresh tripe, and shrimp paste, catering to 8 hungry diners. Qin Ran gently tapped his chopsticks against his glass, drawing everyone's attention. Let us raise our glasses to celebrate our serendipitous gathering here tonight. May our dormitory social be a resounding success. Until next time, the group raised their glasses in unison, cheering in delight. After Qin Ran took his seat, he noticed that Lin Wanbai had scarcely touched her food, prompting him to inquire, are you feeling unwell? I'm fine. Glancing at the untouched glass of cold sour tamarind juice on the table, Qin Ran surmised the reason behind her discomfort. He then stood up to pour her a cup of barley tea, suggesting, drink something warm to soothe your stomach. Thank you. Were you two discussing? The conversation unexpectedly shifted to Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai. Wanbai seems a bit under the weather. Huh. Wanbai, are you alright? Is everything okay? Lin Wanbai shook her head, insisting, I'm fine, don't mind him. Seeing her complexion appear normal, the group brushed it off. Li Xiaoke teased, class monitor. You seem quite familiar with our Wanbai, calling her by name so often. Indeed, Tong Xian chimed in, nodding vigorously. Wanbai Qin Ran chuckled softly, realizing he had unconsciously changed how he referred to Lin Wanbai. Previously, he had always addressed her as Lin classmate, but somehow it had transformed into Wanbai. The group playfully teased Qin Ran, and the atmosphere grew lively once more. To everyone's eyes, the pair were a perfect match, both in appearance and temperament. In the context of the dormitory gathering, it was clear that they were the most ideal duo. In fact, Qin Ran had also taken the initiative to engage Tong Xian in conversation several times. Li Xiaoku even graciously swapped seats with Qin Ran, evidently playing matchmaker for the two. As the meal concluded, the once unfamiliar dormitories swiftly bridged the gap in their relationships. However, Lin Wanbai's demeanor appeared somewhat off. Noticing this, Li Xiaoku remarked, "Qin Ran, Wanbai isn't feeling well. You should take her back. We'll split the bill later." "I'm really fine. You may say that, but you look pale. We still plan to sing. Let Qin Ran escort you." Tong Xian whispered, "If Wanbai isn't going, should we return?" Li Xiaoku tugged Tong Xian forward, creating an opportunity for them. "Don't you understand? Besides, Wanbai is genuinely unwell. It's better for her to head back." Having said that, she turned to Qin Ran, asking, "Which KTV?" "Happy D. Let us go. Don't linger at the restaurant entrance." "All right, Qin Ran. We'll take our leave now." Qin Ran winked. "You must ensure Lin Wanbai gets back to the dormitory safely." Qin Ran waved them off. "Go on. I want to compete for the karaoke mic." Qin Ran hastily joined the others. Now, only Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai remained. "Do you need a moment to rest? Or shall we head back?" "Let us take a stroll." I overindulged. "Do you enjoy salted egg yolk fried ribs?" Lin Wanbai's ears turned slightly red. "Did you notice? If you like it, eat more. It's nothing to worry about. Besides, this dish is best enjoyed hot." "I think so too. Pumpkin with egg yolk is similar. Which do you prefer?" "Egg yolk pumpkin, but the fried ribs tonight are also delicious." Qin Ran couldn't help but smile. "Then next time, we'll order egg yolk pumpkin." "Sound good. There's a flower and bird market over there. Would you like to take a look?" "Sure." It was just past mealtime, and the flower and bird market was bustling with visitors. The two walked side by side, their proximity gradually diminishing, occasionally brushing against one another. Brother, buy a flower for your girlfriend." A little girl with a bouquet of simply wrapped red roses stood before them, her big eyes filled with hope. Qin Ran gently ruffled her hair. "Brother and sister aren't a couple, you know. Then buy one for sister." The little girl pleaded, "I haven't sold a single one today." "All right. How much for one?" 10 yuan. "Thank you, brother." Qin Ran produced a bill, selecting a budding rose. "Here you go." "Thank you, brother. I wish you catch up with sister soon." Initially intending to give the flower to Lin Wanbai, Qin Ran felt shy about presenting it to her. They continued walking, and the atmosphere shifted slightly. Suddenly, a few barks from nearby dogs captured their attention. Qin Ran noticed Lin Wanbai's eyes brightening as she stepped towards the pet store's window. Inside were several small puppies, likely not even 3 months old. Qin Ran reached in to tease one, which initially barked fiercely, but quieted as Qin Ran's fingers brushed against it, trembling with its tail tucked in, merely a show of bravado. Lin Wanbai crouched beside him, extending her fingers, and one of the quieter puppies licked her delicate fingertips. Seeing this, Qin Ran asked, "Would you like to hold one? Is that okay?" "Of course. Please hold the flowers for me." Qin Ran passed the flowers to Lin Wanbai, then opened the top of the cage, asking, "Which one do you want?" "This one." Lin Wanbai pointed to the puppy whose tail wagged the most enthusiastically. "All right." Qin Ran scooped up the little puppy, first patting its head before handing it to Lin Wanbai. She accepted it, beaming a smile at Qin Ran. Her sweet smile sent a flutter through Qin Ran's heart. Lin Wanbai bent down to play with the puppy, a smile gracing her lips, clearly enamored with the little creature. "It's a pity the school doesn't allow dogs. Otherwise, you could take one home." "I don't want a dog." "Why not? We had one at home before, but it left." Qin Ran nodded, understanding. A deep bond exists. For some, dogs are more than pets. They're family. "What a shame. It seems to really like you." Lin Wanbai pouted. "I like it too." "Then hold it a little longer." Unfazed by the prospect of parting, Lin Wanbai reluctantly set down the small puppy, glancing back every few steps as she walked away. Upon reaching the street corner, Qin Ran raised his hand to hail a taxi. "Driver, to Kaida," he instructed. "All right," the taxi driver replied, catching a glimpse of Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai, who held a flower in her hand, in the rearview mirror. Having transported numerous university students, he deemed this couple the most harmonious he had ever encountered. However, the distance between them was slightly disconcerting. The young man was too proper, lacking the audacity to seize the moment. The driver inquired, "Shall I take you via a shortcut to speed things up?" Qin Ran nodded in agreement, without waiting for the traffic light to change. The driver made a swift, right turn into a narrow lane. They entered the ground parking lot of a tall building, maneuvered around to exit through the hotel's entrance. The driver then skillfully overtook other vehicles, traversing tunnels and passing by unused lanes. The car swayed as Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai occasionally bumped into each other. Gripping the handle, Qin Ran spoke up, "Driver, there's no rush. Please proceed at a slower pace." "Hey, I'm just trying to save you university students some money." The driver replied cheerfully, "You're truly kind, but do take it easy and prioritize safety." "No worries. I've been a taxi driver for 20 years. I know what I'm doing." With a deft maneuver, the driver entered another side street. observing the girl in the back seat holding onto the boy's arm. He couldn't help but smile. Qin Ran intended to issue another reminder, but was met with the driver winking at him through the mirror, rendering him speechless. When did taxi drivers start playing matchmakers? The situation escalated further when they reached the school gate, where traffic was congested. The driver pressed the fare meter and stopped in front of the Jinjiang Heart Hotel. Handsome, it's too congested ahead. You might as well get out here. I'll heat. How much is it? 32.50. Qin Ran handed over 40. In this day and age, one mustn't let kind-hearted people feel unappreciated. A mere 600 or 700 meters ahead lay the campus, and just as they walked a few steps, a voice called out, Qin Ran. Turning at the sound of his name, Qin Ran discovered it was Chun Shuwen along with 3 of her classmates. Spotting Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai standing at the hotel entrance, with Lin Wanbai still clutching the flower, Chun Shuwen's expression morphed into one of sheer delight. You two? It's not what you think, Qin Ran replied. Oh, I understand. We saw nothing, Chun Shuwen said with a mischievous grin. In truth, she had witnessed the pair disembarking from the taxi and was deliberately exaggerating her reactions. We just finished dinner. The others went karaoke. Why didn't you go to karaoke? She wasn't feeling well, so we returned early. Chun Shuwen cast a knowing glance at the rose, saying meaningfully, she must really rest up. We'll take our leave now. Bye. Qin Ran was acutely aware that the more he tried to clarify, the worse it became. Originally, the flower had been in his possession, but when he held the dog, he had passed it to Lin Wanbai, and she continued to hold it. Hesitating, he noticed Lin Wanbai had already moved ahead with the flower. After contemplating, he decided to follow without mentioning the flower, lest it create an awkward atmosphere. Yet, fate had other plans. As they neared the girls' dormitory, they unexpectedly encountered Lu Ruyan. Upon seeing the flower in Lin Wanbai's hand, Lu Ruyan's eyes turned red with envy, and she marched over. Qin Ran stepped forward to shield Lin Wanbai, stating, You should head back first. Lin Wanbai glanced at Lu Ruyan, contemplatively nodding. All right, I'll go upstairs. Lu Ruyan reached out to snatch the rose, but Lin Wanbai evaded her with a nimble turn. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Give it to me. Why should I? It's mine. Lin Wanbai narrowed her eyes. You're being quite rude. This isn't yours. It's a gift from Qin Ran. Lu Ruyan's expression shifted as she seethed, turning her fury upon Qin Ran. Qin Ran, who are you giving that flower to? Stop causing a scene. It's not for you, Qin Ran replied. Looking at Lin Wanbai, you should go upstairs. I'm sorry. She has been spoiled. You're talking about me. Lu Ruyan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. You gave flowers to another girl? Qin Ran, you've gone too far. We're not in a relationship. To whom I give flowers is my prerogative. Can you cease this unreasonable behavior? Unreasonable. Lu Ruyan raised her fists, her chest heaving. Qin Ran, I will never forgive you. I will never be your girlfriend. Qin Ran merely responded with a nonchalant Lu Ruyan, overcome with emotion, dashed upstairs, tears streaming down her face. Hey! Qin Ran managed to smile towards Lin Wanbai, who had not yet departed. She lifted the flower and smiled slightly, so I'll truly accept it. If she causes you trouble, no worries, Lin Wanbai winked. I'm not afraid of her. Qin Ran was momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his senses, Lin Wanbai had already ascended the staircase with a light step. A flower had sparked this chaotic incident. Qin Ran glanced at the onlookers nearby, capturing the scene on their phones, and sighed inwardly as he returned to the dormitory. Lu Ruyan had become so arrogant, and to some extent, he bore responsibility for it. Over the years, he had showered her with kindness and indulgence, which she had come to take for granted. Earlier, she had rushed to snatch the flower from Lin Wanbai's hands without even inquiring into the situation. This was not the Lu Ruyan he remembered. Once gentle, charming, and understanding, it was unclear when she had undergone such a transformation. The more he doted on Lu Ruyan, the more she exploited that love. Love is never a solitary affair. There are no two people perfectly suited for each other, but there should be hearts willing to accommodate one another. Yet, it had always been Qin Ran who made the concessions. Only when he finally awakened to the truth did he realize that in his attempts to appease Lu Ruyan, he had long since lost himself. His compliance had merely become the basis for Lu Ruyan's persistent, unreasonable antics. But he was no longer the infatuated boy of the past. Qin Ran had moved on and would not look back. Even if Lu Ruyan stamped her feet in frustration and sat on the ground crying, he would not return to lift her up, nor would he lower himself to apologize. If the rain were too heavy, an umbrella would be of little use. Qin Ran had grown indifferent to the past. Chapter 37. Never looking back. Ruyan, you should let go. Time is the only force capable of washing away everything alongside tears. Time could dilute feelings, much like a cup of tea that is continuously watered down. Qin Ran's affection for Lu Ruyan had long been eroded by the river of time. Thus, in this new life, he chose to sever ties decisively and cleanly. However, Lu Ruyan was yet unable to accept such a profound change in him. Now, It was Lu Ruyan who wept, attempting to wash away her grievances and discontent with tears. She had clearly declared during the summer that she would consider becoming Qin Ran's girlfriend once they entered university. To her mind, she had implicitly agreed to be his girlfriend. Yet, just as they had not truly become a couple, Qin Ran had begun seeing another girl. Lu Ruyan felt betrayed. The mistakes Qin Ran had made previously, she could still begrudgingly forgive, but she would never forgive his behavior that night. In front of a crowd, he had accused her of being unreasonable. What infuriated her further was that he had sided with another girl instead of supporting her. Lu Ruyan repeatedly berated Qin Ran, vowing never to forgive him in this lifetime. She attracted numerous admirers, with a number of boys requesting her contact information this week alone being too many to count on both hands. Yet, her indignation remained unabated, and she felt an urgent need to confide in her best friend about the matter. She sought a companion to jointly condemn Qin Ran. Fei, Qin Ran has fallen for someone else. Upon receiving the message, Wang Feifei's face lit up with delight. This was likely the second best news he had encountered since the start of the semester, second only to Qin Ran's declaration that he would let Lu Ruyan have him. However, Wang Feifei pretended to be astonished, feigning disbelief before criticizing Qin Ran. No way. Ruyan, who told you this? I saw it with my own eyes. You saw it? Was it that girl from the cafeteria? I noticed Qin Ran delivering breakfast to her last time. It's not her, it's Lin Wanbai. Following this revelation, Lu Ruyan sent a torrent of messages. I am absolutely furious. How could he do this? He clearly likes me, yet he flirts with another girl. Did you know? He even sent flowers to Lin Wanbai. Those flowers were originally mine. Qin Ran used to send them to me. Qin Ran has changed. That wretched Qin Ran, I will never pay him any mind again. Wang Feifei was taken aback by these messages. Qin Ran sent flowers to Lin Wanbai. Could it be that his earlier words at the school gate had come true? Yet, at that time, Qin Ran had not genuinely sought Lin Wanbai's contact information. Moreover, the following day, Qin Ran had clearly delivered breakfast to a senior named Li Luo. Wang Feifei felt perplexed. Could it be that Qin Ran was indeed juggling multiple romantic interests? This was certainly not the Qin Ran he knew. The image of Lin Wanbai, which had astonished even him, led Wang Feifei to speculate that perhaps Qin Ran truly had developed feelings for someone else. Initially, he had worried that Qin Ran was deceiving him. If Qin Ran genuinely liked Lin Wanbai, he would no longer compete with him for Lu Ruyan's affection. Realizing this, Wang Feifei wished fervently for Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai to marry right then and there. However, he still needed to unite with Lu Ruyan against a common foe, deepening her disdain for Qin Ran. Ruyan, you are so wonderful. How could Qin Ran not cherish you? Flirting with other girls? It's utterly infuriating. I initially thought I had misunderstood him, but it seems he truly has changed, just as you said. Ruyan, my heart aches for you. Hugs. After typing this, Wang Feifei awaited Lu Ruyan to respond with a hug emoji. But instead, he received a message that nearly made him want to smash his phone against the wall. Feifei, aren't you in the same dorm building as Qin Ran? Please go ask him if he still wants me as his girlfriend. If he does, he should come find me right now, immediately. Wang Feifei felt a surge of anger. Ruyan, he treated you this way, and you still want to seek him out? It's not me looking for him. It's you who must go find him and tell him to come to me. What difference does that make? Oh, just let me ask. Are you still my best friend? No, I wanted your boyfriend. Wang Feifei began typing this, but deleted it halfway through. He gradually composed himself. Now was not the right time for him to confess his feelings to Lu Ruyan. It was evident that she still harbored feelings for Qin Ran. Otherwise, she wouldn't be saying these things. If Qin Ran were to apologize now, admit his faults, and then profess his feelings, there was a chance Lu Ruyan might indeed accept him. But Wang Feifei understood that even if Lu Ruyan agreed, it would be out of frustration. The foundation of their feelings was one aspect. It was also about her unwillingness to relinquish her dignity and her competitive spirit. Many in their class claimed that Lin Wanbai was the most beautiful. He knew that while Lu Ruyan would not voice it, she was subtly in competition. After much contemplation, Wang Feifei resolved to seek out Qin Ran. However, he hesitated. He was unsure when it had begun, but he now felt a sense of trepidation whenever he saw Qin Ran. Perhaps it had started on the first day of registration when Qin Ran had led him to a secluded area and gave him a beating. Or it could have been during the cafeteria confrontation, where Qin Ran's fierce demeanor had instilled a bit of fear in him. One was a person to be feared. The other was someone he liked. Wang Feifei decided to charge forth one last time for love. At worst, he would simply endure another beating. However, there were others in the dormitory. If Qin Ran were to act out, surely the others would intervene, right? Wang Feifei felt uncertain, but mustered his courage and headed to dormitory 502. A light shone through the crack of the door, but he couldn't discern how many people were inside. Suddenly, a heavy hand clapped down on his shoulder, startling Wang Feifei. Kid, what are you sneaking around for? Wang Feifei was nearly knocked to the ground by Wen Yonglong's hefty hand. To be precise, he fell to the floor in shock. Pansy? Little Miss? Wang Feifei? 3 different nicknames rang out, causing the corners of Wang Feifei's mouth to twitch. What ridiculous nicknames had the residents of dormitory 502 bestowed upon him? I'm here to find Qin Ran. Wen Yonglong retrieved the key and opened the door, calling to Qin Ran, who was wearing headphones on the bed. Qin Ran. Wang Feifei is here to see you. Qin Ran removed his headphones and cast a glance at Wang Feifei at the door. Feeling frisky? Wang Feifei forced a sheepish smile. No, Rian asked me to find you. She said you sent flowers to Lin Wanbai, and now she is very upset and wants to ask you. Before he could finish, he was shoved aside. Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zujia crowded around the bed, their expressions filled with disbelief. Qin Ran, you sent flowers to Lin Wanbai? Did you confess to her? Wow, you're incredible. I have to hand it to you. Quick, tell us, did she accept? Are you two together? Qin Ran, feeling exasperated, replied, no, could you all calm down? So, the flower-sending incident is true? The two exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. Who would have thought? Fu Qingguan exclaimed in amazement. So tonight's dormitory social was arranged for you. Wang Feifei's eyes darted around, and he dashed back to his own dormitory. He immediately messaged Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, did you know? Qin Ran's dormitory is having a social with Lin Wanbai's dormitory tonight. I heard from the guys in their dorm that they've been together for a while. Ruyan, you should just give up. Qin Ran just told me to leave. He wants to come looking for you. He is truly despicable, but I will stand by you. Ruyan, are you there? Ruyan. Chapter 38. Reverse the Heavens. The funeral pyre of pursuing love. Wang Feifei waited for nearly an hour without receiving a reply from Lu Ruyan. His heart shattered with each passing moment. Undoubtedly, he understood that Lu Ruyan was entirely swayed by Qin Ran's influence. This was a complete reversal of roles. Previously, it was Qin Ran who followed Lu Ruyan, doing everything in his power to make her happy. But now, Lu Ruyan was consumed with thoughts of Qin Ran, frequently inquiring about him. Now, she was even vying for Qin Ran against another girl, their positions entirely flipped. Wang Feifei had initially believed that with Qin Ran stepping aside, he could take his place. But that was not the case at all. He had never believed in the effectiveness of a strategy of playing hard to get. Those boys who deliberately sought to capture Lu Ruyan's attention while feigning indifference ultimately departed in shame, leaving not even a ripple in their wake, let alone stirring her heart. Yet, the moment Qin Ran turned to leave, it sent Lu Ruyan into a flurry of anxiety. Wang Feifei's countless attempts to persuade her proved utterly futile. His once masterful rhetoric lost its efficacy. Lu Ruyan no longer even deigned to respond to him. A sense of foreboding gripped Wang Feifei. Disaster loomed. Although Qin Ran had pushed Lu Ruyan aside, he failed to seize the opportunity. Little did he anticipate that the formerly proud Lu Ruyan would now insist on gravitating towards Qin Ran. Just a few days prior, she had inundated him with messages demanding an apology, proclaiming she would never forgive him, and now she seemed infatuated, akin to a love-struck fool, something Wang Feifei found utterly baffling. While it was understandable to feel a bit disoriented by Qin Ran's presence, it was hardly sufficient to transform her from a swan into a sycophant. The disparity was too great for Wang Feifei to bear. Even more vexing was his apparent inability to intervene. He could only watch as Lu Ruyan unabashedly approached Qin Ran. Perhaps she was still putting on a brave front, but he feared that in a few days she would succumb to her infatuation. Wang Feifei was restless, unable to sleep. He found himself powerless to confront Qin Ran and urge him to pursue Lu Ruyan, nor could he facilitate a budding romance between them. Lu Ruyan was utterly disinterested in his plight, even dismissing his injuries from a recent altercation with Ji Buqing. Those photographs circulating in the forum were indeed genuine, taken by his own hand. Wang Feifei felt a surge of frustration. He had managed to fend off Ji Buqing for the time being, mistakenly believing him to be the more formidable rival. Only now did he realize his grave error. Wang Feifei recognized that this situation could not persist. He must act swiftly to halt Lu Ruyan's relentless pursuit of Qin Ran or orchestrate a match between Qin Ran and another girl. With Lu Ruyan's lofty self-esteem, she would never accept the role of a mistress, nor would she chase after a married man. Moments ago, he overheard a hint of flirtation between Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai in room 502. After some contemplation, he deemed the latter a more viable option. He understood Lu Ruyan's obstinate nature all too well. Thus, he attempted to dissuade her, only to find her more determined than ever. Sleepless nights consumed Wang Feifei as he pondered his course of action, ultimately deciding to employ a dual approach, to cleverly persuade Lu Ruyan to reconsider while simultaneously attempting to pair Qin Ran with Lin Wanbai. Unbeknownst to Qin Ran, who was engrossed in conversation with Lin Wanbai, Wang Feifei's schemes were unfolding. The atmosphere in room 502 was lively that evening, buzzing with excitement over the upcoming social gathering. To be precise, it was Fu Qingchuan who was particularly animated. Qin Ran, you have no idea, Tong Xian has a delightful singing voice. And did you know she can sing sweetheart songs too? She sings and dances, absolutely adorable. It's a pity I didn't record it. When's our next gathering? Qin Ran, are you asleep? Zhu Jia, don't you agree? In response to Fu Qingchuan's exuberance came the sound of snoring. Ailin, what's your take? Indeed, damn it, Fu Qingchuan lamented. You three seem utterly indifferent. Huang Zhu Jia, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, of course there's a feeling when the person you like is present. Isnt or Shuwen also here? Please, one is Chen Shuwen, the other is Qiu Shuwen. Qiu Shuwen is not my type. What about Ailin? I sense you and Li Xiaoka are quite compatible. What say you? I'll pass. Wen Yonglong, seated on a chair, practiced his seated dumbbell curls, his biceps bulging with tension. Fu Qingchuan felt a twinge of ennui, having exhausted his conversation with Tong Xian. Thus, he redirected the topic back to Qin Ran. Qin Ran, are you curious about Lin Wanbai's feelings towards you? Huang Zhujia and Wen Yonglong turned their attention to him. Only Qin Ran's cot remained as still as a vampire's coffin. Fu Qingchuan continued to bait him. I had Tong Xian inquire about Lin Wanbai's opinion of you. Seeing Qin Ran stir from beneath his covers, Fu Qingchuan excitedly urged, quick, plead with me, and I shall divulge it. Without uttering a word, Qin Ran got out of bed and headed to the restroom. In less than 2 minutes, he returned to his bed. Fu Qingchuan couldn't help but exclaim, Qin Ran, don't compel me to kneel and beg you. Just say something. Tomorrow at lunch. Fu Qingchuan's face flushed. I gather intel for you. And you still expect me to bring lunch? That's outrageous. Don't think I'm oblivious. You're using me as a topic to chat up Tong Xian. Fu Qingchuan chuckled. You're aware, huh? In the future, using my name will incur a fee. Tomorrow, I'll bring lunch. Does that suffice? Don't forget breakfast. You owe me that. Fu Qingchuan grimaced. Let us forget breakfast. I truly can't get up. Do you want me to continue arranging meetings for you with them? Of course. Tomorrow morning, I'll set 10 alarms to ensure I rise to bring it to you. Huang Zhu Jia interjected. If you set 10 alarms, I'll see you off. Jiego, how about you get lost? When Yonglong piped up, I want breakfast. I'll bring it for you. Alun, you're the best, Huang Zhu Jia pressed. So what did Lin Wanbai say? You would never guess her assessment of Qin Ran. Spill. Chapter 39. The young tiger and leopard, though unfinished, it bore the essence of a formidable beast. Fu Qingchuan had intended to relish the curiosity on Qin Ran's face. But the latter's reaction was disappointingly tepid, dousing his enthusiasm. Lin Wanbai said Qin Ran is a good person. Fu Qingchuan burst into laughter. Silence. Awkwardness. Fu Qingchuan couldn't help but inquire, don't you find that amusing? Boring. Huang Zhu Jia buried his head under the covers. Wen Yonglong shook his head, opting for lighter weights to continue his curls. Meanwhile, Qin Ran remained in bed, continuing his conversation with Lin Wanbai. Everyone in our dorm knows you've labeled me a good person. ISNT being a good person a positive thing? Do you not understand what a good person card entails? JPG. Perhaps it's better that you remain unaware. After a considerable pause, Lin Wanbai finally replied, I'm sorry. I don't know what that means. Qin Ran couldn't help but wonder. Then how did you reject others before? I didn't reject you. Upon reading this message, Qin Ran found himself momentarily perplexed. Had he not known Lin Wanbai's inherent innocence, he might have suspected ulterior motives. No, I meant when you didn't send good person cards. What did you send to those who confessed, but whom you didn't like? I simply didn't like them, and I wouldn't engage in conversation with them. Qin Ran felt as though he had fallen into a peculiar conundrum, easily misinterpreting Lin Wanbai's words. Was he not currently conversing with Lin Wanbai? He resolved to steer clear of this topic. Are you feeling any better? Still a bit unwell. What about you? When do you usually feel ill? Though they were typing rather than speaking, Qin Ran's silence was deafening. I'm sorry. Have I asked something I shouldn't have? I just want to know if there are any patterns to your episodes. Will you suddenly faint again? Qin Ran sighed, realizing that he could not evade the topic of his illness. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should no longer faint. Is it because you took your medication? Yes. You could say that. That's good to hear. Fireworks image. Qin Ran's slightly gloomy mood lifted, and the corners of his mouth turned up ever so slightly. What is it about Lin that makes her seem adorably foolish? The two continued their conversation late into the night, engaging in an endless exchange of words. The topics may have been trivial, yet they found joy in the dialogue. The following day, Qin Ran rose early and went to breakfast with Wen Yonglong. In truth, Qin Ran was not one to indulge in sleeping in. He had cultivated a disciplined routine since childhood. No late nights, no smoking, no drinking. Perhaps it was precisely this that failed to provide Lu Ruyin with a sense of thrill. In a past life, he had nearly been swept away by fate. Ji was merely an upgraded version of the blonde-haired type. However, both had gradually faded from his view, making way for another individual to enter his world. While halfway through breakfast, Qin Ran received a message from Lin Wanbai. "I'm sorry, Qin Ran, I fell asleep last night." Crying image. Upon reading the message, a smile broke across Qin Ran's face. "It's fine. I ended up falling asleep too. Did you wake up this early?" "Yes, I'm having breakfast." "What are you eating?" "Black rice porridge, fried dough sticks, and a boiled egg." "From the fourth cafeteria?" "Yes. I also enjoy the black rice porridge from the fourth cafeteria." "Then you should come over and eat. If you wait too long, there won't be any left." "I haven't gotten up yet." Qin Ran snapped a photo and sent it to Lin Wanbai. "It's both fragrant and sweet. Are you sure you don't want to come play?" "I want to eat." Pitiful image. Qin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. When Yonglong couldn't help but inquire, "Who are you chatting with? You seem so cheerful." "Really? Am I?" "Yes, your smile is practically reaching your ears." After finishing breakfast, Qin Ran parted ways with Wen Yonglong and walked towards the school gate. Exiting through the east gate of the school, he boarded a new black Mercedes-Benz S450, heading to the health checkup center affiliated with his family's hospital. Last time, Uncle Lee mentioned that his father's health was not in great condition, and he needed to confirm that. In his memory, his father's health had always been robust, speaking with great vigor, still managing the family conglomerate after many years. However, Uncle Lee would have no reason to deceive him. He was not the type of wealthy heir who squandered time gallivanting outside, neglecting home for a year or more. He returned home to accompany his parents during holidays and breaks. Upon arriving at the health checkup center, Qin Ran called for the person in charge. "Could you please show me my parents' health checkup reports?" The individual referred to as Dean Shiming nodded and politely replied, "Certainly, young master. Please hold on a moment." "Thank you for your trouble." "No need for that, young master." The employees of the Qin group had various titles for Qin Ran, such as Young Master Qin, Little Boss, or Young Heir. Different titles, yet they all conveyed the same meaning. The sole legitimate heir of the Qin group. The Qin group was, in fact, a conglomerate involved in multiple industries, including financial investment, real estate, biomedicine, and international shipping. In a sense, Zhonghai could be regarded as the Qin family's domain. Regardless of the industry, one could always find the Qin group's presence in the upstream or downstream. Thus, some privately refer to Qin Ran as the prince. However, the Qin family adhered to the principle of being high profile in work yet low profile in life, ensuring their name did not reach the heights of fame. Qin Ran was even more low-key, possessing no heirs and being approachable. Yet, within the company, he was not underestimated. Rather, he was held in high esteem. Dean Shiming was not only the dean, but also a partial shareholder of the hospital, having invested nearly 100 million. Yet when facing Qin Ran, his demeanor was amiable, entirely devoid of the usual authority. He presented the documents with both hands. Qin Ran accepted the health check records, expressing his gratitude. Shiming stood to the side, refraining from interrupting. After a considerable pause, Qin Ran finally spoke up. "Uncle Ing, is my father's gallbladder polyp severe?" "Not severe, but he needs to be cautious with his diet, exercise more, and complement it with medication for a full recovery." "Will he need surgery?" "Not at this moment. His current condition is relatively stable." "Is there a risk of malignancy?" Shiming's body tensed, and he became serious. "From the examination results, the likelihood of malignancy is exceedingly low. We have arranged for Mr. Qin to have regular checkups. Should any issues arise, we will promptly identify and address them." "Young master, please rest assured, we would never gamble with Mr. Qin's health." Qin Ran nodded. "Uncle Ing, no need to be anxious. I was just inquiring. You are the professionals in this field, and I trust your judgment. By the way, doesn't my father dislike coming for regular checkups?" Shiming hesitated for a moment, then nodded with a wry smile. "Indeed, Mr. Qin is quite busy." "Understood. I will ensure he comes for regular checkups." "Uncle Ing, please keep an eye on him. If anything arises, feel free to inform me." "Certainly, young master." Qin Ran closed the file. "Uncle Ing, please have someone scan a copy and send it to me. In a few days, when I return home, I will discuss it with my father and urge him to come for a follow-up." "Understood. That's all. I will take my leave now. Thank you for your assistance, Uncle Ing." "Not at all, young master. You're always welcome. If I'm not around, just find Xiao Wu. I've already briefed him." "Thank you, Uncle Ing. I will be off now. No need to see me out." Shiming insisted on escorting Qin Ran downstairs, only turning back to head upstairs after watching the car vanish from sight. Nearby, the newly promoted Deputy Dean Wu curiously asked, "Dean, is that the young boss? He seems quite amiable and so young." Shiming frowned. "Do not underestimate him. Let me give you a word of caution. Do not let his youthfulness lead you to be lax in your attitude. Otherwise, you will find yourself leaving your position as Deputy Dean before you even settle in." During the group's crisis, it was the young master, still in high school at the time, who stepped in to resolve it. Despite his youth, he possesses the spirit of a formidable leader. The depths of the Qin group are profound, yet the surname of its decision-makers has never changed. The newly appointed deputy dean had already been marked with a big X in Ximing's mind. Even with dual doctorates in clinical medicine and tumor immunology, possessing immense expertise without discernment, one cannot last long in such an environment. Wu Yi gaped, gazing in the direction of the departing car, his expression one of shock. Chapter 40. The influence of the Qin family. A single statement elevates status. Deaning. The dean, preparing to return to a meeting, halted and turned to the middle-aged man who called out to him. I believe his surname is Liu. I have forgotten the specifics. The business card is still on the desk in the conference room. Today, a business association was coming to discuss high-end medical cooperation. But without any members of the Qin family present, it had little to do with the term high-end. He was merely extending a courtesy due to the business meeting. The true high-end clientele of Zhonghai City were already here for health checkups, booking appointments with experts from various top-tier hospitals. They had no need for the so-called high-end clients of a small business association who pinched pennies over a few tens of thousands. Ximing was disinclined to even display the brand of the other party, at most opting to sign a strategic cooperation agreement and arrange for personal liaison. He had attended countless such collaborative meetings already. Given his uncertainty regarding the man's surname, Ximing merely nodded politely and offered a faint smile before preparing to re-enter the meeting. Previously, he had interrupted the session to welcome Qin Ran, who had arrived unexpectedly. And now, after a lapse of nearly half an hour, it was time to resume the proceedings. As for having kept the other party waiting for so long, Ximing felt no sense of guilt. The disparity between them was glaringly clear, rendering the matter of importance self-evident. However, a remark from the middle-aged man took him by surprise. Director, I believe I just saw you with a young man. Is his name Qin Ran? Lu Haichong, wearing a smile, had witnessed Ximing respectfully escorting Qin Ran out while he was smoking in the corridor. Yet he wasn't entirely sure, as the last time he had seen Qin Ran was at his daughter's 18th birthday celebration. Qin Ran had been the most striking and uniquely poised among the young men present, and Lu Haichong had even engaged him in conversation. Additionally, his daughter frequently mentioned Qin Ran's name, leaving a lasting impression on him. Lu Haichong sensed that Ximing's demeanor towards Qin Ran was rather unusual, prompting his tentative inquiry. To his astonishment, Ximing's attitude shifted instantly. Do you know him? Lu Haichong nodded with a smile, affirming, I seem to have recognized him correctly. He attended my youngest daughter's birthday party last year and had a good rapport with her. I see, Ximing responded. If I may be so bold, is Qin Ran unwell? Should he require assistance, I would be glad to help. At that moment, Ximing couldn't precisely gauge the nature of the relationship between Lu Haichong's daughter and Qin Ran. If they were romantically involved, it would indeed complicate matters. He could discern that Lu Haichong remained unaware of Qin Ran's true identity. Otherwise, such a question would hardly be posed. The entire hospital was essentially a domain of the Qin family. What assistance could be needed? Yet, considering the possibility of Lu Haichong being Qin Ran's future father-in-law, albeit a slim chance, Ximing resolved to maintain a cordial demeanor. After all, should that scenario materialize, their roles would be reversed. It would cost him nothing to extend goodwill, and on the contrary, he might reap rewards far exceeding his expectations. Nevertheless, Ximing chose not to disclose Qin Ran's identity directly, as the Qin family was notoriously discreet. Since Qin Ran had not mentioned it, he would refrain from prattling, lest he provoke Qin Ran's displeasure. A genuine smile graced Ximing's face, transcending the perfunctory professional smile he had worn earlier. I apologize for the delay. Let us proceed with the meeting. With that, Ximing gestured for Lu Haichong to enter. Lu Haichong, perceptive as he was, noticed the shift in Ximing's demeanor. Furthermore, he recalled that Ximing had previously exited under the pretense of attending to a prominent city leader. Yet he had clearly seen Ximing escort another individual to see Qin Ran off, with no significant leader in sight. A bold thought flickered in Lu Haichong's mind. Could Qin Ran be the so-called prominent leader? It suddenly made sense why Lu Haichong had perceived Qin Ran's aura as extraordinary. Initially, he had believed it to stem from good upbringing and high standards. In hindsight, Qin Ran's composed demeanor during his visit to Lu Haichong's villa was not mere pretense, but rather indicative of someone well acquainted with genuine sophistication. Lu Haichong was eager to inquire about Qin Ran with his daughter. He recognized the hospital's immense prestige, not solely in its medical equipment and techniques, but in its high-end clientele. At a certain level, the essence of business lies in resource exchange, making connections paramount. Lu Haichong felt he had stumbled upon an invaluable opportunity. Someone of such significance to Ximing could very well provide the Lu family with wings to soar. Yet, he curbed his curiosity and excitement, choosing to complete the meeting first. During the subsequent discussions, Lu Haichong's suspicions solidified. Even during the final group photo, after signing the agreement, He was inexplicably pulled aside by Qin Ran for a separate photo session. The leader of his delegation was the chairman of a chamber of commerce, of a rank significantly higher than that of Lu Haichang, a mere member. By all accounts, in terms of company scale and reputation, he was far inferior. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been relegated to the sidelines. Yet, Qin Ran had insisted on capturing a separate photo with him, and had even added him as a friend. Everything pointed to the extraordinary nature of Qin Ran. After the meeting concluded, Lu Haichang bid farewell to the group and hurriedly called his daughter. After a prolonged wait, the call connected. Lu Haichang bypassed pleasantries and directly inquired, Xiaoyan, I have a question. Remember that male classmate named Qin Ran who attended your birthday party last year? Are you still in contact with him? What does his family do? What? He blocked you? Don't cry. Do you know what his family does? Does he own a company? Does he run a hospital? Oh, please stop crying. I won't ask anymore. Lu Haichang hung up, his expression darkening. His precious daughter undoubtedly shared a profound connection with Qin Ran. Their previous relationship must have been quite close. He couldn't fathom why it had deteriorated. Despite his age, he understood the implications of being blocked. When a girl blocks a boy out of anger, it signifies something entirely different than when a boy blocks a girl. Lu Haichang pondered and decided to call the chairman. 10 minutes later, Lu Haichang's countenance was a mix of joy, regret, and hesitation. However, soon the uncertainty vanished, replaced by determination. He had just learned from a chairman about the Qin family, which included an heir named Qin Ran, who was rarely in the public eye. There was scant information available online, indicating that the family was exceptionally protective. Lu Haichang regretted not having been more inquisitive about Qin Ran's background. Otherwise, the Lu family might have attained a modicum of fame in Zhonghai by now. Given the Qin family's influence, even a sliver of their resources would suffice to sustain 10 Lu families. Lu Haichang resolved to clarify his daughter's relationship with Qin Ran. He could not allow this golden opportunity to slip away after a decade. Upon discovering that his daughter had been stringing Qin Ran along without ever committing, he was nearly driven to sever their father-daughter bond. How could someone as astute as Lu Haichang have produced such a naive daughter? Lu Haichang insisted that Lu Ruyin must reclaim Qin Ran. Little did he know, it was already too late. Chapter 41. Alone and full of melodrama. Lu Ruyin, already feeling aggrieved, was perplexed as to why her father suddenly inquired about Qin Ran. To her astonishment, he scolded her without hesitation. Even more bewildering was his insistence that she must win Qin Ran back. Lu Ruyin poured out her heart to her father about Qin Ran's actions, only to be met with further rebuke. Later, she received a call from her mother, El Chiolan, and recounted the entire sequence of events, along with her recent grievances. However, Lu Ruyin was taken aback when her mother, instead of expressing anger, seemed quite pleased. Her mother even offered analysis and strategies, suggesting that Qin Ran still held feelings for her, but felt disheartened due to her constant rejections. After all, if he had liked her for so long, true feelings don't simply vanish. With just a slight release of signals and a touch of kindness toward Qin Ran, he would undoubtedly turn back and pursue her again. Men are all the same. A woman chasing a man is akin to a veil separating them. After hearing her mother's words, Lu Ruyin felt they held considerable wisdom and gradually came to a realization. Qin Ran must still harbor feelings for me. It is merely the sadness stemming from my reluctance to accept his offer of a relationship since entering university. It is inconceivable that he could so swiftly develop affections for another girl. Therefore, the rumors linking Qin Ran and Lin Wan by must surely be unfounded. Qin Ran undoubtedly still loves me. Absolutely, Lu Ruyin murmured to herself, persuading and encouraging her own heart. She had never believed that Qin Ran would so easily relinquish his feelings. With clarity restored, Lu Ruyin revitalized her spirit. Thus, she decided to privately message Qin Ran in their class's group chat. Qin Ran, I forgive you. Let us have dinner together tonight. Hold her phone. A smile graced her lips, brimming with confidence. This time, she proactively extended a hand to Qin Ran, inviting him to dine together. Given Qin Ran's previous character, he would surely respond with delight and take her out for a lavish meal. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, no reply came. Upon closer inspection, the message indicated that it had been read. Hesitation washed over Lu Ruyin, prompting her to send another message. I am craving something delicious. In the past, Qin Ran would have inquired what she wished to eat. If she hesitated, he would suggest several restaurants for her to choose from. Yet upon hitting send, she was met with a glaring red exclamation mark. Lu Ruyin brought the phone closer, incredulity washing over her as she beheld the conspicuous red exclamation mark. He had blocked her again, rendering her unable to send messages even in private chat. In a fit of rage, Lu Ruyin hurled her phone onto the bed, emitting a frustrated scream. In the dormitory, she was not alone. Fang Man and Li Huihui were both startled by the outburst. They exchanged glances, silently questioning one another. One raised her hands in confusion, while the other shrugged, both equally puzzled by the unfolding drama. Last night, both had expressed concern for Lu Ruyin, but received no acknowledgement in return. She had merely cried, occasionally venting her frustrations into her pillow. Consequently, they chose not to press further, as it was only the first week of classes and their acquaintance was still fresh. Moreover, they had noticed Lu Ruyin's volatile temper and her somewhat spoiled demeanor, commonly referred to as princess syndrome. Interacting with her was far from pleasant. They found it easier to deal with the quieter and more aloof Li Fei, who, at least, did not throw tantrums, merely preferring solitude and speaking less. Fong Man messaged Li Hui silently. Shall we go for a meal? Sure. Should we invite her? Let's not. She probably isn't in the mood to eat anyway. Li Hui cautiously rose to her feet, and together with Fong Man, they exited the dormitory. They chose not to invite Lu Ruyin to join them for a meal. They couldn't even muster the words. Over the past week, they had nearly reached their limit with Lu Ruyin's unpredictable moods. Additionally, other girls in class seemed to harbor an unspoken disdain for their dormitory. Although most formed bonds based on their dorm units, their room 308 felt utterly isolated. This was particularly evident during breaks from military training when they would often sit together, surrounded by an absence of classmates. Neither Fong Man nor Li Hui wished to begin their university experience in isolation, especially when it had nothing to do with them. It was Lu Ruyin who had quarreled with Chen Shu when at the class meeting, subsequently taking out her frustrations on a classmate who had handed over the class funds to Qin Ran. They were truly suffering from collateral damage, with no avenue for redress. After crying for a considerable time, Lu Ruyin finally realized her roommates had left. Qin Ran would certainly not ask her out for dinner again. However, she was unperturbed. She was aware that several girls around her were not particularly fond of her. They deemed her less beautiful, lacking in figure, inferior in family background, and less popular. Lu Ruyin did not care much for the approval of her female peers. She relished the admiration of the opposite sex. Yet now, her greatest concern was deciphering Qin Ran's true intentions. His temper seemed to surpass hers. She had already lowered herself to this extent, yet what more did he desire? Surely, it was out of the question for her to humbly approach Qin Ran, admit her fault, and plead for him to become her boyfriend. Such a scenario was utterly implausible. Lu Ruyin summoned her good friend, who was equally solitary. Upon seeing the ever-available Wang Fei, her spirits lifted slightly. Let us go eat. Yin Yin, what do you fancy? Shall we head to the snack street? Too far. Let's just grab something in the cafeteria. The second cafeteria has quite a variety of snacks. They say the second cafeteria's food isn't very sanitary. Surely not. The school must maintain high standards of food hygiene. Wang Fei was reluctant to dine at the cafeteria, especially the second one, since he had seen Qin Ran and his roommates heading there just moments ago. The likelihood of encountering them was high. However, Lu Ruyin remained steadfast in her decision, undeterred by his warnings. Wang Fei could only follow her lead, understanding that if he continued to voice his concerns, Lu Ruyin would find it bothersome and might even lose her temper. As fate would have it, they indeed ran into them, with only 4 cafeterias on campus. The second was the most popular. Although it was crowded, some individuals stood out in the throng. Wang Fei suddenly sensed something amiss. He noticed Lu Ruyin scanning the room upon entering, not to decide what to eat, but to search for someone. Who might that be? Qin Ran. Lu Ruyin handed her meal card to Wang Fei. Fei, I'd like some ramen. Please queue for me while I wait over there. Yin. Wang Fei hesitated. Do you want to add a fried egg? No, just a little less noodles, no green onions, and no cilantro. All right. Wang Fei walked towards the ramen counter, his gaze lingering on Lu Ruyin. He watched helplessly as the girl he admired approached another boy. Bang! A bowl of grilled meat, rice, clattered to the floor. Watch where you're going. Wang Fei recognized the voice and paled, instinctively wanting to drop to the ground. Chapter 42, Deepening Hatred, Hypocrites, and Cowardly Men. Wang Fei had not been entirely oblivious to his surroundings. His focus had simply been on Lu Ruyin. Upon seeing her walk towards Qin Ran, an uncomfortable feeling gripped him, causing him to neglect the people in front of him. However, he still kept a peripheral eye on the path ahead. The unfortunate soul he collided with was Ji Bo-chung. That was no accident. The moment Wang Fei recognized Ji Bo-chung, a decision was made. He would feign injury. Yet, Ji Bo-chung, having been taken advantage of once, was unlikely to make the same mistake again. As they spoke, he swiftly grabbed Wang Fei's arm, preventing him from falling backward. Otherwise, they might witness a repeat of the previous incident. Ji Bo-chung tightened his grip, squinting his eyes. Classmate, you made me drop my meal. Are you just going to walk away? Wang Fei grimaced in pain, his face contorting, yet he gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Let go. Ji Bo-chung. Everyone is aware that you have struck me. Do you believe that in our conflict, people will side with you or with me? If you do not release your grip, I shall scream. Ji Buqing loosened his hold, patting Wang Feifei on the shoulder. This is not over. Be cautious. Classmate, I shall not make you bear the consequences. Simply help me clean this up. With that, Ji Buqing turned and departed. Wang Feifei, who initially had no intention of picking anything up, noticed Lu Ruyan approaching and silently crouched down to tidy up. Feifei, are you alright? Did that person bully you again? I'm Fine, Ruyan. Just wait for me a moment. Wang Feifei's demeanor only served to confirm Lu Ruyan's suspicions. How despicable. I shall confront him. Don't. Wang Feifei grasped Lu Ruyan's arm. Ruyan, please don't go. I still need to clean up. Otherwise, it will be too messy and affect others' appetites. Ah, Feifei, you are just too kind, which is why you are constantly bullied. It's nothing. I am unhurt. Besides, I still have you, and you will always help me. You claim you aren't hurt, yet look at what you've endured. Lu Ruyan exclaimed angrily. That Ji Buqing, with his handsome facade, can be so violent. Wang Feifei's heart sank. Was she complimenting Ji Buqing's looks? She couldn't help but recall how earlier in the cafeteria, she had seen Lu Ruyan exchanging glances with Ji Buqing. Moreover, Ji Buqing seemed to embody the characteristics Lu Ruyan had once described as her ideal type. With this thought, Wang Feifei was even more resolute in preventing Lu Ruyan from confronting Ji Buqing. It might have been inconsequential, but with several encounters, who knows what romantic sparks could ignite. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Although Wang Feifei had little interaction with Ji Buqing, she was aware that he was a person of duality, possessing not only a violent side, but also a cunning one. His attractive exterior served as a facade, making it easier for him to win girls' affections. Just as they were about to eat, they realized that Qin Ran had already left. Lu Ruyan regarded Wang Feifei as her closest confidant, sharing many matters. The unexpected phone call from her parents earlier left her slightly taken aback, which she disclosed to Wang Feifei. Wang Feifei was utterly astonished. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of anxiety. Seeing Lu Ruyan's attempts at love had already been difficult enough for her. Now, it seemed Lu Ruyan's parents were also involved. Ruyan, did Qin Ran go to speak with your parents? Huh, I don't think so. Then that's strange. I recall your father chatting with Qin Ran for quite some time at last year's birthday banquet. Lu Ruyan chuckled at that time. My father thought Qin Ran and I were dating because I mentioned him so often. Does your father like Qin Ran? Not explicitly. He just remarked that Qin Ran is different from typical boys, but advised against early relationships, suggesting we wait until after college. Wang Feifei sighed in relief, only to have a sudden realization. Wait, you just mentioned your parents urging you to pursue Qin Ran? I wouldn't pursue him. If anyone should chase, it should be Qin Ran coming back to me. That scoundrel. No, Ruyan. What reason could your parents possibly have for saying that? There must be some justification. Indeed, it is quite peculiar. Lu Ruyan's eyes suddenly brightened. Feifei, could it be as you suggested, that Qin Ran approached my parents to propose? Wang Feifei's lips twitched. Ruyan, this is in ancient times. Moreover, if Qin Ran truly liked you, he wouldn't make you so upset. True. Lu Ruyan deflated like a puncture balloon, poking at her rice with her chopsticks. Why is Qin Ran treating me this way? It's infuriating. Wang Feifei cautiously spoke. Ruyan, I am uncertain whether I should say this to you. Speak. What can't we discuss? Wang Feifei gathered her thoughts. Ruyan, please don't be angry with what I am about to say. I initially believed Qin Ran still had feelings for you and was intentionally trying to upset you to elicit your agreement to be his girlfriend. However, I now suspect that this may not be the case. Qin Ran might genuinely no longer harbor feelings for you. Lu Ruyan's expression darkened further. Impossible. Qin Ran cannot possibly not like me. Feifei, you know how much he adored and pampered me in the past. He must still have feelings for me. Please don't say such things. Lu Ruyan's voice grew loud, attracting the attention of those around them. Wang Feifei hastily reassured her. All right, I misspoke. But do take a moment to consider it. Are you still talking? I will stop. Wang Feifei, with heartfelt sincerity, declared, regardless, I truly wish for your happiness. A boy nearby chuckled. Wang Feifei shot him a fierce glare. Was he mocking her during her heartfelt declaration? Yet, what infuriated him more was that the boy had deliberately played a video for his companions. A mechanical female voice echoed, Fei Yong is out of energy. You must push. The video hadn't concluded, and although the volume was low, it was audible to several tables around. Laughter erupted from multiple tables of boys. Wang Feifei's teeth clenched in fury. This was utterly intolerable, but the situation worsened with another similar video playing. Arigato, Mei Yang sang. Fei Yang, you fool. The devoted one ends up with nothing. Wang Feifei struggled to suppress his urge to retaliate, but in an effort to avoid being perceived like Ji Buqing, he once again refrained from acting out. He was not Fei Yang at all. Ruyan, ignore them. They truly lack decency. Huh? Feifei, what did you say? A distracted Lu Ruyan inquired. Chapter 43. Want to be a man? Perhaps not. Wang Feifei felt utterly beleaguered. with challenges arising from all sides. He found himself in a precarious position. The most significant issue was that Lu Rian did not regard him as a typical boy, but rather as a delicate confidant. Wang Feifei realized it was imperative to rectify this perception. Otherwise, the affectionate words he uttered would merely be perceived as friendly advice by Lu Rian. If any other boy were to express similar sentiments, Lu Rian would likely grasp their meaning immediately. Yet, he was the sole exception. To remedy this, Wang Feifei made a decision. He would participate in military training. The following day, Guo Fuping escorted Wang Feifei to the formation, where he conversed briefly with Shi Pinglin. After a while, Wang Feifei joined the ranks, standing beside Huang Zujia. Shi Pinglin did not elaborate further, urging Wang Feifei to train diligently. However, both Ji Buqing and Wang Feifei had incurred a point deduction. Military training was worth a total of 2 credits, but due to their altercation, they had lost 1 point. If they performed well, they might recover it. Should they engage in further fights, they would lose both points. Having just returned from a punishment lap, Ji Buqing spotted Wang Feifei in the ranks and flashed a knowing smile. Wang Feifei instinctively recoiled at Ji Buqing's gaze. Yet, recalling his purpose for attending military training, he summoned his courage to meet Ji Buqing's stare. From this day forth, he would strive to be a true man, demonstrating to Lu Ruyan that he too could possess masculinity. Additionally, he could tan his skin, rendering it less pale and fragile. However, barely an hour into the military training, Wang Feifei was already regretting his decision, utterly regretting it. He had even contemplated feigning illness to take a respite, sitting in the shade to observe others undergoing military training. Wasn't that enticing? Why subject oneself to unnecessary torment? To exhibit masculinity, participation in military training is not a requisite. There are myriad other avenues available. The school gym is at one's disposal for workouts, rather than standing stationary in military posture. Wang Feifei's body began to sway uncontrollably, startling Huang Zujia. Reporting, he exclaimed. Huang Zujia glanced at Wang Feifei beside him and shouted, "It seems my classmate is having a seizure." Instantly, a crowd turned to stare. Shi Pinglin hurried to Wang Feifei's side, frowning. It didn't resemble a seizure. It appeared more akin to muscle weakness, as he struggled to maintain his footing. "Do you have epilepsy?" "No." Wang Feifei rolled his eyes at Huang Zujia, his body shaking like a fish flopping on the ground, near death. "I'm fine." Wang Feifei gritted his teeth. "You must report before speaking." "Report? I'm not ill," he retorted. Shi Pinglin then directed his gaze towards Huang Zujia. 10 push-ups. "Report. Speak. I'm merely concerned for my classmate, not slandering him." 20 push-ups. Huang Zujia, feeling disgruntled, stepped out of line and jogged to the front to commence his push-ups. Compared to a week prior, his running form and push-up technique had notably improved, indicating the efficacy of military training. However, Wang Feifei, who had just joined the ranks, was a different story. Shi Pinglin felt a twinge of regret for adding a laggard to the group. It was akin to a pot of porridge tainted by a drop of rat droppings. To be precise, it was as if a pot of porridge had fallen into a dead rat. Though there were many in formation, any lack of synchronization would render one glaringly conspicuous. "This one do," Shi Pinglin declared. Ji Buqing stepped forward. "Yes." Ji Buqing straightened his posture, clenched his fist, and ran to stand before Shi Pinglin, saluting before lowering his hand. "Instructor, teach him the basic movements, all of them." "Yes." Ji Buqing replied with a slight smile. "If he fails to perform adequately, you shall also be punished, and furthermore, I will apply for your expulsion from the school." Ji Buqing's expression turned serious. "Report, instructor. I have reconciled with this classmate and shall not engage in any further altercations." Wang Feifei was far from convinced. He had just witnessed Ji Buqing's gaze, which unmistakably harbored intentions of retribution. "Report, instructor. I wish to request a different instructor." "Who?" "Qin Ran." Shi Pinglin called out. "Qin Ran. Present. Are you willing to teach this classmate?" "Report, instructor. I am not willing." Shi Pinglin turned to the petrified Wang Feifei and stated, "Did you hear that? No more nonsense from now on." Wang Feifei trembled, his expression a spectacle. He had anticipated that the instructor would directly assign Qin Ran to teach him. Otherwise, training alongside Ji Buqing would likely lead to conflict. Yet, he was taken aback when Qin Ran outright refused, offering no explanation. Just a simple denial. Observing the suppressed laughter from others, Wang Feifei found himself resenting both Qin Ran and Ji Buqing. But at this juncture, he had no alternative, unless he feigned illness. However, he noticed that Lu Rian's squad was already resting. If he were to collapse and be escorted away, Lu Rian would undoubtedly see him. His aim in participating in military training was to impress Lu Rian, not to present himself as a feeble individual. Thus, Wang Feifei gritted his teeth and persevered. As fate would have it, Ji Buqing indeed sought revenge. He insisted that Wang Feifei accelerate his progress, claiming that while others rested, he alone continued to train. Even reporting to the instructor yielded no results. Nearby, Fu Qingchuan, shielding his eyes from the sun with his cap, inquired, "Why is Pu Gai here for military training? He looks as if he is about to pass out." "No kidding," Huang Zujie complained. "I genuinely thought he was having a fit, which compelled me to do 20 push-ups." Qin Ran chuckled. "Perhaps he wishes to prove his manhood." "Ha! Ha ha ha! Qin Ran, your words are truly scathing." "Isn he a man?" Half-jokingly. Qin Ran surmised Wang Feifei's intentions. If he genuinely desired to pursue Lu Ruyan, he must shed the identity of a mere friend. With this prerequisite, Wang Feifei's true thoughts became readily apparent. Amusingly, in a previous life, Wang Feifei had engaged in similar antics, sneaking off to the gym to work out and attempting to strike up a conversation with a muscular man, only to be misinterpreted as a case of harassment. Qin Ran had heard this from a friend who happened to be working out at the same gym and even captured photos and videos of the incident. Originally just a light-hearted anecdote at the dining table, upon seeing the photos of the involved parties, Qin Ran was astonished at Wang Feifei's peculiarities. Despite having pocket money, he opted not to hire a trainer, but instead attempted to flirt. Did he not realize that his appearance and demeanor could easily lead to misunderstandings? In fact, many had mistakenly believed Wang Feifei to be of a different orientation since middle school. There were even rumors that he had engaged in such affairs, though the truth remained unclear to Qin Ran. Yet, some matters may not be mere fabrications. Of course, even if they were true, Qin Ran believed that Wang Feifei must have been coerced. Having known him for many years, he was aware of Wang Feifei's normal inclinations, particularly his affection for Lu Ruyan. Observing the discord between the two, Qin Ran pondered the peculiar nature of fate. Neither individual was particularly virtuous. It would be splendid if Wang Feifei and Ji Buocheng could be paired together, mutually wreaking havoc, thereby sparing others from their mischief. Chapter 44. A Blossom Blooms. 100 flowers die, all are of instant kill level. Upon entertaining this thought, Qin Ran suddenly perceived that the two might indeed complement each other. Ji Buocheng was tall and handsome, while Wang Feifei was delicate and dependent. Standing face to face, they indeed mirrored the dynamic of a dual male lead in a campus drama. Qin Ran leisurely conversed with friends, having little inclination to instruct Wang Feifei. The latter had the audacity to specifically request his guidance, perhaps mistaking him for benevolent. As for Wang Feifei, Qin Ran had no intention of fostering any spirit of camaraderie. It was fortunate that he had not dealt Wang Feifei another beating. Assisting him? That was out of the question. Qin Ran's actions earned him commendations from the boys in class, several even discreetly giving him a thumbs up. From a certain perspective, Wang Feifei was quite remarkable. In merely a day, he had successfully garnered the disdain of all the boys. Qin Ran was uncertain whether this was Wang Feifei's true nature or merely a fade. Previously, he had known that Wang Feifei would intentionally cultivate an image of loneliness and victimhood to elicit sympathy from Lu Ruyan. He had witnessed similar occurrences more than once, including this recent instance where Wang Feifei was beaten by Ji Buocheng. He could surmise the general circumstances even without being present. Qin Ran understood the personalities of both individuals well and was acutely aware of the true selves hidden beneath their masks. Therefore, he had no intention of indulging them. Not in the slightest. During the midday break, Wang Feifei was required to practice additionally at Ji Buocheng's behest. Shi Pinglin granted permission. After a morning of training, aside from standing at attention and at ease, Wang Feifei exhibited no semblance of improvement. It was akin to treading water, devoid of progress. Ji Buocheng insisted that Wang Feifei continue his practice, and he too had to follow suit, inflicting 1,000 casualties while sustaining an 800 loss oneself. Qin Ran took great pleasure in witnessing this scene. Ji Buocheng was willing to forego his afternoon rest, driven not only by a desire for revenge against Wang Feifei, but also by a wish to restore his image in Shi Pinglin's eyes. His aspirations included becoming a model student, a flag bearer, and even a flag raiser. Each evening, the flag bearers would don their military training uniforms to practice on the playground, drawing considerable attention from onlookers. Their synchronized movements and upright postures often attracted a number of girls who would come specifically to watch. The selection of flag bearers was based not only on appearance, but also on physique. They were required to have a well-proportioned figure. And while they need not possess looks as striking as Qin Ran's, they at least had to meet a certain standard. Some experienced senior girls even sought out underclassmen who had been chosen as flag bearers. Setting aside character for the moment, their appearance and height were certainly commendable. This year's flag bearer's overall standard had been lowered by one individual, Qin Ran. Typically, the aesthetic quality of the flag team was commendable. Yet one standout had inadvertently cast a shadow over the others, rendering them seemingly average by comparison. Furthermore, After his rendition of In the Name of the Father, Qin Ran had garnered a modest fame. Not only freshmen, but nearly the entire finance university was aware of this handsome young man with extraordinary singing talent. Qin Ran was neither a flag raiser nor a flag bearer. He was, in fact, a flag flapper. After careful observation, Shi Pinglin identified 3 candidates for the role of model student: Wen Yonglong, Qin Ran, and Ji Buqing. Ji Buqing was certainly no longer under consideration, having been caught in a brawl and pinned to the ground by Shi Pinglin. Although Wen Yonglong demonstrated impeccable form, his considerable height made him quite conspicuous in the flag team. Thus, only Qin Ran remained as a viable candidate. In truth, Liu Ping also aspired to this position, but had been eliminated. Entry into the flag team was not a matter of mere desire. During training, girls would occasionally pass by, and the boys selected for the flag team harbored some intentions of that nature. Each stood tall and proud, despite the exhaustion of the day, still brimming with determination. Alas, the intentions of the flowers were met with the indifference of flowing water. Regardless of whether they were merely passing by or had come specifically, the attention of the girls inevitably gravitated toward Qin Ran. During the 2 5-minute breaks, he was approached more than 10 times for his contact information. Those who did not possess such a handsome visage as his remained blissfully unaware of how fervently the girls pursued him. They came in droves, one after another. A few envious boys secretly wished for Qin Ran's handsome face to be obscured by the flag on flag-raising day. For now, however, they merely wished their own eyes could be cloaked, sparing them from envy. Yet when Lin Wanbai appeared, their hearts skipped a beat. How beautiful! Oh my! The face of first love. They were smitten. Almost all the boys in the flag team perked up at this sight. Under the illumination of the training lights, they could clearly see the features and posture of anyone within a 10-meter radius. As Lin Wanbai paused, not far away, the boys' gazes became fixated upon her. Their formation grew slightly disordered, and their movements became less synchronized. Such was the captivating power of Lin Wanbai. Over half an hour later, the boys of the flag team could only watch in heartbreak as Qin Ran made his way toward the enchanting girl who quickened their heartbeats. All the good fortune was monopolized by one person. Yet it was not all bad news. They suddenly understood why Qin Ran had rejected so many girls seeking his contact information. With Lin Wanbai's arrival, the other girls faded into the background, becoming mere green leaves. In fact, they too were overshadowed by Qin Ran. The two strolled along the rubber track, the cool evening breeze wafting away the heat radiating from the track. Lin Wanbai sought out Qin Ran for a class activity, not for a date, though it could certainly be interpreted as one. A week into the school term, Guo Fuping was increasingly troubled. This year's class had the worst interpersonal relationships of any cohort he had ever taught. If this continued, countless conflicts would surely arise. Consequently, Guo Fuping tasked the two with devising an activity to break the current awkward atmosphere, a so-called ice-breaking team-building activity. The timing was set for the first week after military training during the class meeting. The election of class officers would be postponed until the following week. Completing the ice-breaking activity would help bridge the gaps between classmates, paving the way for a more suitable selection of class officers. Although Guo Fuping typically remained in the background, he understood that Qin Ran held the highest esteem among the boys, while Lin Wanbai was the most popular among the girls. Tasking the two with planning and hosting the event would yield the best results. As the saying goes, a man and a woman working together makes the task less burdensome. Moreover, they were both exceptionally attractive individuals. Guo Fuping would not divulge to others that he secretly shipped Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai as a couple. Although he appeared aged and lacked a partner, his heart yearned to play matchmaker. Lin Wanbai initially declined. She had crafted an image of a cool goddess, not a warm-hearted heroine. However, when Guo Fuping mentioned assisting Qin Ran in organizing the event, she reconsidered her refusal. Lin Wanbai had long wished to repay Qin Ran's kindness, and this presented an excellent opportunity to assist him. Whether she was persuaded by Guo Fuping or willingly jumped into the fray remained to be seen. At least in that moment, both felt at ease. Clad in a flowing white dress, Lin Wanbai walked gracefully with her hands clasped behind her back. Qin Ran, in his crisp military uniform, strode confidently, his posture striking. Chapter 45. Love should not be exhausting. It should be lighthearted and joyful. Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai strolled around the track, their shadows occasionally intertwining and then separating, a continuous cycle. Qin Ran, I found a team-building game called 1 yuan and 50 cents. The boys contribute 1 yuan, the girls 50 cents. The class leader calls out an amount, and then we form teams. What do you think? Qin Ran was familiar with the game, yet he patiently listened to Lin Wanbai before responding. It sounds good. This game is perfect for bridging the gap between boys and girls. Ideally, we should keep the timing tight. Yes, I agree. How about 5 seconds? That seems about right. Do you have any suggestions? How about pass the drum? Lin Wanbai hesitated. Qin Ran quickly grasped her thoughts. Is it that you often end up with the drum? Not always, but it does happen frequently, and I lack any particular talent. What about the handkerchief? Surely you've played that before. It must have been passed to you. Yes. I would have to run continuously. Qin Ran chuckled. I can easily picture that scenario. Many boys probably wish Lin Wanbai would toss the handkerchief behind them, creating a playful chase. That would surely be an unforgettable memory from their school days. After a moment's thought, Qin Ran suggested, I could play some music. Playing past the drum would ensure you aren't chosen and can serve as a backup, allowing others to showcase their talents. Sound good. Should we select another game? Didn't the class leader ask us to choose 3 games? It's getting late. Let's head back for now and brainstorm separately. I'll send you my ideas once I've found them. Me too. Qin Ran did not accompany Lin Wanbai back to the girls' dormitory. He waved goodbye at a fork in the road. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Yet, despite their parting, their conversation continued. Upon arriving at his dorm, Qin Ran received a message from Lin Wanbai. I've arrived. I've just arrived as well. I'm going to take a shower first, and then I'll reach out to you. Good obedience, sit JPG. Qin Ran smiled faintly as he entered the bathroom with a bitter tea seed in hand. The 3 shared an unspoken understanding. They recognized that Qin Ran intended to engage in extra practice, so they all took their showers first. Qin Ran, are you coming to Peace City for some shooting? Over the past few days, Huang Zujia had become utterly engrossed in the drop-to-death game. I'm not playing today. I'm exhausted. Let Sakwan accompany you. He's too inexperienced. He can't keep up. Fu Qingchuan exclaimed in frustration. What is your KDA? How dare you call me inexperienced? I'm a star diamond. You're so inflated. You don't even realize it, do you? I'm a star diamond. You just keep hiding, devoid of any passion. That's why I'm looking for Qin Ran for some thrilling combat. Qin Ran waved his hand dismissively. No, you both can have your thrilling battles. Dying too many times won't affect my KDA. No way, if I die too often, I'll lose rank. I'd rather play solo. Fu Qingchuan protested. Come on. Today your brother Quan will take you for a round of Koan. The 2 began their drop-to-death game, landing at the school, dying, landing at the port, dying, landing in Peace City, still dying. In less than half an hour, they fell silent. Qin Ran lay on his bed, chatting with Lin Tongxue. Unbeknownst to them, this had become a part of their daily routine. From the initial awkwardness to the current ease, conversations that didn't happen felt incomplete. How about bindings? 2 people binding their feet. 3 people could work too, as a group. 1 too many people make it easy to fall. As long as it doesn't exceed 5, it should be fine. I'll jot that down. Nestled in her blanket, Lin Wanbai wrote down the binding game in her notebook, noting the required number of participants. Are you afraid of stepping on balloons? Afraid, cute, fearful emoji. What about pinching balloons? Do we need to hold hands? Yes, back to back with the balloon in the middle. Can I team up with you? Shy JPG. Qin Ran felt that Lin Wanbai had inadvertently flirted with him again. Of course you can. However, he feared they might end up in random teams. Then let us consider it as a backup, in case we can't choose our teammates freely. All right, Lin Wanbai noted down the balloon popping game. With the remark, teammate Qin Ran. The 2 continued to discuss the details of the game, constantly refining the rules, number of players, time, and so forth. This conversation stretched over 2 hours. The dormitory lights had long been turned off, yet they remained engrossed in their dialogue. However, the topics had transcended mere classroom team-building games. They reminisced about childhood games they had played, hopscotch, jump rope, racing cars, yo-yos, until past 1 o'clock, when Lin Wanbai finally realized how quickly time had flown by. It's past 1, time to sleep. Tomorrow we have military training, and you'll be practicing late again. Rest well. We can't stay up this late next time. Okay. Qin Ran replied with okay. They had transitioned from good night to simply okay. After a while, he placed his phone on the bedside. With his hands resting behind his head, Qin Ran discovered that he seemed to have developed a fondness for chatting with Lin Wanbai. Sharing their daily lives felt refreshingly novel to him, an experience he had never encountered before. Previously, he had often messaged Lu Ruyan, but it lacked this particular sensation. Most of their conversations were initiated by him, while Lu Ruyan was not the type to respond instantly. Moreover, Lu Ruyan frequently changed her preferences, often abandoning one liking for another. Today she might enjoy something, but perhaps tomorrow she would no longer care for it, having found a new passion. Sometimes, she wouldn't even tell Qin Ran directly, making him guess. As time passed, he found himself initiating conversations less frequently, typically offering Lu Ruyan a few options for her to choose from. There was nothing akin to the current feeling, endless topics to discuss, unending conversations. It was lighthearted and joyful. There was no need for guessing, no need to prepare extensively. There was no need to cheer her up after being rejected by all his suggestions, nor to meticulously think of ideas that would align with her preferences. Qin Ran even questioned how he had managed to endure such a dynamic in the past. Could it be that, over time, such a state had indeed become habitual? Perhaps it was precisely because Lu Ruyan had grown accustomed to his kindness that she felt free to squander his affection without restraint. Qin Ran pondered deeply, reminiscing about the past. He had once lavished too much affection on Lu Ruyan, placing himself in a lower position. Now, having shed that burden, he felt an unprecedented lightness. He should have done this long ago. In his past life, clinging to his feelings for Lu Ruyan had only served to torment himself. Qin Ran grew ever more resolute that his current approach was indeed correct. He would no longer live for anyone else. Even if he were to seek a partner, it would be someone with whom he could enjoy a light and joyful relationship, not one that left him feeling drained. Qin Ran had once loved Lu Ruyan, experiencing both joy and sorrow. Now, he had finally learned how to love himself. If he couldn't love himself, how could he expect anyone else to cherish him? Only when Qin Ran fell asleep did Lin Wanbai truly prepare to rest. She still had a diary to write. There was a movie that joked, "Who writes diaries seriously? Secrets pinned down are no longer true secrets. The real secrets lie buried deep within one's heart." Yet Lin Wanbai happened to be one of those serious individuals who enjoyed writing in a diary. At the end of her entry, she wrote a line. Those who have shared the evening breeze together are bound to remember it for a long time, right? Chapter 46. The military training concludes. An odd couple. Unbeknownst to them, military training was drawing to a close. Compared to the initial chaotic scenes, the formations were now orderly and disciplined, a stark contrast. Even Wang Feifei, previously perceived as a weakling, exhibited a hint of masculinity. As long as one didn't look at his face, it was passable. Wang Feifei had gotten sunburned, his face resembling that of a Highland red, perpetually flushed throughout the day. In the days prior, when Ji Buqing had trained Wang Feifei alone, passers-by would cast strange glances their way. The blushing, delicate young man resembled a fragile zero, while the tall Ji Buqing clearly embodied the one. The campus forum even featured photos of the duo. From the side, they indeed exuded a certain chemistry. However, the post was later removed after Wang Feifei reported it. In the dormitory, Wang Feifei was like an insulator, often browsing threads, searching for information related to Lu Ruyan. If someone posted a photo of Lu Ruyan or discussed which girl among the freshmen was the most beautiful, Wang Feifei's alternate account would surely make an appearance. He felt both proud and furious. Often, after reading such posts, he would immediately report them. Others admiring and adoring Lu Ruyan only confirmed his good taste. But he didn't want to contend with so many competitors. Just dealing with Qin Ran was already exhausting. Since Monday, Lu Ruyan had taken him to places where Qin Ran frequently appeared, such as the second cafeteria. Wang Feifei refrained from mentioning that Qin Ran had joined the flag-bearing team. Otherwise, Lu Ruyan would surely go watch Qin Ran's training in the evening. He simply could not comprehend how Lu Ruyan had transformed into her current self. She had lost that pride he once adored and gained a touch of humility, as if the halo surrounding her had vanished. She had not always been like this. How could the Lu Ruyan he loved turn into an infatuated girl, indistinguishable from the others? Yet the reality remained unchanged, regardless of his thoughts. The flag-raising ceremony of the new military training regiment saw Qin Ran once again emerge as the most resplendent figure. After the training concluded, Wang Feifei could overhear conversations about Qin Ran as he walked down the street. He couldn't help but feel exasperated from such a distance. How could they possibly discern that Qin Ran was handsome? Upon returning to his dormitory, Wang Feifei immediately shed his military training attire. He had endured this ordeal solely for Lu Ruyan. Throughout the past week, he had suffered innumerable trials. His face sunburned, and his already frail physique had thinned further. He had also been tormented by Ji Buqing for several days, each day feeling as though he were living in torment. Yet, he stubbornly refrained from feigning unconsciousness and managed to persevere. However, Lu Ruyan remained oblivious to his sacrifices, incessantly praising Qin Ran as the model cadet. Of course, he was acutely aware of Qin Ran's status as the exemplary soldier. His ears were almost calloused from the repetition. Wang Feifei had resolved never to engage in such endeavors again, as the suffering yielded no rewards. Nevertheless, at least the military training was finally behind him, and he would no longer have to exist in the shadow of Qin Ran. Yet, he was mistaken once more. On the first day of classes, the subjects were abundant: macroeconomics, statistics, accounting, economic law, international trade. He had yet to recover from the previous week's military training, leaving him feeling rather lackluster. To his chagrin, he was also mistaken for a girl, causing an uproar of laughter in class. Although this was not the first time such a thing had happened, it still left him seething with frustration. A week of military training had not darkened his skin, but had instead bestowed upon him two stubbornly red cheeks. The first lecture of the afternoon was a large class held in an auditorium, with 3 classes convened together. To his astonishment, Ji Buqing brazenly sat at the desk in front of Lu Ruyan and even greeted her. Enraged, Wang Feifei seated in the back row, felt an urge to hurl his book at Ji Buqing's hypocritical face. Lu Rian was equally taken aback by Ji Buqing's audacity. Previously, she had scolded him for his treatment of Wang Feifei. Yet, here he was, approaching her, seemingly indicating that he held no grudges. Lu Rian scoffed dismissively, choosing to ignore Ji Buqing, though her feelings were subtly shifting. Were it not for their two prior confrontations, Ji Buqing would have fit her ideal of a partner quite well. However, the negative impressions he had left her with were too significant, especially after he had violently assaulted Wang Feifei, which had instilled a sense of fear within her. Yet, gazing at Ji Buqing's smiling face, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but wonder if there had been a misunderstanding. After all, how could Ji Buqing sit so comfortably in front of her when he had aided Wang Feifei in training last week? At that moment, Qin Ran walked through the doorway, capturing her attention. More precisely, he captivated the gaze of nearly the entire auditorium. He was undoubtedly the most renowned freshman of their year. Lu Rian's expression shifted to one of melancholy, tinged with anger. Last week, she had orchestrated several chance encounters with Qin Ran, but he seemed oblivious to her presence. Even when she took the initiative to greet him, he merely nodded and walked away without uttering a word. Their relationship had deteriorated to the point where it was less significant than that with her classmates. Lu Rian found herself in a tumultuous state of mind. On one hand, she yearned to restore their previous rapport, hoping Qin Ran would continue to treat her kindly. Yet on the other hand, she was reluctant to lower herself. Having already extended the olive branch to him, that was her limit. It was impossible for her to be the one to suggest they enter into a relationship. She could genuinely consider becoming Qin Ran's girlfriend if he were to publicly profess his feelings at the welcome party. After all, he remained the most popular and well-liked individual, and she was aware of his commendable character. In the past, Qin Ran would have undoubtedly sat beside her. But now, that was no longer the case. Lu Rian gazed wistfully at Qin Ran, who sat at the back of the classroom with his roommate, separated by a multitude of students, rendering even a casual conversation impossible. She hesitated, contemplating whether to change seats when Ji Buqing suddenly turned around. "Excuse me, I seem to have forgotten my pen. Could you lend me one?" Ji Buqing inquired. Beside her, Feng Man nudged Lu Rian's arm and winked. "What do you mean you forgot your pen? It's clearly a pickup line." Lu Rian did possess more than one pen, and after a moment's hesitation, she decided to offer one. After all, lending a pen was a trivial matter. However, someone acted more swiftly than she did. "I'll lend you mine," Wang Feifei declared, handing his pen to Ji Buqing. Ji Buqing, who had been poised to borrow a pen from Lu Ruyan, felt slightly irked as Wang Feifei's pen tapped against his palm. Nevertheless, he restrained himself. Having previously assaulted Wang Feifei in Lu Ruyan's presence, he couldn't afford to resort to violence again, even though he genuinely found Wang Feifei insufferable. Ji Buqing blandly expressed his gratitude before turning back, pressing down hard on the desk with the pen and making a mark. He then smiled and remarked, "This pen of yours is defective. The ink cartridge is missing." "Impossible. I was just writing my name with it," Wang Feifei retorted. Ji Buqing shrugged. "I can't say for sure. Here, take it back." He tossed the broken pen back to Wang Feifei before once again directing his attention to Lu Ruyan. If he couldn't master such trivial matters, how could he have thrived in high school? In Ji Buqing's view, boys his age were all rather juvenile, and girls were easily deceived, particularly the attractive ones. The latter often lacked male friends, and given his own standing, Wang Feifei was no match for him. Chapter 47, A Different Classroom, The Capricious Men and Women. Ji Buqing regarded Lu Ruyan with a confident smile. He could sense that she did not harbor strong disdain for him, at most a slight annoyance. He had encountered similar situations before. All it took was a plausible excuse to mitigate prior misunderstandings. This could even instill a sense of guilt in the other party, making them feel they had misjudged him, thereby making his pursuit easier. After a few exchanges of glances, Ji Buqing could roughly gauge Lu Ruyan's feelings towards him based on her reactions. Frankly, he perceived Lu Ruyan as not particularly astute, which made her an easier target for his advances. In reality, he pursued Lu Ruyan not only for her beauty, graceful figure, and dancing prowess, but also because she shared a history with Qin Ran, having attended high school together and maintained a good rapport. Moreover, Qin Ran had been actively courting Lu Ruyan. Ji Buqing had not forgotten his vendetta against Qin Ran. If he could win over the girl Qin Ran admired, it would surely be the sweetest form of revenge. Recently, he had encountered minor issues at home, necessitating a period of discretion. His methods of retaliation could not be too ostentatious. Otherwise, given his previous temperament, he would have rallied people to confront Qin Ran. A few thrashings would have surely subdued him. However, now he bore the weight of a major infraction, a disciplinary action, making such an approach inadvisable. He was unwilling to risk expulsion so early in his university journey. Thus, He contemplated the prospect of avenging himself through Lu Ruyan while simultaneously securing an enviable girlfriend. What could be more fortuitous? Yet, he underestimated the power of the green tea bitch. Ruyan, my pen was ruined by him. I have no pen left, Wang Feifei lamented. Lu Ruyan handed over her spare pen. I have another one. Ruyan, you're truly wonderful. Lu Ruyan addressed Ji Buqing, stating, I don't have an extra pen. Ji Buqing glanced at the smiling Wang Feifei beside him, his eyes twitching. This was undoubtedly intentional. Ji Buqing admonished himself to endure, forcing a faint smile onto his face. It's nothing, but could you lend me your notes after class? Wang Feifei felt as if he had encountered the most cunning adversary of his life. With one tactic exhausted, another swiftly followed. It was all a game of strategy. This was even more perilous than dealing with Qin Ran. In a moment of desperation, Wang Feifei shouted, the teacher is coming. A middle-aged man, sporting black-framed glasses, entered. Clutching a book, Ji Buqing smiled faintly and turned away, harboring an intense disdain for Wang Feifei, who had repeatedly sabotaged his efforts. He realized that Wang Feifei was akin to a persistent fly, incessantly buzzing around Lu Ruyan. Unless he swatted the fly first, it would continue to disrupt his interactions with her. As the teacher entered, most students sat upright, adhering to their previous classroom decorum, following their enrollment. They had undergone military training and had yet to truly experience the relaxed academic atmosphere of university life. The rigor of academia was one matter, but classes were no longer strictly formal, with a few professors being exceptions. When Fu Qingchuan, seeking wisdom from Qin Ran, noticed the middle-aged man's arrival, he lowered his voice. Guys, this professor is named Sun Jun, and he is our school's vice president. Not someone to be taken lightly. He serves as an independent director for several major corporations, and it's quite difficult for an ordinary person to even treat him to a meal. Huang Zujia, puzzled, inquired. What does independent mean? Realizing it referred to an independent director, he exclaimed, Oh, that's what it means. You should have clarified that. Are independent directors impressive? Absolutely. Though they may seem to wield little power, becoming one is not something just anyone can achieve, especially in large corporations, came the reply. Sun Jun set down his book and surveyed the auditorium filled with unfamiliar faces. His gaze lingered on Qin Ran for half a second before he adjusted the microphone. It appears that everyone seems a bit listless. Have the military drills exhausted you? Are you still recuperating? Indeed, we are completely worn out. Came a chorus of groans from the crowd. In that case, let us keep our first lesson light. Instantly, the students, feeling fatigued and a bit drowsy, perked up. Nearly 3 months had passed since they last attended class, and a mere morning was hardly sufficient to re-enter an academic mindset. However, upon hearing Sun Jun's words, they felt invigorated and found the middle-aged man's demeanor quite amiable. Sun Jun leaned against the podium, wearing a warm smile. Allow me to introduce myself briefly. My name is Sun Jun, with Sun from Sunzi Bingfa, Anjun meaning revitalization of China. This semester, I will be teaching you microeconomics. Now, do not perceive economics as something lofty and grand. It is intricately connected to our daily lives. He glanced at the students. You've had your textbooks for about half a month. Who among you has taken the initiative to preview the material? Over half the students raised their hands, and even more had prepared without raising their hands, approaching 2/3 in total. Sun Jun nodded approvingly, gesturing for them to lower their hands. A few days ago, I encountered a young woman in her 20s, ensnared in a quandary of romantic confusion. Laughter erupted in the classroom, accompanied by playful jeers. Sun Jun waved his hand, waiting for the laughter to subside before continuing his tale. This young woman and her boyfriend were college classmates, both seeking employment in Zhonghai. The girl worked in design and earned a decent salary, while the boy's job left much to be desired. The girl encouraged him to pursue graduate studies, supporting him financially for 3 years with tuition and living expenses. Now, just as he is about to graduate, he has proposed a breakup. The girl asked me why men are so fickle and lack loyalty. Sun Jun scanned the room and queried, Does anyone have an economic principle that might help address this question? After a brief pause, a girl with a ponytail raised her hand. Sun Jun nodded toward her. All right, please share. No need to stand. You can speak while seated, as if we were simply having a conversation. The girl, still adapting to the situation, offered her thoughts. The law of diminishing marginal utility from economics can explain this phenomenon. As one accumulates more of something, its significance diminishes. As the boy continues his studies, he encounters more women, and thus, he no longer values the first girl as he once did because he has access to many others. Sun Jun nodded, lightly applauding. That student has articulated this concept quite well. This principle also applies to men who, despite having beautiful wives, still stray. The classroom erupted in laughter, the atmosphere growing increasingly relaxed as they found Sun Jun to be far less rigid than typical instructors. Sun Jun then posed another question. But why is it that the law of diminishing marginal utility seems to apply less to unfaithful women than to men? Chapter 48. Love knows no reason, nor morality. Why are there more unfaithful men than women? Immediately, Lu Ping raised his hand. Please, go ahead. Lu Ping declared, unfaithful men and women are actually equally numerous. The law of diminishing marginal utility applies to both genders. It can only be said that among married women, there are fewer unfaithful ones. But that doesn't mean the principle is absent. Women also desire younger, more attractive, and wealthier men. It's not solely men who prefer 18-year-olds. Ignoring the various gazes from the audience, Lu Ping continued to express his views. People are emotional, but more often than not, they are rational and consider costs and benefits. The cost of infidelity for women is higher than for men. Few men wish to be cuckolded. The public outcry against mistresses online is another contributing factor. Thus, women can also be unfaithful, but the actual cost of doing so is too high, especially for those already in relationships. Sun Jin inquired, do you all agree? A girl interjected, that boy is utterly immoral. The girl supported him for 3 years. How can he do this? That's no justification. Sun Jin nodded slightly, asking, does anyone wish to explain why? More hands shot up. This time, it was Liu Yifei's turn. Economics does not concern itself with morality. Morality demands consideration for others. Yet, humanity is inherently selfish, and very few can claim true altruism. Economics emphasizes the maximization of personal gain. Thus, during his university years, the boy faced little pressure regarding life or work and sought to maximize his romantic interests. After 3 years of graduate studies, the fervor of their relationship had waned. If he broke up with the girl, he would lose his financial support. Now that he is about to graduate free from that anxiety, he naturally seeks to maximize his romantic interests again, looking for someone better and more attractive. The girl, too, is merely pursuing her own maximization of benefits. Upon finishing, the classroom fell silent. Some girls who wished to argue were at a loss for how to counter with economic principles. Sun Jun observed with some surprise. While a few grasped the crux of the issue, not many could articulate it so plainly. Lu Ruyin suddenly interjected. That girl decided to support the boy's graduate studies simply to ensure a better future for both of them. From this perspective, her love for him is greater, as she considered their joint future rather than just her own. This statement garnered considerable agreement. However, Qin Ran scoffed at the notion. He had once treated Lu Ruyin with great kindness, but her response had been nothing short of a slap in the face. However, Qin Ran was acutely aware that Lu Ruyin would not share this sentiment. Lu Ruyin had never considered herself to be at fault. In response to Lu Ruyin's assertions, Liu Yifei remained unperturbed, indicating that the girl failed to comprehend the most fundamental principles of economics before committing to support the boy's postgraduate studies. Lu Ruyin furrowed her brow and inquired, which principle? The higher the returns, the greater the risks, Liu Yifei replied. The girl only perceived the potential rewards of the boy's successful academic pursuits, while overlooking the inherent risks involved. After the boy completes his studies, his elevated qualifications would facilitate job acquisition and subsequently increase his salary. With improved circumstances, the likelihood of the boy seeking companionship from other girls would also rise. It is an undeniable truth that boys who possess superior qualities tend to attract more attention from girls. This is a self-evident reality. Liu Yifei's words left Lu Ruyin speechless. Should Lu Ruyin continue to cling to notions of immorality, she would only further diminish her standing. Observing the exchange, Sun Jun's smile deepened. All right, let us proceed to the next question. What effective measures can be taken to mitigate such risks? Liu Yifei responded succinctly, obtain a marriage certificate. Not merely wedded, but rather legally documented. Only a written agreement serves as a safeguard for the more vulnerable party in a marriage. Should infidelity or domestic violence occur, the disadvantaged party may claim a greater share of the assets. This principle is widely understood, even by those who have never been in a relationship. Sun Jin turned to Liu Yifei and asked, the girl is currently feeling very disappointed and distressed. What do you think should be done? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The girl had not taken into account the risks associated with financing the boy's education, focusing solely on the possibility of success. Disappointment was inevitable. To resolve the situation, 2 options remain. First, decisively abandon the pursuit. The greater the sunk cost, the more challenging it becomes to extricate oneself. After 3 years of support, the sunk cost is substantial, yet she can still choose to leave. Otherwise, the disappointment may deepen. Second, she could confront the boy. The fact that she supported him through 3 years of study indicates that he is not devoid of merit. If he were utterly unremarkable, she would not have made such sacrifices. Furthermore, having cultivated a relationship over several years, if the boy is not wholly heartless, there remains a possibility of reconciliation. Of course, this is merely a possibility. Personally, I hold little optimism for the girl's chances of salvaging this relationship. When a boy decides to part ways, it typically signifies that the relationship has reached its conclusion. Sun Jin nodded, smiling as he applauded, prompting others to join in. Lu Yafei's expression remained neutral, concealing her thoughts. Suddenly, Lu Rian's body jolted as she glanced towards the side, catching sight of Qin Ran. Does a boy's desire to leave truly signify the end of a relationship? It indeed appears so. After deciding not to pursue her any further, Qin Ran even disregarded the opportunity she offered for an amicable exit, blocking and deleting her from his contacts, adopting an air of finality. Lu Ruyan, initially merely anxious, now felt a pang of fear. She dreaded that after Qin Ran turned away, he would leave without a backward glance. Would this mean she would forever lose the chance to be with him? Moreover, she would have no opportunity to return to the past and bask in his care and affection. This was unacceptable to her. She yearned for Qin Ran to return and shower her with the same love and attention as before. When she noticed Qin Ran glance away briefly before resuming his studies with an impassive demeanor, tears threatened to spill. Qin Ran's situation was distinct from the example previously cited. He was simply exhausted from loving without reciprocity. Yet, from a certain perspective, Qin Ran bore a resemblance to the girl who was about to be rejected. Both had invested significantly in love to an extent that would baffle the average person. Few girls would exert themselves for 3 years to support their boyfriends through graduate studies. The party that invests more often appears diminutive. However, it is challenging to bind the other party through moral obligations. Indifference is indifference. Forcing a relationship to continue will merely accumulate more conflicts. Even if the girl were to temporarily win back the boy's affection, or even secure a marriage certificate, the specter of divorce looms large. What the girl truly values is not the material assets post-marriage. Love has never adhered to reason, nor does it abide by ethical considerations. Chapter 49. No longer a vulnerable target, armed with armor. After class, the group continued to engage in lively discussions regarding the topic at hand. Should the girl seek out the boy? Who is right and who is wrong? Each held their own opinions. Some argued that the girl was foolish for investing so much, especially in supporting the boy's education. Now, as he completed his studies and turned his back on her, he was merely an irresponsible cad. Others contended that if feelings had dissipated, they had dissipated. A forcibly maintained relationship bears no sweetness. The boy's affections may not have shifted to another, but rather, he may simply have lost interest. As the initial fervor wanes, deepening feelings become the exception rather than the rule, often overshadowed by mundane disputes over trivial matters. Is the boy at fault? Morally speaking, he certainly bears some blame. But does this mean he is forever indebted to the girl for her 3 years of support? Conversely, could it not be argued that the boy has also endured losses? Love is a complex interplay of rationality and emotion, and to delineate right from wrong, to weigh who loves more, is a burdensome task. Moreover, unless one has experienced it firsthand, they lack the standing to make such judgments. This is often referred to as the privilege of the unscathed. In this lifetime, Qin Ran sought to distance himself from the entanglements of Lu Ruyan, Ji Buqing, and Wang Feifei. Their love-hate dynamics were of no concern to him. Should he exhibit kindness towards Wang Feifei, she would immediately take advantage of his goodwill. The same applies to Lu Ruyan, who even now seems to expect him to humble himself and apologize. Lu Ruyan had repeatedly dispatched Wang Feifei to act as an intermediary, insisting that he approach her to seek forgiveness, promising that she would absolve him. Qin Ran wished to express his sentiments clearly, QNMD. In truth, he acted accordingly. Wang Feifei no longer dared to appear before him with her revolting and insincere proclamations. As for Ji Buqing, it would not be long before he shed the label of a wealthy heir. He was merely a pretender, skilled in the art of fade. Qin Ran had no interest in engaging with the trio. Moreover, he had an appointment with someone else. After bidding farewell to his roommate, Qin Ran proceeded to the administrative building, entering the office of the vice president. Uncle Sun, he greeted. Sun Jun set down his teacup and jested. Do you still remember your Uncle Sun? I thought you had forgotten all about me. How could it be? Uncle Sun is an independent director at our Qin company and has provided immense assistance to our family during previous crises. Qin Ran will not forget that. Sun Jun waved his hand dismissively, saying, I merely offer a suggestion. Your family's ability to weather the crisis is solely due to your father's and your own efforts. I cannot take credit for that. Uncle Sun is being modest. There's no need to be so formal with me. Please, have a seat. Would you care for a drink? I still have some Guju Zi Sun tea that your father gifted me. No, thank you. I need to go eat soon. I just want to stop by to greet you. How about dinner at Uncle Sun's place tonight? Perhaps another time. Today, Uncle Sun might not have time to buy groceries. Sun Jun paused, then chuckled. All right then. Whenever you feel like coming for dinner, just let me know in advance. Thank you, Uncle Sunday. If you need anything, don't hesitate to come to me. Feel free, all right? Okay, then I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Uncle Sunday. Sun Jin stood up. Watching Qin Ran's figure gradually fade from view, a contemplative expression gracing his face. In the past, Qin Ran had always been quite courteous to him. Today, however, she made a special effort to greet him. The distinction between Uncle Sun and Uncle Sun may seem minor, yet it signifies a vast difference. Sun Jun stroked his chin, recalling the time when the Qin group faced a significant crisis. He had provided numerous suggestions and proposals, and indeed, he had been a bit too modest just now. However, he was among the few who truly understood who had resolved the internal crisis back then. He had encountered many gifted individuals throughout his life. At the top of the rankings, the financial university boasts numerous talented students with exceptional grades and innate abilities. Yet, those who truly astounded him could be counted on one hand. Qin Ran was one of them, and notably, the youngest. If the heir of the Qin family were to step out of the shadows, it would not merely create a stir within the school, but could potentially influence the entire economic landscape of Zhonghai. Sun Jun smiled at the thought. This was quite favorable. The influence of recent cohorts of top alumni had waned compared to the past. If Qin Ran were to truly emerge from her seclusion, then the top alumni from Shi Kai, Dong Kai, and Central Kai would have to line up to work for her. Sun Jin hoped Qin Ran would form her own think tank, employing more graduates from the financial university as a form of gratitude to her alma mater. In reality, Qin Ran had no such plans at the moment. She had simply shifted her focus away from Lu Ruyan and had matured in her approach to life. Sun Jun was one of the members of the Qin group's think tank. Although Qin Ran had not considered him earlier, now that they had crossed paths, it was only proper to extend a warm greeting. Discussions in Sun Jun's office were consistent with the Qin family's understated style. The Ji family, having a modicum of wealth, could invite the director of the admissions office for dinner, yet they could not extend an invitation to Sun Jun. The disparity between the two scenarios was telling. This was also why Qin Ran had never truly regarded Ji Buqing with any seriousness. Very few could genuinely catch her eye, and Lu Ruyan had been an exception. Though Qin Ran appeared calm and unassuming, pride was deeply ingrained within her. Now that her feelings for Lu Ruyan had faded, the latter had become inconsequential in her eyes. If she wished, Qin Ran could effortlessly attract girls whose looks and figures rivaled Lu Ruyan's. What she longed for was a sweet, innocent girl who could bring her joy and bliss, but that girl had long since vanished, dissipating like smoke without a trace. No matter how long she waited, that girl would not return. With this clarity, how could Qin Ran repeat her past mistakes? Thus, even if Lu Ruyan were turned back, she would find Qin Ran no longer at the same place. In the realm of love, to fall for someone entails both vulnerability and protection. Yet, to love someone who may not cherish you leads to a loss of armor and an abundance of weaknesses. At this moment, Qin Ran bore no vulnerabilities, only a formidable armor. Chapter 50. Unable to unscrew the bottle cap, but capable of opening the skull. After attending Sun Jin's class, Lu Ruyan understood one crucial truth. Qin Ran loved her. If the roles were reversed and she were to pursue further studies, Qin Ran would undoubtedly work tirelessly to support her education. Even if she failed the entrance exam in her first year, he would continue to support her in subsequent years without any resentment, treating her with unwavering kindness. However, it seemed she had cast aside the Qin Ran who held her so dearly in his heart. She had once believed that Qin Ran would love and pamper her for a lifetime, tolerating even her slightest temperamental whims. After all, boys ought to dote on girls, especially those they cherish. Lu Ruyan speculated that perhaps Qin Ran was upset due to her indecision. After contemplating for a few days, she concluded that Qin Ran treated her the best and was the most outstanding, making him the ideal candidate for her boyfriend. Qin Ran had taken 99 steps toward her, and now she was willing to take one step toward him. However, Qin Ran was currently ignoring her, sometimes even pretending not to see her as he walked past. Thus, she needed to create an opportunity. At the entrance of the campus convenience store, Lu Ruyan stood gracefully under the streetlight, lifting her delicate chin as she strained to see into the distance. Earlier during class, she had noticed that Qin Ran had not returned to the dormitory with his roommates, but had headed toward the administrative building. She speculated that he had been summoned by a teacher or another authority figure, and was certain he would pass by here eventually, as this route was the shortest to both the cafeteria and the boys' dormitory. While there were alternative routes, they required a considerable detour. Typically, everyone preferred this path. Lu Ruyan stood on her tiptoes, anxiously scanning the approaching direction. She had already waited 10 minutes, yet there was still no sign of Qin Ran. How could a trip to the administrative building take so long? Classmate, may I help you carry that water? A boy approached, offering assistance. No, I'm waiting for a friend. Lu Ruyan quickly declined. The boy hesitated, his hand reaching for the 12-liter bottle of mineral water before awkwardly turning away. He was not the first to offer assistance, but rather the third boy Lu Ruyan had rejected. Another 5 minutes passed, and Lu Rian was beginning to grow impatient. Rian, Wang Feifei, who had just finished eating and was preparing to buy some snacks, spotted Lu Rian standing at the convenience store entrance with a bucket of water at her feet and rushed over. Her flailing arms seemed to part the air before her. Her flamboyant running style drew curious glances. Wang Feifei paid no mind to the onlookers, panting slightly as she stood before Lu Rian. Rian, let me help you carry that. Wang Feifei was even more frantic than the previous boy, hurriedly attempting to lift the water bucket onto her shoulder. However, halfway through, she let out a yelp. Ouch, my back. Oh no, Lu Rian exclaimed, quickly helping to set the bucket down. Feifei, are you all right? Wang Feifei, leaning sideways with one hand on her back, managed a pained smile. I'm fine, Rian. I just forgot that I was injured. That day when he was on top of me, I hurt my back. Do you need to go to the infirmary? No, it's just a slight strain. I probably can't help you carry the water now. Take care of yourself. If you're hurt, you should rest and not run around, understood? As Lu Rian spoke, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure approaching from across the way. Qin Ran. Lu Rian's face brightened with joy as she waved enthusiastically at him. Qin Ran, come here. Wang Feifei clenched his fists in frustration. How infuriating. Such a splendid opportunity to showcase his boyfriend prowess had not only slipped away from him, but had also been handed over to Qin Ran. If this incident were to mend their relationship, then Jibuqing would undoubtedly be the greatest culprit. Wang Feifei silently chanted, don't come over, don't come over. Qin Ran, Feifei is hurt, could you assist me? Lu Rian called out sweetly. Under the weight of Wang Feifei's resentful gaze, Qin Ran approached. He had promised to let Lu Rian have her moment, yet here he was. Wang Feifei attempted to convey his disapproval through a piercing glare. But Qin Ran seemed oblivious to his silent plea and continued to stride forward. Lu Rian's face radiated joy, her excitement palpable. Indeed, she knew that Qin Ran still harbored feelings for her. Whenever she faced difficulties, he would invariably come to her aid, shouldering all her burdens and responsibilities. Suddenly, Lu Rian felt she need not take the initiative anymore. After all, Qin Ran was already making his way toward her. The Qin Ran of old had returned. However, she intended to confront him about the unhappiness he had caused her during this period, which had even led her to tears. Once they reached the dormitory, she would have a serious talk with him. No more of this. You must make me happy from now on. If you err, apologize immediately. Don't let it linger. Even if it's my fault, that won't suffice. With a smile gracing her lips, Lu Rian raised her delicate chin, her long, fair neck resembling that of swan. Just moments ago, several boys had eagerly approached to assist her, at least a dozen, even those too shy to speak with her. Such a desirable girl as herself was a treasure not to be squandered. Qin Ran, please lend me a hand, she said with a smile. Qin Ran glanced at the feeble Wang Feifei before nodding. Out of camaraderie, he felt obliged to help. He effortlessly lifted the water bucket with one hand, resting it on his shoulder, and proceeded forward, waving his hand to indicate that no thanks were necessary. Wang Feifei gaped in disbelief at the dazed Lu Rian, who now bore the weight of a water container that could very well crush him. This bucket weighed at least 20 pounds. How was it possible that Lu Rian, who previously struggled with bottle caps, could now carry such a hefty load? Oh my goodness! Wang Feifei exclaimed, finally grasping the reality of what Qin Ran had done. He had agreed to help, but all he did was place the water on Lu Rian's shoulder. After several seconds, Lu Rian too realized the situation. Her shriek drew the attention of those nearby. Goodness, a girl with such strength. How true the ancients were, unable to twist off a bottle cap, yet capable of lifting such a heavy bucket. This beautiful girl turned out to be quite the powerhouse. Record this, we must share it. Perhaps she was a comedic heroine. Nearby boys chuckled, their faces flushed. Could this be a tale of a strong woman and a weak man? A story of a girl who dominates over a boy? What a juxtaposition. No, this was a tale of a fierce flower. Qin Ran, you stop right there. Lu Rian shouted, her hands gripping the bucket's handle. Her hair a whirlwind in the breeze. She was unable to set it down. The weight was simply too much, leaving her to shout in exasperation. This visually striking scene would undoubtedly become the talk of the campus today. Chapter 51. The Emperor of Smoke, terrifying indeed. Lu Rian's cries were of no avail. Qin Ran walked away without a backward glance, even quickening his pace. His principle was to do good without seeking recognition or harboring ulterior motives. Lu Rian, burdened by the water, would likely not catch up with him. Having managed to place the bucket on her shoulder was the extent of his assistance. It was impossible for him to carry it to the girls' dormitory. Moreover, with Wang Feifei nearby, if she could not lift it alone, could they not manage together? Lu Rian was beside herself with rage. No, at that moment, she could barely jump in frustration. Soon, the weight felt akin to carrying a mountain, far too heavy. She could only hunch her back, lowering her proud head. Feifei, help me. Oh, all right. Wang Feifei hastily reached out to relieve her of the burden. Oh no, my back. Not like this, not like this. My back is strained. Give me a moment. Lu Rian, exasperated, exclaimed, Feifei, what are you doing? Hurry up and help me. I can't hold this any longer. Wang Feifei crouched down, hands lifting, then set it down. I can't move. I can only let go. Lu Rian turned her back to Wang Feifei and released her grip. Ah! The sudden weight of the bucket sent Wang Feifei crashing to the ground. Lu Rian shook her hands, startled by the noise, and quickly pushed the bucket aside. Feifei, are you all right? I didn't mean to. I'm fine. Wang Feifei winced in pain, forcing a smile. Yin, could you hold me up? Sure. Lu Rian reached out to pull Wang Feifei up, but she couldn't manage it. Wait. A tear slipped from the corner of Wang Feifei's eye. Yin, I think my back is broken. No way. Lu Rian was taken aback. Let me call for an ambulance. Is it that serious? A half-hour later, the sound of sirens echoed through the campus. Wang Feifei was taken away by an ambulance, insisting that he was fine and that Lu Rian need not accompany him. Message me if you need anything, Lu Rian instructed as she watched the ambulance drive away, her fury simmering as she marched toward the boys' dormitory. She even abandoned the fallen water container. Fuming, Lu Rian sought to confront Qin Ran. She was determined to demand an explanation for his actions. Why had he placed the water on her shoulder, assuming her delicate frame could bear it? Even if she could manage. Did he not fear injuring her? And now, he had caused Wang Feifei to be hurt and taken to the hospital. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Qin Ran never appeared. She nearly rushed to find him, but ultimately restrained herself. She had heard that the boys' dormitory was quite informal in summer. It felt too risky to intrude. Lu Rian waited until nightfall, still no sign of Qin Ran. She reached out to his roommate, Fu Qingchuan, only to learn that Qin Ran had not returned to the dorm after class. Lu Rian's patience was wearing thin. Her stomach growled with hunger. Yet her frustration had left her feeling full. She skipped dinner, storming back to her dormitory. Tomorrow, she would undoubtedly hold Qin Ran accountable. This could not go unresolved. However, when she later saw a forum post shared by Li Huihui, her fury reached new heights. She was so enraged that tears streamed down her face. Her reputation was utterly shattered. As the clock neared 10, after having dinner with Lin Wanbai and strolling on the playground, discussing Thursday's class meeting team-building games, Qin Ran finally returned to the dormitory. Just as he reached the door, he received a message from Lin Wanbai. I've arrived. So have I. Qin Ran. You're finally back. Initially intending to continue their conversation, Qin Ran put away his phone. What's wrong? What happened now? Fu Qingchuan approached, shoving his phone in front of Qin Ran's face. This is your masterpiece, isn't it? Isn't it? Qin Ran exclaimed, slightly taken aback. The phone screen displayed a striking image of Lu Rian shouldering a large water jug, adorned with the caption, Emperor Rian, terrifying indeed. Qin Ran couldn't suppress a chuckle, inquiring, who edited this? I have no idea, but it has gone viral on the forum. So soon? It must be you, Fu Qingchuan remarked with a smile. Lu Rian asked me where you were, and upon seeing the post, I immediately guessed it was you. She must be furious about this, right? You actually made her carry a water jug. One word, exceptional. Fu Qingchuan gave a thumbs up, and Huang Zujie nodded in agreement. It's not that exaggerated. The jug isn't particularly heavy. Girls can manage it without issue. Qin Ran waved dismissively. Qin Ran, I truly admire you. Ha ha, tomorrow, you're in for it. Indeed, Lu Rian will surely come looking for you to settle the score. Qin Ran shook his head, offering no reply as he proceeded to wash up. If not for the others' comments, he might have completely forgotten about the incident. In the past, he had deceived himself, not recognizing the truth. Now, he understood that Lu Rian had long ceased to value him. Any attempt to reconnect would be self-degrading. Lu Rian's demeanor remained unchanged, still haughty and dismissive, taking everything for granted. Qin Ran vowed not to repeat his past mistakes. Having chosen to leave, he would not look back. He hoped Lu Rian would come to this realization sooner rather than later. Alternatively, if she chose to remain prideful to the point of decay, it would be best for both to lead their separate lives, free from each other's interference. Qin Ran had once given Lu Rian all his affection, yet she had not become the one in his life. Rather, she had turned into a valuable lesson. The lesson concluded, he grasped the wisdom of letting go when necessary. The following day, Qin Ran, as usual, dined with his 3 roommates in the cafeteria. Influenced by his morning routine with Wen Yonglong, Fu Qingchuan and Huang Zujie had also started rising 10 minutes earlier to join him for breakfast. In the midst of their meal, he received a voice call from Guo Fuping, who informed him that Wang Feifei had been hospitalized and would need to take 2 days off. He asked Qin Ran to gather a few classmates to visit Wang Feifei and to use some class funds to purchase fruits. Qin Ran declined. I doubt even Wang Feifei's roommates have visited her. Even out of humanitarian concern, it should be Lu Ruyin, the class monitor, going. Qin Ran preferred to avoid entanglements with them. Some matters were better left untouched. If he were to visit Wang Feifei, it might lead to unnecessary complications. While he had known Wang Feifei for many years, their relationship was not particularly close. Wang Feifei was Lu Ruyin's male confidant, not his friend, let alone his brother. In fact, he could be considered a rival, as Wang Feifei had always harbored feelings for Lu Ruyin. Regardless of the reasons, Qin Ran had no intention of visiting Wang Feifei. After hanging up, he continued his meal. Huang Zujia, curious, asked, "So Wang Feifei is hospitalized?" "Yes." "Why? Did someone beat him up again?" "Perhaps. I didn't inquire further." "What a pity." Qin Ran raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by what a pity?" "It's a shame I wasn't there. Otherwise, I would have kicked him while he was down. I heard from the next dormitory that this guy has been scheming against us." To reassure Qin Ran, Fu Qingchuan added, "It's true. Even the girls in our class heard about it. No worries. Someone will take action." Chapter 52. The Punching Bag. The king of strong words takes action. Upon hearing Qin Ran's comment about someone taking action, Fu Qingchuan expressed his bewilderment. Who would take action? Qin Ran shook his head, offering no further explanation. He was among those who might act, but certainly not the only one. Wang Feifei had been bullied throughout middle and high school. Countless individuals had wished to silence his incessant chatter. Qin Ran's thoughts drifted towards another matter. The image of Lu Ruyin shouldering the water jug had been captured and circulated. The post had gained significant traction. Fu Qingchuan had even shown him a photo with the caption, "Emperor Ruyin, terrifying indeed." Qin Ran was curious about the identity of the person who edited the image. It was apparent they were familiar with Lu Ruyin. He wondered whether it was a classmate who had altered the text intentionally or someone from another class. Qin Ran recalled the previous post that revealed Wang Feifei's injuries. He was almost certain that Wang Feifei had published that post himself using a fake account. What about this instance? Could it also be a deliberate act by Wang Feifei? Lu Ruyin would inevitably hear about it, whether or not she chose to look. It was only a matter of time. If she were to see those photos being ridiculed, she would undoubtedly be enraged. Ultimately, she would place the blame on him. The fact that Lu Ruyin had stormed over to confront him last night only confirmed this suspicion. Qin Ran did not harbor a petty mindset towards others. Rather, he assessed the situation with the utmost skepticism. He was aware that Wang Feifei often engaged in underhanded activities. Such behavior was not surprising, for there were even more despicable individuals out there. However, he possessed no tangible evidence. These were merely his conjectures. After much contemplation, he decided to dismiss these intrusive thoughts. Whether it was true or not mattered little to him. He would no longer concern himself with it. He hoped Lu Ruyin would finally comprehend that his affections had faded. During their military training, he had clearly conveyed his feelings to Lu Ruyin, but she had not believed him. However, after yesterday's events, she must have been sufficiently disillusioned. As for the hospitalized Wang Feifei, let Lu Ruyin attend to him. It was already generous of him not to give Wang Feifei another beating. In the morning, there were classes, and Lu Ruyin was absent. Qin Ran speculated that she had taken leave to visit Wang Feifei. The day before, the two had clearly been together. And when Wang Feifei was taken to the hospital, Lu Ruyin had not gone. Now, having been informed by Guo Fuping, she had finally decided to visit. This behavior was entirely in line with Lu Ruyin's spoiled personality. In her eyes, she was of utmost importance, almost demanding that everyone revolve around her. Qin Ran had once centered his world around Lu Ruyin, but he would not do so any longer. The classroom felt markedly improved in her absence. During the lunch break, Qin Ran received another call from Guo Fuping. Lu Ruyin is in trouble. He learned that Lu Ruyin, who had gone alone to visit Wang Feifei, had been struck by someone who jumped from the rooftop. She had fallen into a coma. Guo Fuping had already informed Lu Ruyin's parents. For the next few days, he would take over as class monitor, and once Lu Ruyin regained consciousness, he would accompany a couple of classmates to visit her. Otherwise, the class's ice-breaking activities would turn into a farce. 2 students hospitalized, and not a single person from the class had gone to visit them. Yet they were expected to organize team-building games. Such a scenario would be quite ludicrous. Upon hearing the news about Lu Ruyin's accident, Qin Ran felt a tightening in his chest. After all, she had been the girl he had loved for so many years in his past life. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose not to visit the hospital. From Guo Fuping's tone, it appeared she was merely in a coma, not dead. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly gone, and would have even contributed financially. In his previous life, he had perished in a car accident, and he was unaware of what had transpired afterward. He could only guess how Lu Ruyin would react to her sorrow. Qin Ran did not dwell on this further. Human nature should not be subjected to testing. Yet, he could roughly predict the outcome. It was just that the odds of a car recklessly crashing in the city and coincidentally causing his demise seemed exceedingly low, akin to winning the lottery with a single ticket. By the afternoon, News of Lu Rian being struck into a coma by a suicidal individual had already spread throughout the class. Many were initially skeptical, but once confirmed, astonishment was inevitable. The final class came to a close. Fang Man and Li Huihui awaited Qin Ran outside the door. Qin Ran, we're going to see Ru Yan. Will you join us? I won't be going. You two should purchase some fruit using the class funds. The two exchanged glances, and Fang Man hesitated, saying, Aren't you and Rian high school classmates? She often mentions you in the dorm. Qin Ran chuckled. I doubt it's anything flattering. Li Huihui retorted, Qin Ran. As a boy, you shouldn't be so petty. The fact that Ru Yan frequently brings you up indicates she cares. What's your name? Me? Li Huihui pointed to herself. Li Huihui. Qin Ran nodded and inquired, Are you a fighter? What? Never mind, I thought you practiced martial arts. Li Huihui suddenly realized. Qin Ran, are you going to fight again? Qin Ran waved his hand. Let us not discuss it. You have no idea about my situation with her, so refrain from making judgments. Fang Man grasped Li Huihui's arm. All right, Huihui, let us go see Ru Yan. Qin Ran. It's true that Ru Yan doesn't like you. Exactly. If you can talk, say more to her. Qin Ran turned to Fang Man. If there's an issue, contact the class advisor. I'm leaving now. Li Huihui watched Qin Ran's retreating figure, seething with indignation. How can he be like this? I've never encountered such a petty boy before. He instantly rebuts any criticism. Am I wrong? I believe he is utterly unsuitable to be class president, so small-minded, and his words are quite unpleasant. If he is not suitable, then who is? Chen Shuwen, passing by, remarked you? Li Huihui was taken aback that Chen Shuwen would defend Qin Ran, yet she was not in a good mood herself. Furthermore, she despised Chen Shuwen's personality. She had someone similar in her high school class and had few female friends. What is it to you? Chen Shuwen glanced at the slight bulge of Li Huihui's stomach and, staring at her triangular eyes, commented, Your culinary skills must be exceptional? Are you implying I'm fat? You're the one who is fat. Don't be so sensitive. Only the truth incites anger. Chen Shuwen shrugged. You can say I'm fat 100 times. And I want to be upset, for I am not. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. Just think your embellishing skills are quite impressive. Qin Ran is right. You're indeed a fighter. Li Huihui's face flushed crimson. I am not. Do you have a liking for Qin Ran? You get upset if I say anything about him. Ha! Chen Shuwen laughed. It's fine if your head is empty. Just don't let it fill with water. You're the one whose head is filled with water. You only parrot what others say. Conversing with you is a waste of breath. Chen Shuwen walked away, looking disdainful. If she couldn't stand it, she would speak out. She hadn't intended to say anything. But if she didn't scold Li Huihui a bit, she felt she would be letting the whole world down, her conscience troubled. Li Huihui trembled with rage. Chen Shuwen, don't leave. All right, Huihui, Fang Man advised. Stop it. You can't win against her. She is utterly disgusting. I haven't even said anything about her. Chen Shuwen turned back after walking a short distance, delivering a lethal blow. I once had two hearts, one kind and one wicked. But now, only kindness remains. You've made me sick to death. Don't speak to me from now on. Chapter 53. Ru Yan was struck and fell unconscious, awakening in a frenzy. Had Fang Man not restrained her, Li Huihui would surely have confronted Chen Shuwen. She felt she had done nothing wrong or made any mistakes. The issues lay with Qin Ran and Chen Shuwen. On the way to the hospital, Fang Man endured Li Huihui's complaints, even curses. Initially, the start of the semester was manageable, but over time, people's true natures emerged. Fang Man considered changing dorms. One had a princess syndrome, another was gossipy and full of complaints, and yet another was a lone wolf. Unfortunately, she was not cut out to be as carefree as Li Yufei. From the very first day of enrollment, she had not attempted to integrate into the dormitory. Fang Man had initially thought she could get along with Ru Yan and Li Huihui, at least sharing meals and classes. She couldn't help but sigh. It would have been better had she been alone. In the past, she had disliked people like Li Huihui even more. Too much resentment, always complaining about this and that. To be honest, Qin Ran and Ru Yan were not in a romantic relationship, so there was genuinely no reason to criticize Qin Ran. If Qin Ran were Ru Yan's boyfriend, she might have defended him, but that was not the case. Moreover, she estimated that very few boys could tolerate Ru Yan's princess syndrome. Even if they started together, it wouldn't last long. Fang Man had given up on persuading Li Huihui and Ru Yan. It was best to let things be. If all else failed, like in high school, she could bury herself in studies and prepare for graduate school. During the National Day holiday and winter break, she could meet up with old classmates. It is often said that friendships formed in college are the most superficial, and Fang Man had experienced this truth within the first month of school. The reason was simple. There was no heartfelt connection. After enduring Li Huihui's incessant chatter, Fang Man finally breathed a sigh of relief upon arriving at the hospital. We've arrived. Do you know which ward Ru Yan is in? I believe it's 404. Let us go. If we're late, they might not allow visits. I wonder if Ru Yin has woken up. How unfortunate for Ru Yin. How could she have been struck? Why did that person choose to commit suicide? Did they have an incurable disease? If they want to die, why not choose another place? Isn't that harming others? Fong Man quickened her pace, asking for directions to the inpatient department. The two ascended to the 4th floor, and just as they exited the elevator, they heard a cacophony of loud shouts and cries, among which Ru Yin's voice could be discerned. Let's go take a look. Li Hui hesitated, lagging a few steps behind Fong Man. Upon reaching the door of Ward 404, they saw a middle-aged couple restraining Ru Yin, who was dressed in a hospital gown and struggling fiercely. Qin Ran. Where's Qin Ran? I want to see Qin Ran. Where is he? Qin Ran. Lu Haichong held his daughter down and responded. Qin Ran is on his way. He'll be here shortly. He then hurriedly exchanged glances with the doctor. Under the doctor's guidance, the nurse administered a sedative to Ru Yin. Approximately 20 minutes later, Ru Yin gradually ceased her struggles and fell into a deep sleep. Phew! Lu Haichong wiped the sweat from his forehead, frowning. How could my daughter suddenly become like this? She never acted this way before. It's currently unclear. Further examinations are needed. Who is Qin Ran? A classmate. Are they dating? Not yet. Does the patient have a history of manic episodes? No. My daughter is not ill. It is advisable to wait until the patient wakes up to inquire whether she was stimulated by a breakup. We should observe her condition. If there are still issues, it's best to conduct further examinations. What examinations? A physical exam, neurological assessments, imaging, and an EEG would be ideal. Identifying the triggers is crucial. Thank you, doctor. Lu Haichong followed the doctor out, preparing to offer a red envelope later. Upon seeing Fong Man and Li Hui at the door, he inquired, Who are you? We are Ru Yin's classmates. Here to check on her. Fong Man glanced at Ru Yin lying on the hospital bed. Uncle, how is Ru Yin? Little Yin is fine. She was just hit and may have experienced some shock. She will be all right after resting for a few days. Thank you for visiting her. However, she needs to recuperate now, so I want to invite you in. Once she wakes, I will speak with her. Fong Man extended the fruit basket to Lu Haichong, stating, This is for Ru Yin. You are too kind. It is already wonderful to visit Xiao Yin. There is no need to bring anything. Have you eaten? Yes, we have, replied Fong Man uncle. We shall take our leave now, so as not to disturb Ru Yin's rest. Wait a moment, Lu Haichong said with a warm smile. What are your names? Li Hui eagerly responded. I am Li Hui, and she is Fong Man. We are all roommates of Ru Yin. Ah, Hui, Fong Man. Thank you both, Lu Haichong said, his smile fading. Xiao Yin is fine. She simply needed a moment to recover. Please go back and assure the other students not to worry, all right? We understand, uncle, Fong Man assured, pursing her lips. We won't speak out of turn. Xiao Yin is fortunate to have such kind and considerate roommates like you. Once she is discharged, let us all have a meal together. It's quite all right, uncle. We'll take our leave now. Be careful on your way back, Lu Haichong urged, producing a 100 yuan note. Take a taxi home. No need, uncle. We can take the bus, they insisted. Take it, he insisted. It is late, and at isn't safe. Buy something to eat on your way back. Thank you both. I have other matters to attend to, so I want to see you off. Lu Haichong pressed the money into Li Hui's hand before entering the ward and shutting the door behind him. Fong Man and Li Hui walked out. Ru Yan's father is really nice. He looks like a big boss. Did you not catch the implication of what Ru Yan's father said? Li Hui paused, perplexed. What do you mean? He implied that we should not disclose what we just witnessed. No loose talk. Really? I thought he meant we shouldn't worry. Fong Man fell silent. Explaining to someone with low emotional intelligence would be futile. They might even think she was overthinking things, too calculating. Isn't it obvious? Otherwise, why repeat it more than once? Yet, it wasn't of great importance. She wasn't a gossip monger and wouldn't spread tales indiscriminately. However, recalling how Ru Yin had frantically searched for Qin Ran just moments ago, Fong Man fell into deep contemplation. Although Ru Yin often mentioned Qin Ran in the dormitory, it had never been with such fervor. Had Ru Yin, facing the brink of death, realized that Qin Ran was the most significant person in her life? Yet, her previous demeanor suggested otherwise. Fong Man found herself puzzled about how Ru Yan's feelings for Qin Ran had suddenly deepened. In times of crisis, wouldn't T1 naturally yearn for their parents? Her parents were close by, so why did she frantically seek out Qin Ran? Fong Man sensed that there must be an untold history between Ru Yin and Qin Ran. Chapter 54 Little Fei Fei. You were one of Xiao Yan's roommates, correct? After visiting Ru Yin, Fong Man and Li Hui decided to take the bus back to campus. Li Hui suggested splitting the 100 yuan, but Fong Man declined, saying they could buy some fruit next time they visited Ru Yin. Li Hui nodded in agreement and tucked the money away. Unless something unexpected occurred, the money would belong to Li Hui. In Fong Man's eyes, Li Hui acquired yet another label, someone who relished small advantages. On their way back, Fong Man suddenly exclaimed. Oh no, we forgot to visit Wang Fei. True enough, but we initially intended to see Ru Yan. I'm not particularly fond of Wang Fei. Sometimes his remarks come off as rather sarcastic. Regardless, he is our classmate, and he has brought a fair amount of fruit and snacks for Ru Yan recently, which we have enjoyed. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Li Huihui scoffed. Those snacks weren't meant for us. They were for Ru Yan, so she shared them with us. Fong Man refrained from further comment, knowing that Li Huihui would likely be displeased during the ride back. They could always visit both of them in a couple of days over the weekend. Li Huihui began her incessant chatter, and Fong Man merely listened in silence. She felt the need to change her company. Otherwise, she would be the one to suffer. The following day, Wang Fei learned about Lu Ruyan's injury. The day before, Lu Ruyan had mentioned she would visit him, prompting him to tidy himself up. After all, he had been hospitalized due to his own actions, and it wouldn't be proper to play the victim for sympathy. Wang Fei had intended to present himself as unaffected when Lu Ruyan arrived. However, after waiting most of the day without a sight of her, and with no messages in return, he began to feel uneasy. Initially, he didn't think much of it. After all, it wasn't uncommon for Lu Ruyan to go quiet suddenly or not respond. Yet, he hadn't added anyone else as friends and felt too shy to inquire about Lu Ruyan's whereabouts. His primary concern was that Lu Ruyan might have gone searching for Qin Ran again. That outcome would be even more distressing than his own injury. Thus, he chose to remain silent. By the following morning, still without a reply from Lu Ruyan, he sensed something was amiss. Typically, Lu Ruyan would check her messages before sleeping. Wang Fei then reached out to Guo Fuping, who had been absent from school for a few days, only to discover that Lu Ruyan had been injured and was in a coma after an accident. Anxiously, Wang Fei rushed to Lu Ruyan's hospital room, and upon seeing her unconscious form, his eyes filled with tears. Yin Yan, what happened to you? Please wake up. If only I hadn't tea. You and T have gotten hurt. Yin Yan, if you don't wake up, I'll want T be able to go on living. Lu Haichong and Lu Qiulan were taken aback. What was this? Another one of their precious daughter's roommates? Why was this person in a hospital gown, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom? Classmate, are you also Xiao Yan's roommate? Please calm down. She needs a rest now. Stop crying. Here, wipe your tears. Lu Haichong handed Wang Fei a couple of tissues as he struggled to catch his breath. Uncle Lu, I am Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei. Lu Haichong was taken aback. Oh, it's you. I thought. At first glance, Lu Haichong had genuinely mistaken the frail and delicate Wang Fei for one of Lu Ruyan's roommates. What mix-up? Ahem. So it's you, Xiao Fei. Xiao Yan isn't in any serious trouble. You can get up now. Lu Haichong intended to help the sobbing Wang Fei rise, but hesitated midway, feeling it was quite strange. Suddenly, Lu Qiulan inquired, what did you just say? Xiao Yan was injured because of you? Lu Haichong, perplexed, asked, but wasn't Xiao Yan injured in the accident? Wang Fei sniffled. Wiping his tears as he spoke, Yin came to the hospital to see me. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been hurt. It's all my fault. Lu Haichong and Lu Qiulan exchanged glances, a sense of frustration washing over them. So, this was the reason their daughter had come to the hospital. What was even more vexing was that the person responsible for injuring their precious daughter was also in a coma. Yet, the assailant was alone and had no money for treatment, leading to their desperate choice to jump. Now, even if they wanted to demand compensation, it was impossible. At most, they could claim a small sum from their daughter's life insurance. But they didn't care for such trivial amounts. They were merely angry with no outlet for their frustration. Wang Fei continued to cry like a heartbroken child, leaving them at a loss for words. Moreover, their daughter had mentioned that Wang Fei was quite pitiful, and he had visited their home several times. Lu Haichong said, Xiao Fei, it's all right now. Stop crying. Your uncle and aunt do not blame you. It doesn't suit a young man to be sobbing like this. Please stand up. Xiao Yan needs a rest, and you can visit her again once she gets better. Wang Fei bowed his head, his face flushed as he said, Uncle, could you please help me up? I hurt my back. Lu Haichong half-embraced Wang Fei to assist him. Thank you, Uncle. Lu Qiulan found it increasingly difficult to watch. All right, Xiao Yan needs to rest. You all may leave. I will stay with Xiao Yan. My dear Xiao Yan truly has a hard life. Wang Fei cast a lingering glance at the tightly shut eyes of Lu Ruyan before gradually exiting the hospital room. Lu Haichong pulled a cigarette from his pack, placing it between his lips. Xiao Fei, come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. The two moved to the end of the corridor. Lu Haichong lit the cigarette, intending to offer one to Wang Fei, but ultimately withdrew the gesture upon observing Wang Fei's demeanor, which did not suggest he was a smoker. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Lu Haichong inquired, You should be familiar with Qin Ran, correct? Wang Fei looked up, surprise flickering in his eyes as his thoughts raced. He was uncertain why Lu Haichong was suddenly curious about Qin Ran. However, he He had heard Lu Ruyan mention that her parents were keen on matchmaking the two. Regardless of the reason, Wang Feifei resolved not to speak favorably of Qin Ran, aiming instead to subtly insinuate his shortcomings without being overt. Lest Lu Haichong presume he harbored a grievance against Qin Ran, especially given his close relationship with Lu Ruyan. In the blink of an eye, Wang Feifei had formulated a response and nodded. I know him. I've been classmates with Qin Ran and Ruyan since childhood, and we are still in university together. Are you in the same class now? Yes, we three agreed to apply to the same university. It's quite a coincidence that we were allocated to the same class, as we all enrolled in the same major. Xiao Fei, do you know how Xiao Yan's relationship with Qin Ran has been lately? Wang Feifei hesitated, appearing troubled. Lu Haichong raised an eyebrow, sensing that Wang Feifei was well aware of the underlying issue. Xiao Fei, you and Xiao Yan are good friends. I know you care about her, and she hasn't been herself lately. Is something troubling her? Chapter 55. Is the scoundrel unscathed? Consumed by jealousy? Wang Feifei took a moment to ponder his response. It seemed Lu Haichong was aware of the discord between Lu Ruyan and Qin Ran, though he remained oblivious to the specifics. This presented a splendid opportunity to cast aspersions on Qin Ran. If Lu Ruyan's parents disapproved of him, Wang Feifei's chances would only increase. Uncle, Xiaoyan has been experiencing some minor conflicts with Qin Ran recently. Have they had a quarrel? Not quite. Wang Feifei hesitated. Qin Ran has changed significantly since entering university. He has become more distant from us. I see. Lu Haichong frowned. You have been classmates for so many years. Your bond should be strong, shouldn't it? I often hear Xiao Yan mention Qin Ran, as well as you. I'm not entirely sure. However, Qin Ran has indeed transformed. His temper has worsened, and what? Lu Haichong felt he was on the verge of uncovering something crucial. Wang Feifei lowered his gaze. Qin Ran is quite popular among the girls. During military training, many girls sought his contact information. Lu Haichong's brow furrowed. Does Qin Ran have a girlfriend now? It seems so. Perhaps more than one. Wang Feifei replied nervously. I'm not entirely certain, but classmates have been gossiping about him being involved with a very attractive girl from our class. I even saw him bringing breakfast to another girl in the day. Xiao Yan had an argument with him. Lu Haichong fell silent, his thoughts aligning with his expectations. He had previously heard his daughter express fondness for Qin Ran, which was evidently reciprocated. The reasons behind youthful quarrels often stem from such matters. However, he did not perceive this as a grave issue. Even if Qin Ran were to date several girls, it would not pose a problem as long as he ultimately married his daughter. Moreover, this situation might not be entirely unfavorable. Young men often enjoy their freedom, and the more experiences they have, the better they understand what type of partner suits them best. Yet, he was resolute that his daughter should not be treated casually by Qin Ran. Otherwise, she might end up like other girls, discarded after being played with. Additionally, marrying into the Qin family was not a trivial matter. It required holding Qin Ran's affections solely for his daughter. If not, the Qin group might seek a union elsewhere rather than with someone like him, a small business owner. In summary, the situation was not too dire. With the foundation of their long-standing friendship, they possessed a significant advantage. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Haichong asked, Xiao Fei, did Qin Ran ever have feelings for Xiao Yan? Wang Feifei hesitated, but eventually nodded. Yes. A weight lifted from Lu Haichong's heart. That's good. Wang Feifei's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? That's good? Are you supporting Qin Ran as my future father-in-law? All of his previous comments seemed to have been for naught, and he felt a surge of frustration. Uncle, Qin Ran did have feelings for Xiao Yan in the past, but I suspect he no longer does, especially given how close he is with many other girls. Lu Haichong chuckled dismissively. It's nothing to worry about. You don't understand. Young men enjoy their flings, but eventually realize who is truly worthwhile. They are still in their first year of college. They haven't even graduated yet. Wang Feifei felt as if struck by lightning. What do you mean? Aren't you a man too? Why do you say I don't understand? Furthermore, how could Lu Haichong be so indifferent to Qin Ran's entanglements with other girls? Why was he so willing to accept it? Wang Feifei questioned whether the man before him was truly Lu Ruyan's father. Yet, he had scrutinized him carefully before entering the hospital room. The sorrowful facade he wore was partly genuine and partly a performance for their benefit. However, it seemed neither of them grasped the depth of his feelings for Lu Ruyan, hence his profound sorrow. Wang Feifei's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Lu Haichong continued. Xiao Fei, do you know about Qin Ran's family background? I'm not very sure. Generally speaking, he is quite frugal with money. Wang Feifei replied, internally adding. But he is quite generous with Xiao Yan. However, he would never voice that thought, as it would only bolster Qin Ran's standing in Lu Haichong's eyes. At present, Qin Ran was already significantly ahead of him, and Lu Haichong's nonchalance towards Qin Ran's escapades could not afford to be exacerbated. Lu Haichong had gathered that Wang Feifei was also unaware of Qin Ran's family circumstances. He hides it well, Even after so many years of being classmates, no one knows. However, this was not entirely unusual. Lu Haichang was familiar with some second and third generation heirs who preferred to stay low profile. Only a few sought the limelight, while others were nouveau riche. Lu Haichang's estimation of Qin Ran rose a notch. While others may be oblivious, he understood that the Lu family had the greatest opportunity. Proximity breeds favor. Now, if his daughter could recover and mend her relationship with Qin Ran, maintaining that connection until graduation would be ideal. If they could marry before graduation, that would be even better. Becoming in-laws with the Qin family would elevate the Lu family to new heights. Lu Haichang smiled, patting Wang Feifei on the shoulder. Xiao Fei, you three have been friends since childhood. Any minor conflicts can certainly be resolved. By the way, has Qin Ran not come to visit? Wang Feifei shook his head vigorously. He hasn't come. He is upset. Upset? Lu Haichang's smile faltered, realizing the rift between the two was larger than he had anticipated. Xiao Fei, please tell Qin Ran that Xiaoyan is not well. He should come. Moreover, once Xiaoyan awakens, she has been calling for Qin Ran's name. Just convey that to him. Wang Feifei was taken aback. Xiaoyan has awakened? How is she? Not very well. A potential concussion may have occurred, necessitating further observation. Your presence here could certainly aid in her recovery. I will stay with her tonight. No. Her mother, Xiaoyan, will be accompanying her. You sustained injuries as well. It will be wise for you to return home and rest. Just inform Qin Ran, and that will suffice. Wang Feifei departed with a heart laden with conflicting emotions. Lu Haichang's words were laced with attempts to bring Qin Ran and Xiaoyan together. He felt like a mere instrument in their machinations. It was painfully evident to him that he did not hold Lu Haichang as regard. Clenching his fists in frustration, Wang Feifei seethed internally. Why should this be? He treated Lu Ruyan with kindness, no less than Qin Ran, yet was it merely because of Qin Ran's handsome visage that he was cast aside? Infuriating. The jealousy within Wang Feifei surged uncontrollably. He would have been better off not being present at all. His countenance grew increasingly grim. If things continued this way, Lu Ruyan would undoubtedly pursue Qin Ran, leaving him with nothing. The very notion of aiding in their courtship was utterly out of the question. He had previously gone to great lengths to thwart their union, feigning illness during various holidays and birthdays, deliberately whisking Lu Ruyan away. He constantly insinuated that men do not cherish what they possess and that early romantic entanglements were ill-advised. Every action was taken to prevent Lu Ruyan from consenting to be Qin Ran's girlfriend. Yet, in the end, the girl he adored had begun to chase after someone else. Wang Feifei found this utterly unacceptable. Now, with Lu Ruyan hospitalized due to her injuries, he too was confined to a hospital bed. While Qin Ran had not even bothered to pay her a visit, Wang Feifei resolved to seize this opportunity. He planned to visit Lu Ruyan first thing in the morning, all the while subtly highlighting Qin Ran's callousness before the three of them. However, he had not anticipated that his plans would falter even before they commenced. Chapter 56. Will you divorce? A frightening inquiry. Lu Haichang returned to the hospital room, finding his daughter still in slumber, his brow furrowed in concern. He realized too late that if Qin Ran still harbored feelings for his daughter, he had a 90% chance of successfully marrying her into the Qin family. However, it seemed that Qin Ran might have developed affections for another girl, which complicated matters considerably. Fortunately, all was not beyond redemption. Lu Qiulan inquired, what do you think? Is Qin Ran truly from the Qin family? He was uncertain. However, I have conducted an investigation, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he indeed belongs to them. His name, age, and school all align. I shall procure a photograph soon. If he is indeed a member of the Qin family, then fortune would smile upon us. It's not as simple as you think. There are countless women aspiring to marry into the Qin family. But wasn't Qin Ran enamored with Xiaoyan? That was in the past. Not now. Just like you men, you all remain infatuated with your first loves. Why dwell on such trivialities? I must embark on a business trip tomorrow, so I shall take my leave. Stay with her tonight, and call me if anything arises. A business trip? Or are you meeting your ex-girlfriend? When we let that go? She has children now, for heaven's sake. We've long lost touch, and you know that. I was merely making a comment. Why get so worked up? It's been years, yet you still bring it up. Lu Haichang left in displeasure. He had indeed severed ties with his first love, considering she was nearly 50. First loves are undeniably unforgettable, but they reside solely in cherished memories. Lu Haichang drove away, not returning home, but heading towards a modest residential community. The door was opened by a stunningly beautiful young woman dressed provocatively. Brother Chong, you've finally arrived. The girl cooed, pulling Lu Haichang into the house. Although Lu Haichang had no contact with his first love, he had taken in a girl who bore a striking resemblance to his youthful sweetheart, with an even more alluring figure. Soon, sounds of Lu Haichang's voice echoed within the room, repeatedly calling out his first love's name, interspersed with expletives. Meanwhile, Lu Qilan in the hospital contemplated imparting all her years of experience in training men to her daughter upon her awakening. With her daughter's beauty and intelligence, capturing a wealthy heir's heart would not pose a challenge. When Lu Haichang's fortunes surged, many women sought to wed him. Yet in the end, he had chosen her. The art of captivating a husband was her forte. The following morning, Lu Qilan was roused by the sounds of Lu Ruyan stirring. Xiaoyan, you're awake. How are you feeling? Are you better? Lu Ruyan nodded. Mom, I feel much improved. Lu Qilan sighed in relief. Her daughter's frantic insistence on finding Qin Ran the previous day had alarmed her. Thankfully, she seemed stable now, though her spirits were low. Xiaoyan, are you hungry? I can go fetch you some breakfast. I'm fine, Mom. I want to return to school. Return to school? Lu Qilan paused, taken aback. Your injuries haven't healed yet. I assure you, I'm perfectly fine. Do I appear unwell to you? Lu Qilan observed her daughter's demeanor, which seemed indeed untroubled, yet she sensed something amiss. Lu Ruyan's aura felt altered, but she could not pinpoint the discrepancy. However, she was relieved that her daughter had returned to normalcy. Tentatively, Lu Qilan asked, Xiaoyan, did you have a quarrel with Qin Ran? Lu Ruyan's eyes flickered momentarily, but soon regained their composure. Mom, I can manage my affairs with Qin Ran myself. Let me tell you, boys are actually quite easy to pursue. As long as you capture their hearts, they won't escape. But you must keep them intrigued, occasionally offering them a taste of sweetness. I understand. Where is Dad? Your father has a business trip today. Lu Ruyan hesitated, then inquired, Mom, if Dad were to take a mistress, would you divorce him? Lu Qilan's expression shifted dramatically. What? What are you saying? I'm speaking hypothetically, just as an example. You're implying that Qin Ran has found another girl, aren't you? As long as he ends up being your husband. That's all that matters. So, you must heed your mother's advice. I possess experience. And what if it were true? What? Lu Qilan's demeanor shifted, her lips trembling. Xiaoyan, is your father really seeking a mistress? Lu Ruyan shook her head. I was merely asking. A few days ago in class, we discussed why men tend to be more unfaithful, noting that the probability of them seeking affairs after marriage is higher than that of women. Someone suggested it's due to lower risks. Lu Qilan exhaled deeply, relieved. Oh, you frightened your mother. Your father wouldn't dare. If he ever did, he'd see what I do to him. So would you divorce him? Wang Feifei awoke, carefully grooming himself before heading to find Lu Ruyan. After his conversation with Lu Haichang the previous day, he had sought information regarding Lu Ruyan's condition. Physically, she was fine. A few days of rest would suffice. However, if there were psychological impacts, further examination would be necessary. Yet, to his astonishment, the ward was utterly vacant. Where is everyone? Wang Feifei stood in shock. After inquiring, he learned that Lu Ruyan had not been transferred to another room, but had been discharged. He had envisioned a beautiful hospital romance with Lu Ruyan, two injured souls finding solace in each other, sharing conversations beneath the hospital's shade, dining together, and engaging in myriad activities. But now, he was left alone, unsure of what to do. Wang Feifei's heart ached. He was elated at the thought of Lu Ruyan visiting him. Yet she had sustained injuries and departed without seeing him even once before leaving the hospital. Was it possible she had suffered amnesia from a blow to her head? Otherwise, how could she leave without a word? Or perhaps she was upset with him, feeling that if she hadn't come to see him, she wouldn't have been injured. In that moment, Wang Feifei's mind was a tumult of thoughts, a cacophony of emotions swirling within him. Slap! Wang Feifei smacked his forehead, realizing how foolish he had been. Was he truly incapable of sending a message or making a call? He dialed Lu Ruyan's number, but after a considerable wait, there was no answer. Consequently, he sent a flurry of messages. Yin, have you been discharged? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten hurt. I truly deserve blame. I'm so relieved to hear that you're all right. I'm almost recovered myself. You needn't worry about me. I can manage on my own. Are you heading straight back to school? Or do you have other plans? Let us go out for a meal together to celebrate your discharge. Yin? After a long wait, Wang Feifei finally received a reply from Lu Ruyan. I've returned to school. Let us plan for a meal another day. Wang Feifei's face brightened. All right, what would you like to eat? Steak or beef hot pot? You choose, and we'll dine together. I'll treat you. How about pizza? Yet, once more, his messages fell into the abyss of silence. Without receiving any response, Wang Feifei proceeded to complete his discharge paperwork. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan sat in the back seat of a taxi, gazing blankly out the window. Halfway through the journey, she suddenly exclaimed, Driver, change course. Don't go to the university. Head to Gaussian Garden and make haste. Chapter 57. The unfamiliar Lu Ruyan, as if transformed into another person. Knock, knock. Knock. A series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Lu Haichang nudged the girl beside him, who was clad in nothing but a spaghetti-strap nightdress. Go see who it is, he urged. As he spoke, Lu Haichang was already getting out of bed to put on his trousers. The girl rubbed her eyes. What? Someone else knocking? I'll check it out. Don't open the door just yet. It might just be a delivery. She yawned, preparing to answer the door. Put on a coat. Lu Haichong frowned. When I'm not around, dress appropriately for deliveries and packages. Got it, the girl replied playfully. Mr. Lu, you're quite domineering. But I actually like it. Can we do this again later? Hurry up. She pouted and threw on a coat before stepping outside. Previously, when she answered deliveries in a revealing night dress, the delivery men would often shy away from looking at her. The juxtaposition of their desire to peek and their embarrassment amused her, leading her to tease them occasionally. The girl paid no mind to Lu Haichong's advice and swung open the door, so early for a delivery, but before she could finish her sentence, she was pushed aside. Who are you? We want. Get out. Hurry, or I'll call the police. She blustered, her bravado faltering. She had recognized Lu Haichong's family photo on his phone's lock screen. Lu Ruyan shot a cold glance at the girl. Silence. Qin Wenqian. Otherwise, I'll ensure you are disgraced. Everyone will know you are a shameless harlot. Qin Wenqian's pupils dilated in shock, her expression turning to one of terror. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Lu Ruyan scanned the surroundings before stepping toward the bedroom door, locking eyes with her familiar yet estranged father. Lu Haichong swallowed hard, his throat dry. A little, Yin, you should leave. Huh? Leave? Lu Haichong had never seen this side of his daughter before. He felt both guilty and frightened. Little Yin, let me explain. Get out. Okay, don't do anything rash. It was a moment of confusion for me. Lu Haichong dressed quickly and grabbed his coat, walking into the living room, exchanging glances with Qin Wenqian. But before he could speak, he was pushed out the door by his daughter. Lu Haichong considered knocking again, but ultimately lowered his hand, patting his pockets, only to remember that his cigarettes and lighter were still on the bedside table. Lu Haichong sighed deeply. He had anticipated a day like this, but he never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. In some respects, it was even more terrifying than being caught by his wife in a compromising situation with another woman. Not even half an hour later, Lu Haichong finally saw the door open, revealing his daughter emerging with a blank expression. He leaned forward to peek inside. Qin Wenqian sat in the chair, covering her face and weeping, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Once in the car, Lu Haichong started the engine, utterly unsure of where to go. His business trip had merely been an excuse. Returning home would only raise suspicions from his wife. Moreover, he felt anxious because his daughter hadn't uttered a single word since she had come out. With a firm resolve, Lu Haichong slapped himself across the face. Smack. Little Yin, I'm sorry. Lu Ruyan replied calmly. You owe an apology to my mother. Whose name is that house under? Mine. Give her 100,000 and sever all ties from now on. Lu Haichong stared at his daughter in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. This matter, I want to disclose to my mother. However, if you continue to pursue Qin Wenqian or take on other women, I will inform her and ensure she divorces you. After the divorce, I will live with her and cut ties with you. If you agree, just nod. If not, I will exit the vehicle right now. Lu Haichong gazed at his daughter, his expression a tumult of emotions. Unfamiliar. Too unfamiliar. Father understands. He wanted to falter again. Little Yin, you take me to school. Lu Haichong obediently drove toward the university, utterly subdued by his daughter's imposing presence. Along the way, he yearned to say something, but ultimately fell silent. The car halted at the school gate. Lu Ruyan concluded with a final remark. Prepare 3 million for me, and also my previous red envelope money. All of it. 3 million? Little Yin, why do you need so much money? Will you give it or not? After a lengthy silence, Lu Haichong nodded. I'll give it. Lu Ruyan exited the vehicle, closing the door without a word, her gaze lingering on the familiar school gate, her expression complicated before she strode inside. Hearing the honking behind him, Lu Haichong regained his senses. His daughter had changed. She had matured, and he could only hope this transformation was not for the worse. Subsequently, he withdrew 100,000 from the bank, contemplating his actions before deciding to take an additional 50,000. He understood that Qin Wenqian would not be easily appeased. The extra 50,000 would serve as a backup. Upon returning to Gaoshan Garden, he composed himself and knocked on the door. He recognized the distinction between home and a mere substitute. What surprised him was that despite Qin Wenqian's swollen face marked with tear stains, she had already packed her belongings. After accepting the 100,000, she kissed him on the cheek and departed with 2 suitcases. There was no drama, no mention of maintaining a clandestine relationship, not even a chance for a breakup conversation. The process had been far simpler than he had anticipated, yet left him feeling even more unsettled. Lu Haichong sat in the somewhat disheveled living room, smoking one cigarette after another. Amidst the swirling smoke, Lu Haichong resolved to sell the apartment, thereby bringing a definitive end to this chapter. Otherwise, his daughter might genuinely sever ties with him. Only 3 days later, upon returning to campus, Lu Ruyan felt as though she had sustained an injury that had left her with gaps in her memory. She even had to ask someone for directions to the girls' dormitory. The dormitory was empty, and Lu Ruyan sat on a chair, lost in thought. Ruyan? You're back. Are you alright now? Fong Man and Li Huihui hurried to Lu Ruyan's side, astonished. I'm fine. Really? Yesterday you Fong Man tugged at Li Huihui's arm and addressed Lu Ruyan. It's a relief that you're alright. We were worried something unfortunate had befallen you. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. Have you two eaten? Lu Ruyan inquired. We just finished, they replied. Would you accompany me to the cafeteria for a bite? I'll treat you to drinks, Lu Ruyan offered. Fong Man and Li Huihui exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of confusion. The Lu Ruyan before them was undeniably their roommate. Yet she emanated an air of unfamiliarity. Even her manner of speaking struck them as peculiar. Furthermore, Lu Ruyan proposed to treat them to drinks rather than asking Wang Feifei to fetch them. Nonetheless, the prospect of someone treating them was undeniably appealing. Li Huihui exclaimed with delight, a new bubble tea shop has opened in school, and the second cup is at a discount. It would be even better if the third cup were discounted as well. Lu Ruyan turned her gaze towards the two. What about Li Yifei? Is she around? Her? I don't know. She vanished after class. She has been rather mysterious all day, Li Huihui replied. Lu Ruyan nodded thoughtfully. Then let us go for drinks. We can bring her one. The two of them found this even more perplexing. Lu Ruyan and Li Yifei typically exchanged the fewest words, their relationship quite ordinary. What astonished them further was Lu Ruyan's next statement. With a demeanor as casual as one discussing mundane matters, Lu Ruyan revealed, I suffered an injury and my memories are somewhat fragmented. There are things I can't recall. Please tell me about everything that has happened since the semester began, especially anything related to Qin Ran. Chapter 58. The Invisible Aura of Suppression, Disparities Hidden in Trivialities. Fragmented memories? Unrecallable events? Fong Man and Li Huihui were utterly astonished. This was their first encounter with such a scenario in their lives. They couldn't help but recall the scene in the hospital where Lu Ruyan had been fervently calling out Qin Ran's name. Now, she appeared composed and courteous. However, having witnessed that earlier episode, Lu Ruyan's current tranquility instilled a sense of unease within them. For reasons unknown, they instinctively began to recount the events as Lu Ruyan had requested. In years to come, once they ventured beyond the ivory tower of academia, they would come to understand the concept of aura suppression. This aura, invisible and intangible, nonetheless existed in a palpable form. Upon her return, Lu Ruyan exuded an aura of calmness that concealed turbulent undercurrents, compelling those around her to unwittingly comply with her wishes. With barely a month having passed since the semester commenced, there was not an abundance of events to recount. In less than half an hour, Fong Man had finished her narrative. Initially, Li Huihui contributed some remarks, yet her words diverged from what Lu Ruyan sought to hear, interspersed with her own opinions and observations. Lu Ruyan promptly directed Fong Man to continue speaking. With a mere lift of her hand and a focused gaze, Lu Ruyan silenced the loquacious Li Huihui, urging Fong Man to elaborate on what she had seen and heard. After listening intently, Lu Ruyan nodded and smiled. All right, I believe I have a grasp. Thank you both. Now, let us procure our beverages. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's smile was like a gentle spring breeze, dispelling the imposing atmosphere she had previously exuded. It seemed as though the current Lu Ruyan was the true essence of her being, while the earlier demeanor was merely an illusion. However, neither Fong Man nor Li Huihui could reconcile this Lu Ruyan with the one they had known. She was neither the imperious princess nor the tempestuous figure they had come to expect. While they purchased bubble tea, Li Huihui messaged Fong Man. Do you think Ruyan has changed? Yes, Fong Man replied. What on earth happened? She has undergone such a significant transformation. I'm not sure, Fong Man answered, glancing at Lu Ruyan, who was gazing into the distance. They stood near the campus supermarket, the very spot where Lu Ruyan had been photographed just days prior. Ruyan, are you still upset with Qin Ran? Lu Ruyan turned her head, raising an eyebrow. Weren't you upset when he didn't help you carry water at the supermarket entrance? Lu Ruyan paused for a moment, then laughed and shook her head. I'm no longer angry. Compared to the kindness he showed me before, this is inconsequential. Stunned, Fong Man began to question whether the person before her was indeed Lu Ruyan. Just nights ago, Lu Ruyan had been livid, vowing to confront Qin Ran the following day. Instead, she had been summoned by their homeroom teacher to visit Wang Feifei, resulting in her injury and subsequent transformation. Had she truly changed so drastically after a brush with death? They often say that while landscapes may alter, one's nature remains steadfast. Fong Man found herself utterly bewildered. Unless Lu Ruyan had a twin sister, she could fathom no other explanation. Regardless, this transformation could be regarded as a positive development. Although the current Lu Ruyan felt somewhat odd to her, she was certainly more agreeable than the previously temperamental princess. Here, Fong Man. Lu Ruyan handed her the ordered bubble tea, accompanied by an amiable smile. When offering the drink to Li Huihui, she merely extended her hand without a word. Lacking any smile, Shall we take a stroll? Lu Ruyan suggested. I've been cooped up in the hospital for 2 days. I feel like my body is rusting. Li Huihui, sipping her cold bubble tea while wiping sweat from her brow, remarked, it's so hot. And you still want to wander? We have classes this afternoon. Lu Ruyan turned to Fong Man, who hesitated before nodding. I'll accompany you. It's a good way to digest. There's a shaded path over there. It won't be too hot. Then Huihui, could you please take this cup of bubble tea to Yafei? Lu Ruyan casually handed over another cup and strolled away. Arm in arm with Fong Man, Li Huihui, with her slightly plump figure, wiped her sweat as she trudged toward the dormitory, lamenting her disdain for summer. Her own cup of bubble tea was already half empty. If only she didn't have to deliver one to Li Yafei. Fong Man, linked arm in arm with Lu Ruyan, felt somewhat flattered by the attention. It all felt a bit out of the ordinary, yet she gradually acclimated to it. Moreover, Lu Ruyan now presented an inviting demeanor, causing Fong Man to overlook the abruptness with which Lu Ruyan inquired about various campus buildings. However, perhaps sensing that Fong Man was not particularly well acquainted with the campus, Lu Ruyan soon ceased her inquiries, and the two returned to the dormitory to collect their books, preparing to attend afternoon classes together. Li Yafei had not returned to the dormitory all afternoon. Inside, only Li Huihui sat with a small electric fan aimed at her face. The fan, uneven at the base, emitted a constant rattling sound, accompanied by a buzzing from the whirring blades, creating a rather vexing atmosphere. Hearing the commotion, Li Huihui turned to complain. The school is so stingy. They don't even install air conditioning, just this pitiful fan that barely cools my side. Fong Man, accustomed to Li Huihui's grievances, shrugged in resignation and entered the bathroom to splash cold water on her face, seeking relief from the heat that had been building. The path back had been devoid of trees, and she felt as though steam might begin to rise from her head. Ruyan, would you like to wash your face? Lu Ruyan shook her head, merely taming her tousled hair that had been ruffled by the wind, and applied a bit of sunscreen spray. The spray seemed to disperse freely, carried away by the breeze for the balcony. Li Huihui, who had no need for sunscreen, inquired, Ruyan, is this sunscreen effective? It works well for me. Would you like to give it a try? Li Huihui nodded, releasing her grip as she strode toward the balcony. The small fan on the wooden table vibrated incessantly, resembling a lively flea. Fong Man gathered her damp hair, tucking the nearly fallen fan back into place. Compared to the incessant cacophony of cicadas outside, she found a fan's buzzing far more irksome. Could it not remain still for a moment? Fong Man, you should apply some too. The sun is quite fierce. Faced with Lu Ruyan's well-meaning suggestion, Fong Man hesitated briefly before nodding and moving to the balcony. Upon seeing Li Huihui's pale complexion, Fong Man's lips twitched. How much had she sprayed? Surely, she hadn't used an entire bottle? Did she even have any left? Although Li Huihui hadn't exhausted a full bottle, she had certainly used more than half, having followed Lu Ruyan's example by applying some to her calves. Dressed in a skirt as well, her calves were twice as robust as Lu Ruyan's, necessitating a greater quantity. After finishing, Li Huihui beamed, reveling in the pleasantly fragrant aroma that bore a resemblance to perfume. However, as Fong Man approached, she could only detect a foul mix of sunscreen and sweat, prompting her to wrinkle her nose in distaste. Lu Ruyan sat quietly, her back straight, exuding elegance as her delicate arms rested on the table, fingers intertwined. The constant overlapping of her thumbs revealed that her heart was not as tranquil as her demeanor suggested. With class approaching, she was eager to see Qin Ran. Chapter 59. The swan bowed low, not an ordinary person. Around 1 in the afternoon, the sun blazed at its zenith. The pathway to the teaching building was crowded, with many girls shielding themselves beneath parasols, while others opted for umbrellas. The oppressive heat dulled the enthusiasm for conversation, leaving everyone yearning to reach the classroom sooner to enjoy the breeze from the fan. Arriving early would grant them better seats. Delay would leave them with only the corners where the wind barely reached. Lu Ruyan and Fong Man made their way together toward the teaching building, both intent on arriving at the classroom promptly. Yet, Lu Ruyan's desire stemmed from a longing to see Qin Ran. Her heart fluttered with anticipation, tinged with anxiety and guilt. Upon entering the classroom, Lu Ruyan instinctively sought out Qin Ran's figure. Yin Yin, a familiar voice called out, prompting Lu Ruyan to merely nod in acknowledgement to Wang Feifei, all the while scanning for the person she wished to see. He was absent. Presumably, he had not yet arrived, but he should be coming soon. As class was about to commence, Wang Feifei moved to the desk behind Lu Ruyan. Yin Yin, how have you been? I've been so worried. I'm fine. You should rest a little longer, just for a couple of days. No need. Wang Feifei was taken aback, sensing the noticeable chill in Lu Ruyan's demeanor, which seemed to harbor a hint of dissatisfaction towards him. If he had misread her, Lu Ruyan had even frowned at a moment ago. While she had occasionally shown impatience in the past, she rarely frowned while speaking to him. Wang Feifei reflected on whether he had inadvertently upset Lu Ruyan. It's all my fault. If you hadn't come to see me, you wouldn't have gotten hurt, he confessed, his face etched with guilt. Yet, his words elicited no response from Lu Ruyan. Previously, she would likely have reassured him that it wasn't Tia's fault, for he too had not wished for such misfortunes to occur. But now, Lu Ruyan seemed oblivious to his words, her gaze fixated ahead toward the back door. Wang Feifei's heart sank. He understood precisely whom Lu Ruyan was waiting for, Qin Ran. Indeed, when Qin Ran and his 3 roommates entered the classroom, he noted that Lu Ruyan's gaze remained steadfastly locked on him, never wavering. Her body shifted in alignment with his movements. Ultimately, she even rose from her seat and positioned herself at the desk in front of Qin Ran, turning to face him, her eyes reflecting a complex and inscrutable expression. Wang Feifei and Fang Man exchanged puzzled glances, equally bewildered by Lu Ruyan's behavior. Qin Ran was equally surprised. He hadn't anticipated Lu Ruyan and Wang Feifei's swift return. He had expected Lu Ruyan to confront him, especially after she had sought him out just days prior. Albeit he had been absent, and she had communicated her grievances through Fu Qingchuan in a rather brusque manner. Yet, instead of lashing out, Lu Ruyan merely regarded him with an expression he could not decipher. Fu Qingchuan, observing the scene, jested, "Class monitor, you're quite intimidating like this." Lu Ruyan shot him a glance, causing his smile to falter as he instinctively recoiled. Today, the class monitor indeed seemed somewhat fearsome. Qin Ran met Lu Ruyan's gaze, calmly asking, "Is there something you need? You once said you would always forgive me. Do you remember?" "Did I?" "Ive forgotten." In her 3rd grade, she had inadvertently shattered the jade pendant his grandmother had gifted him. His grandmother had passed away early, leaving him with that solitary treasured heirloom, which he held dear. Lu Ruyan had been inconsolable, her eyes swollen from weeping. To comfort her, he had promised that no matter what she did, he would always forgive her. Perhaps it was this indulgence that had gradually spoiled her. Whenever Lu Ruyan erred, he would always be there to forgive and assist her in mending the situation. In time, the heartbroken little girl had vanished. Did childhood promises still hold weight? Qin Ran now pondered, certainly not. Why should he repeatedly forgive someone who did not cherish him? He glanced at Lu Ruyan again, noticing her unwavering gaze upon him, deepening his confusion. Just moments ago, Lu Ruyan had surprisingly shown no anger, instead inquiring if he could forgive her. A week prior, she had insisted through Wang Feifei that he apologize to seek her forgiveness. Shaking off his distractions, Qin Ran began a lesson. He had already moved on, having refrained from visiting the hospital to avoid further entanglements with Lu Ruyan. Forgiveness held no significance anymore. Besides, even if he did forgive her and they reconciled, what would happen if at their engagement party, Wang Feifei once again feigned commitments, and Lu Ruyan disregarded everyone and simply vanished? Would he then be expected to forgive her again? Some matters warranted only a singular chance. Qin Ran had come to understand this. Having loved so exhaustively in his past life, he had grown weary. In this lifetime, he refused to tread the same path. Even if Lu Ruyan bowed her head for the first time, asking him if he could forgive her, he had already let go. There was no need to continue. Wang Feifei watched the two exchange glances, internally exclaiming in alarm. He yearned to tell Lu Ruyan, "Yin Yin, what are you doing? How can you lower yourself before Qin Ran? Didn't we agree that he should apologize first? This makes you seem overly cheap. If you truly end up together, he will undoubtedly take you for granted." Wang Feifei had a plethora of things he wished to convey to Lu Ruyan. He had been absent for merely 3 days. How had everything changed so drastically? Who can truly elucidate the events that have transpired? Wang Feifei suddenly recalled Lu Haichong, who evidently favored the prospect of Qin Ran becoming his son-in-law, seemingly indifferent even to Qin Ran's indulgences with women. Wang Feifei felt he had stumbled upon a pivotal clue. It must be that Lu Haichong's favored girl was the catalyst behind this. But what could be the reasoning? Which parents would willingly marry their daughter to a scoundrel? Would that not be akin to pushing her into a burning pit? Wang Feifei meticulously reflected on his conversations with Lu Haichong. The latter had inquired about matters concerning Qin Ran's family, and indeed, it was likely this was the crux of the issue. Otherwise, it made little sense. Yet, Wang Feifei found himself engulfed in confusion. Despite knowing Qin Ran for many years, he had never witnessed any ostentatious behavior from him. At most, he came from a moderately well-off family, possessing slightly more pocket money than the average person, nothing more. As the class bell rang, Wang Feifei exited the classroom. This matter required clarity. After all, he was no ordinary individual. He retrieved his phone, hesitated for a moment, then with a resolute breath, dialed the number labeled Mom. "Aunt Wang, it's Feifei." In Chapter 60, Enduring Hardship, Wang Feifei implored Lu Ruyan for forgiveness. He hunched over, covering the microphone, a forced smile plastered across his face. "Andy, are you busy?" "No, I'm not asking for money. This semester's living expenses are sufficient. Could you assist me in investigating someone? ISN to your nephew employed at that government agency? I want to return home on the 11th. I won't intrude on you all. I didn't mean it that way. My school has an event. All right, I'll send you the details. Thank you, Andy. Before Wang Feifei could finish, the call was abruptly terminated. Damn it. You think I'm eager to be part of this family? Do you even regard me as your son? Once I secure what's rightfully mine, none of you will matter. He muttered a few curses under his breath, then composed his expression before re-entering the classroom. Aunt Wang was not some wealthy benefactor, but rather his stepmother. To be precise, his biological mother was a mistress, regarded as the lowest of the low. His mother had abandoned him when he was barely able to comprehend the world, yet before her demise, she returned him to the Wang family. His father, Wang Qin, had initially rejected him, suspecting he might not be his true offspring. Perhaps he was just someone else's illegitimate child. However, a paternity test could not be falsified. Wang Qin was threatened that if he did not raise Wang Feifei, the truth would be exposed, resulting in catastrophic repercussions for both the company and the Wang family. Thus, Wang Qin begrudgingly adopted Wang Feifei, presenting him as his son. This was a secret Wang Feifei had never disclosed to anyone, including Lu Ruyan, for it was his disgrace. Moreover, throughout his life, he had never received genuine affection from his family. Only Lu Ruyan had offered him warmth during his youth. This was the reason he stubbornly lingered by her side. Now 18, Wang Feifei still had no intention of leaving the Wang household. He was biding his time, concealing his true self, portraying an appearance of harmlessness. Yet one day, he would reclaim what was rightfully his. Wang Feifei had just contacted his former mother, Wang Yongli, whose family had numerous members employed in public service. To investigate someone was not an insurmountable task. Wang Feifei relayed all he knew about Qin Ran to Wang Yongli. The price for this information was his decision not to return to that so-called home during the National Day holiday. Even during this year's National Day, which coincided with the Mid-Autumn Festival, he had no intention of returning. Even if he did, it would only result in disdainful glances and solitary phone time in a corner. With no affection from his uncle, no love from his grandmother, and even his biological father offering him a cold shoulder, it seemed best not to return to such a family. With a darkened expression, Wang Feifei re-entered the classroom, transforming once more into the seemingly frail boy with flushed cheeks. The remaining class soon concluded. Just as Wang Feifei intended to invite Lu Ruyan for a meal, she hurriedly dashed toward Qin Ran, leaving her books behind. He picked up Lu Ruyan's books and handed them to Fong Man. Could you please take these back for Ruyan? Thank you. With that, Wang Feifei hastened to catch up. Lu Ruyan cornered Qin Ran, addressing Huang Zujia and the others. Could I have a moment alone with Qin Ran? Fu Qingchuan nudged Qin Ran's arm, saying, We'll take our leave then. Just say what you need to. Give me 5 minutes, Lu Ruyan implored. Her eyes filled with earnestness as she pointed towards the corridor's end. Over there, is that all right? As people continued to pass by, Qin Ran frowned but still followed her lead. Upon reaching a stop, he was enveloped by a fragrant breeze as Lu Ruyan exclaimed, Qin Ran, I missed you so much. Her voice quivered with sobs. I was wrong. Qin Ran was taken aback, pushing Lu Ruyan slightly, but she only clung tighter. Qin Ran, can we go back to how we were before? Returning to the past was the last thing Qin Ran desired. With a forceful motion, he extricated himself from her embrace. Classmate Lu, please conduct yourself appropriately. Lu Ruyan froze. Qin Ran had addressed her as Classmate Lu? When had this unfamiliar address occurred? She had never heard such a distant title before. Not far off, Wang Feifei watched in stunned silence, nearly rushing over to separate the two. Were the security guards? Shouldn't someone intervene? Wang Feifei's head swam with anger. Now convinced Lu Ruyan must have truly sustained an injury to her head. How could she cling so desperately to Qin Ran in broad daylight, without considering his feelings? As Wang Feifei prepared to step in, he saw Qin Ran break free, causing him to halt. He felt torn. On one hand, he was relieved that Qin Ran had not reciprocated Lu Ruyan's embrace, thus avoiding a reconciliation that would lead to an unabashedly intimate relationship. On the other hand, he was furious that Qin Ran had resisted. After all, Lu Ruyan was someone he could only dream of embracing. Why must he defy Lu Ruyan's wishes? Concealed around the staircase corner, Wang Feifei fixed his gaze on the unfolding scene. Should any further intimate gestures arise, he would undoubtedly intervene. What's going on? A voice from above startled Wang Feifei. He looked up to see Lu Ping, who was also eavesdropping. Frustrated, Wang Feifei stood tall, ready to admonish Lu Ping to move along, but instead collided with the latter's chin. Ouch! What are you doing? Lu Ping grimaced, glaring at Wang Feifei. The shorter Wang Feifei rubbed his head and retorted, I was about to ask you the same thing. I'm doing what you're doing. Who is doing what you're doing? Get lost. Lu Ping shoved Wang Feifei aside, claiming the optimal position for spying. Wang Feifei, feeling exasperated, squeezed closer to the scene. At that moment, as school had just let out, the corridor was bustling with students. Girls clutching books glanced at the two boys, their expressions laden with curiosity. From their perspective, the sight of the rosy-cheeked, petite Wang Feifei pressing against the taller Lu Ping was quite the spectacle, drawing attention away from the unfolding drama between Qin Ran and Lu Ruyan at the corridor's end. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan's eyes glistened with tears streaming down her cheeks. Qin Ran, I realized my mistakes. I want to be so headstrong again. Will you love me just one more time? The sight of the weeping Lu Ruyan stirred a tumult of emotions within Qin Ran, leaving him at a loss for words. He could not fathom how Lu Ruyan had suddenly transformed in such a manner. In this lifetime, it was one matter, but in their previous existence together, Lu Ruyan had never exhibited this demeanor. Qin Ran found himself questioning whether the individual before him was indeed the indomitable Lu Ruyan he once knew. Witnessing her in tears stirred a tumult of emotions within him, yet his heart had long been sealed off. Even in the face of her anguish, he felt no inclination to relent. He had once loved with such intensity that it brought him pain and exhaustion, and now he wished to relinquish that burden. Though he remained unaware of the cause behind Lu Ruyan's distress, he was resolute in his desire to sever ties with this relationship. He needed to learn the art of self-love rather than surrendering his identity to the whims of affection. Steadying Lu Ruyan, he spoke earnestly. We have reached our conclusion. Do you understand? Chapter 61. The resounding slap, the gaze filled with resentment. Qin Ran departed, leaving Lu Ruyan standing alone in a daze. Wang Feifei, upon seeing Qin Ran approach, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He attempted to turn away, but found himself instead tumbling into Lu Ping's embrace. Observing the scene, Qin Ran instinctively stepped aside. Could it be that his previous judgment had been erroneous? Was Wang Feifei perhaps not what he seemed? Resolute in his decision, Qin Ran vowed to keep his distance from Wang Feifei in the future. He had indeed been pursued by a boy once before, who had reached out to him with a pseudonym, their messages utterly distasteful. Since then, Qin Ran had avoided male classmates like the plague. His aversion to Wang Feifei deepened, and he hastened down the stairs. Not only would he steer clear of Wang Feifei, but he would also maintain distance from Lu Ping in the future. Perhaps Lu Ping's earlier inquiry regarding Lu Ruyan had not been for her sake after all. The more Qin Ran contemplated this, the more uneasy he felt, and he hurried away. Wang Feifei forcefully pushed Lu Ping away. With his hands clutching his chest, Lu Ping emitted a startled cry. What the heck? You. Wang Feifei paid no heed to his exclamations and rushed to Lu Ruyan's side. Upon witnessing her tear-streaked face, his heart twisted in anguish. Yin, what has happened? Did Qin Ran bully you? I shall confront him, he declared fiercely. You must not go. Lu Ruyan thundered in response. Wang Feifei froze, realizing he had merely spoken in bravado. If he were to truly confront Qin Ran, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Besides, with Lu Ruyan in such a vulnerable state, this was an opportune moment for him to swoop in, and he had no intention of abandoning her. Moreover, Lu Ping lingered around the staircase corner. Should he leave, it might unwittingly benefit Lu Ping. His declaration of seeking retribution was merely a gesture of defiance, yet he had not anticipated Lu Ruyan's outburst, and the look she cast upon him was laced with an unmistakable bitterness. Wang Feifei stood there stunned. What kind of gaze was that, and why was there hatred? Had Lu Ruyan seen through his facade? Yet his intentions remained steadfast and unchanged. Everything he had said and done stemmed from a place of affection for Lu Ruyan. Yin slap. The sound of a resounding slap echoed. If Qin Ran cannot forgive me, I shan't forgive you either. With that, Lu Ruyan strode past the dazed Wang Feifei. He slowly raised his hand to cover his stinging face, disbelief etched across his features. He had just been struck by Lu Ruyan with great force. If not for the acute sting, he would have questioned whether this was merely a dream. Lu Ruyan had never laid a hand on him, not once. The pain on his cheek paled in comparison to the anguish in his heart. He was utterly bewildered, grappling with why Lu Ruyan had struck him and uttered words of forgiveness towards Qin Ran. Wang Feifei felt as if struck by lightning, rendered numb and motionless, akin to a branch of a tree struck by a bolt. Lu Ping, witnessing Lu Ruyan approach, felt a surge of panic. He wanted to retreat, but was unsure where to go, ultimately pressing his face against the wall, as if in contemplation. As Lu Ruyan passed, Lu Ping dared not even breathe, holding his breath in trepidation. After nearly a minute, he finally exhaled. Heavens, this is the first time in my life I have been so terrified of a girl. Moreover, she was his first target since entering university. Thankfully, he realized that though he had no idea what had just transpired, he had only been on the periphery of the battlefield and had already been affected. The doctored images in the forum were child's play. Lu Ruyan was not merely carrying a bucket of water. She was bearing an asteroid on the brink of detonation. The Emperor of Smoke, truly terrifying. Lu Ping vowed to always discern a girl's true nature before deciding whether to pursue her. No matter how beautiful, it was the same. Otherwise, the only one left hurt would be himself. Lu Rian's intimidating presence was so profound that it even instilled in Lu Ping a slight fear of women. Looking at the vacant-eyed Wang Feifei, he felt a twinge of sympathy. Alas, poor delicate flower. Yet, he could not help but admire Wang Feifei's perseverance in pursuing a girl with such a temperament as Lu Rian's. Truly commendable. Lu Ping refrained from offering consolation. Though he no longer harbored feelings for Lu Ruyan, he had not transformed into a gay man either. He was at a loss as to how to comfort a boy. Surely, he could not approach Wang Feifei and embrace him, patting his back. If they were of similar height, it might appear brotherly. But holding Wang Feifei would present an entirely different image. Just moments ago, Wang Feifei had dived into his embrace, nearly causing a heart attack with a touch of his solid chest. Lu Ping turned to leave the building. No matter how stunning Lu Ruyan appeared, he had no intention of pursuing her. Life is precious, and one must cherish it as they go. Wasn't it more delightful to seek a gentle, soft girl to lean upon? Furthermore, Lu Ping sensed a certain chaos in the relationship dynamics between Lu Ruyan, Qin Ran, and Wang Feifei. However, it appeared that Qin Ran had rejected Lu Ruyan, while Wang Feifei had wronged her. Previously, Lu Ruyan had spent considerable time with Wang Feifei, even disparaging Qin Ran. Yet now she clung to Qin Ran instead. Lu Ping pondered perhaps he should pursue Lu Yifei from his class instead. She was quite beautiful and had particularly long legs. However, it seemed she often preferred solitude. As he contemplated, he resolved to observe the situation further. If all else failed, he would pursue girls from other classes. With his attributes, even if he failed, it would not lead to a public slap like Wang Feifei's. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Ran had no knowledge of Lu Ruyan slapping Wang Feifei. Had he witnessed it, he might have found it hard to believe. For Lu Ruyan and Wang Feifei had always been like intimate friends, sharing countless secrets and experiences. Although Lu Ruyan had a tendency for dramatics, she had never resorted to physical violence. Wang Feifei's reputation for being a pushover was not without merit. Though he had not witnessed the subsequent events, Qin Ran felt somewhat unsettled. His thoughts were clouded by the image of Lu Ruyan, transformed into a different person, her expressions of guilt, regret, and longing lingering in his mind. He remained perplexed as to why Lu Ruyan had revealed such emotions towards him. Why would she bow her head and weep, pleading for his forgiveness? During this period, nothing particularly noteworthy had transpired. Moreover, based on Lu Ruyan's usual temperament, had he not rushed to the hospital to visit her, she would surely have flown into a rage. A mere visit would not suffice. He would have to provide attentive care and meticulous nurturing. Yet, Lu Ruyan, having been struck and rendered unconscious, was discharged in just 2 or 3 days. Upon her return, she resumed her classes without causing him any trouble, even going so far as to beg for his forgiveness, an occurrence so rare it felt as though the sun had risen in the west. Qin Ran found himself lost in contemplation. Could it be that Lu Ruyan had suffered a head injury, damaging her hippocampus and compromising her memory? Or perhaps, like him, she had been reborn? Chapter 62, Rebirth or Soul Transmigration. A cautionary approach. After a lengthy reflection, Qin Ran deemed the likelihood of memory issues stemming from hippocampal damage to be minimal. While temporary amnesia might occur, it would not directly lead to a drastic alteration in one's character. Furthermore, Lu Ruyan evidently remembered him. Her gaze was tinged with guilt and regret, not indicative of any memory problems. Disregarding the first possibility, could it be that she had, like him, experienced rebirth? However, until their engagement, Lu Ruyan had consistently displayed her self-centered princess demeanor, even more pronounced than before. She had even dared to skip her own engagement banquet. Qin Ran was enveloped in confusion. Could it be that they were in a parallel universe, where the narrative continued? Had he met his demise in a collision, or become a vegetative state, leading Lu Ruyan to lament her past decisions? But would the Lu Ruyan he knew truly feel remorse to the extent of weeping and pleading for his forgiveness? Qin Ran couldn't help but consider a third possibility. Had Lu Ruyan undergone soul transmigration? A sharp intake of breath escaped him. This notion was somewhat unsettling. Nevertheless, that too seemed implausible. If another soul resided within Lu Ruyan, it would be even less likely for her to implore forgiveness. He retrieved his phone and dialed in Shiming. Uncle Ling, it's me. Are you acquainted with anyone from the second hospital? I wish to investigate a patient's case. No, make that too. After concluding the call, Qin Ran promptly sent Ing Shiming the information on Wang Feifei and Lu Ruyan. Having experienced rebirth himself, he considered it plausible that others might have as well. In truth, Qin Ran's primary concern was not Lu Ruyan, but Wang Feifei. Although Lu Ruyan had her share of temperamental quirks, her inherent nature was not malevolent. However, Since his return, he increasingly felt that his death by Jeep collision was suspicious. The odds of encountering a deranged driver in the city center who targeted only him seemed exceedingly low. Furthermore, that Jeep had not lost control. It had barreled straight towards him, accelerating rather than braking. Under the speed limits and traffic conditions in the city center, it was virtually impossible for him to have been struck with such force. In matters of emotion, Qin Ran may have been blind, but that did not imply he was dull in other respects. He possessed remarkable talents in academics, music, sports, and various other fields. As corroborated by the esteemed tutors his family had engaged, his suspicions were few, with Wang Feifei being one, and Ji Buoqing a half-suspicion. Additionally, there were the competitors of his family's conglomerate and companies that had been absorbed by it. A group capable of amassing billions would undoubtedly have blood on its hands. A general success is often built upon the bones of many. The vast Qin family conglomerate rolled forward like a colossal chariot, inevitably crushing the unfortunate beneath its wheels. Moreover, Qin Ran had nearly been kidnapped as a child, a factor that contributed to his cautious demeanor. He remained uncertain whether the events of the engagement banquet in his past life were truly an accident. With numerous guests present, it was conceivable that someone with ulterior motives had infiltrated the gathering, perhaps targeting the Qin family. Qin Ran asked Ng Ximing to help procure the medical records of Lu Ruyan and Wang Feifei, wishing to ascertain whether there were any abnormalities in their health. If Lu Ruyan had indeed suffered brain damage, then her current behavior could be explained. Ng Ximing was remarkably efficient. Within half an hour, Qin Ran received the medical records of both individuals. Wang Feifei had sustained a muscle strain in her lower back and borne numerous bruises. Lu Ruyan had experienced a brief loss of consciousness, suspected to be a mild concussion, coupled with temporary disorientation, and had been administered a sedative. However, a CT scan revealed no signs of mild cerebral congestion or edema. After reviewing the medical records, Qin Ran fell into deep contemplation once more and then requested Ng Ximing to inquire about the circumstances surrounding the suicide that had resulted in Lu Ruyan's injury. This time, the wait was slightly longer, likely due to the hospital's efforts to contain the information. After all, both the hospital and the academy were wary of such matters. Nevertheless, upon Qin Ran's insistence, Ng Ximing swiftly obtained the relevant details. Upon reviewing the information, Qin Ran furrowed his brow. The individual who had committed suicide leapt from the sixth-floor window, landing directly on Lu Ruyan. How could it be that Lu Ruyan had emerged unscathed from such a fall? It was inconceivable. The hospital's sixth floor stood nearly 20 meters high, and the weight of the jumper was approximately 60 kilograms. Utilizing the physics of potential energy and impact, Qin Ran calculated that Lu Ruyan would have had to withstand a force of about 150 kilograms, plus or minus 15. Under such impact, it was impossible for her to have remained unharmed. Realizing this, Qin Ran's expression darkened. No wonder the deputy chief physician responsible for Lu Ruyan's examination had expressed astonishment, advising her to return for a follow-up in a week. Should she experience dizziness or nausea, she was to return to the hospital immediately. Yet, having just seen Lu Ruyan, he noted that aside from her mental state being amiss, her physical condition did not appear to indicate any issues. If that were the case, it raised significant concerns. There was, in fact, one dire possibility that he found hardest to accept. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ran called Li Huachuan. "Uncle Li, could you please keep an eye on those two individuals? You know, Lu Ruyan and Wang Feifei." "No, it's a different matter. By the way, how is the situation with Ji Buoqing's family? Are they nearing bankruptcy? Make sure they don't abscond with the funds." "All right, thank you, Uncle Li. Understood, I'll be returning this weekend." After ending the call, Qin Ran exhaled a sigh of relief. Having faced death once, he had grown quite cautious about his life. Even if this seemed somewhat overzealous, it was better to be safe than sorry. One must always guard against treachery. If he were to die again, who could say whether there would be another chance for rebirth? Should anything appear amiss, it was far better to extinguish it at its inception. Much like Ji Buoqing, who would likely remain oblivious to the true reasons behind his family's downfall. Ultimately, Qin Ran's greatest concern was not Ji Buoqing. If a true villain were to undergo rebirth, that would indeed be troublesome. Upon returning to his dormitory, Qin Ran was immediately accosted by Fu Qingchuan. "Lately, Lu Ruyan has been seeking you out incessantly. Does she harbor feelings for you? Is that even a question?" Huang Zujia shook his head. "I've seen it long ago. Don't ask me." Qin Ran deftly shifted the topic. "What is the status with you and Tong Xian? I haven't heard anything from you in days. We're still chatting, but I invited her to a movie and she declined. Surely you didn't ask her to a midnight screening?" "Not at all. What time is it?" "An 8:30 showing. I presume you intended to have dinner with her first?" "After watching the film, it was already past 10. If I return and encounter traffic, the dormitory doors will be locked. Should I opt for an earlier time? However, there are hardly any good seats available at 6 or 7. Are you really going to the movies?" Fu Qingchuan suddenly realized, and he understood. Yet, having faced rejection once already, he felt too embarrassed to speak up again. Foster father. Chapter 63. Divergent perspectives will eventually lead to separation. Qin Ran was well acquainted with Fu Qingchuan, having been college roommates for 4 years in a previous life. The moment Fu Qingchuan shifted in his seat, Qin Ran could anticipate what he was about to say. Sure enough, Fu Qingchuan's face broke into a smile. Foster father, could you help me arrange it? You said it yourself. Only with a thick skin can one win a girl's heart. Oh no, I've already invited her once. It would be so awkward to be rejected again. But I won't feel awkward, will I? Fu Qingchuan moved behind Qin Ran, helping to knead his shoulders. With your handsome looks, Lin Wanbai will surely not turn you down. Let's all go to the movies together. Tong Xian won't refuse either. At that time, you can take Lin Wanbai away, giving me a chance to be alone with Tong Xian. I'll cover breakfast tomorrow, what do you say? Qin Ran stretched his shoulders. Little Quan, you haven't had dinner yet. Use a bit more strength. 3 days, Fu Qingchuan increased his grip. Being a wingman is quite exhausting. A week. All right then. I'll ask. Why did you stop? The heartbroken Fu Qingchuan was about to leave when he turned to offer another shoulder massage. Qin Ran opened the chat page with Lin Wanbai. Shall we go to the movies together on Saturday night? Me, you plus Tong Xian and Fu Qingchuan. Suddenly, a shrill scream erupted from the girls' dormitory 309. Roar, roar, roar. I knew Fu Qingchuan would definitely come to find Qin Ran to shout at you. Right? Right? Just say yes later. You said you would ask. In the boys' dormitory 502, after a while, Qin Ran flashed his phone. It worked. Fu Qingchuan shouted, Foster father, you're amazing. I knew Lin Wanbai would not refuse you. I've already bought the tickets. All in the back row. Qin Ran nodded. Send me the time and location. What about dinner? It's Saturday anyway. Let's head out early, eat first, then watch the movie. No problem, it's on me. Huang Zujia said enviously, Foster father. No. Qin Ran raised a hand. I'm not familiar with Qinshuan's dorm, and I have something to do on Sunday. Huang Zujia sighed. I was born a stepmother's child. Puffed. Fu Qingchuan burst into laughter. You should find another concubine for your foster father. Stop, it's getting more absurd. Qin Ran interrupted, climbing onto his bed to chat with Lin Wanbai. Once the conversation began, they could easily continue for hours. Talking about movies, they could go on endlessly. Both enjoyed cinema, and had seen numerous films they found captivating. As they conversed, yet another night passed. After one more day of classes, the weekend would arrive. Qin Ran felt a flicker of anticipation. He genuinely loved watching films, having seen a plethora of critically acclaimed and niche movies. His taste was eclectic, encompassing various genres. And if someone sought his recommendations, he could speak for hours. However, his visits to the cinema were infrequent, not because he disliked commercial films. He simply preferred dramas and art films. While he did not reject commercial cinema, he appreciated the lively atmosphere and the joy of watching them with friends. Yet, his trips to the theater were minimal, primarily because Lu Ruyan was not particularly fond of movies. Even when they did go, it was often with Wang Feifei joining them. In 8 out of 10 instances, Wang Feifei would be present. Once, after dining with Lu Ruyan to watch a film, Wang Feifei unexpectedly joined midway, sitting behind them and incessantly chatting with Lu Ruyan, which was quite bothersome. Qin Ran despised those who incessantly discussed plot details during a film, especially those who spoke with an air of superiority as if they had deciphered the entire storyline. After that incident, Qin Ran refrained from inviting Lu Ruyan to the movies, unless she suggested it first. Moreover, Wang Feifei would also invite Lu Ruyan to watch films. Even though Qin Ran knew Lu Ruyan would never develop feelings for Wang Feifei, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Qin Ran's decision to give up on Lu Ruyan was not merely due to the engagement banquet. It stemmed from an accumulation of seemingly trivial matters over the years. While individually they appeared insignificant, their cumulative effect became exhausting, making an eruption inevitable. Qin Ran had broached these concerns with Lu Ruyan, but she dismissed them as trivial and even accused him of overreacting, leading to arguments. In retrospect, Qin Ran realized that he and Lu Ruyan were fundamentally incompatible. In other words, their perspectives on life were misaligned. Divergent views are not merely a matter of differing preferences. It is not about enjoying street food versus fine dining. It is about one person relishing street food while the other condemns it as unsanitary or unhealthy. She enjoys gourmet meals, yet he perceives her as pretentious and overly enamored with luxury. The same applied to Qin Ran and Lu Ruyan. While differing tastes were inconsequential, when he passionately discussed films he had watched, Lu Ruyan appeared utterly disinterested. Not only did she invite Wang Feifei to join their movie outings, but she also engaged in trivial chatter. In the world, no two leaves are identical, and neither are individuals. Divergent views inevitably lead to conflicts and disputes. Qin Ran had previously chosen to be accommodating. However, that was no longer necessary. He no longer needed to indulge Lu Ruyan. He could enjoy movies with Lin Wanbai, who shared his passion, discussing plots, directors, beloved characters, and unforgettable scenes. Qin Ran sought someone whose perspectives aligned with his own, rather than someone whose views were entirely skewed toward him. The next day, Qin Ran and Fu Qingchuan went to the girls' dormitory to meet them. By now, the group had grown comfortable, no longer constrained as during their initial dormitory gathering. Tong Xian teased, "Oh, look at you two in matching outfits. Did you plan this?" On that day, both Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai wore jeans and white sneakers, one in a black t-shirt and the other in white, presenting themselves as an exceptionally attractive couple. Lin Wanbai brushed her hair and replied no. "Then it must be a meeting of minds," Qin Ran chuckled. "Aren't you and Qingchuan similarly matched with red and blue? Let us go. Qingchuan has called for a ride, and it should arrive soon." The four proceeded toward the school gate. Initially walking side by side, they soon found that the pathway narrowed, resulting in Fu Qingchuan and Tong Xian leading the way, with Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai following behind. Compared to their previous screen-based conversations, Lin Wanbai spoke less today, her cheeks slightly flushed from Tong Xian's teasing. Just yesterday, Tong Xian had imparted a wealth of peculiar knowledge to her. However, she felt that Qin Ran was different from others and that such knowledge would not apply. Qin Ran found it curious that Lin Wanbai suddenly seemed a bit shy today, but he did not dwell on it. The distance from the girls' dormitory to the school gate was not far, and the four quickly boarded the car. Tong Xian was the first to settle into the back seat, prompting Fu Qingchuan to take the front. Naturally, Qin Ran sat beside Lin Wanbai, their proximity closer than during their last shared taxi ride. The absence of an overly chatty driver made for a smooth journey. Not long after their departure, Qin Ran received a message that caused him to raise an eyebrow. Glancing through the rearview mirror at the taxi behind him, had it followed them by chance, or was it a deliberate act? Chapter 64. Do you believe in reincarnation? The evidence of rebirth. After a little over half an hour, the four of them disembarked. Qin Ran excused himself to use the restroom, instructing Fu Qingchuan to take the other two to collect their tickets. As he waited at the entrance, a familiar, elegant figure walked in. Qin Ran stood in the corner, observing silently. The person accompanying him was none other than Lu Ruyan. Sensing something amiss the day prior, he had enlisted Li Huachuan's help to keep an eye on Lu Ruyan and Wang Feifei. To his surprise, less than a day later, he had already made a discovery. As Qin Ran watched Lu Ruyan glancing around, she then headed towards the escalator, confirming his suspicion that she had indeed followed him. This was no mere coincidence. Was she stalking him? What was her intention? Qin Ran trailed after her. Just as Lu Ruyan was making her way to the third floor, she suddenly spotted Qin Ran below. Their eyes met. Qin Ran signaled to Lu Ruyan with a glance, indicating for her to step aside. Upon reaching the third floor and watching Qin Ran ascend slowly, she noticed the absence of the affectionate gaze he once held for her. "Qin Ran," she began. Qin Ran sensed an unsettling shift in Lu Ruyan's demeanor, wishing to avoid drawing attention in such a public space. They moved behind a large column and came to a halt. "Why are you following me? We made ourselves clear yesterday, didn't we? I was wrong." Lu Ruyan grasped Qin Ran's hand. "Will you forgive me just this once?" "Fine." Lu Ruyan was taken aback, her face lighting up with joy. "Really?" "Yes. Let us just consider ourselves ordinary classmates. Do you have other matters to attend to?" "No, I'm leaving now." "Wait." Lu Ruyan spoke bitterly. "Do you believe in reincarnation?" Qin Ran paused, furrowing his brow as he fixed his gaze on Lu Ruyan. "What did you say?" Lu Ruyan was silent for a moment before speaking. "During my coma in the hospital, I had a long dream. In that dream, we were to be engaged, but you had an accident that day. It was then that I realized I could not afford to lose you." "A dream?" Qin Ran narrowed his eyes. "Can dreams be taken seriously? But I am rather curious. What happened to me in your dream?" "You were in a car accident." Qin Ran's heart sank, confirming his earlier suspicion. "And then, upon learning of your accident, my heart twisted in anguish and I fainted. When I woke, I understood how important you truly were to me." Qin Ran gazed into Lu Ruyan's eyes, his heart a tumult of uncertainty. This aligned closely with events that had transpired before his rebirth. Yet he sensed something was amiss. What exactly was wrong was elusive to him at that moment. Qin Ran forced a smile. "You merely had a nightmare. Don't overthink it." "No." Lu Ruyan clutched Qin Ran's hand tightly. "That dream felt too real. Even after waking, my heart still aches. Am I not perfectly fine now? Enough of this. I have plans to watch a movie with friends. I must leave." Qin Ran attempted to pull away, yet Lu Ruyan clung to his arm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You don't believe me, do you?" "Qin Ran, I truly like you. Otherwise, why would I agree to an engagement?" "Engagement? We aren't even a couple. I am willing to be your girlfriend." "No need. I doubt I possess such fortune." Qin Ran's tone bore a hint of coldness. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Qin Ran withdrew his hand. "I suggest you visit the hospital for an examination, Lu classmate, lest there be lingering effects." With that, Qin Ran continued his ascent. The cinema was on the 6th floor alongside various dining options, while the 5th floor was also filled with eateries. With time before the movie's commencement, they could dine first and purchase refreshments for the film. However, Qin Ran found his enthusiasm for the movie waning. He was 90% certain that Lu Ruyan had undergone a rebirth. Initially, he had merely suspected it. Her demeanor since returning was utterly transformed. Moreover, her lack of any visible injuries was perplexing. Upon reaching the 5th floor and not seeing Lu Ruyan follow, he paused in contemplation. What was amiss? After a considerable time, he discerned the anomaly. Lu Ruyan's attitude had shifted too abruptly. Her remorse for his accident seemed disproportionate, as she was not yet at the point of begging for his forgiveness. If Lu Ruyan had indeed been reborn, there must be aspects he remained oblivious to. Qin Ran attempted to reconstruct the subsequent developments through reverse deduction. The conclusion was that Lu Ruyan was filled with regret and sought forgiveness. There were two possibilities. One, as Lu Ruyan suggested, her absence had indirectly led to his accident, engendering feelings of guilt and remorse. The second, he had been struck by a vehicle, leading to his father's wrath directed toward the Lu family, resulting in their downfall, and Lu Ruyan recognizing her fault. A third possibility, he had been struck. Lu Ruyan knew the assailant, and they shared a connection, which incited her guilt. Bang Qin Ran, what are you daydreaming about? I called you, but you didn't respond. You aren't lost, are you? Fu Qingchuan jested. Snapped from his reverie, Qin Ran shook his head. It's nothing. Did you collect the tickets? Got them. Just waiting for you to decide on a place to eat. Didn't you already decide yesterday? Let us go to Xiandalai. Look at this. Fu Qingchuan pointed at a nearby sign. Qin Ran chuckled softly. He was standing right next to Xiandalai, renowned for its pork chops and rice cakes. Let us also grab some popcorn and drinks. A little something to tide us over. Watching a movie without popcorn is lacking in enjoyment, Tong Xian giggled, covering her mouth. Qin Ran, you're truly amusing. Let us go inside. As Fu Qingchuan and Tong Xian entered the restaurant, Lin Wanbai looked at Qin Ran with concern. Did you bring your medication? Huh? Qin Ran quickly responded, I'm truly fine now. A 1T faint again. Don't worry. That's good. Lin Wanbai's brows finally relaxed. Before entering, Qin Ran glanced back around. His mind was not only devoid of thoughts of the movie, but even the meal felt somewhat lackluster. The notion of Lu Ruyan's rebirth was still difficult for him to accept, and the situation seemed to grow increasingly complex. The current Lu Ruyan was vastly different from his previous impressions of her. Qin Ran yearned to believe Lu Ruyan's recent declarations. Perhaps his death in his former life had indeed awakened her to the reality of their connection. Yet, human nature is akin to a double-edged mirror, capable of reflecting the brightest radiance as well as casting the darkest shadows. The unexpected car accident from his past loomed over Qin Ran like a persistent shadow. Besides his parents, he now found it hard to trust anyone easily. Moreover, the sudden shift in Lu Ruyan's demeanor from affection to indifference suggested a profound transformation. Could it be that Lu Ruyan had also realized he had been reborn? Chapter 65, Familiar Faces and Happiness, reporting in hand. Originally, after his rebirth, Qin Ran had merely wished to live his own life, distancing himself from Lu Ruyan and Wang Feifei, as well as his former self. Yet he had not anticipated that Lu Ruyan had also experienced a rebirth. Whether her words held truth was something he could not ascertain. As for the notion of dreams, Qin Ran was resolute in his disbelief. No matter how vivid, dreams ultimately remained but illusions. Upon awakening from his dreams, everything remained unchanged. Who, after all, would experience an epiphany and undergo a drastic transformation in character merely due to a dream? At least, Qin Ran had never heard of such a phenomenon. Even if it were true, it certainly would not be Lu Ruyan. One day elevated high above, and the next engulfed in regret and heartache. Qin Ran resolutely dismissed the notion. He would sooner believe that Lu Ruyan had been reborn. Yet, he remained oblivious to what had transpired thereafter. Qin Ran was more concerned about whether others had also experienced rebirth. If the reality of the car accident was more brutal than he imagined, and if the other party had indeed been reborn, it would spell trouble. Determined to elevate his safety measures, Qin Ran contemplated that perhaps some individuals were observing him from the shadows. He hoped that his worries were unfounded. He yearned for a life of ease and comfort, rather than being inexplicably ensnared in some predatory quagmire. Dispelling his distracting thoughts, Qin Ran resolved to eat and drink as usual. He could not allow mere conjectures to render him neurotic, suspecting everyone around him. Such a state would be excessively exhausting. The most terrifying ordeal was the one he inflicted upon himself. After finishing his meal, Qin Ran preemptively settled the bill. As he made his way to the exit, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure. However, he chose not to greet them. This shopping center, being the closest to the school, was frequented by many students who came to dine, sing, or watch movies. making encounters with classmates commonplace. After paying, he returned to his seat and lingered for a moment. Lin Wanbai and Tong Xian had excused themselves to the restroom, prompting Fu Qingchuan to inquire if something was amiss. Though Fu Qingchuan typically appeared reserved, he was perceptive due to his family background and adept at reading the room. He had noticed Qin Ran's unusual demeanor, which bore the weight of unspoken concerns. Just as he posed his question, Fu Qingchuan observed a blonde figure passing by outside and discreetly gestured for Qin Ran to take a look. Surprised to see Chen Hui, Qin Ran felt it was too coincidental. With Ji Buqing absent, Chen Hui was alone. Reflecting on the familiar figure he had seen earlier, Qin Ran sensed that this could not simply be a matter of chance. Chen Hui had been expelled from school, having attended no formal classes, and Wu Jiang, who had brought Chen Hui in, had also faced expulsion. This was not the result of Qin Ran's actions, but rather those of Li Luo. It was Li Luo he had spotted while settling the bill. Unaccustomed to Li Luo's style, Qin Ran had not been in contact with her since the cafeteria incident, despite the fact that they had once fought on the same front. Li Luo had indirectly assisted him twice, prompting Qin Ran to consider observing her. Previously, when he investigated Ji Buqing's high school records, Chen Hui's name had also surfaced. He was aware that Chen Hui was no saint, having bullied others on numerous occasions. Whether in prestigious or less reputable schools, there would always be a few bad apples. Some institutions simply had a higher concentration of them. Turning to Fu Qingchuan, he said, "Wait for Wanbai and the others to return. I'll go look for you upstairs later. By the way, hand me ticket. Is he seeking trouble with you?" "I'll accompany you," Fu Qingchuan replied. "No, he isn't looking for me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm merely going to take a look." Fu Qingchuan handed Qin Ran a movie ticket, cautioning him not to act impulsively, as getting hurt was hardly worth it. "If it comes to blows, call me." Qin Ran felt a warm surge in his heart and smiled. "I'm no match for Aaron, but dealing with him shouldn't pose a problem. Besides, it may not even lead to anything." In the face of Fu Qingchuan's astonishment, Qin Ran proceeded to follow. Coming from a prestigious family and having narrowly escaped an abduction in his youth, it was implausible for Qin Ran to be utterly defenseless. He had trained in martial arts. Having undergone rigorous practice, he could swiftly identify an opponent's attacks, evade, and counteract. Even in complex situations, he could leverage his surroundings to the fullest extent. In the presence of someone truly skilled, mere brawling techniques would prove ineffective. The martial arts instructor was a retired military officer from the Bear Country, who had once found himself embroiled in a conflict at a bar. The adversaries were not mere thugs, but members of the local mafia. In 31 seconds, he had dispatched 5 of them. Qin Ran was astonished when he viewed the footage. Although he had not mastered even half of the instructor's skills, nor possessed such formidable physical prowess, handling someone like Chen Hui, who was overly self-assured, would be quite manageable. Even if the blonde carried a dagger, he felt no fear. The martial arts training he received included combat techniques with knives, and it had become instinctual for him to counter such threats. After all, should he ever face abduction, he might encounter similar scenarios. Qin Ran trailed Chen Hui from a distance of about 30 meters, concealed in a blind spot. Even if Chen Hui turned around, he would remain unseen. Soon, he observed Chen Hui entering a KTV establishment. Maintaining a natural facade, Qin Ran followed him inside. As he passed by the room Chen Hui had entered, he stole a glance. Ji Buqing was present, accompanied by several unfamiliar young men and women. The room was filled with raucous laughter, and someone was filming from atop the coffee table. Qin Ran felt as though his eyes had been sullied. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, swiftly capturing a photograph and memorizing the room number, before continuing deeper into the establishment. Once inside an empty room, Qin Ran dialed the hotline. "Hello, I would like to report a gathering at Happy Song KTV for illicit activities." After hanging up, he prepared to return to the movie. However, upon opening the door, he found himself face-to-face with Li Luo, who had just exited the adjacent room. Their eyes met, and Li Luo glanced around before pushing Qin Ran back inside the room. "Junior, did you come to find me?" she asked. "No, I'm here with friends." "Oh." Li Luo chuckled lightly. "This room isn't even lit. Where are your friends?" "In the restroom," Qin Ran replied, gently pushing Li Luo's hand away. "What about you, senior?" "I'm obviously here to sing with friends. Would you like to join for a song?" "No, thank you." After a brief pause, Qin Ran added, "If you have no business here, it would be wise not to wander about." Li Luo's eyes narrowed. "Ji Buqing and Chen Hui are singing here too." Li Luo's almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she smiled broadly. "Is my junior here because you're worried about me?" "Not really," Qin Ran replied calmly. Li Luo giggled, leaning in closer. "You really can't tell a lie, can you?" Qin Ran maintained his composure, stating, if something were to happen, punishing the culprits would be of little use. Li Luo's smile faded momentarily, and she nodded in understanding. "I know." But soon after, she winked at Qin Ran, asking, "Will my junior protect me? I can help call for assistance." Truly lacking in romantic finesse, he thought. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Qin Ran recognized it was Fu Qingchuan checking in. He had done what needed to be done and provided the necessary warnings. He had no intention of lingering to witness Ji Buqing and his associates being apprehended. They were merely minor players, not worth the trouble. He believed in performing good deeds anonymously. Even if he had left his name, it would have been under someone else's. Qin Ran had always been one to conceal his achievements and accolades. Chapter 66. All taken away. The provocation of the informant. Qin Ran chose not to linger any longer. At the end of the corridor stood a staff member wearing a headset, and it wouldn't be long before the police arrived. He had already cautioned Li Luo to remain vigilant. She merely needed to be cautious. If worst came to worst, she could call for help. Qin Ran was confident that Ji Buqing would not dare brazenly drag individuals into a room for immoral activities. The girls inside, who appeared to be enjoying themselves, were oblivious to the chaos unfolding. What a mess. Yet such occurrences were not uncommon. In recent years, things had improved slightly. Years prior, it had been far more chaotic. Qin Ran quickened his pace as he passed by the private room where Ji Buqing was situated. Chen Hui had entered the fray. The girl descended from the sofa, transitioning into a kneeling position atop the tea table. TSK. What a lavish display of revelry. A circle of onlookers erupted into cheers. A chaotic brawl was likely to ensue shortly. Inside the private room, Ji Buqing had his arm wrapped around a girl clad in a black spaghetti-strap dress, instructing her on how to smoke. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The incessant vibrations of his phone interrupted Ji Buqing's indulgences. Initially, he had no intention of responding. He was quite irked lately. Rarely did he have the chance to enjoy himself, and he wished to remain undisturbed. Yet, the phone continued its relentless buzzing. As Ji Buqing prepared to hang up, he noticed it was a call from his father. Had it been anyone else, he would have disregarded it. But he felt compelled to answer when it was his father. He patted the girl's back, who looked at him with confusion. Ji Buqing raised his chin, signaling her to wait a moment. He then stepped outside, lifting the phone to his ear. Just as he opened the door, he was abruptly halted. Don't move. Police. Hands on your head, crouch down. Ji Buqing was taken aback. How could they have encountered a surprise raid? Damn it. A chill ran down his spine. Recent troubles at home loomed large. If he were taken to the police station, his father would likely break his legs. Crouched at the doorway, Ji Buqing noticed a crowd gathering outside, and a realization struck him. It seemed they were specifically targeting them, rather than conducting random checks on each private room. Ji Buqing recalled a similar experience. Typically, the police wouldn't burst in unless they had evidence or were apprehending someone in the act. Damn it. Had someone tipped them off? Ji Buqing knew that establishments like this KTV usually received prior notice of inspections. It was precisely for that reason he had chosen this venue. But exceptions did exist. Ji Buqing squeezed further inside, glancing outside to avoid being photographed. Should this image circulate in school, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. This was far more severe than the previous incident involving Wang Feifei. Not only would he face social death, but he could also be expelled from school. The thought of it made Ji Buqing feel despondent. Even if it was the envious little brat who had reported him, he felt utterly hopeless. Suddenly, he spotted Li Luo in the crowd, and his pupils dilated. Instinctively, he stood up, only to be pushed back down immediately. Ji Buqing and Li Luo exchanged glances, their expressions turning ominously grim. He wondered why there was a raid out of the blue. It had to be Li Luo who had reported them. Ji Buqing hissed softly to Chen Hui, who was half-naked. Ahui. Don't say a word. Ji Buqing gestured for Chen Hui to look outside. Just as Chen Hui, who had been nearly frightened stiff, caught sight of Li Luo, his fury ignited, and he leapt to his feet. Behave yourself. Chen Hui was swiftly subdued and handcuffed, followed by the routine identification checks and inquiries before the group was escorted away. Chen Hui's gaze burned into Li Luo, as if he wished to devour her whole. His expulsion was solely due to her actions. Although he had no desire to attend any wretched university, the distinction between choosing not to go and being expelled was significant. Seeing Li Luo smirk slowly only fueled his rage, turning his eyes red, resembling an enraged bull. You filthy wench. Just wait. Shut up, behave yourself. A slap landed on the back of Chen Hui's head. Ji Buqing kept his head down, stealing a glance at Li Luo, his anger boiling over. He saw Li Luo raise both hands, flashing him the middle finger while mouthing the letters S and B. Gritting his teeth, Ji Buqing mentally noted this affront. Li Luo snapped a few pictures of the group being led away and sent them to Qin Ran, accompanied by a toothy grin. Already seated, Qin Ran glimpsed the photos, initially smiling before his brow furrowed. Karma has a way of catching up. You weren't spotted, were you? Is my junior worried about me again? Be careful. You're so sweet. Junior, you've made me a tad smitten. Qin Ran tucked away his phone, focusing intently on the film, still unaccustomed to Li Luo's peculiar style of communication. The four were seated towards the back. To Qin Ran's right was Lin Wanbai. To his left was Tong Xian, and further along sat Fu Qingchuan. Today, they were watching Big Fish Begonia. Qin Ran had seen it many years prior, even watching it twice. Now, revisiting it stirred deep emotions within him. The film primarily narrates the tale of Chun, a girl tasked with nurturing the growth of the begonia flower, who strives to resurrect a human boy named Qin out of gratitude. Ultimately, Chun transforms into a fish larger than a whale, returning to the sea, but this journey repeatedly defies the divine laws and triggers various calamities. Their fates intertwine. Qin Ran found the film's premise captivating. All living beings are likened to a colossal fish, embarking from the distant shore of the sea at birth. Human life resembles a passage across the ocean, sometimes converging, sometimes diverging, traversing the dark abyss, while also witnessing breathtaking vistas. Upon death, one arrives at the shore, destined for the next unknown realm. Qin Ran was particularly struck by the supporting character Qiu, Chun's childhood companion, who, unable to bear the thought of Chun perishing, ultimately exchanged his life for hers. Qiu's love for Chun was pure, transcending mere affection to reach a realm beyond love itself. Qin Ran found it challenging to assess Qiu. He had once loved deeply, and if faced with a similar circumstance, he was uncertain if he would act like Qiu. However, upon reflection, he doubted he would. True love is reciprocal, not a one-sided sacrifice. Qiu's feelings for Chun had surpassed the boundaries of love. As the film neared its conclusion, Tong Xian was weeping bitterly, her body shaking. It finally dawned on Qin Ran that he was meant to play the role of a supporting character today. So, he discreetly maneuvered around Tong Xian and tapped Fu Qingchuan, who was engrossed in the film. Qin Ran signaled with his eyes, "Comfort her. You need to get a clue?" Fu Qingchuan's mouth hung open, looking utterly baffled. "How do I comfort her?" Qin Ran shook his head, giving a couple of light pats. If he couldn't grasp this, even the finest strategist would be of no use. Fu Qingchuan suddenly understood, gently patting Tong Xian's shoulder, causing her to lean slightly towards him. Just as Fu Qingchuan was about to cast a grateful glance at Qin Ran, his eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 67. Using the guise of strategist to pursue romance. Fu Qingchuan observed Lin Wanbai leaning against Qin Ran's shoulder, dabbing her tears with a tissue. He finally comprehended. The disparity between him and Qin Ran lay in this very moment. Alas, such a skill was not something one could learn. Qin Ran was also somewhat taken aback. He noticed Tong Xian crying, as evidenced by her trembling shoulders and audible sobs. However, to his right, Lin Wanbai sat upright, devoid of any sound of weeping. Qin Ran had thought Lin Wanbai was thoroughly engrossed in the film. Yet, this wasn't entirely accurate. Lin Wanbai was indeed watching the film, lost in the sorrowful soundtrack. Tears flowed freely down Lin Wanbai's cheeks. When it was Qin Ran's turn to reflect, his own hands grew stiff. Seeing Lin Wanbai weeping softly, Qin Ran ultimately reached out, gently tapping her shoulder with his fingertip. It was not just the two of them who shed tears. Many others were moved to tears as well. As the credits rolled, Fu Qingchuan's eyes shimmered with a hint of moisture. When Qin Ran refrained from reminding him, Fu Qingchuan remained quite engrossed. The four of them exited the screening room, with Lin Wanbai and Tong Xian heading to the restroom. Fu Qingchuan took out a pack of cigarettes, pondered for a moment, then tucked it away. "I haven't asked you yet what happened earlier. There was a gathering at KTV that turned chaotic. They got taken away." "No way." Fu Qingchuan exclaimed in delight. "Was that your handiwork? Impressive. Keep it low-key. Just the blonde? Anyone else?" Ji Wuqing was there too. "Ha ha ha." Fu Qingchuan laughed heartily. How exhilarating. A gathering gone awry. Surely they faced detention and fines? Indeed, 10 to 15 days, 500 to 1,000. Fu Qingchuan grinned mischievously. "Shouldn't we give him a proper publicity boost?" "I'll send you 2 photos, Qin Ran reminded, "but don't use your main account." "Got it." The two exchanged a knowing smile. Throughout their encounters with Ji Wuqing and Chun Hui, neither Qin Ran nor Fu Qingchuan suffered any losses, yet they still found Ji Wuqing and his companions quite irksome. When Fu Qingchuan learned that Chun Hui had been expelled, he treated the entire dormitory to fried chicken and cola. If Ji Wuqing were also expelled, he would treat them again. Upon Tong Xian's return, she noticed Fu Qingchuan's beaming smile and couldn't help but pinch his arm. "Aren't you even the least bit touched? You're grinning from ear to ear." Fu Qingchuan rubbed his arm, feigning pain, but he was even more elated. Tong Xian pinching him only indicated that their relationship had grown considerably closer. He wasn't foolish. He simply didn't know how to pursue a girl. Fu Qingchuan jested, "No. I was so moved I could cry. We just witnessed something hilarious. That's why I laughed, right, Qin Ran?" Tong Xian inquired, "What was so funny?" Fu Qingchuan turned to Qin Ran, winking and gesturing for him to share. Qin Ran, somewhat helpless, glanced at a hostess standing near a restaurant entrance and suddenly had an idea. Earlier, that waiter saw a couple about to enter and looked a bit surprised at the girl. The waiter remarked, "You found another one, huh?" The boy was taken aback. He didn't recognize the waiter and tried to explain to the girl. Then she replied, "Yeah," leaving the boy utterly confused. Fu Qingchuan gave a thumbs up, bursting into laughter. Tong Xian looked momentarily stunned. "Really?" Qin Ran chuckled. "Let's go. It's getting late. Time to head back." "I'll grab a cab," Fu Qingchuan immediately said. Tong Xian, still puzzled, suddenly exclaimed upon spotting a skating rink in the distance. "There's an ice rink." She dashed over, waving at the trio. "It's not a roller rink. It's real ice." "Is that so? Let me take a look." Fu Qingchuan leaned in, confirming, "Indeed, they're all wearing ice skates." Clearly intrigued, Tong Xian exclaimed, "I can roller skate. But I've never tried skating on real ice." "Then why not give it a go? You can skate too?" "Of course. People used to call me the Ice Prince." Tong Xian was astonished. "Really?" Fu Qingchuan pretended to be profound. "Today, you'll see for yourself. But won't it be too late to head back? It's already 9. We can play for a bit." Fu Qingchuan continued, but was interrupted when Qin Ran tugged at his sleeve. Seeing the latter shake his head, Fu Qingchuan quickly understood. "Ahem, we can play for a little while, but it might not be enough fun. How about we come back tomorrow? We can skate for 2 to 3 hours. Qin Ran nodded. "There's a sign here. They stop letting people in at 9, and they close at 9:30. That's too short. Changing shoes takes time." Tong Xian looked regretfully at Lin Wanbai. "Wanbai, shall we come back tomorrow? Let us aim for next week. I want to rest in the dormitory tomorrow." Fu Qingchuan recalled that Qin Ran mentioned having plans for tomorrow, and quickly added, "Then let us aim for next Saturday." He felt a bit flustered at the thought of being alone with Tong Xian without Qin Ran around. However, if Lin Wanbai were also present, the pressure would be immense. So Fu Qingchuan hastily changed his tune. Qin Ran, however, was indifferent. "Qingchuan and Tong Xian can come skate tomorrow." Tong Xian hesitated. That would turn into a date between her and Fu Qingchuan, and she wasn't entirely prepared for that. "Let us just wait until next week." Lin Wanbai suddenly interjected. "All right, then we'll all come next week." The four of them took a cab back to the school. Qin Ran and Fu Qingchuan accompanied them to the girls' dormitory. Once the two ascended the stairs, Fu Qingchuan exclaimed excitedly, "Qin Ran, do you think I'm getting closer?" He mimicked a shoulder-hugging gesture, his hands flailing about. Qin Ran chuckled in disbelief. "Look at you, all worked up." "Hee hee." Fu Qingchuan playfully punched Qin Ran's arm. "Don't just talk about me. What about you?" "What about me?" "You and Lin Wanbai." Fu Qingchuan raised both hands, fists pressed together, thumbs pointing. "You two seem more like a couple." Qin Ran shook his head, unwilling to explain, and turned to walk back to the dormitory. "Why the silence?" Fu Qingchuan adjusted his glasses. "I see right through you, don't I? I told you both were acting strange, chatting every night. While you're helping me pursue Tong Xian, you two are secretly dating, right? Am I wrong? And don't forget to return my breakfast." The two remained oblivious to a gaze fixated upon them from the balcony on the 3rd floor. To be precise, it was intently focused on Qin Ran's retreating figure. Lu Rian had returned early, yet her mind was troubled. She felt increasingly distant from Qin Ran. Qin Ran's suspicions were correct. She had indeed been reborn. However, it was not immediately after Qin Ran's accident, but rather a year later. It was only 3 months after truly losing Qin Ran that she comprehended his significance in her life. She had grown accustomed to his presence by her side. Without Qin Ran, even with Wang Feifei's company, she felt her life had lost its vibrancy. Furthermore, after Qin Ran's death, the Qin family was furious, leading to her family being suppressed and a subsequent familial crisis. Her father had taken a mistress, even contemplating abandoning the family to elope with her. Yet, he was unable to follow through due to the immense influence of the Qin family. The Lu family was in shambles, and her longing for Qin Ran intensified. She learned by chance that Qin Ran's death was not an accident, but when she attempted to investigate, she suffered an accident herself, falling from the hallway. Upon waking, she found herself in the hospital, back in her freshman year. Over the past year, she had endured numerous upheavals and matured significantly. Deprived of Qin Ran's protection, the harsh realities of life had cured her of her princess sickness. Yet, upon her rebirth, she discovered that many things had changed. Lu Rian gazed at the profound night sky, contemplating her next steps. If Qin Ran no longer loved her, what would she do? Her eyes gradually grew resolute. With her rebirth, she could accomplish many things. Chapter 68. Some endure suffering while others play games. Detention Center. Ji Bocheng, with a grim expression, surrendered all his phones, wallet, and personal belongings. He, along with Chen Hui and several others, were all detained for 2 weeks and fined 800. Money is a trivial matter. Yet when his father discovered his detention, he unleashed a torrent of scathing rebuke upon him. Upon his release, it is likely he would face a broken leg. Moreover, expulsion from school loomed ominously on the horizon. Among the girls he had been fooling around with, two were underage, and this time, things had escalated dramatically. The consequences would be unbearable. Observing Ji Buqing's troubled expression, Chun Hui offered a reassuring word. Brother Chung, fret not. I am well acquainted with this place, and no one will dare to trouble you here. This is merely administrative detention, not criminal. Your record will remain unblemished. Once the fortnight has passed, we shall seek retribution from that vixen. She must be the one who reported us. Damn it. At the thought of Li Luo, Ji Buqing's visage darkened with an ominous shadow. Regardless of whether Li Luo was the one to report him, her earlier glee at his misfortune warranted retaliation. He had already devised a plan to deal with her. He would not hinder Chun Hui's pursuit of Li Luo. Rather, he would assist him with intelligence. Additionally, he aimed to utterly tarnish her reputation. If the opportunity arose, he would personally record a video, transforming Li Luo into his own MG. Initially, he had been wary of her father, but now such considerations seemed trivial. After all, she was merely a college girl. Could she truly outmaneuver him? Hey, newcomer! A voice, dripping with sarcasm, pierced the air. Ji Buqing regarded the scrawny figure before him with raised eyebrows, then glanced at the surveillance camera nestled in the corner. What do you want? You're quite the arrogant one, aren't you? One of the boys clad in the detention center's uniform sauntered around the corner, lifting a book to obscure the camera's view. Ji Buqing smirked disdainfully. He could easily take on 3 of these weaklings. He had no desire to extend his stay due to a brawl. After all, he was not like the others in this room. Get lost, Ji Buqing retorted with scorn. Suddenly, a familiar cry erupted from the adjacent room. Ji Buqing's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized the voice as Chun Hui's, who had promised to protect him. The scrawny boy had merely intended to teach Ji Buqing some manners, as was customary for newcomers. However, he had not anticipated being dismissed so brazenly. Who do you think you are? The scrawny boy glanced back at his companions, letting out a shrill cry, and charged at Ji Buqing. The tall and well-trained Ji Buqing met him without flinching, delivering a perfect jump kick that sent the scrawny boy sprawling. Bang, bang, bang. Let go. Stop hitting me. The following day, in the cafeteria, Ji Buqing encountered a bruised and battered Chun Hui. How on earth did you end up like this? Ji Buqing questioned, his tone laced with disdain. Weren't you supposed to be looking out for me? Chun Hui poked the swollen bump on Ji Buqing's forehead. Ugh. Ji Buqing inhaled sharply, slapping the back of Chun Hui's head in retaliation. That hurts. Damn it. His face, marked with bruises, grimaced in pain. After being kicked by the scrawny boy, Ji Buqing had been caught off guard when the boy clung to his leg, rendering him powerless before being overwhelmed by 3 others. Ji Buqing had finally grasped his own limitations. Nevertheless, he prided himself on his toughness. He did not scream or shout, for had he done so, Chun Hui in the neighboring room would undoubtedly have heard, and his look of surprise would not have been warranted. In a hushed voice, Ji Buqing inquired, is it possible to change rooms? Generally, that is not permitted. Ji Buqing felt a pang of frustration. Thus began a period of torment that would prove even more arduous. Aside from the first day, which consisted of legal education, he would be subjected to labor starting the second day. Initially working in the warehouse, he would subsequently undergo vocational training. Ji Buqing cursed under his breath. What skills could one possibly acquire in less than a fortnight? Yet, he would find himself operating a sewing machine the very next day. In the detention center, he learned to adapt. By the 5th day, when a newcomer arrived, he immediately switched his sleeping arrangement to a spot slightly distant from the restroom. Here, sleep was elusive, meals were unsatisfactory, and bathing was an inconvenience. Ji Buqing had never endured such a protracted 2 weeks, feeling as if each day was a torment worse than death. He began to contemplate how he would exact revenge on Li Luo once he was released. If 2 weeks felt unbearable, what if he were sentenced to 5 or 10 years? Death would seem a more desirable fate. As Ji Buqing suffered in detention, Qin Ran was also grappling with his own trials. Since Lu Ruyan's return from the hospital, she had transformed entirely. She would draw near during classes, follow him after school, and even accompany him to the cafeteria. She would even escort him back to the dormitory. The class was taken aback. Whispers circulated that Lu Ruyan had suffered a head injury, rendering her love-struck and clingy, sticking to Qin Ran like a shadow. She would buy breakfast, deliver milk tea to room 502, and bring fruits. Many boys were envious of Qin Ran, consumed by jealousy. The key was that Qin Ran, who not only possessed beauty but also could perform a split, treated Lu Ruyan with cold indifference. Some boys could no longer bear it and pursued Lu Ruyan, whether through private messages or movie dates. However, Lu Ruyan's demeanor towards these boys was starkly different. A single icy glare would send them retreating in fear. Only Lu Ping remained unaffected. Having witnessed Lu Ruyan's transformation firsthand, he felt rather that she had morphed into a dangerous obsession. He imagined that if Qin Ran were ever drugged and taken away by Lu Ruyan to engage in unspeakable acts, he would not be surprised. Consequently, He made it a point to avoid her. Yet there was another who followed Qin Ran closely, Wang Feifei. Wherever Lu Ruyan went, Wang Feifei was sure to follow. Even after receiving a slap from Lu Ruyan, Wang Feifei remained steadfast in his loyalty. From a certain perspective, Wang Feifei shared the same sentiments as his classmates. Lu Ruyan had indeed suffered a head injury, resulting in her current state of confusion. To address this, he even reached out to Lu Haichang. However, he did not directly state that Lu Ruyan's mind was unwell. Instead, he suggested that Lu Haichang take her for an examination. He understood that his words held little weight with Lu Ruyan, but Lu Haichang's authority would surely carry more influence, allowing him to simultaneously demonstrate his concern for her. However, he did not anticipate that Lu Haichang would dismiss his call with indifference, and subsequent attempts revealed that the line was busy. Wang Feifei now felt akin to a headless fly, endlessly circling Lu Ruyan, only to either hit a wall or collide with a door. The most perplexing aspect was Lu Ruyan's sudden shift in attitude towards him. Yet, he remained oblivious to the specific reasons behind it. He dared not inquire directly, nor could he reveal the misdeeds of his past. It was not until this week's class meeting, which was purportedly to organize a team-building activity, that he finally found an opportunity. The event was to take place on the playground. Guo Fuping stood with his arms behind his back, a loudspeaker in hand. On his left stood Qin Ran, while Lin Wanbai occupied the right. Chapter 69, A Pair Forged by Love. Guo Fuping had long awaited this day. During military training, he had sensed an unusual atmosphere within the class. To be precise, it had felt off since the very first day of school. Thus, he sought to organize an event to swiftly break the ice among his classmates. In the future, we shall all be good classmates, and after graduation, we will be alumni. Whether during our time at school or post-graduation, it is indeed essential to foster amicable relationships with our peers. Most individuals who venture forth from our esteemed university do not find themselves in dire straits. Throughout the 4 years of university, it is primarily our classmates with whom we share the most interactions. Regrettably, many class advisors merely go through the motions. However, Guo Fuping genuinely aspires to make a difference. Having traversed a similar path himself, he sincerely wishes the best for everyone. Perhaps some may not comprehend his intentions, yet that is inconsequential. He seeks neither understanding nor reputation. Guo Fuping's motivation is quite simple. The connections we make are fated, and encountering one another is a serendipitous chance. If we can walk alongside those we meet and lend each other a hand, it could not be more splendid. Raising a megaphone, Guo Fuping called for silence. Today marks the inaugural team-building activity for our class. The sole theme is simple: to play games and enhance class cohesion. An enthusiastic cheer erupted from the crowd. Observing this, Guo Fuping couldn't help but smile. All right, time is precious, and without further ado, let us listen to our classmates Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai as they explain the game rules. Please adhere to the arrangements and refrain from wandering about. He passed the megaphone to Qin Ran and prepared to step aside. Only when he left could everyone truly let loose. However, Qin Ran halted Guo Fuping's departure, exclaiming, "Old boy, don't go yet. We still need someone to take photos." "Am I to be your laborer?" Guo Fuping replied with a chuckle. "Very well. I shall be your photographer for today. But mind you, we won't be paying you. Not a problem. I'll take your pictures for free." Laughter filled the room. Qin Ran handed over her full-frame DSLR to Guo Fuping, instructing him on the automatic settings, focusing, and simply pressing the shutter. Without using the megaphone, Qin Ran shouted, "Today, we have 3 games in total. The first game is merely a warm-up. $1.50. Some of you may have played this before. For those who haven't, let me explain the rules. They are quite simple. Each boy represents $1, while each girl represents 50 cents. Lin Wanbai, and I will call out a total amount. And you must collectively form that amount. Those who cannot will have to perform a little act, anything at all. Is everyone clear? Shall we have a trial run?" The crowd replied in unison, "Understood." "Great. Then we shall not have a trial run, but proceed directly." $3.50. Boys and girls scrambled to form groups. "We need one more boy. Hurry, hurry." It was evident that the boys in their individual dorms would struggle to form a complete group. With both boys and girls mingling, it quickly became a delightful chaos. 3 boys would make the best team, while 1 lone boy would have to find a match. For girls could only muster $2, which was insufficient. In no time, they formed little circles, regardless of familiarity. Even Guo Fuping, the designated photographer, was pulled into the fray. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Announced Lin Wanbai as she began the countdown. Qin Ran called out, "Stop. Let us see who will face the penalty." Wang Feifei, Lu Ping, come up here. The successful teams beamed, showering applause and whistles upon the two. Lu Ping lamented his misfortune. Earlier, he had aimed for a less crowded group, but failed to notice the diminutive Wang Feifei, resulting in a collision that sent her flying. By the time he helped her up, his position was lost. Qin Ran led the applause, congratulating the two. "Will you perform?" She inquired. A duet? A song? Lu Ping scratched his head, feeling slightly bashful but ultimately undeterred, as his character was inherently cheerful. I'll sing. Qin Ran turned to Wang Feifei. And you? I suppose I'll sing too. All right, let us have a duet then. Shall we? Qin Ran looked to the crowd for approval. Yes, they cheered. Come on, come on. Lu Ping's expression darkened, while Wang Feifei felt Qin Ran was settling a personal score. Yet, with no turning back, they began to sing. A game without penalties would lack half its fun, and as long as the penalties did not fall upon oneself, one could enjoy the merriment. Qin Ran asked, what song will you be singing? Choose swiftly. From the crowd, someone shouted, Today you will marry me? Lu Ping shot a glare at the joker. However, more suggestions followed. You are the wind. I am the sand, the love of the boatman, the rooftop. Qin Ran glanced at the time. Are we ready? Lu Ping nodded. Because of love. The audience erupted into excitement, particularly the girls, whose cheers grew louder. Lu Ping and Wang Feifei began their duet, one tall and handsome, the other petite with rosy cheeks. Surprisingly, there was a certain charm to their performance. Lu Ping started to sing. Here, SACD from the past. Listen to our love from back then. Sometimes I suddenly forget I'm still in love with you. Initially, it was fine, but as he continued, his voice grew softer and began to falter. Wang Feifei lowered her head, unable to sing such a song without blushing. Absolutely incredible. Wang Feifei's bashful demeanor perfectly complemented the song. Applause erupted. Wang Feifei's voice, naturally melodic, suited the song beautifully. Conversely, Lu Ping felt awkward and distressed. He vowed never to sing that song again, especially while gazing at Wang Feifei. As the song concluded, he felt goosebumps rise on his skin. After stepping off the stage, he playfully punched a few of his teasing roommates. Lu Ping swore he would never again find himself in such a predicament. Qin Ran clapped, thanking Lu Ping and Wang Feifei for their rendition of Because of Love, which showcased the beauty of love. Laughter filled the air. Wang Feifei was so nervous that she almost drew blood from her palms. She longed to sing with Lu Ruyun, not Lu Ping. Qin Ran raised the megaphone again. The game continues. $1.50. The crowd paused momentarily. Qin Ran smiled. 5, 4, 3. There are only two combinations for $1.50. One boy and one girl, or three girls. As the countdown ended, three individuals remained. Lu Ruyun, Wang Feifei, and Lu Ping. However, the atmosphere felt peculiar. Lu Ping and Wang Feifei stood beside Lu Ruyun, yet she walked over to Qin Ran. At first glance, it appeared that only Lu Ping and Wang Feifei were left. If Wang Feifei was willing to bend a bit to represent 50 cents, she could indeed pair with Lu Ping. Chapter 70. The bystanders were fervently engaged, their eyes fixated on the duo of boys and the girl caught in between. Their expressions curious. In this game, $1.50 was a must-call. Teams could easily form, though it was also possible for several boys to remain unpaired. Yet, the current situation was unique. Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai were the hosts, and, by all rights, should not be included. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Ruyun stood beside Qin Ran. It was merely a game, and participants typically did not take it too seriously. Moreover, Lu Ruyun's proactive demeanor incited quite a bit of raucous cheer from the onlookers. However, what was even more astonishing was that Lin Wanbai took a step closer to Qin Ran as well. Though she did not utter a word, her intentions were unmistakable. If the host were to be counted, then she and Qin Ran had already formed a pair. Click, click. Guo Fuping captured this amusing scene on camera. Although he had not yet found his own pairing, he felt it unnecessary to join in. It was far better to remain a mere spectator. Qin Ran cleared his throat and stated, Wanbai and I are the hosts, so we do not count. You didn't mention that earlier, Lu Ruyun retorted, her smile concealing a hint of bitterness. Qin Ran's words evidently indicated his reluctance to team up with her. Had it been in the past, he would have undoubtedly stood by her side without hesitation. What pained her further was the way he referred to her as Wanbai rather than classmate Lin Wanbai. The shift in address was telling of their closeness. Yet, she refrained from throwing a childish tantrum as she once would have. She had come to understand why Qin Ran held a disfavor towards her. Lu Ruyun was in the process of shedding her princess-like demeanor. Qin Ran glanced at Lin Wanbai and then declared, in that case, this round does not count. Why not? It must count. The crowd insisted, sensing the brewing tension and fanning the flames. Suddenly, Lin Wanbai interjected, if the hosts are counted, then I and Qin Ran already make a pair. But you didn't team move earlier. I was with Qin Ran first. Came the retort, followed by uproarious laughter from the audience. Oh wow. The excitement among the onlookers escalated. Two women vying for one man, and both were the most beautiful girls present. Neither side was willing to concede. It was explosive. If Lu Ruyun paired with Qin Ran, then Lin Wanbai would need to find a partner, lest she be left alone. Lu Ping stealthily edged a step forward. Just moments ago, He had vowed never to sing because of love again. Yet, he was even less inclined to face punishment alongside Wang Feifei once more. It would be ideal if he could team up with Lin Wanbai, but given that she was now standing beside Qin Ran, he feared approaching would be futile. Nevertheless, he was poised for action. Should the opportunity arise, he would seize it. If Wang Feifei stood in his way, he would simply push him aside. Yet, the one in greater distress was Wang Feifei. He felt utterly disregarded. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lu Riyun had not once cast her gaze in his direction. In the previous round, he had yearned to rush to her side, but after he fell, she had not even offered him a hand. In this round, he stood close to her, yet the moment Qin Ran announced the amount, she promptly walked towards him, never sparing him a glance. A hint of resentment brewed within Wang Feifei. What happened to our promised friendship? He pondered. Why is it that your eyes only seek Qin Ran? Am I truly so insignificant? In the past, Wang Feifei had believed he held a significant place in Lu Riyun's heart. Even on Valentine's Day, he had managed to coax her out, and on multiple occasions, she had looked after him. He had even entertained the notion that his importance in her life surpassed that of Qin Ran. However, everything had shifted once they entered university. Qin Ran's departure had seemed like a serendipitous opportunity, yet Lu Riyun's affections remained firmly fixed on him. Though she voiced disdain, the name Qin Ran frequently escaped her lips. Moreover, following Lu Riyun's discharge from the hospital, she embarked on the irretrievable path of pursuing Qin Ran. Over the past week, Wang Feifei had attempted to dissuade her countless times, yet to no avail. The previous arguments seemed ineffective, as Lu Riyun paid him no heed and found it bothersome. Wang Feifei realized he could not continue this way, or he would have no chance whatsoever. He needed to explicitly declare his intentions. Yin Yin, let us be a pair, he proposed. The moment the words left his mouth, all eyes turned towards Wang Feifei and Lu Riyun. All right, let us add another. The crowd cheered, anticipating a four-way showdown. Since the first day of school, many had known of Wang Feifei's affections for Lu Riyun. Some had even misinterpreted their relationship as romantic, lamenting the beauty wasted on a less-than-ideal match. However, within a few days, it became clear that their bond was purely platonic, at most akin to that of close friends. The notion of a boy being a close friend to a girl added a layer of intrigue. Had Wang Feifei been replaced by Qin Ran, no one would have mistaken it for a mere friendship. Yet, Wang Feifei appeared to be the one truly enamored, having steadfastly followed Lu Riyun. He watched Lu Riyun expectantly, hoping she would nod in agreement. Yet she did not. Instead, she shook her head and stepped closer to Qin Ran, signifying both her intent to pair with him and her claim over him, making it clear that he was hers and hers alone. Wang Feifei stood there like a clown, acutely aware that Lu Riyun was now leaning against Qin Ran. Yet he felt compelled to approach, only to humiliate himself further. His expression darkened. It was not merely because Lu Riyun had rejected him, but rather he had come to realize the disparity in his standing with Qin Ran in Lu Riyun's eyes. It dawned on him that he had been deluding himself, believing he had secured a place in Lu Riyun's heart. How utterly ridiculous! Wang Feifei longed to flee, yet his feet remained rooted to the spot. He understood that if he left, his chances of pursuing Lu Riyun would diminish even further. He fell into a silence, casting a resentful glance at Qin Ran. Why is it that despite your insistence on letting Lu Riyun go, you remain entangled with her? He seethed internally. Can't you just refuse? In truth, Wang Feifei was oblivious to the fact that Qin Ran had already turned down Lu Riyun, not once but multiple times. Chapter 71. Suddenly, I miss you, but unfortunately it's not you. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Guo Fuping could no longer remain a passive observer. If the hosts are to be counted, then surely I, the photographer, ought to be counted as well. This round does not count. Let us have another go. I'll take the lead this time. Let me indulge a bit. Guo Fuping seized the microphone, instructing Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai to temporarily step aside. Everyone, take your positions. Get ready. 2 pieces. Despite having already gone through this twice, the crowd remained in a flurry of confusion. However, there were numerous combinations that could yield 2 pieces. 2 boys for girls, or a boy and 2 girls would all suffice. Qin Ran had initially intended to pair up with Fu Qingchuan, but Lu Riyun blocked his path. Lin Wanbai, standing beside him, also did not move away. They effectively formed the amount required for 2 pieces, and he found himself needing to do nothing further. Lu Riyun's gaze shifted towards Lin Wanbai, her eyes radiating unmasked hostility. Qin Ran is hers, and she will not relinquish him. In the past, she failed to appreciate his worth, but now she has come to a profound realization, understanding the goodness of Qin Ran. Furthermore, she has grasped the true nature of the Qin family, blessed with such a prestigious lineage, yet they have quietly cared for her over the years. Lu Riyun laments her past choices. Had she cherished Qin Ran sooner and been with him in this lifetime, They would never have reached such a dire point. Least of all departing on the day of their engagement. Now that she has been granted a second chance, she will not be as capricious as before. Qin Ran is solely hers, and no one can seize him away. The others have largely formed into two groups. Lu Ping has teamed up with his roommate, while Wang Feifei remains isolated. Yet, rather than joining others, she stands at the periphery with Qin Ran and his companions. In the end, it is only Wang Feifei who fails to form a successful team. Guo Fuping observes, "Fortunately, we have Feifei. With the two of us together, we are all set. Qin Ran, what is the next game? You and Lin Wanbai will host it. I shall continue taking photographs." Qin Ran steps forward. The next game is Drop the Handkerchief. Everyone forms a circle and sits randomly. Many have played this game before. It is a childhood pastime perfectly suited for university students. Lin Wanbai retrieves a handkerchief from her pocket as a prop. When she offers it to Qin Ran, Lu Ruyan suddenly interjects, "I will drop the handkerchief." With that, Lu Ruyan reaches out to take it, but Lin Wanbai retracts it. "I will drop it." "You drop it then?" Lu Ruyan pushes past Fu Qingchuan and sits beside Qin Ran. Wang Feifei attempts to squeeze in, but is pushed away by Fu Qingchuan. It's full. There is no room left. Left with no choice, Wang Feifei moves to sit beside Li Huihui, and the two exchange disdainful glances. Guo Fuping takes on the dual role of photographer and referee. The game commences, and everyone begins clapping and humming a tune. Lin Wanbai circles around, capturing all eyes with her luminous gaze and graceful form. The girls exhibit a hint of nervousness, while the boys harbor a flicker of desire, hoping Lin Wanbai will drop the handkerchief behind them. Yet, as expected, it inadvertently lands behind Qin Ran. Lin Wanbai starts to jog, her face radiating a sweet smile, leaving the boys momentarily mesmerized. Qin Ran picks up the handkerchief and begins to pursue her. She runs, he chases. She feels as though she cannot escape. The circle formed by over 30 individuals is vast. So vast, in fact, that Lin Wanbai nearly gets caught after just half a lap. When Qin Ran reaches out to touch Lin Wanbai's back, he suddenly squats down to tighten his shoelaces. "Oh, huh." Ouch. Observing Qin Ran intentionally easing up, the girls reveal smiles reminiscent of doting ants, while the boys erupt in cheers. Qin Ran ties his shoelaces and resumes his pursuit of Lin Wanbai. The outcome is evident. Lin Wanbai settles into her position, a blush adorning her cheeks. Qin Ran shifts his target, randomly selecting another girl. The chase begins anew. Qin Ran completes a lap and sits down, only to find the handkerchief has once again ended up behind him, until the song ceases. The handkerchief remains in Qin Ran's grasp. Guo Fuping, holding a megaphone, announces, "It seems our classmate Qin Ran is quite popular." He continues, "Next, let us have Qin Ran perform a number for us." What does everyone say? Yes. The crowd applauds enthusiastically. Amidst the raucous applause, Qin Ran steps into the center. "Sing, sing," the crowd chants before he has even declared what he will perform. "Since everyone wishes to hear me sing, I shall perform Suddenly Miss You." "Old Guo, may I borrow the megaphone?" Guo Fuping is taken aback. "You want to use the megaphone to sing? We don't even have a microphone or sound system." "Oh dear." Singing through the megaphone is an unprecedented sight for the crowd. The sound quality will undoubtedly suffer, rendering it rather peculiar. While everyone, save for Guo Fuping, is aware of Qin Ran's talent, it is a daunting task to produce a pleasant song with only a megaphone. A few individuals have already taken out their phones to record. Without considerable skill, one might hesitate to attempt such a feat. Qin Ran takes the megaphone, opting not to play any background music, and begins to sing a cappella. The most frightening thing is when the air suddenly falls silent. The most terrifying is when a friend suddenly expresses concern. The most dreadful is when memories come rushing back, twisting in anguish, refusing to settle. The most alarming is hearing your news. Out of the blue, the atmosphere truly quiets. The crowd gazes at Qin Ran in astonishment. "Wait, dude, you're really good, aren't you? Are you a walking music player? We're using a megaphone, and you're treating it like a sound mixer, right?" Qin Ran closes his eyes, raises the megaphone, and sings with heartfelt emotion, "Suddenly, I miss you. Where could you be? Living happily or feeling wronged? Suddenly, I miss you. Suddenly, sharp memories. Suddenly, blurred eyes." Qin Ran imbues the song with deep emotion, as if the feelings are bleeding out layer by layer, ready to overflow. During the climax, it crashes into the minds of the audience like a tempest. One person begins to wave their arms. Then 2, 3, soon, everyone in the circle cannot help but raise their arms and sway. Many others join in, softly humming along. "Suddenly, I miss you. Where could you be? Living happily or feeling wronged?" The most dreadful in this life, having resolved to live without you only to suddenly hear your news. As the song concludes, the audience's gaze shifts not to Qin Ran, but to Lu Ruyan. While Lu Ruyan covers her face, weeping uncontrollably, the crowd exchanges puzzled glances, uncertain as to why Lu Ruyan is so profoundly affected. In truth, she is reminiscing about a past life. When Qin Ran had that accident, she believed she would never see him again. Upon being reborn, her greatest joy was hearing news of Qin Ran. The day she encountered him again, she could not help but embrace him, crying, "Qin Ran, I miss you so much." Just like this song, Lu Ruyan is deeply moved. Yet, the atmosphere becomes somewhat awkward due to her sudden outburst of tears. The song is undeniably poignant, and Qin Ran's extraordinary vocal talent and rich emotions resonate deeply within the hearts of the audience. Nevertheless, such a reaction seems excessive. Gua Fuping chuckles. Our Qin Ran sings beautifully. Even Lu classmate is brought to tears. In my hands, this megaphone, and in Qin Ran's hands are two entirely different things. Gua Fuping awkwardly attempts to lighten the mood. It's getting late. Let us move on to the next game. Blind man carries the lame. The girls will be the lame, and the boys will be the blind men. The boys will carry the girls, blindfolded, and spin 3 times. The girls will direct them. Let us see which pair is the fastest. The first place will receive a reward. Quickly choose your partners. The crowd suddenly feels a bit shy, as this involves relatively intimate contact. Lu Ruyan, having wiped her tears, prepares to partner with Qin Ran, only to witness an unwelcome scene. Before Gua Fuping has finished explaining the game rules, Lin Wanbai has already climbed onto Qin Ran's back. Chapter 72, A Game for Two, Excluding All Others. Seeing Lin Wanbai resting her head on what was once her shoulder, Lu Ruyan's tears evaporated, replaced by a surge of indignation as she glared at the latter. They had yet to form teams, let alone commence the game. What did it signify for her to be draped over Qin Ran? What infuriated her further was Qin Ran's eyes being shut as he spun around thrice, clearly engaging in a bonding exercise with Lin Wanbai to enhance their synergy. Yet, the familiarity of their interaction suggested this was far from their first practice. Not their first? Had they clandestinely rehearsed at night? Lu Ruyan's imagination conjured an image of the playground under the moonlight, with Qin Ran twirling Lin Wanbai in his arms. This was intolerable. Lu Ruyan hastened towards them. "Qin Ran, I wish to team up with you." "I'm sorry, but I've already partnered with Wanbai," he replied. "Then I shall join your team as well," Lu Ruyan insisted. Qin Ran frowned slightly, realizing that his earlier perception had indeed been a mere illusion. It hadn't been long since the princess-like Lu Ruyan re-emerged. However, he would no longer indulge her whims. "Find someone else," he said decisively. Lu Ruyan stared at him in disbelief. In both her past life and the present, she had never encountered such dismissal from Qin Ran. Not only had he refused her, but he had also suggested she seek companionship elsewhere. How profoundly unwelcoming he was. Tears welled in her eyes once more. She had assumed that after enduring so many trials, her heart had grown resilient. She believed she could calmly navigate the complexities of her father's infidelity. Yet, witnessing Qin Ran's closeness with another girl sent ripples of uncontainable emotion through her. Even if it was merely a game, she could discern the unmistakable affection in their gazes, which was not characteristic of mere classmates. Moreover, Lin Wanbai had repeatedly usurped what was rightfully hers. First the flowers, then the role of event host, and most crucially, Qin Ran himself. Fixating on Lin Wanbai, she commanded, "Get down." "Absolutely not," Lin Wanbai retorted, unabashedly meeting Lu Ruyan's fierce glare. She even shifted from resting her arms on Qin Ran's shoulders to wrapping them around his neck, leaning in closer. Yet, no one noticed the faint blush creeping up Lin Wanbai's ears. Qin Ran, wishing to avoid a confrontation with Lu Ruyan and to preserve the integrity of Gua Fuping's meticulously organized class event, took a step back with Lin Wanbai in tow, then moved toward the other side. Lu Ruyan recognized his actions as protective of Lin Wanbai, intensifying her heartache. In the past, whenever danger loomed, Qin Ran would have been the first to stand before her. When had he ever shielded another girl, leaving her to appear as the villain? As Lu Ruyan contemplated advancing once more, she was intercepted by Wang Feifei. "Yin, I haven't teamed up yet. Let us join forces." "I want to team with Qin Ran," she retorted. "But he already has Lin Wanbai," Wang Feifei insinuated. Lu Ruyan felt a flash of anger. "Then I shall team with him. Why go to such lengths, Yin?" Wang Feifei straightened up. "I can carry you too. Together, we can defeat Qin Ran. Is her back all right?" Lu Ruyan asked, her brow furrowing. "It should be fine. Why don't we give it a try?" "Forget it." Lu Ruyan shook her head, clearly doubting Wang Feifei's ability to carry her, let alone triumph over Qin Ran. Wang Feifei turned, patting his back. "Come on, Yin, hop on. I don't want to end up in a hospital." Wang Feifei stiffened, hesitating. He yearned to prove himself. If he could carry Lu Ruyan to victory, it would validate his worthiness over Qin Ran. Yet, he knew such a feat was nearly impossible, especially witnessing how effortlessly Qin Ran spun with Lin Wanbai. Ultimately, his true desire was simply to carry Lu Ruyan. He had never had that opportunity, nor had he experienced any intimate closeness with her. However, doing so might lead to a hospital visit. Wang Feifei was torn. If he ended up in the hospital, who could predict how far Lu Ruyan and Qin Ran's relationship might progress? Yet, this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, perhaps even a semester's worth of opportunities. Despite his indecision, Lu Ruyan turned back to Qin Ran after rejecting another boy, for Qin Ran had released Lin Wanbai. Unfortunately, he still rebuffed Lu Ruyan, stating he needed to conserve his energy. As time ticked away, and under Guofuping's urging, most had formed pairs. However, only one duo was spinning in place like Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai, that being the imitator, Fu Qingchuan. Whatever the strategist did, he emulated. After shouldering Tong Xian, his bespectacled face radiated with pride, exuding an air of arrogance that was hard to ignore. Most boys cast envious glances towards him. Though Tong Xian appeared petite, her fair complexion and ample figure had earned her the nickname white and voluptuous. Fu Qingchuan wished he could carry her forever. But Tong Xian felt shy and dismounted after a single attempt. While others envied Fu Qingchuan, he envied Qin Ran even more. Handsome and possessing remarkable stamina, he resolved to train with Wen Yonglong upon returning to the dormitory. In room 502, Li Xiaoke stood confidently beside Wen Yonglong, drawing significant attention due to his imposing stature. Some referred to him as Long Ge, while others simply called him Big Brother. Playful banter arose among peers, teasing Li Xiaoke with the title sister-in-law. Meanwhile, Huang Zujia, spurred by Qin Ran's encouraging gaze, approached Shen Shuan. "You want to team up with me?" she asked, surprised, as she had prepared herself for a last-minute adjustment. Aware that her personality wasn't typically favored by most boys, she was taken aback by the invitation. Upon Huang Zujia's nod, she patted his shoulder. "All right, let us form a team." Huang Zujia glanced at Qin Ran, his eyes seemingly conveying, "Bro, I think I've made a buddy." Guofuping had just finished preparing the balloons and props when he picked up the megaphone. "Come on, everyone ready? If you form teams, stand in line. Those without partners, stand to the right." 5 boys and 3 girls stepped forward, including Wang Feifei, Li Huihui, and Xiao Shuan. As Guofuping was about to assign the solo participants, he suddenly noticed a trio. "Qin Ran, why you have 2 teammates?" "Olgua, he has got one in the front and one on his back," a boy jeered, inciting laughter from the crowd. Guofuping waved his hands. No, this one do." Qin Ran stated calmly, "I'm teaming with Wanbai." Standing at the edge of the line, Lu Ruyan's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, feeling the piercing gazes of others upon her. Chapter 73. I won't play anymore. Who has emerged victorious? Qin Ran unequivocally declared his intentions regarding his team. He harbored no affinity for ambiguity. When devoted, he was the most passionate. When letting go, he was equally resolute. Lu Ruyan had changed since her discharge from the hospital, yet it did nothing to sway his heart. To take a step back, even if Lu Ruyan were to temper her numerous little temperaments, the two would still be ill-suited for each other. It is not merely a matter of accommodation. Their worldviews are fundamentally incompatible. Moreover, from the very beginning, Lu Ruyan has never cherished their relationship as he has. Even if they were to reconcile, separation would be inevitable. Having erred once, Qin Ran would not repeat the same mistake. If it is to be severed, then let it be done decisively. Let the matter be made clear. Qin Ran is not the type to linger in entanglements. His decision not to visit Lu Ruyan in the hospital has already signified his resolute intention to depart completely. Just as he speaks now, he is unequivocal. "The person I choose is no longer you, Lu Ruyan. We are finished." Lu Ruyan comprehends his words, yet she cannot accept them. Stunned in place, she digs her fingers into her flesh, her feet rooted to the ground. She too is earnest in her feelings. Guofuping calls out, "Lu Ruyan, Qin Ran already has someone else, or rather, he has teammates. Come stand over here." Guofuping's clumsy words incite a chorus of laughter from the crowd, but a single glare from Lu Ruyan swiftly silences them. Terrifying, Lu Ruyan surveys the scene and states, "After they finish competing, I will team up with Qin Ran for another round." Guofuping feels a bit overwhelmed. Each person needs a partner, or else time will run short. Besides, there are still many teammates to be assigned. Qin Ran turns and says, "Stop messing around. Let's move on." "Messing around?" Lu Ruyan retorts, feeling wronged and angry. "I said that for your sake. I'm the one who feels embarrassed. You need not act this way." "Qin Ran, you scoundrel." Unable to endure any longer, Lu Ruyan runs away in tears. The crowd exchanges glances. Does this count as a confession that was rejected? Wang Feifei chases after her, but her speed is somewhat lacking. Moreover, her running posture resembles that of a girl who is crying while fleeing, which is slightly distressing to behold. Guofuping had not anticipated such a turn of events. The class team-building activity has encountered a significant flaw. However, it cannot be interrupted now. Guofuping can only proceed, intending to speak with Lu Ruyan afterward. As a psychological counselor, he feels it is his duty to do so. Guofuping forces a smile to ease the tension. It seems Lu Ruyan is quite determined to have Qin Ran. Let us see if Qin Ran is truly as remarkable as they say. Alright, let us continue the game. The team on the first row to the left will go first. Boys carry girls, of course, girls can also carry boys. The blindfolded individuals will spin in place 3 times, navigate through obstacles, pop a balloon, and reach the finish line to win. The obstacles consist of several soft cones borrowed from a gym, which will not hurt if kicked. Guo Fuping holds a stopwatch in one hand and raises a whistle to his lips with the other. Lin Wanbai holds a score sheet, ready to record the time. Qin Ran stands at the finish line, prepared to signal when a team arrives. Ready, 3, 2, 1, go. Guo Fuping shouts to commence the game, while simultaneously starting the stopwatch. The first team consists of Lu Ping and Liu Yufei. After giving up on Lu Ruyan, Lu Ping has decided to boldly attempt a new connection. Thus, he has set his sights on the class's cultural committee member, Liu Yufei. Her beauty is second only to Lin Wanbai and Lu Ruyan, and she possesses long legs that are equally stunning. Her personality, however, is somewhat aloof. Yet he believes that through this game, they can bridge the gap. Lu Ping is not alone in this thought. Many others are eager to seize the opportunity to develop connections. Guo Fuping leads the cheers, go, go. The other students join in, encouraging them. After Lu Ping spins 3 times, Liu Yufei begins to direct him. A little to the left, a bit more, now move forward. But blinded by the cloth and having spun a dizzying 1,080 degrees, Lu Ping has lost his sense of direction. The world around him is pitch black, save for a faint glimmer of red light. Concerned about tripping, he proceeds cautiously. Their coordination is lacking. Liu Yufei continuously issues commands, yet they yield little success. Thus, she adopts a different approach, pressing her hands on Lu Ping's head to guide his direction. Straighten up, move forward. The crowd cannot help but laugh. Lu Ping's dazed expression evokes an inexplicable humor. Surprisingly, their speed increases significantly. Aside from taking a bit longer to pop the balloon, their pace in the latter half is commendable. Upon reaching the finish line, Qin Ran immediately raises his hand to signal, exchanging glances with Lin Wanbai. Guo Fuping stops the stopwatch, noting 2 minutes and 6 seconds. Not bad, not bad. Lu Ping feels a twinge of regret for not performing better. The distance is not long, merely 30 meters. However, considering the game's difficulty, especially regarding the boys' stamina, it is not a trivial distance. There are only 2 obstacles, with just a single balloon to pop. Subsequently, many teams perform worse than Lu Ping and Liu Yufei. Some nearly fall after spinning 3 times, while others collide with the obstacles and tumble. Some even manage to bump the balloon away instead of popping it. In short, a variety of mishaps occur, with the average time for the short 30-meter distance stretching to 3 minutes. The class meeting has long concluded, yet everyone is thoroughly enjoying themselves. Fu Qingchuan and Tong Xian clock in at under 2.5 minutes, a commendable performance. It seems that although they are a large group, the task is not as daunting as imagined. Tong Xian, being petite, is relatively light. Huang Zujie and Chen Shuwen take just over 2 minutes, forming the most amusing team. Chen Shuwen acts like a loudspeaker, incessantly directing Huang Zujie's movements. Hurry, hurry, a little to the right, move forward, forward. Spin, not spin with me. Huang Zujie resembles a duck being herded, and he is indeed the duck in question. However, their performance is among the few that surpass Lu Ping and Liu Yufei, even briefly claiming the top spot. Huang Zujie does not enjoy Chen Shuwen's embrace, nor do they celebrate with a high five, instead opting for a fist bump. Yes, the kind typical among boys. Huang Zujie does not even wear a victorious smile. He feels as though he's been played in a game. When Yonglong and Li Xiaoke take the stage, a wave of cheers erupts. The bulging triceps and robust arms of Yonglong reflect his exceptional physical prowess. Li Xiaoke is not short, yet lying atop Yonglong gives her a delicate, almost vulnerable appearance, and she blushes slightly. As Guo Fuping calls for the start, the crowd is astonished. Is he using cheats? Yonglong twists his right foot in place, swiftly spinning 3 times before jogging straight ahead. Li Xiaoke gasps, clutching Yonglong tightly. Yonglong pauses momentarily before continuing forward. Are we at the obstacles? 3 steps forward, 1 step back, yes. All right, a little to the left. Forward. Now spin again. Yes, pop the balloon. Forward. Guo Fuping, filled with excitement, announces 52 seconds and 5/10. The crowd erupts in astonishment. That is astonishingly fast. In under a minute, they lead the second place by nearly a full minute. Such a large physique, yet so agile. Impressive indeed. The championship is now beyond doubt. Qin Ran glances at Lin Wanbai, who is simultaneously looking at him. Their eyes meet, each brimming with anticipation. Chapter 74. Embracing in celebration. No hugging allowed. No hugging allowed. Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai. Is this their first time? Not at all. The two have attempted this numerous times before. Previously, Guo Fuping had tasked them with brainstorming team-building games, and after deciding which game to play, they practiced together. The game, costing 50 cents, required them to avoid being too isolated, with the announced amounts pre-discussed. For the handkerchief game, they selected a song that was neither too lengthy nor dull, ensuring it could invigorate the crowd. The experiences of navigating obstacles, including the blindfolded and the limping, necessitated first-hand practice. Lu Riyun's speculation proved accurate. Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai had traversed the playground in circles many times. To refine the game, they repeatedly navigated through obstacles, arriving at the finish line only to retrace their steps. Their inherent chemistry, coupled with extensive practice, enabled them to complete the course with remarkable speed. Finishing within a minute was challenging, yet not unattainable. Groups continued to take their turns. Surprisingly, Lu Riyun and Wang Feifei returned after leaving. In truth, Lu Riyun had no intention of departing. She desired for Qin Ran to seek her out. This had been the pattern in the past. Even when she would sulk over trivial matters, Qin Ran would always follow her, attempting to cheer her up. How much more so when she had left in tears? Some memories are etched into one's very being, becoming second nature. However, she soon regretted her decision to leave. As the event host, Qin Ran needed to remain, making any pursuit awkward. Yet, having already walked away, returning directly would seem rather absurd. Luckily, Wang Feifei caught up with her. Yin Yin, stop crying. Qin Ran doesn't care about you. He won't comfort you. He has truly changed. This game isn't even that enjoyable. If you don't want to play, then don't. Otherwise, I would definitely, without a moment's thought, Lu Riyun retorted, let us go back. Wang Feifei stood bewildered for a moment before following Lu Riyun back. It dawned on him that Lu Riyun merely sought an excuse to retreat. She was indifferent to his words. He had merely become her stepping stone. Yet, this was not what pained Wang Feifei the most. What drove him to the brink of madness was seeing Lu Riyun scamper back to Qin Ran's side. As it was Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai's turn, Lu Riyun patiently awaited the conclusion of their round, showing no consideration for him. He remained without a partner, isolated. Wang Feifei clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Recently, Lu Riyun had grown increasingly distant towards him while being exceedingly proactive with Qin Ran. Even as Qin Ran made Lu Riyun uncomfortable in front of everyone, she still returned to him. Yet, he seemed to be the one who had become a fool. He had chased Lu Riyun back only to deliver her to Qin Ran's side. Wang Feifei resolved to visit the hospital this weekend, hoping Lu Riyun would accompany him for a checkup to ascertain whether his mental state was indeed in disarray. The Lu Riyun he admired was the graceful swan adored by all, not the infatuated girl clinging to Qin Ran. Wang Feifei had mentioned taking Lu Riyun for a checkup to Lu Haichong, but since the latter was unwilling, he would have to devise his own means to take Lu Riyun to the hospital. A thorough examination was imperative. He needed to determine what precisely had gone awry in her mind. Watching Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai take the stage, Wang Feifei silently wished for their downfall. If Qin Ran were to sustain an injury, Lu Riyun would undoubtedly cease her pursuit of him, who would be attracted to a cripple. As Guo Fuping shouted for the game to commence, Wang Feifei widened his eyes in anticipation. Qin Ran spun rapidly before dashing forward, guiding Lin Wanbai with remarkable speed. They effortlessly maneuvered around two obstacles, defying the expectations of a blindfolded participant. Wang Feifei couldn't help but exclaim, he mustn't be blindfolded. How could anyone run this fast without sight? Isn't he afraid of falling? This is utterly ridiculous. Yet, no one paid heed to Wang Feifei's grumbling, except for Lu Riyun. Nearly everyone else cheered for Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai. Initially, it seemed that Wen Yonglong and Li Xiaoke would clinch the championship, but now there was suspense. While Wen Yonglong spun quickly, he hesitated slightly at the obstacles, leading to a negligible time difference. In terms of linear speed, Qin Ran was no slouch either. However, navigating curves with agility was where true speed lay. Qin Ran quickly maneuvered past two obstacles and dashed towards the balloon. Lin Wanbai clung to Qin Ran's back, her heartbeat quickening. Stop! Approximately 30 centimeters to the right. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Qin Ran leaped with Lin Wanbai on his back, landing gracefully. Bang! The balloon burst. Lin Wanbai resembled a startled little rabbit, clutching Qin Ran tightly. Without a moment's pause, Qin Ran steadied himself and propelled forward like a cheetah, his form exuding vitality. As Qin Ran's right foot crossed the finish line, Fu Qingchuan, who was to replace him, immediately raised his hand to signal. Almost simultaneously, Guo Fuping pressed the stopwatch. All eyes turned to Guo Fuping, who stared at the stopwatch in astonishment, rendered speechless. Teacher, what is the time? Old Guo, speak up. Hurry and tell us. Did they break the record? A few eager individuals rushed forward, eager to see for themselves. Guo Fuping raised the stopwatch. 43 seconds and 62 hundredths. Wow, incredible. Amazing. They were nearly 10 seconds faster than Wen Yonglong and the others. The chemistry between them was palpable, eliciting awe from the crowd. Cheers erupted. Upon hearing Guo Fuping announce the results, Lin Wanbai joyfully embraced Qin Ran in celebration. Yay, yay, yay. In that moment, Lin Wanbai resembled a jubilant rabbit, completely shedding her usual aloof demeanor. A smile graced Qin Ran's face as well. Soon, those around them mirrored their joy. Oh my, what is happening here? Hey. So affectionate. No wonder their chemistry is so remarkable. They are a match made in heaven. The female students giggled, while the boys wore bemused expressions. However, this harmonious scene was swiftly disrupted. Lu Ruyun stormed over, forcefully separating them, pulling at them insistently. No hugging, no hugging. The joy faded from Qin Ran's face as he shielded Lin Wanbai behind him. Stop messing around. Messing around? What do you call this? Qin Ran, you weren't like this before. You promised you would only love me. Forever, only me. Once again, the crowd transformed into spectators, witnessing a spectacle that was far from over, with even more explosive developments to come. Yet, Guo Fuping, wishing to avoid the class event descending into chaos, felt compelled to intervene. Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai have secured first place. Celebrating is understandable. However, please refrain from embracing in front of so many people. Now you two, come forward to receive your award. Lu Ruyun watched as the two accepted their accolades amidst the crowd's congratulations, her eyes reddening. To her, it resembled a newlywed couple walking down the aisle, receiving blessings. Had she not left during their engagement banquet, she would have already entered the realm of matrimony with Qin Ran, living a blissful life. Lu Ruyun felt as though everything was slipping away from her grasp. Chapter 75, Psychological Counseling. Both have their issues. Lu Ruyun gazed at Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai, who were happily accepting their awards amidst a chorus of congratulations. Her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Had she been partnered with Qin Ran, it would have been she, not Lin Wanbai, receiving the accolades. Under Guo Fuping's leadership, the crowd began to applaud. Wang Feifei, standing nearby, clapped softly but ceased when Lu Ruyun shot her an admonishing glare. In truth, Wang Feifei secretly wished for Qin Ran and Lin Wanbai to wed on the spot, as that would naturally extinguish Lu Ruyun's lingering hopes. However, the more compatible the duo appeared, the more infuriated Lu Ruyun became, and the greater Wang Feifei's opportunity seemed to grow. In this regard, Wang Feifei genuinely hoped for the two to unite, provided that Qin Ran remained steadfast and did not rekindle things with Lu Ruyun. Yet, it appeared that Qin Ran's resolve was unwavering. His decisiveness was striking, devoid of any lingering attachments. Yin, look how joyfully Qin Ran is smiling. Wang Feifei remarked softly. Lu Ruyun took deep breaths to steady her emotions, but she felt herself on the brink of losing control, as if led by an unseen force. The crowd began chanting for them to be together, with some even calling for a kiss. Yet this was not a confession scene. Guo Fuping urged everyone to quiet down before succinctly summarizing the day's successful class bonding activity. Gradually, the crowd dispersed. Qin Ran, clutching two prizes, a trophy for blind leading the cripple and a pen, returned to the dormitory with his roommates. One prize was a handkerchief from Lin Wanbai, which he initially intended to return, but she insisted it was a gift for him. Nearby, Li Xiaoke teased that the handkerchief was an ancient token of love, prompting Qin Ran to blush Lin Wanbai's cheeks a deep crimson. The group shared laughter as they made their way back. Today's ice-breaking initiative had indeed succeeded, transforming the previously clear divide between boys and girls, with many now walking in pairs. However, a slight blemish on the day was Lu Ruyun's emotional outburst during the game. Had she not succumbed to her feelings, the afternoon's gathering could have been deemed perfect. Lu Ruyun intended to pursue Qin Ran, but was halted by Guo Fuping, who instructed Wang Feifei to wait nearby, as he had something to discuss privately with Lu Ruyun. Wang Feifei nodded and stepped aside, feeling a surge of joy as she anticipated Guo Fuping's advice. He would likely counsel Lu Ruyun to be more reserved and not act as she had that day. Wang Feifei yearned for everyone to offer Lu Ruyun similar counsel, believing that the cumulative effect would be far more beneficial. However, Guo Fuping's approach differed significantly from Wang Feifei's expectations. While he lacked a girlfriend, he possessed considerable theoretical knowledge, which explained his role as a self-appointed psychological counselor. Lu Ruyun, do you have feelings for Qin Ran? Guo Fuping asked directly. Lu Ruyun did not deny it, nodding in affirmation. Previously, she would not have been so forthright, but she was no longer the same person. Qin Ran was on the verge of being swept away. To remain coy or proud would only lead to her complete disenfranchisement. Guo Fuping was taken aback by her candid admission, though it was evident to anyone with eyes that Lu Ruyun harbored feelings for Qin Ran. After a moment's reflection, he continued, I've been your age once. Your time is running out. Lu Ruyun shot back, what do you know? You're a boy too. And this approach won't win Qin Ran over. She paused, then inquired, how can I possibly win him back? First and foremost, you must maintain a respectful distance. Otherwise, He may feel overwhelmed and perceive you as being unreasonable, Guofuping explained. Do you think I'm being unreasonable? Lu Ruyan retorted, her anger flaring. She felt that everyone, including Guofuping, failed to grasp the depth of her history with Qin Ran and had no right to judge. Sensing her rising frustration, Guofuping softened his tone. No, I can understand. But the more you act this way, the further you will push Qin Ran away. Lu Ruyan frowned. You don't understand. You have no idea about the bond between Qin Ran and me. We've been together for over a decade. He has always treated me exceptionally well, giving me his best. I'm the one he loves most, not Lin Wanbai me. Raising his hands in a placating gesture, Guofuping replied, all right, just calm down. Did you say you've been together for over 10 years? So you were childhood sweethearts? Lu Ruyan nodded, yes. Which makes Lin Wanbai the interloper in our relationship. Guofuping, puzzled, asked, wait, you and Qin Ran were already an item? We've made a pact to date in college. Lu Ruyan elaborated. Guofuping, increasingly baffled, queried, so have you two officially gotten together? Not yet, but it's nearly the same. Qin Ran has always treated me as if I were his girlfriend, showering me with affection, she replied. At this point, Guofuping began to comprehend the situation. It appeared that Lu Ruyan's feelings were entirely one-sided, with no formal relationship established. He had initially assumed that Qin Ran was dating Lu Ruyan while simultaneously pursuing Lin Wanbai, but that was not the case. While Qin Ran may have shown affection towards Lu Ruyan in the past, the absence of an official relationship meant there was no betrayal. Even if they had once been together and had since parted ways, it was entirely normal for him to seek new relationships in college, especially given his appealing looks and melodious voice. After a moment of contemplation, Guofuping advised, relationships are a two-person affair. They cannot be forced. If you sincerely wish to be with Qin Ran, reflect on what you can both contribute to each other. Additionally, refrain from imposing excessive demands on him. Lu Ruyan's expression shifted. Excessive demands? What do you see me being excessive? Your previous comments only serve to put Qin Ran in an awkward position. He is already teamed with Lin Wanbai. Should he simply abandon his partner? I am Qin Ran's teammate. Lin Wanbai has taken my place. You know nothing. I don't wish to discuss this further. Lu Ruyan snapped, her frustration boiling over as she turned to leave. Guofuping stood awkwardly, shaking his head in resignation. He was not angered by Lu Ruyan's behavior, but rather felt sympathy for Qin Ran, who would likely find himself burdened by such an ardent admirer. Nevertheless, he could only offer a few words of counsel, which seemed futile as Lu Ruyan was clearly unresponsive. Aside from Lu Ruyan, another individual in the class also required psychological guidance. Guofuping called out to Wang Feifei, who was about to follow Lu Ruyan. Wang Feifei, you should come over too. Chapter 76, well-meaning persuasion, yet the path has already gone awry. In Guofuping's eyes, Wang Feifei's issues were even more pronounced. Lu Ruyan seldom created such a scene. While Wang Feifei was genuinely unpopular in class, the dynamics were evident during the team-building games, where Wang Feifei consistently trailed Lu Ruyan, with no one willing to include her in their activities. If only she could integrate into Lu Ruyan's dormitory, things might have been different. However, Lu Ruyan is no longer in vogue. Compared to the first day of school, her popularity has diminished to perhaps a mere tenth. In previous classes, led by Guofuping, there were indeed effeminate boys, yet they were markedly different from Wang Feifei. While his rapport with the boys was equally poor, he enjoyed an excellent relationship with the girls, mingling effortlessly with nearly all of them. Conversely, Wang Feifei, being male, seems to repel the girls entirely, a rather uncommon situation. Guofuping treats everyone equally and harbors the hope that Wang Feifei might slightly adjust his demeanor, not to please others, but at least to interact normally with his classmates. It is rather typical for a handful of individuals to dislike someone. After all, it is impossible for anyone to be universally liked. However, if one is detested by all, it is essential to reflect on one's own conduct. Guofuping worries that if this continues, Wang Feifei may tread a dangerous path, one not without precedent. The recent poisoning incident at a university was neither an isolated case nor a mere accident. Guofuping is not the type to merely go through the motions as a class advisor. He genuinely cares for the mental and physical well-being of his students. Feifei, I didn't see you playing games just now. I want to find Ruyan, he said. Wang Feifei feigned confusion. What did you discuss with Ruyan, class advisor? Nothing significant, just offering her a small piece of advice. What advice? To win the affection of those you admire, one must employ the right methods. Wang Feifei paused, realizing that Guofuping was addressing him. Yet, he dismissed the elder's counsel, believing him unqualified to teach about romance due to his lack of experience. Moreover, Guofuping could not possibly comprehend Wang Feifei's feelings for Lu Ruyan, nor the intricate dynamics among the three of them. Nevertheless, Wang Feifei had always been adept at masking his true self. You are right, class advisor, he replied with a semblance of agreement. Guofuping nodded. So, Feifei, you do have feelings for Lu Ruyan? Yes. I will employ the right methods and ensure I do not trouble Ruyan. Seeing Wang Feifei's seemingly obedient demeanor, Guo Fuping suddenly understood why the class was not fond of him. The distinction between genuine and feigned sincerity is palpable. Although Wang Feifei did not appear dismissive, he lacked heartfelt engagement. Guo Fuping sighed inwardly. Feifei, if you blossom, the gentle breeze will come naturally. Elevating oneself makes it far easier to win the favor of others. Wang Feifei inwardly cursed. Well, you know, have I not considered enhancing my appeal? This path, however, seemed utterly futile. Such thoughts remained unspoken. Class advisor, I understand. I will strive to better myself, he declared, casting a glance at Lu Ruyan's retreating figure. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Goodbye, class advisor. As he watched Wang Feifei pursue Lu Ruyan, Guo Fuping shook his head. He was acutely aware that Wang Feifei had not truly absorbed his words. Yet, he recognized that change could not be instigated with a single conversation. Guo Fuping merely hoped that through occasional reminders, Wang Feifei might realize that someone cared for him, prompting him to occasionally reflect before undertaking any action. However, he was likely to be disappointed. Wang Feifei had taken none of it to heart, letting it go in one ear and out the other. In fact, he perceived Guo Fuping's intervention as meddlesome. Wang Feifei was indifferent to the opinions of others. Having never experienced familial affection, let alone that from classmates, he found the concern of some to be quite nauseating. Lu Ruyan was the sole exception. After a brief exchange, Wang Feifei hurriedly caught up with her. Ruyan, wait for me, he called out of breath. Yet Lu Ruyan did not pause. She intended to converse with Qin Ran and had already regained her composure. Oh, Lu Ruyan halted, turning to face Wang Feifei. What is it? My back seems to be acting up again. Then you should go rest. Ruyan, could you accompany me to the hospital this Saturday? The hospital? The doctor suggested I come in for a follow-up. I have plans this weekend. Wang Feifei, in a pitiful tone, replied, if you have things to attend to, please go ahead. I can manage on my own. I've been accustomed to it since childhood. This was Wang Feifei's usual ploy, a tactic that had repeatedly proven effective. By eliciting sympathy, he could typically persuade Lu Ruyan to accompany him, even during her outings with Qin Ran. However, this time he miscalculated. Lu Ruyan merely responded with an indifferent "oh" before leaving. Wang Feifei stood frozen in shock. Lu Ruyan had simply walked away without offering to accompany him to the hospital. And her response was so dismissive. This was far from mere indifference. Wang Feifei's expression darkened as he watched Lu Ruyan's retreating form, a shadow of bitterness crossing his features. His usual tactics had failed. He was uncertain whether Lu Ruyan had seen through him or if her thoughts were entirely consumed by Qin Ran. He leaned towards the latter. As during the earlier class meeting and team-building game, Lu Ruyan had been insistent on partnering with Qin Ran. Even when he had claimed to be without a teammate, she remained adamant about teaming up with Qin Ran, indifferent to the amused looks from their classmates. Qin Ran, always Qin Ran. Wang Feifei did not harbor resentment towards Lu Ruyan, but directed his ire at Qin Ran. Despite having agreed to yield Lu Ruyan to him, Qin Ran persisted in entangling himself with her. Wang Feifei had long held a dislike for Qin Ran, finding him superior in every aspect: appearance, academics, physique, sports, and music. To gain Lu Ruyan's attention, he had always resorted to feigning vulnerability. Now, despite being so close to another girl, why could Qin Ran not simply sever ties with Lu Ruyan? Wang Feifei returned to his dormitory with a sullen demeanor. He refrained from pursuing Lu Ruyan, knowing that even if he caught up, she would only speak of Qin Ran. He had no desire to hear that name again. However, upon returning to the dorm, his roommates continued to chatter about Qin Ran, Lin Wanbai, and the girl he fancied. Unable to contain himself, Wang Feifei shouted, "Shut up!" His three roommates were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. They were perplexed by Wang Feifei's sudden outburst. It was not lights out time. They were merely engaging in ordinary conversation. What a nerve! He has lost it. Ignore him, they muttered, continuing their chat without acknowledging Wang Feifei. Although they were classmates, Wang Feifei's behavior repulsed them. At the start of the term, he had spoken ill of them behind their backs, all to shadow Lu Ruyan. He made it seem as if they were the villains intent on ostracizing him. Thus, they felt no obligation to include Wang Feifei in their activities. Yet, to their surprise, Wang Feifei suddenly smashed his phone. "Be quiet," he roared. With a loud crash, the phone hit the ground, the screen shattering into countless fragments. The three stared in shock at the fierce expression on Wang Feifei's face. It was the first time they had witnessed such a side of him.